traveled through time and was reborn as a poor, unlucky fellow named Qin Xuan who had the same name as me. My father is the King of Qin of the Ziyang Empire. He is powerful and has extraordinary cultivation. He is already a top boss at the Saint King level. My mother is the Saint of the Holy Land. She is extremely beautiful and has superb alchemy skills. Even Saint-level figures want to ask her to make elixirs for them. The eldest aunt was the imperial concubine of the Ziyang Empire. She was deeply loved by Emperor Ziyang and was majestic and noble. The entire Qin family is either rich or noble, and everyone is like a king in heaven and on earth, with an aura that can swallow up the world. As the eldest son in the family, I was supposed to soar to the sky. I was gifted with extraordinary talents, destined to have great success and a godlike start. However, I became a sickly waste, weaker than an ordinary baby. I have eaten countless rare treasures, but my body is still weak and cannot be replenished. The entire Qin palace searched through all the medical books of all dynasties, but could not find any way to cure the disease. Even the chief saintly doctor who came to the imperial capital said that I had a serious illness. What's even more ridiculous is that he knew clearly that I had a complete supreme bone, but because Qin Jinbei's achievements surpassed his master, he deliberately said that I would die young. The saintly doctor's assertion made the entire Qin family feel that I was destined not to grow up. My father was indifferent to me, my mother didn't care, and my clan members took the opportunity to frame me, falsely claiming that I abused the maids and beat and scolded the servants, in an attempt to transfer the supreme bone in my body to my younger brother Qin Hao. When I asked my father for help, he showed no concern and even tried to take my supreme bone away from me. Fortunately, I am bound to the extreme villain system. As long as I choose to gouge out bones and sever kinship, I can get an invincible reward, the ancestor of all bodies, the chaos Hongming body. Since you all want the supreme bone, I will satisfy you. Without hesitation, I cut out my bones with my own hands in front of everyone in the Qin family and cut off all ties with them. After leaving the Qin family, I was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, charging forward recklessly, torturing the Son of God, capturing the Holy Girl, earning villain points, rapidly improving my cultivation, and becoming famous like thunder. And those people in the Qin palace finally regretted their actions to the point of breaking their hearts. Shinner, Dad knows he was wrong, come back soon. No matter how wrong I am, it's all Mother's fault. I shouldn't be partial to her. The mother burst into tears. Qin Xuan, I agree that you can go back to the Qin family, said the father helplessly. I sneered, showing an evil smile, and pointed the blade at my brother. I almost forgot. You are also the son of luck. At this time, in the Prince Qin's mansion, King Qin, the eldest son, is arrogant and domineering, and he is full of the spirit of a scoundrel. If he is not severely punished, he will become a big trouble in the future. If the supreme bone falls on him, he will only become a tool to help the tyrant, bully men and women, and do whatever he wants. Young Master is about to face the Holy Sun trial. If he can obtain another supreme bone, he will soar into the sky and rise like a dragon. In the Qin family meeting hall, an elder of the clan coldly asserted in front of me that he would destroy my foundation and take away my supreme bone in order to help Qin Hao become the son of God. I turned to look at the elder and laughed in anger. You look like someone's belt was loose and you are exposed. How dare you fart here? You want to dig out my supreme bone? Are you worthy? If you stick your head out, you will be stabbed. If you hide your head, you will also be stabbed. If that's the case, why should I still be submissive and live in disgrace? The elder of the Qin family? Sorry, I can't tolerate you. You still don't repent and are stubborn. How dare you insult the elders in front of me? Bullying men and women, disobeying elders, is a crime upon crime. Demon suppression guards, capture this rebellious son and give him 200 lashes of the soul-destroying whip as a warning to others. Qin Jinbei was furious, and the power of the Saint King swept over me. Just the dissipation of his aura was like a mighty mountain pressing down on me. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead, and my spine almost broke. Fuck you. You're not pretending anymore? You're gonna dig my bones out, right? I was stunned. Biological father and son? They're clearly mortal enemies. System binding successful. A familiar mechanical sound came from my mind, and tears welled up in my eyes instantly. As a manager on standby who works as a secretary and reads novels, I know too well what the word system means. Host triggers options. 1. Kowtow and admit your mistakes. Live in shame, become a stepping stone for Qin Hao's rise, and be rewarded with a top-grade jade sea flute. When your brother gets married in the future, you will be responsible for playing the flute to entertain him. 2. Being stubborn to the end, knowing the mistake but not changing it, tearing up with the whole clan, experiencing the experience of digging up the supreme bone by your own father, and being rewarded with the holy item Wei Yang turtle armor. 3. Never give in, fight to the end, and sever all ties with the Qin family from now on. Embark on the path of an extremely evil villain, and be rewarded with the Chaos Hongmeng body, the ancestor of all bodies. These 3 options appear to be choices, but in fact, they have already set the tone for me. The extremely evil villain system has a clear stance, which is to overthrow the son of luck, destroy his luck, and take away his opportunity. Being an enemy of the son of luck, whether it is stealing opportunities, seducing the heroine, disturbing emotions, or destroying luck, all of these can increase the villain value. And the villain value can be exchanged for elixirs, artifacts, and even draws. It's so cool. The most important thing is that this system is also a fortune radar. It knows who is the son of fortune and who is the heroine of fortune better than anyone else. It also comes with background analysis and is highly targeted. I took a deep breath, and the corners of my mouth gradually rose. With the system in hand, I will be the villain. My life is in my own hands, not in the hands of the Qin family. Break off the relationship? Break off the relationship. What is the point of having a father who wants to remove bones at every turn? I slowly raised my head and looked into Qin Jinbei's murderous eyes, not backing down. Qin Jinbei, what right do you have to whip me? And what right do you have to pick my supreme bone? Asshole, you actually called the King of Qin by his name. Disobeying your biological father is unforgivable. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow, begging King Qin to spare your life? The elders of the Qin family were instantly furious, like ants poured with hot oil, jumping up and down and cursing. I glanced at him coldly, with a sneer on my face. You are all shouting louder than anyone else, looking like pig intestines that are half empty. Is this the place for you to talk? Shut up. Even if I am not good enough, I am still the eldest son of the King of Qin. Even if it is just a formal identity, these people have no right to point fingers at me and commit crimes against me. His previous life was weak, and he tried to live under the protection of the King of Qin. What was the result? He was submissive and eventually died in prison. Even his bones were peeled off, and he was used as a sacrifice. But I am different. Anyone who dares to act recklessly, don't even think about running away. If I could beat them, I would have killed a few of them long ago. Qin Jinbei's face was dark blue, his breathing was disordered, and his tiger eyes were as cold as a knife. You speak wildly, repeatedly insult the elders of the clan, and have no respect for your elders. You are simply stubborn and hopeless. I smiled playfully and raised my hands. Yes, your Highness Prince Qin, you are right. I am hopeless. After all, in the eyes of your Qin family, I should have died of illness 20 years ago. The King of Qin held the python chair tightly. His divine power radiated, and the python head actually cracked. Are you blaming me? I waved my hands repeatedly, but a sneer rose on the corner of my mouth. How dare I? You are the King of Qin, among the princes, and have great power. I am just a troublemaker in your words. How dare I blame you, the King of Qin? As a son of a human being, this is extremely treasonous. Come here, increase the soul-destroying whip to 500. I felt a chill down my spine, but I gritted my teeth and sneered. Forget 500. How about 9,998? Son of man? Whose son am I? Yours, King Qin? Back then, that maid who had an affair with the clan elder, anyone could touch that chamber pot. But now, when it came to me, I didn't even touch it, and you accuse me of destroying her innocence. That dog slave was even more ridiculous. He rode on my face and attacked me, and I didn't even dare to fart. But in the end, his cultivation was completely destroyed, and his limbs were all broken. Can a fart from me shatter his dantian? In such a huge Qin palace, and you're the Saint King, what could possibly be hidden from your eyes and ears? Am I really guilty of all crimes? Or is there someone who wants to frame me and is willing to set me up for the sake of the supreme bone in my body? You, the King of Qin, really don't know. His predecessor died tragically in a cage, his bones and blood were stripped, and his supreme bones were transplanted to Qin Hao. Who wants to be this substitute? Whoever wants to take this shit can take it, but I won't. Humph. The king of Qin was so angry that the python head chair broke into pieces under his palm. The king of Qin, who was so powerful, had never been humiliated like this. If all his clansmen were not in the hall, he would have killed his son with a sword. You are a traitor, and your entire clan shall be killed. Do you think I dare not kill you? I stepped forward. My eyes were like torches, and every word was sonorous. You dare, of course you dare. In your eyes, Qin Hao is the only son. I was abandoned by the Qin palace when I was young. It was my grandfather who carried me across thousands of mountains into the holy, forbidden city and sought medical advice. I am alive because of him. The cultivation of the supreme bone is due to him. What does it have to do with your Qin palace? You were so humble when you wanted my life, but so powerful when you wanted my bones. Do you really think I'm a fool? In your eyes, there is only Qin Hao. Only he is worthy of the supreme bone. And I am just an obstacle in your eyes. You have never paid anything for me, so why should you enjoy the fruit of my bone formation? What is the difference between you and those demons? As soon as these words were spoken, they were heard like thunder in the Qin palace. The elders were furious. How dare you slander His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin? You are courting death. The roars of anger shook the sky, and I had become the public enemy of the entire clan. On the main seat, Qin Jinbei's body trembled slightly. The truth is often the most hurtful. Even a saint king like him, who has the most power in the world, cannot bear the accusation of shamelessly stealing bones. If these words were to get out, wouldn't it make him lose face? He looked at me, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This rebellious son is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even if he was resentful, he shouldn't have shouted in public, disregarding the dignity of the Qin family and his dignity. It's barbaric, vulgar, and embarrassing. He turned his head and looked at Qin Hao, his tiger eyes full of tenderness. His Hao is the future of the Qin family, and I am the shame of the Qin family. At this time, Qin Hao is only 15 years old, handsome and heroic. He looked at me, and a warning sign emerged in his heart. This brother cannot be left. My existence has shaken his position and also diverted the attention of the family. Moreover, the supreme bone has not been fully integrated. If I can take it, I will be able to soar to the sky. At this moment, he walked out of the crowd and shouted loudly, Qin Xuan, you are so presumptuous, insulting the elders of the clan and disobeying your father. If I don't punish you today, who will still believe in the prestige of the Qin family? Behind him, 10 great caves appeared. 9 ferocious beasts roared endlessly. Their breaths merged into one, and the pressure from the return to one realm shook the heaven and earth. And I was only at the blood-moving stage. This blow was enough to break my bones and tendons, leaving me dead without a burial place. I roared, Qin Hao, no matter what, I'm still your brother. How dare you attack me? I cursed in my heart. This brat is so brave. He wants to step on me to get to the top. I'm just a villain at the beginning. I haven't even raised my realm. How can I fight him with 2 realms between us? If he slaps me, I can lie down for 18 years. Brother Tongzi, please send me the newbie gift pack. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle of the return to one realm. Congratulations to the host for mastering the sacred skills 5 Luo Light Smoke Palm and Heaven and Earth Finger, both of which have reached perfection. The vitality of heaven and earth surged. The coolness entered my body and rushed straight to my limbs and bones. I felt refreshed, as if I was bathing in a holy spring, and my peak strength was like a tiger with wings. The holy skills emerged in my mind, and the world changed color with every move. I sneered. This is more like a villain's opening. His eyes were as cold as a knife, pointing directly at Qin Hao, who was walking towards him. You are such a sinister villain. You really know how to pick the right time. I am the enemy of the whole clan, and you took the opportunity to curry favor with the clan members and curry favor with my father. From beginning to end, I never mentioned you at all, but you rushed over impatiently. Are you impatient to take my supreme bone? Qin Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, You are spreading rumors to confuse the people. You have disobeyed your father, and you deserve to die. In his body, a piece of colorful bone suddenly glowed. Divine light covered his entire body, and he was full of momentum. Obviously, he was going to use a killing move. He didn't want me to speak again. Qin Hao's aura surged. At the peak of the Gi realm, he possessed the power of the supreme bone in his body, enough to burn mountains and boil seas. At this moment, he was like the 10 great beasts combined into one, with unparalleled power. A palm carrying the power of the supreme bone, and the 10 evils slammed into my chest, with enough power to be fatal. However, in the entire Prince Qin's mansion, Qin Jinbei remained unmoved, and everything seemed to be developing in the direction he expected. The elders were secretly happy, as if this confrontation was exactly what they had been expecting. Watching Qin Hao use the supreme bone, I couldn't help but laugh. Foolish brother, do you know that there is no sky-covering tree in the ancient land? Only when things reach their extremes will they turn around. Faced with Qin Hao's ruthless attack, I naturally showed no mercy and used the 5 Luo light smoke palm, unleashing the power of the peak of the return to one realm. The moment the two palms met, the vital energy between heaven and earth exploded, and Qin Hao instantly felt something unusual. I am not at the blood-moving realm. Before he could think more, the lining of his clothes instantly shattered like paper under my strange palm power. Just like the master and servant, he had no power to resist. Bang! I broke Qin Hao's arm bone with one palm, and then I palmed his chest with unparalleled force. Qin Hao was stunned, blood spurted out of his mouth, his energy was lost instantly, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The tables and chairs in the Qin palace were smashed and scattered, leaving the entire place in a mess. If Qin Jinbei had not protected him, this palm would have been enough to send Qin Hao flying hundreds of feet away. The whole place was shocked, the air almost froze. The elders in the Qin palace were dumbfounded, as if their throats were choked and they couldn't breathe. The young master was defeated. A son of a genius was defeated by a loser like me, and he couldn't even take a single move. Could it be that, as the rumors say, I am only at the blood-moving realm? The power I just displayed is clearly at the peak of the return to one realm. Just when everyone was shocked, Qin Jinbei was furious. His eyes were like cold knives, and his aura was crushing. As a saint-king level existence, even if his power was 1/1000th of that, it would be enough to crush the Gi realm. At this moment, I could hardly bear the terrible pressure and blood gushed out. My stupid brother. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and grinned. Your supreme bone is incomplete after all. How can it compare with mine? Qin Hao is indeed a genius. With his strength at the peak of the return to one realm, he is able to surpass ordinary people. However, he relies on his supreme bone and is doomed to fail in the end. Qin Hao was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, but he still refused to give in. He glared at me and said, "Impossible. You must have cheated. Young master, don't be anxious." Seeing that Qin Hao was injured, the elders took out healing pills, fed him, and forcibly stopped him from continuing to fight against me. The other elders were indignant and accused me one after another. This boy caused chaos in the Qin palace and severely injured the young master. His crime is unforgivable. Qin Jinbei's eyes were like knives, and his voice was like thunder. "Rebellious son, I will punish you personally today." Just as Qin Jinbei was about to kill, a clear voice suddenly came from outside, and then a stunning woman in a purple dress came in. She was none other than my mother, the holy alchemist, Shangguanya. She had an extraordinary temperament. When she saw Qin Hao was injured, she immediately hurried forward to take out the healing pill and fed it to Qin Hao personally. "Mom, it hurts so much." Qin Hao couldn't help crying out in pain. Shangguanya was heartbroken and turned to glare at me. "As my brother, how could you be so cruel?" I couldn't help but sneer. "Blame me when Qin Hao wanted to kill me. Where were you? He brought this upon himself, and you blame me." Shangguanya glared at me with a sword-like gaze. "You broke Haoer's arm bone. Do you really not know that you are wrong?" Her anger was like a flood and a beast. She didn't care about the injuries in my body at all, and seemed to have completely forgotten that Qin Hao had once abused me. I could no longer endure it, and my heart was filled with rage. No matter what the situation was, I couldn't help but pour out all the pent-up pain and resentment. Yes, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been born into the Qin family, and I shouldn't have this so-called supreme bone. Haoer, you keep calling me Haoer. Haoer was injured. You felt sorry for him, and your mother made elixirs to heal him. But what about me? I was isolated by the whole clan, and my biological father caused me to suffer severe injuries. As a mother, didn't you have even a trace of worry from the beginning to the end? Shangguanya's eyes rested on me silently. and after a moment, she finally discovered the disorder of my internal energy. She glared at Qin Junbei angrily, but still did not take out the pill. She only wanted to refine the 9 Revolutions divine pill, and the healing pills were extremely rare. If Qin Hao was left with a hidden illness in the future, it would be too late to regret it. Besides, Hauer's injury was caused by me, so I deserve a little punishment. Maybe this is also a way to vent my anger for Hauer. What a precious pill. I looked at the indifferent Saint Mother, and a trace of self-mockery suddenly appeared in my heart. When Qin Hao was injured, he ate pills as easily as candy beans, but I was seriously injured and couldn't even ask for a pill. Shangguanya finally spoke. You have to understand the difficulties of being a mother. I shouted impatiently, shut up. How dare you say mother when you can't even give me a pill? Qin Junbei slammed the table and stood up. Rebellious son, this is your mother. How dare you insult her like that? You shut up too. I pointed at the high and mighty King Qin with my eyes wide open and said in a thunderous voice, ever since I was misdiagnosed with a serious illness, you have no longer treated me as your son. You have been cultivating Hauer and only have Hauer in your eyes. After you came back, you didn't even look at me. Of course, you still care about it in your heart. You have a supreme bone in my body in your heart, right? You won't use it to make up for Hauer's defects. You have tried every possible means to destroy my reputation. You have deceived yourselves and others, thinking that killing me is justified. To put it bluntly, you just want this supreme bone, right? Fine, I will satisfy you. After saying that, I stabbed into the chest cavity and fiercely grabbed the shining supreme bone. Blood gushed out as I tore it, and blood in my mouth overflowed from between my teeth. It hurts. Every breath I take is like a knife cutting my heart. It's unbearable. The beads of sweat on my forehead were like raindrops sliding down my veins quickly. At this moment, it seemed as if all breathing in the hall had stopped, and my breathing was particularly heavy, rapid, and rough. I tore myself apart without hesitation. The sound of bone cracking was sharp and piercing. I used all my strength. The broken bones almost made me unable to support myself, just to take the supreme bone with complex runes and shining with strange light out of my chest. The moment I lost the supreme bone, it was like falling from heaven to hell. I began to fall sharply from the peak of the return to one realm, and the speed was so fast that it was like trying to draw water with a bamboo basket. The return to one realm, the cave heaven realm, the moving blood realm. The violent backlash caused me to fall to the 3rd level of the moving blood realm, and I could barely stand upright. I looked at the supreme bone in my hand that made everyone present jealous, and sneered, "Is this the supreme bone you all wanted? I'll get it back to you." From now on, the Qin family and I will sever all ties. We owe each other nothing, and will have no further contact until we die. Leaving behind that piece of supreme bone, I fell to the ground like a dead ash. Then, I knelt down toward Shangguanya with great difficulty. My chest ached and blood gushed out of my mouth. Every time I coughed, blood came out and fell to the ground. I kowtowed 3 times with great difficulty, using both my feet and hands. I finally managed to stand up when I heard the sound of bones breaking. I looked at Shangguanya, and the last bit of warmth disappeared. I'm repaying you for giving birth to me with these 3 kowtows. After I finished speaking, I gritted my teeth, turned around with difficulty, and dragged my bruised body towards the gate of the Prince Qin's mansion. Without the supreme bone, you are nothing. If you dare to hurt Master Hauer, you deserve death. You are nothing but a waste. The elders of the Qin family gloated and sneered. I think what they're fighting for is just that piece of supreme bone. I cut off my bones and relatives to save them from making things difficult for me. Without the supreme bone, am I still worthy of their attention? I hunched over and ignored their ridicule and sarcasm. After walking this distance, I had exhausted my last bit of energy and blood and almost collapsed. Blood continued to flow out of the wound, and my face was as pale as a piece of paper. Qin Junbei tightly grasped the supreme bone, his eyes shining as if he had found a treasure. He looked at my miserable figure and yelled angrily, "Get him out! Get him out as far as possible. Watch him die outside. Who dares to collect his body?" I didn't look back. My back was weak as I walked through the gate of the Qin palace. My deeply bent back suddenly straightened up. A real man, where you die and are buried, the green hills will remain the same. Shangguanya looked at the back that was about to collapse, trembling slightly, and an indescribable pain surged in her heart. That lonely and desolate figure made her feel a little pity. It overlapped with the figure of the 3.5-year-old child wrapped in swaddling clothes in the old man's arms. The child at that time was as thin as a tiny baby. The scene before her seemed so similar. She turned to look at Qin Jinbei, her eyes full of sadness and anger. Qin Jinbei, can you really bear to watch Qin Xuan die outside? What if not? Qin Jinbei smiled coldly, his eyes fixed on the supreme bone in his hand, his expression solemn. With his realm, he had already seen the extraordinariness of this supreme bone, which was far superior to the damaged supreme bone in Hauer's body. Although Hauer had a broken version of the supreme bone, he was still a genius. If he were to add this perfect supreme bone, who could rival him in the Holy Sun trial? And in the future, if he had the opportunity to compete for the throne, his success would be almost certain. Qin Jinbei thought coldly, a child like this will just die if he dies, and it's not worth my emotion at all. If it weren't for his wife, he would have killed me in the Qin palace long ago, and even my soul would not be able to return to the underworld. Mom, Hauer is in so much pain. Hauer is in so much pain. Qin Hao vomited blood in pain. His injuries had been mostly recovered thanks to the precious elixir, but he still kept vomiting blood, as if all this was far from over. He was unwilling to give up any of his parents' love, especially when he saw the supreme bone in his father's hand. His heart was filled with greed and desire. Without this supreme bone, Qin Xuan would be a waste. If he could transplant it into his own body and fuse the two supreme bones, he would definitely be invincible among those in the same realm. Mom, my injury is healed. Qin Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice. The power of the supreme bone was incredibly strong, and he now felt that he was stronger than ever before, able to easily defeat himself who only possessed a piece of the supreme bone. He knew that the power of this supreme bone was more important than any treasure from heaven or earth, and it would become the foundation for him to stand in the world. It's good that you're healed, otherwise my heart would be broken. Shangguanya gently stroked Qin Hao's tender face, and the pain in her heart was slightly relieved. She mistakenly thought that her eldest son died young, and she had poured all her efforts into Qin Hao over the years. This child was her lifeblood, and she was afraid of dropping him if she held him in her hands, and afraid of melting him if she held him in her mouth. How could she bear to see Hauer suffer anymore? Thinking of the helplessness of being forced to give up my flesh and blood just now, Shangguanya looked at Qin Jinbei worriedly. Qin Xuan will suffer a backlash. With his realm, he can't bear it at all. The supreme bone has been absorbed by Qin Hao, but Shangguanya never mentioned the bone again. After all, she herself was also experiencing the pain of losing the supreme bone, and her heart ached. If Hauer also experienced all this, she was afraid that she would not be able to bear it. She would never allow that bloody pain to appear on her Hauer. Since he has severed his family ties and wants to leave, let him go. Qin Jinbei's eyes were cold, and he sneered. I want to see how long he can hold on. With no background or family, and burdened with the pain of losing the supreme bone, I wonder if his will can be as strong as his bones. The elders of the clan suggested, Princess, if we chase him now, it will only make the demons in his heart worse. When he can no longer bear it, he will come back, and we will teach him a lesson and make him realize his mistakes. How can the reputation of the King of Qin be ruined by such a person? Shangguanya frowned and was about to speak when she heard Qin Hao's angry voice coming from the side. Mom, if you go to pick up Qin Xuan, I will go find my aunt and never come back to this house again. Shangguanya stroked Qin Hao's head lovingly and said softly, Hauer, don't be angry. Mother will not go to pick up Qin Xuan. She knew the resentment in Hauer's heart. After all, the blow just now made him feel complicated. In order to comfort Hauer, she could only suppress her emotions. Ha! I finally left the Qin family alive. I just stepped out of the gate of the Qin palace, crossed the deserted streets, and collapsed at the corner of a dilapidated house. What surged in my heart was excitement and ecstasy, without a trace of confusion and pain about breaking off the relationship. Breaking off a relationship and cutting off a bone are both technical jobs. If you're not careful, Qin Jinbei, the top Saint King level expert, may kill you suddenly with just a small move. In his unshakable high-ranking eyes, I am just an ant-like existence. The 3 bangs before leaving were my last attempt to awaken Shangguanya's affection. Fortunately, my bet paid off. I left the Qin family alive. Ugh, blood gushed out like a fountain, and I quickly shouted in my heart, Brother Tongzi, Give me the reward quickly, or I'm really going to die. The acting in the Qin palace was real. The painful counterattack from the Supreme Bone was also true. Congratulations to the host for making your choice. The Destiny villain system will protect you. Congratulations to the host for completing the option and receiving the reward. The ancestor of all bodies, the chaotic primordial body, invulnerable to all bodies. The evil villain system has been successfully activated. My identity as the big villain has finally been confirmed. I looked down at my gradually recovering body, a sneer on my lips, and my heart was full of expectations for the future. However, I have been at odds with Qin Hao, the son of luck, for a long time. Breaking off completely with the Qin Palace not only did not make me lose anything, but it activated this super plug-in, which is a huge profit. As a sophisticated egoist, I am very different from those self-proclaimed righteous sons of destiny. A villain is a villain. Why should I be bound by those moral shackles? Even if I do things that are difficult for the children of destiny to achieve, the system will reward me after I finish them. Why not do it? As all this went smoothly, the vast light of chaos swept over my body, cleansing my mortal body while repairing the fatal injuries I suffered from digging up the Supreme Bone. The majestic energy in my body, like a huge wave in the sea, swept through my limbs and bones. Not long after, I was shocked and my breath burst out and soared rapidly. Blood-moving realm, cave heaven realm, unity realm. The shackles in my body were broken, and my energy surged like a volcano erupting. Divine power realm. I have broken through directly from the peak of the Gi realm to the divine power realm. I felt the shocking energy in my body with surprise and could not believe my current state. Compared to before, it was as if I had completely sublimated and become a brand new person. Even the terrifying power that could destroy a city with one punch was hard for me to believe. Those so-called sons of luck had to go through so many hardships and dangers when they broke through, entering secret realms or fighting for life and death. But for me, breaking through was as easy as sprinkling water. Everyone says that cheating is good, but who would have known that I, who cheats, don't have to worry about breakthroughs at all? I chuckled and talked to myself, lowering my head and touching my chest. The wound had healed. A new bone had grown where the Supreme Bone had been lost. What is this? The mortal bones growing on my body. I felt this strange power in amazement. The Hongmeng bone derived from the Chaos Hongmeng body can also be called the ultimate version of the Supreme Bone. It can suppress the Supreme Bone and is also a manifestation of the Chaos Hongmeng body. So awesome, I exclaimed to myself. Thinking of the hateful Qin palace, I sneered. The second-hand bones that your Qin family cherishes are nothing but trash that I discard like worn-out shoes. Next time we meet, I will let you know that even with my black leather shoes wet with tears and my leather bag in my pocket, I am still the master. Hey. The host's actions have caused the invincibility of Qin Hao, the son of luck, to be frustrated. Qin Hao's luck has dropped by 8,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the extremely evil villain value, plus 8,000. Your invincibility is frustrated? Aren't you too fragile? This is just the beginning. The fun of revenge has just begun. I shook my head and stopped worrying. Don't worry. Let them suffer slowly. Tongzi, take me to a place that is absolutely safe first. The Qin territory is vast. Even if I have broken through to the realm of magical power, it would be difficult to fly out of the entire Qin territory in 3 days and 3 nights without a flying treasure. The King of Qin has spies everywhere. Who knows what kind of reaction Qin Jinbei will make after leaving the King of Qin's mansion. It's safe now, but once your identity is exposed, you'll have to be careful. Consume all villain points. Move the host to a safe area, out of the control of the Qin palace. Does the host consume it? Consume. I decided to act decisively. Just as I was about to execute it, a fairy figure suddenly came from a distance, riding a sword. The woman's eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, as if she had walked out of a painting, and she was extremely beautiful. The cyan dress was tightly fitting her graceful figure, highlighting her charming curves. Her skin was as white as snow and crystal clear in the sun. She landed lightly in front of me, glanced at the blood on my chest, and said coldly, "Follow me back to Yaoqi Holy Land to heal your wounds." She was noble and self-confident in her identity and announced, "My name is Mu Qingxue, and I am your fiancé." Mu Qingxue had no good feelings towards her fiancé. I just came back from the Qin family. I heard that I was expelled from the Qin family for bullying my own people. This made her hate me even more, and she didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. If it wasn't for breaking off the engagement, I'm afraid she wouldn't even see me. Without hesitation, she took out a ferry boat from her bosom, threw it in front of me, and gently guided me to board it. The ferry boat broke through the clouds and mist and headed straight for the sacred place of Yaoqi. During this time, Mu Qingxue took out a 7th grade pill and threw it to me coldly. This is the 7-star pill. After taking it, it can temporarily curb the backlash of the failure of the supreme bone in your body. Her eyes were cold as she continued. If you want to be completely cured, only a holy pill can cure it. When we return to the Holy Land, I will ask Master for one for you. I took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it slowly, but my eyes inadvertently swept towards Mu Qingxue's prominent figure, revealing a teasing smile. No hurry, no hurry. You and I will be husband and wife in the future, and we will live together sooner or later. We will spend our days in Yaoqi Holy Land together. I know that Mu Qingxue in front of me is the marriage partner arranged by my grandfather since childhood, the daughter of the Mu family, pregnant with a pure holy body. However, when Mu Qingxue saw me for the first time, a hint of contempt involuntarily flashed in her eyes. It's only because I left the Qin family, cut off all ties with the family, and lost the supreme bone that I became so unbearable. If it were my predecessor, I would probably be depressed and fall into endless self-pity because my fiancé despised me. But now, I am no longer that bully in my former self. I am no longer the weak and incompetent person I once was. Now I'm the villain. It doesn't matter whether Mu Qingxue likes me or not. What does it have to do with me? When I first saw Mu Qingxue, my eyes were immediately attracted by the heavy curve of her chest. Only one thought came to my mind: I want it. Mu Qingxue frowned slightly, obviously feeling the greed in my eyes. At that moment, she felt more and more disgusted. I heard her cold voice. You are no longer a member of the Qin family, and our engagement should also end. The reason I rescued you is only because of the affection of our past engagement. Please respect yourself. I am nearly 20 years old and possess the supreme bone, but my cultivation level is still only at the blood-moving realm, making me a laughingstock among the supreme bones. Moreover, I was a bad person in the clan, bullying maids and abusing slaves, and my character was extremely bad. Even when Supreme Bone was still there, Mu Qingxue had already opposed this marriage, believing that there was no emotional basis between us. But now, the Supreme Bone has been lost, and he has become a disabled person. How could Mu Qingxue be willing to continue to fulfill the engagement? I couldn't help but make a surprised expression, my eyes full of disbelief. No way. I've always heard that the Mu family has a pure and honest family tradition, and they will repay even a drop of kindness with a spring. It is rumored that an ancestor of the Mu family once received a meal from a benefactor, and eventually he became very successful, and even trained that benefactor to the realm of quasi-saints. The Mu family has been passed down for thousands of years, and they still benefit from him. Your father also received help from my grandfather in a critical moment, which led to this engagement. Now that I have lost my power, the Qin family has expelled me, and I have lost the supreme bone. Are you so determined to abandon this engagement and leave me behind? I stared at Mu Qingxue's clear eyes, my tone extremely heavy. I walked to the armrest of the immortal boat, covered my wound, and whispered, if this is the decision of the Mu family, then the engagement is invalid. I don't need any charity from you, Mu Qingxue. Life and death are determined by fate. I sneered in my heart. Back then in the Qin palace, my predecessor was bullying others, which led to an irreversible situation. Now I'm no longer that cowardly bully, and the role of the villain will never let me suffer a setback again. Mu Qingxue is the fiancée chosen by my grandfather. She may not be willing, but she cannot break the contract. Since this fiancée is so ruthless, I will cleverly use her weakness to let her know what it means to abuse your husband for a while, but chasing him will end in a funeral home. Mu Qingxue looked at me as if I was about to jump off the immortal boat, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. This place is 10,000 feet above the ground. If I jump down, I will definitely be smashed to pieces. If this matter were to get out, her reputation would be completely ruined, and she would become the laughingstock of the Mu territory, and the Mu family would also become the laughingstock of the Ziyang Empire. She was silent for a moment, and finally exhaled slowly. You have lost the supreme bone, and it will be difficult for you to even get involved in the yin-yang mirror in the future. I have an immaculate saint body, and if I practice hard, I will soon become a saint. I can live for 1,000 years, and you can live for 100 at most. Forcing it will only increase your sadness. She tried to appeal to my feelings and explain the pros and cons, but I ignored her and just said calmly, "My grandfather saved your father." A trace of helplessness flashed across Mu Qingshua's eyes. There are so many beautiful women in Mu territory. I can definitely introduce you to a stunning person who is at the same level as you. In the future, I will ensure that you live a stable life and are not bullied. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, waiting for my answer. How? In her opinion, I was unwilling to give up the engagement just for her beauty, but she never realized that what she valued was just a fragile shell. I sighed, slowly let go of the armrest of the ferry boat, looked at Mu Qingshu. A helpless smile flashed in my eyes. After all, you think I am not worthy of you. Indeed, you are the darling of the Mu family, with a pure holy body, while I am just a waste abandoned by the Qin family. I lowered my head, looking lonely. Mu Qingshu wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She didn't want to see him fall into such a depravity, and she couldn't hide a little regret in her heart. Yet, this was exactly what she had hoped for, an abandoned outcast who finally knew her place. I looked at her and sneered. In that case, there is nothing between us, and we will not see each other again in the future. Before I finished speaking, I suddenly jumped up and fell straight to the ground. The wind whistled in my ears, and my body fell rapidly. I counted silently in my heart, 3, 2. Before I finished counting, a gentle force lifted me up and brought me back to the ferry boat. Mu Qingshue's face was filled with anger, and she angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you know how far this place is from the ground with your current physique? If you fall down, you will be smashed to pieces. Are you looking for death?" I laughed secretly in my heart. Mu Qingxue was only doing it to preserve her own reputation. She didn't really care about my safety. Since she has a weakness, I will go with the flow and make her feel regretful. "I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" Mu Qingxue said angrily, her chest heaving, seeming even more annoyed. I smiled slightly and shook my head. "If you think there is no meaning in my life, you can abandon me at any time." She looked at me. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say much in the end. There was a sneer on my lips, but I had already decided in my heart that I would never have anything to do with this woman again. Mu Qingxue opened her mouth, but was speechless. She could only keep silent and never mention the matter of ruining the marriage again. The ferry boat broke through the clouds and passed through the mist, and gradually the towering peaks in front came into view. We have arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land. Mu Qingxue was anxious. She was eager to get the healing elixir as soon as possible to treat the backlash caused by the loss of the Supreme Bone. After her injuries healed, she would find a way to cancel the engagement. She is devoted to cultivation and must focus without worries. Otherwise, it will only make her path to sainthood more difficult. Moreover, she always felt somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that nothing could go as she wished when she was with me. It was like she had become my puppet at my mercy. "That's Qingxue Pavilion. You should rest here first and don't walk around." Mu Qingxue pointed to an antique attic in the distance, frowned slightly, and spoke in a serious tone. She put me down on the ferry boat, turned around, and rushed towards those towering mountains. The breath of the holy land of Yaoqi filled my face. The lucky girl, Mu Qingxue, has mood swings, rewarding the host with plus 5,000 villain value. Reward? Don't miss this big, white sheep. Looking at Mu Qingxue's hurried back, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, and a hint of cunning appeared in my heart. You want to cancel the engagement, but you are hesitant. A kind person is easily bullied, and a kind horse is easily ridden. You are worried about angering the Qin family, and you are also concerned about the reputation of the Mu family. You dare not make a decision, and you are afraid of being manipulated. It's really ridiculous. The girl of luck is still just a woman after all. When it comes to relationships between men and women, I do have some experience. In my previous life, I had been around women for a long time, and I understood women's minds and was able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, although Mu Qingxue was beautiful, she was not obsessed with looks, and her handsome appearance did not score too many points in her heart. However, with the advantage of knowing Mu Qingxue's weakness, I will be able to stabilize the situation and take the opportunity to plunder the villain value. For me, completely defeating Mu Qingxue is just a matter of time. That should be the Yaoqi Holy Land, which is of great importance in the entire Ziyang Empire. Even the Qin family seems inferior in front of this holy land that welcomes many geniuses. I tried my best to open my eyes, but I still couldn't see the edge of the Yaoqi Holy Land. It was vast and boundless. The mountains that were like giant pillars supporting the sky were even more majestic. One of the peaks is thousands of feet high, like a giant sword pointing straight to the sky. The clouds are cut into strands between its sharp ridges, like silver threads. Wanjin Peak is also the main peak where Mu Qingxue is located. It is rumored that the peak master is a top-level saint king. If we can establish a good relationship with this peak master, Qin will have an extra trump card. However, I can only think about all this in my mind. Right now, I cannot even step into the threshold of the Yaoqi Holy Land and can only temporarily stay in the disciples' living area. If he wants to establish a deeper relationship with the Yaoqi Holy Land, he will probably have to rely on his fiancée, Mu Qingxue, and gradually develop the layout. I looked at Qingxue Pavilion not far away and walked towards that area with light steps, but my eyes unconsciously swept over the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land who were passing by. They have an unconcealable noble temperament, but neither their looks nor their figures can compare to Mu Qingxue. Instead of wasting time on these female disciples, it would be better to think about how to gain villain value from Mu Qingxue. At the same time, in a restaurant not far from me, a handsome man in a white robe, holding a wine glass in his hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at me with resentment in his eyes. He and Mu Qingxue were both from the Mu region and had known each other since they were humble. He had long admired this gifted girl. Later, they participated in the Holy Land selection together and became fellow disciples. In his heart, he even thought that Mu Qingxue was his perfect match. Although Fairy Qingxue's reputation spread throughout the Yaoqi Holy Land, and she had countless suitors, he never took these people seriously, and there was only Mu Qingxue in his heart. However, when he saw me getting off Mu Qingxue's ferry boat and walking towards Qingxue Pavilion, his heart was filled with anger and jealousy. Fairy Qingxue is mine. No one can take her away from me. Yifeng snorted coldly, turned into a residual image, and instantly appeared in front of me, blocking my way forward. I looked up at this handsome young man, and a feeling of displeasure arose in my heart. A new son of luck has been detected. Yifeng, the son of luck of the revenge dream, is at the peak of the return to one realm, possesses the wind and thunder sacred body, and has received favors from the Mu family. Warning, this guy is extremely hypocritical and murderous. He will do anything to achieve his goal. He has a clear killing intention towards the host. Please treat him with caution. No wonder he looks unhappy. It turns out he is the son of luck. I was delighted. I didn't expect that I would meet such a person who is worth fleecing as soon as I arrived at the holy land of Yaoqi. With such a powerful background and ruthless means, I don't care at all. Aren't all the sons of luck like this? And as a son of luck who is a revenge-oriented person, he must have been eager to practice revenge. Why would he waste time fighting with me here? Qingxue Pavilion is ahead. Stop. Yifeng blocked my way, his eyes cold. Qingxue Pavilion has never been open to men. If you take another half step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless. I pointed at my nose and sneered. Do you know who I am? Yifeng responded indifferently. I know you are Qingxue's nominal fiancé, but without my permission, you can never enter Qingxue Pavilion. If it was before, he would have taken action long ago. But now, because of the rules of Yaoqi Holy Land, he suppressed his anger and attacked in his words. Bang! Before he finished speaking, I slapped him. You knew it, but you still dared to block the way? Yifeng was stunned. He didn't expect that I would dare to act like this in public. He was burning with rage, and a powerful wind and thunder holy body emerged from his body. Thunder and lightning roared around him, and he was very aggressive. But before he could make a move, I took the initiative and shouted angrily. You know I'm Mu Qingxue's fiancé, and you dare to stop me from entering Qingxue Pavilion? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about letting this go. The son of luck, the revenge seeker, how dare you covet my fiancé? If you don't teach me a lesson, you are simply treating me like I don't exist. My noise attracted more and more attention from the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land. Isn't this Yifeng, the inner sect disciple of Thunder Prison Peak? I saw him in the past with a very handsome appearance. But why is he causing trouble for Fairy Qingxue's fiancé today? How can I not understand this? It's just because I like Fairy Qingxue? and don't want to see her fiancé succeed first. The disciples' discussions made Yi Feng feel cold on his back. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and growled through gritted teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? I am protecting the reputation of Fairy Qin Xuan. Fairy Qin Xuan has a cold personality. Men are not allowed to enter Qin Xuan Pavilion. Even if you want to go in, you must get Fairy Qin Xuan's consent. It's really inappropriate for you to be alone with a man like this. I saw more and more people gathered around. So I turned around slowly and asked with a hint of ridicule, "Didn't you just say that I need your permission before I can come in? And how do you know that I don't have Mu Qin Xuan's consent? According to what you said, I seem to have become the lover who was caught in bed by his legitimate fiancée. You said that Qin Xuan Pavilion is never open to the public, but there are so many people standing here. Let me ask you, have you, Yi Feng, ever been inside Qin Xuan Pavilion?" I sneered in my heart. Yi Feng's excuse seemed so pale. Although Mu Qin Xuan had a cold personality, she was not completely unsociable with her fellow disciples. It is common to drink tea and exchange cultivation experiences with fellow disciples in the pavilion outside Qin Xuan Pavilion. Yi Feng immediately argued loudly and righteously. "I just got the permission of Fairy Qin Xuan to go into Qin Xuan Pavilion to drink a cup of tea. I am upright, and anyone can observe me." Mu Qin Xuan never showed her emotions, nor did she seek a Taoist companion. When he was with Mu Qin Xuan, he always kept a certain distance, only talked about cultivation matters, and never crossed the line. "Pa!" Without waiting for him to continue quibbling, I slapped him in the face. The sound was so crisp that it made his head buzz. "How dare you be so stubborn? My fiancée is a faithful wife. You are a young man full of lust. Why are you alone in the same pavilion with my fiancée?" I mercilessly put a big hat on him. "So you took advantage of my absence to seduce my fiancée again and again. No wonder Mu Qin Xuan mentioned your name repeatedly when she came here. It seems that you two have had feelings for each other for a long time." On the way, Mu Qin Xuan hardly spoke to Yi Feng, and it was impossible for her to mention his name. I said this deliberately, just to aggravate Yi Feng's delusion, make him more unwilling and impulsive, and then do irrational behavior. Yi Feng's face was slapped by me, and it hurt, but his heart was sweet. He finally confirmed that Mu Qin Xuan also had some feelings for him, which made him even more intolerant of her being with me. His determination became even stronger, and he vowed to break off the engagement. No matter what the cost, Yi Feng, would get Mu Qin Xuan. While Yi Feng was still intoxicated, I quickly stepped forward and slapped him on his already swollen cheek again, sneering, "Remember your identity. You and Mu Qin Xuan are just from the same school, and I am her fiancé, her future husband." I walked towards Qin Xuan Pavilion, and my words floated into Yi Feng's ears. "If you're sensible and treat me with respect, I don't mind letting Qin Xuan's children call you uncle in the future." Boom! This sentence was like thunder, blasting in Yi Feng's chest. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at my back. Thinking that one day, Mu Qin Xuan might be my wife, he could no longer suppress his anger. I don't believe in this. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words are outdated. Qin Xuan has the right to choose her husband. Yi Feng roared. Thunder exploded around him. The power of the wind and thunder holy body surged, and he looked like a powder keg that could explode at any time. I said, "You're not allowed to enter Qin Xuan Pavilion without the permission of Fairy Qin Xuan. Today, I will let you know the consequences of not listening to advice." Yi Feng attacked without hesitation, furious. He wanted to take revenge on me, revenge for the 3 slaps I gave him before. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and rushed in front of me, punching out fiercely with a roar of wind and a blast of thunder. The power of this punch is enough to crush the 3rd level of the supernatural power realm. I turned around with a gentle smile on my face, looked at his incoming fist without panic, and knocked it away lightly. At that moment, the strong wind and thunder power carried by the wind and thunder holy body suddenly disappeared the moment it touched me. Yi Feng's wind and thunder saint body lost its power, and its strength was greatly reduced instantly. The gap in realm was completely exposed. "Pa!" I mercilessly slapped his fist away, swung my left hand, and gave him another loud slap. "I give you face." Yi Feng's eyes widened with horror. He didn't expect that the wind and thunder holy body that he had always been proud of was so weak. "Impossible. How is this possible? You have humiliated me time and time again. Today, I will never forgive you." Yi Feng roared madly. The power of thunder exploded violently around him, and lightning snakes rushed around. My figure flashed, and I appeared in front of Yi Feng in an instant. I grabbed his long hair, and the lightning snakes exploded in all directions. Then, I suddenly took off my boots, pressed Yi Feng's head under my feet, and slapped him in the face. I'll make it impossible for you. I won't let me go. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at my fiancé? If I don't give you a beating, do you really think you're such a great person? Bang! I punched him hard into the crowd and warned him coldly. If I ever hear that you and my fiancé have anything to do with each other again, I will kill you. Under the horrified gazes of the Holy Land disciples, I turned and walked towards Qin Xuan Pavilion, my heart filled with anticipation. Yi Feng's farce was destined to make his life a living hell. Chapter 8: Mu Qingxue's Little Secret. The luck value of the lucky child Yi Feng decreases by 5000, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 5000. The son of luck, Yi Feng, and the host are irreconcilable, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 10,000. Not bad, not bad. The 15,000 villain points I got is the largest income one have ever received. It is worth it that I specially set up a stage for him to act. Qin Xuan was very satisfied with the large amount of villain value he received. In the Qin family, due to the cowardly character of his predecessor, a good situation was turned into a dead end. He had to cut off his own flesh and blood to save his own life. But now they have left Qin territory. He is a big villain. How could he be bullied by the son of destiny? Why would a little Yi Feng, who is at the peak of the Gi realm, be so arrogant in front of him? He also has a father who is at the Saint King level. If not, then he deserves to be beaten. It's a pity that my grandfather has entered the holy forbidden land. I don't think he will be able to come back for a while. Otherwise, with a saint-level grandfather as a background, I wouldn't need to rely on Mu Qingxue's influence even in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xuan sighed softly. Even though he has taken action to knock Yi Feng down now, this son of luck is an indestructible cockroach, and he must have a backup plan. He must rely on Mu Qingxue's power to be able to turn danger into safety. There is no way. Who made him cut off ties with the Qin family and have no backing? Walking on the quiet and fragrant path, Qin Xuan looked at the medicinal gardens on both sides, planted with rare treasures, and wondered in his mind how he could capture Mu Qingxue as soon as possible. Not only did he not get closer to Mu Qingxue, but he also made enemies with Yi Feng, the son of luck. It might be a bit difficult for him to gain a foothold in this sacred land of Yaoqi. A little secret hidden by the lucky girl Mu Qingxue in Qingxue Pavilion has been detected. It concerns Mu Qingxue's life and death. You need to consume all villain points to obtain it. Do you want to obtain it? Is there such a good thing? It's really like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Get it? Qin Xuan agreed without even thinking about it. In the backyard of Qingxue Pavilion, there is an underground dark room with the immaculate holy body barrier. The host has a primordial chaos body, which is invulnerable to all attacks and can enter and exit freely. Hidden there is the great magician who once saved Mu Qingxue. I see. To repay a favor, to hide the demonic power that saved her life, and to ignore the shackles of the secular world. This is very consistent with Mu Qingxue's character. Qin Xuan had a smile on his face. He knows Mu Qingxue's weakness, and now he has obtained a secret that can threaten Mu Qingxue's life and property. If this still doesn't work to defeat Mu Qingxue, then he might as well just kill himself with a brick. Sir, this is Fairy Qingxue's residence. No one else has ever set foot here. Please stop and don't embarrass me. In Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue's residence, a maid holding a sword stood in front of Qin Xuan with a look of fear on her face. Qin Xuan raised his hand, shooed the maid away, rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, "Even your master is mine, so can't I enter her residence whenever I want?" He walked into Mu Qingxue's boudoir as if he were in an empty place. He could smell a faint fragrance in the air, which was indescribably refreshing. Sitting on a rosewood chair, Qin Xuan poured himself a cup of tea, crossed his legs, and waited for Mu Qingxue to return with interest. An hour later, Mu Qingxue, who had obtained the elixir, left Wanjian Peak. After hearing what happened in front of Qingxue Pavilion, his delicate face was filled with anger and his pace quickened. Seeing Xiaolan standing in front of her boudoir with her head down and not daring to look at her, Mu Qingxue's expression turned freezing cold. She took lotus steps, stepped over the threshold, and the first thing she saw was Qin Xuan sipping tea from her cup. In her rage, Her breasts became more and more evil and exaggerated, as if they were about to burst out. Who allowed you to come in? Mu Qingxue pointed at the tea in Qin Xian's hand. Thinking of the cup she used, and Qin Xian touching it, she felt disgusted and said in an extremely angry voice, "Put down the cup." Qin Xian played with the teacup in one hand, with a smile on his lips and a coquettish look in his eyes, staring at Mu Qingxue playfully. "Don't forget, you're my fiancé. Even you are mine. Why are you making such a fuss about using a cup from you?" Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xian's posture at this moment and knew clearly that they were on the immortal boat. She was fooled by Qin Xian. Even more annoyed. "I will personally go to the Qin family to finalize our engagement soon." Mu Qingxue took out a holy jade refining pill and threw it at Qin Xian. "This is my compensation to you. The engagement is over. All the losses of the Qin family will be borne by me, Mu Qingxue. Now, get out of here right now. Get out of Yao Qi Holy Land. I don't want to see you again." Qin Xian chuckled maliciously and said, "Why did you suddenly become so irritable? Did you hear that I beat up your mistress in Yao Qi Holy Land?" After a pause, he continued, "I have to say that you, Mu Qingxue, are really a snob. What a bullshit fairy Qingxue. When you mistakenly thought that the person you were engaged to was Qin Hao, you didn't even mention the word breaking off the engagement. After learning the truth, you couldn't wait to rush back to Qin territory from Yao Qi Holy Land to break off the engagement. To be honest, I'm a little confused. In your heart, do you like Yifeng more or Qin Hao more, or are you treating both equally?" No matter how good-tempered Mu Qingxue was, murderous intent rose in her heart when she heard such slander. Filthy words. I must have been blind to believe that you suffered the backlash of losing the supreme bone and nearly died. Is she, Mu Qingxue, the kind of reckless person that Qin Xian described? She and Qin Hao had only met each other a few times, and because of her young age, she did not dare to resist her family's arrangements. Even if her engagement partner is still Qin Hao, she will discuss with the Qin family to cancel the engagement, but her attitude will be more tactful. With Yifeng, there is no possibility at all. Yifeng is the genius that she has her eyes on. He possesses the holy body of wind and thunder and is a rough gem that her Mu family has invested in. Introducing him to the holy land of Yao Qi is just to create a good relationship for the future. From the beginning to the end, she never considered developing any romantic relationship with Yifeng. She could prove it effortlessly, enough to clear her name. Looking at Qin Xian in front of him, the disgust in his heart was like rolling waves, hitting the sky, constantly surging out. Maybe she will get married in the future, but that person definitely couldn't be Qin Xian. There was no need for her to explain it to Qin Xian. "Get out! Get out!" Mu Qingxue pointed at the door with an angry look on her face. "Leave Qingxue Pavilion immediately. I don't want to see you again." "Okay, can I just go?" Qin Xian accepted the holy medicine with peace of mind. When passing by Mu Qingxue, he stared at her well-groomed buttocks, feasting his eyes. Then he left Qingxue Pavilion leisurely. "You scoundrel!" Mu Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to gouge out Qin Xian's eyes. She used a little magic to clean the seats and teacups that Qin Xian had touched many times. Still feeling disgusted, he threw them out the door in disgust and ordered Xiaolan, "Throw away all the things that were touched by that guy." Xiaolan suddenly rushed to the door, pointed at the backyard, and reminded, "Miss, Qin Xian is back again," and went to the backyard. Mu Qingxue's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes trembled, and her murderous intent was revealed. He is looking for death. Chapter 9, The Great Devil Lungli. For the sake of a lucky child, you even want to drive away your legitimate future husband. Mu Qingxue, you have narrowed your path. From being the legal wife, you have now fallen to being a bed-warming maid. Qin Xian left Qingxue Pavilion and came back to the courtyard behind the attic. If one's attitude suddenly becomes tough, he is either stupid or confident. He was not the former and was obviously well prepared. Qin Xian came to the backyard and followed the system's instructions to the storage room where sundries were stored. He moved away the heavy locker, and in front of him was a dirt gray wall that was used as an illusion. The barrier created by the Immaculate Saint body can exclude all defined filthy things. Once an outsider breaks in, it will immediately alert Mu Qingxue. Unfortunately, he encountered my chaos primordial body that is invulnerable to all forms of attack. Qin Xian stretched out his hand and passed through the wall. The moment he touched it, the illusion disappeared, and a portal leading to the underground appeared before his eyes. going down the green steps. The closer you get, the stronger the oppressive atmosphere in the air becomes. It makes it difficult to breathe. It wasn't that Mu Qingxue cast some restriction to suppress cultivation here. It was simply caused by the overflow of the aura of the powerful demon hiding here. After walking a few dozen steps, the view suddenly became clear. In a spacious basement surrounded by a barrier, there's a bed of ice that has never melted. On this ice bed lay a woman in a black robe, with 71 holy burial nails nailed all over her from her face to her legs. On the plump chest, a holy sword pierced through the chest cavity. While suppressing the woman, the sword had cracked and broken, as if the slightest touch could turn it into ashes. He was nailed like a hornet's nest by the holy burial nail, and even his heart was shattered by this holy weapon. But he is still alive. His vitality is really strong. Looking at the faint rise and fall of the woman's chest, Qin Xuan stepped forward and took off the black robe that covered her face. A stunningly beautiful, flawless face appeared before his eyes. Cultured people, with a hanging nose, cherry lips, and rosy cheeks, she looked so charming with a smile that all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Qin Xuan was different. When he saw Lung Li, he had only one thought: fuck, she's so beautiful. Want her. Da-da-da. At the entrance, hurried footsteps were heard, and Mu Qingxue, wearing a green long skirt, came in alone. Even her personal maid Xiaolan didn't know about the basement here. She didn't know how Qin Xuan found this place. Trying her best to suppress her inner anger, Mu Qingxue shouted at Qin Xuan, "I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? You still dare to come to Qingxue Pavilion? Do you think I don't dare to attack you?" Qin Xuan pointed at the woman lying on the bed, smiled, and asked, "Are you sure you want me to leave?" This woman slaughtered several saints in Yaoqi Holy Land by herself. Even the masters of Thunder Prison Peak and 10,000 Swords Peak were seriously injured by her. It took the gathering of the top saint from the entire Yaoqi Holy Land to severely injure him and seal his soul inside his body. If outsiders knew that the demonic power that caused chaos in Yaoqi Holy Land was hidden right under your nose, Mu Qingxue, I wonder if you, a true disciple of Wanjian Peak, can save this woman's life? Or do you think that the Mu family behind you can endorse you and make peace with the Yaoqi Holy Land? Boom! Mu Qingxue's pupils shocked. She never thought that Qin Xuan actually knew the identity of this woman. Didn't he just come to the Holy Land of Yaoqi from the Qin family? Why do you know so much about what happened in the Holy Land of Yaoqi? Qin Xuan pushed Lung Li's body into the ice bed, sat on it, crossed his legs, looked at Mu Qingxue, who was shocked, and said teasingly, "I have to say that your style of doing things is indeed unconventional, and you don't care about the shackles of the world. Even though you knew that Lung Li was the big devil your master mentioned, and considering that she once saved your life, you dared to risk the disapproval of the Holy Land and hide her. However, if this matter were known to the outside world, how would Yaoqi Holy Land view you? Would they still let you continue to be the high and mighty fairy Qingxue?" Mu Qingxue's angry expression was gradually replaced by murderous intent. "You know too much." She took out the 3-foot-long sword, and the sword light surged like waves hitting the sky. The first move he made was a killing move, stabbing Qin Xuan's chest with the sword. Clang! Qin Xuan pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers and pulled it in front of him. When Mu Qingxue came in front of him, he punched hard at the evil that had been wanting to attack Mu Qingxue's chest. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Mu Qingxue suffered a serious blow to the chest and rushed out. Qin Xuan shook his palms, nodded, and commented with a sly look in his eyes, "Your figure is really exaggerated. Except for sharp weapons, other blunt attacks can be protected by armor. It's a real breastplate." "Shameless," Qin Xuan said with a straight face. "Watch your attitude. I have the evidence that could get you killed." Mu Qingxue pointed the tip of her sword at the ground, her face full of anger, her chest heaving. She shouted angrily, "Qin Xuan, you deserve to be kicked out of the Qin family. You have bullied maids, beaten and abused servants, and you have committed many evil deeds. Even if I die with you today, I will not let you off easily." She didn't expect that she, who was at the 2nd level of the supernatural power realm, was no match for Qin Xuan. He was nearly injured internally by his punch. Even so, Mu Qingxue remained unafraid and would definitely not be threatened by Qin Xuan. Even if she is no match for Qin Xuan and might be killed by him, She will never allow herself to be manipulated by this despicable and shameless man. You big-breasted, brainless thing. Do you think you can kill me by risking your life? Qin Xuan rolled his eyes in disgust. Sure enough, these sons and daughters of luck are all the same. He is hot-blooded, stubborn, and extremely stupid. Issues are never considered based on actual conditions. It all depends on good luck to turn danger into safety. However, it was precisely this kind of hot-bloodedness and brainlessness that gave him the opportunity to take advantage. Qin Xuan pointed at Leng Li, striking Mu Qingshue's heart. You did everything you could to hide her here. If you die, can she still live? Mu Qingxue, facing your lifesaver, can't you even tolerate the slightest grievance? Think about it from another angle. Even if you risk your life and I kill you afterwards, do you think I will die? I don't think so. After I kill you, the traitor of Yaoqi Holy Land, I will take the remains of this big devil as a gift. I think both Thunder Prison Peak and 10,000 Swords Peak should give me a satisfactory return. Who knows? After you die, there will be no evidence. I can take this opportunity to throw dirty water on you and push the fact that you colluded with the big devil onto the Mu family. It is very likely that the Mu family will become enemies with the Yaoqi Holy Land and will be destroyed. It's terrifying when you think about it. Mu Qingxue, who was filled with murderous intent, thought that after her death, Leng Li would be sent to the sacred land of Yaoqi as a token of her allegiance. And even her own family might be slandered by Qin Xuan for colluding with the evil ways. It's like having a basin of cold water poured over you from head to heels. An indescribable chill swept through her body, making her even more panic-stricken and uneasy. She looked at Qin Xuan and shouted in a trembling voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Hiding Leng Li was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with the Mu family." Qin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. "You're already dead. There's no evidence. Who can prove it to the Mu family?" Mu Qingxue clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find any solution. She helplessly put away her 3-foot-long sword, lowered her delicate face with a lonely look, and said indignantly, "What do you want in order to let the Mu family go?" From the beginning to the end, she didn't consider her own gains and losses. As long as she could kill Qin Xuan, she would be willing to die. But she wasn't sure. If she fails to kill Qin Xuan, not only will she die, but Leng Li will also be implicated. Even a shepherd family that gave birth to her would be swept into a catastrophe because of her. She didn't dare to gamble. The cost was too high. Right, this is the attitude you should have. Seeing Mu Qingxue admit defeat, Qin Xuan smiled as warmly as spring breeze. As he opened his mouth, a system reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the option. Chapter 10. Children only answer multiple-choice questions. Is there such a good thing? Qin Xuan was delighted. The contest between him and Mu Qingxue has been decided, and it is time for him to reap the fruits of victory. It actually triggered the system option. What a pleasant surprise. Brother Tongzi, what are the options? Option 1. With the same heart as his fiancée Mu Qingxue, choose to help Mu Qingxue and conceal Leng Li's identity as a demon. The reward is Ancient Prison Sutra. Option 2. GGG, Fairy Mu, you don't want outsiders to know that you have hidden your magic power, right? Threaten the fairy to fall into the mortal world, and reward 9 transformations of the Holy Soul. Option 3. To strengthen the husband's authority, go get her. Reward the sacred artifact, the Ancient Prison Tower. Note, multiple selections are allowed. Hiss. Qin Xuan looked at the 3 options in front of him and took a breath. The Ancient Prison Suppression Sutra is a legendary top-level martial art. Not only is it extremely powerful and lethal, it can also be used to completely control top-level sacred artifacts such as the Ancient Prison Suppression Tower, as if it were one's own arm. The rewards for options 1 and 3 complement each other and are indispensable. If he obtains them at the same time, holding the Ancient Prison Tower, he can easily kill any enemy that enters the tower, even if it is a saint-level being. He could also rely on these 2 rewards to suppress it effortlessly. The 9 transformations of the Holy Soul is a top-level soul cultivation technique. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as one has practiced this technique to a high level, even if the physical body is blown up and only fragments of the soul remain, as long as a little bit of consciousness remains, one can transform into a soul cultivator. It is equivalent to living a new life with one more life. Can I choose more? They're all good stuff. I want them all. Qin Xuan exhaled deeply and made up his mind. He stood up from the 10,000-year-old ice bed and walked in front of Mu Qingxue under her frightened gaze. What do you want to do? I can agree to your request, but the premise is that it must not violate my principles and must not touch my bottom line. Mu Qingxue looked at Lung Li's motionless body and thought of the Mu family's relatives who were proud of her. She didn't dare to resist and was forced into a corner by Qin Xuan. He used a 3-foot-long green sword to block Qin Xuan's way. At a time like this, don't use knives or guns. It'll ruin the fun. Qin Xuan held the tip of the sword and pushed it aside. He leaned close to Mu Qingxue's ear and blew a breath of hot air at her white and crystal earlobe. Fairy Mu, you don't want outsiders to know that you are hiding the great demon who is the mortal enemy of Yaoqi Holy Land, right? Mu Qingxue's body trembled slightly, and the nausea in her heart was like a wave, constantly rolling. She gritted her teeth and said unhappily, "Of course I don't want to." Qin Xuan reached out his hand and gently stroked Mu Qingxue's delicate face. He could feel her body trembling and said softly, "You and I are the future husband and wife. I can hide this for you, but what? Tell me what you want." Qin Xuan sneered, "But you are so popular in Yaoqi Holy Land, and you have so many admirers. I feel insecure. I have to get you first before I can stick together with you." "Impossible." Mu Qingxue rejected it outright, with a look of resistance on her face. This is no longer a violation of her principles, but rather it touches her bottom line. Something like that will never happen. Bang! Qin Xuan raised his hand and slapped Mu Qingxue in the face. His expression suddenly turned cold. "I gave you face. Do you still have the right to refuse now? Either you commit suicide on the spot, and I take Lung Li as a token of my loyalty and throw a basin of dirty water on your Mu family, or you just obey me." Being polite is nothing more than coveting the reward of the option. Only children make choices, but as an adult, he wants them all. Now it comes to the last option. Qin Xuan no longer needs to be gentle to Mu Qingxue. He can just push her forward and be done with it. Change it. I can agree to any other request you make, but I absolutely cannot agree to this one. Mu Qingxue had a complicated expression. Anger, disgust, fear, and many other expressions were clearly revealed on that delicate little face that was the size of a palm. She nervously defended herself. "It's not that I don't want to, but I simply can't do it. My immaculate body rejects all filth. Even if you can kill me, you will never be able to get my body. You won't know until you try." Qin Xuan had an evil smile on his face, and step by step, he forced Mu Qingxue into a dead end again. 5 luo light smoke palms. Qin Xuan slapped Mu Qingxue with one palm, and the strange palm power swept through Mu Qingxue's body with overwhelming force. The silk gown, silk shirt, silk jacket, silk skirt, and silk socks, all 5 pieces of silk turned into green smoke in an instant. "Qin Xuan, you are a devil. You are extremely evil. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Mu Qingxue crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief as he smiled evilly in front of her. She had already guessed Qin Xuan's evil as much as possible, but she never expected that she still underestimated Qin Xuan's meanness. In front of Qin Xuan, even Lung Li's actions were just small fights. The person in front of me is the real big devil. I'm just a person with a strong curiosity. You said I can't touch you. Then prove it to me. If you really can't touch me, then that's fine. But if you lie to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. That he is evil? The truly evil one is Mu Qingxue herself, with such a large area of white skin that even her hands can't cover it. Evil to the point of exaggeration. As you wish, prove it to me. In front of Mu Qingxue, Qin Xuan stretched out his hand, placed it on her chest, and pinched it. Twice. 3 times. Not to mention the rejection of the immaculate holy body. Mu Qingxue herself felt that her icy body was gradually warming up because of Qin Xuan's palm. How could this happen? Mu Qingxue was horrified and her whole body trembled. The immaculate holy body was actively stimulated by her. As long as she considers it to be filthy, no matter whether it is true or not, she will blow it away. However, the aura of the immaculate holy body disappeared without a trace the moment it touched Qin Xuan. Not even a strand of his hair was blown away. "Oh, it has come to this point, and you are still quibbling." Qin Xuan turned around and extinguished the candle in the basement with his palm. Along with a wisp of green smoke, An unbearable roar of pain sounded in the basement. Qin Xuan, you will not die well. I'm going to kill you. I, Mu Qingxue, will not be a human being if I don't kill you. Suddenly, Mu Qingshue's cry of pain rose a few pitches, her head tilted back, and she looked dazed. Chapter 11. The Return of the Protective Demon. Host captures the lucky girl Mu Qingxue, rewarded with villain value plus 300,000. Consume all villain points to exchange for the Saint King realm background. Do you want to exchange? Is this even worth considering? Exchange. That is the Saint King realm. Even Qin Junbei, who is not a father, is at this realm. Such powerful people can move freely throughout the Ziyang Empire. He is a top-notch strongman. Even if you come to the sacred land of Yaoqi, you are definitely a guest of honor. The kind that can rival the masters of all the major peaks. Boom! Suddenly, below Qin Xuan, the Yuan force became powerful. Mu Qingxue, naked, stood straight, her long black hair like a waterfall. Her figure was curvy, graceful, and eye-catching. He raised his hand, and his clothes returned to their place, holding the 3-foot-long sword in his palm. Her face was red as blood. She gnashed her teeth in shame and embarrassment, and looked at Qin Xuan with murderous intent, stabbing with his sword. Qin Xuan, you die. 5 luo light smoke palms. Qin Xuan slammed out with his palm again, and the 5 luos all turned into green smoke, and then he approached with ease. How can you be so strong? Let me go, you devil. Don't touch me again. Mu Qingshue's screams of fear were blocked by the immaculate holy body barrier she had set up in advance, and could not be heard at all. Qin Xuan turned a deaf ear and focused on exploiting Mu Qingxue, trying to see if he could squeeze more villain value out of her. The 10,000 mountains are a holy, forbidden place. An axe light shot up into the sky, so bright and dazzling that even the sun was dimmed. A strong old man with white hair chopped the restriction with an axe and walked out with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was shirtless, with muscles and tendons like a dragon, and his flesh and blood were branded with countless holy-level magic arrays. This is a true saint who specializes in the body and sanctifies the body. In the holy forbidden land, he successfully advanced to the holy king realm. The Qin palace has 2 holy kings in one family. A dream come true. Is there still hope? Qining turned around and looked at the dragon tail in his hand with a faint and turbulent breath. With a strong whip, he dragged a holy dragon that was 10,000 feet long out of the forbidden area. Boom, boom, boom. He dragged the dragon and kept smashing it against the surrounding rolling mountains. The dragon was devastated. Its scales exploded, and the blood of the holy realm was continuously spilled. Nearly 100 giant peaks were all destroyed by Qin Ying's casual action. Congeal! Qining raised his hand and clenched it. In his hand, the 10,000-foot-long dragon continued to explode with flesh and blood, condensing into a red dragon pill with vast blood and energy. Looking at the Jiaolong pill in his hand that was full of energy and blood, Qin Ying's turbid eyes flashed with brilliance. I have finally made the holy Jiaolong pill. Ziyang Xuanzi has a chance to be promoted to a saint. With the supreme bone in his body, he has a chance to become an emperor in the future. He looked towards the direction of Qin territory and took a step forward. Each step covered a distance of 10,000 feet and shortened the distance to an inch. Qining was eager to go home. He hadn't seen Ziyang Xuanzi for several months and missed him terribly. Although that is his grandson, but for the past 10 years, Xiao Xuanzi has always been by his side to cure him of the backlash of the supreme bone. When he took Xiao Xuanzi away from the Prince of Qin's palace, he was just so tiny and as weak as a baby. How lucky he was to have been raised by him until now, when he has grown up. It was also because of his love for Xiao Xuanzi that he encountered the strangulation of the holy dragon in the holy, forbidden land and was unwilling to die in desperate situations many times. The urgent desire to see Ziyang Xuanzi ignited his endless vitality. When he was in despair, he successfully broke through and was promoted to the Holy King. Then he killed the Holy Realm Dragon and successfully condensed the dragon pill with powerful energy and blood. Ziyang Xuanzi, Grandpa is back. Qining turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Dad and Mom are dear to me, but they are not as dear as Grandpa. Half a day later, Qining returned to the Prince Qin's mansion happily. He searched the whole mansion for Qin Xuan, wanting to give his grandfather a loving bear hug. Just like when they were little, he pinched Qin Xian's armpits with both hands and lifted him up to the sky. "Where does Qin Xian live?" Qin pulled an unfamiliar servant over and asked suspiciously. The servant had been in the Qin palace for less than 10 years, so naturally he didn't recognize the great demon god who was once the clan leader. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Qin Xian, that guy bullied the maids, beat and scolded the servants until they were disabled, and was jealous that the young master had a complete version of the supreme bone. He openly attacked the young master in the lobby. How could such a despicable and shameless person still live in the Qin palace? He has been expelled from the Qin family by His Royal Highness the King of Qin." Shock, stunned, asphyxia. Qin Xian bullied the maid, beat and scolded the servants until they were crippled, and was jealous of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body. The complete version of the supreme bone is in his eldest grandson's body. Where did Qin Hao get the complete version? Qin Ying, a veteran strongman who was once vigorous and decisive and was known as the great demon god by the outside world, disappeared in the past 10 years due to the joy of family life. But now, the family servant slandered his most beloved grandson, causing his hot temper to explode instantly. "Are you worthy enough to insult our eldest grandson?" Crack. Qin Ying raised his hand and cracked the servant's skull, then activated the soul-searching method, and the memories related to Qin Xian instantly entered his mind. Qin Ying was furious when he learned that what the servant said was true. "Qin Jinbei, Shangguanya, as parents, how dare you do this?" 3 breaths later, the soul-burying bell rang continuously in the Qin palace. This is a wake-up call for the entire Qin domain. Not only the Qin palace, but all quasi-saints and above in the entire Qin family's territory must gather at the Qin palace after the bell rings. The Qin territory was in chaos. All those who were in seclusion and above the quasi-saint realm broke out and rushed to the Qin palace at full speed. The first to arrive were naturally the elders of the family. What's going on? Who rang the soul burial bell? Enemy attack, or the death of one of the elders? Dozens of clan elders gathered in the lobby of the Prince of Qin's mansion. Outside the mansion, strong men from the Qin domain kept rushing here. Qin Jinbei, Shangguanya, and Qin Hao, who had successfully absorbed the supreme bone and advanced to the realm of supernatural powers, also rushed to the lobby as soon as possible. "Chief, father, grandfather, you are back. Do you know who rang the soul burial bell?" Qin Jinbei's family of 3, as well as a group of elders, all bowed respectfully to Qin Ying and asked in confusion. Qin Ying raised his cloudy eyes and glanced down. After not returning for more than 10 years, he discovered that there were more than a dozen unfamiliar quasi-saints among the elders of the clan. Great. With 13 more quasi-saints, the entire Qin family is thriving. His cloudy eyes turned to Qin Jinbei, and he exclaimed, "You, the King of Qin, should take the top spot." Qin Jinbei bowed respectfully. "Thanks to my ancestors for their kindness." He said uncertainly, "Father, was it you who rang the soul burial bell?" "We knocked." "What is it?" "When I die, I call you back to pay your respects." Qin Jinbei and the other elders were all shocked. "Aren't you sitting here alive and well? Moreover, your aura is even stronger than before." "Yes, I'm not dead. I'm still alive." The great demon Qin Ying raised his eyes again, and in his turbid eyes, he revealed a fury like an ancient beast. "But you all thought I died in the forbidden area. You dug out the supreme bone of my grandson. You expelled him from the Qin family." Chapter 12. The Great Demon is angry. Seek justice. The roar of the great demon god echoed in the lobby of the Qin family. Everyone felt as if their throats were pinched by an invisible hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. Whenever Qin Ying's scrutinizing gaze fell on someone, no matter if they were quasi-saints or saints, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to look him in the eye. Even Qin Jinbei, the King of Qin who had entered the Saint King realm, lowered his head with a frown on his face. An elder stepped forward and said respectfully, "Patriarch, you don't know that Qin Xian, as soon as he entered the Qin family, relied on his status as the son of King Qin to do evil. He not only bullied the maids in the family, but also beat and scolded the servants until they were disabled. During the trial, he openly disobeyed the King of Qin, and because he was jealous of the supreme bone in the young master's body, he deliberately injured him severely. He has committed many evil deeds. If the King of Qin had not considered the relationship between father and son, he would have deserved death." Qin Ying looked indifferent. Are you saying that because of my bad behavior, my eldest grandson is also full of evil? Thump! The elder knelt down in fear and said, Chief, that's not what I meant. Have you ever witnessed Qin Xuan's evil deeds? I saw it with my own eyes. It's not an exaggeration. Well, then we have to see with our own eyes how our eldest grandson is so evil. The aura of the great demon holy king emanated, and when he raised his hand, the elder of the tribe, who was only a quasi-saint, had his head fly into his palm and fell to his knees in front of him. Soul-searching technique. The brutal soul search made this quasi-saint elder look extremely painful. The memories in the elder's mind were vivid in front of Qin. The great demon's gaze became increasingly cold. How dare you collude with the maids and servants to slander our grandson and attempt to overthrow the foundation of our Qin family? You deserve to be killed. The great demon god slapped the clan elder in the face. The majestic and vast aura crushed his head into dust with ease. The headless corpse fell into the hall with a thud, and only the pale golden blood of the quasi-saint was still flowing. Asphyxia. Stunned. It's hard to breathe. The huge lobby of the Qin family was filled with silence. Looking at the headless corpse, everyone felt an unknown chill running down their spines. Qin Jinbei, you attacked your own son without knowing right or wrong, and almost killed our eldest grandson. Are you worthy of being a father? The great demon god's cloudy eyes were filled with anger. When he looked at Shangwanya again, his jealousy reached an extreme. As a mother, Qin Hao was injured, and the pills he made were stuffed into his mouth like candy beans. Our eldest grandson wanted to get a pill from you, his mother, but he couldn't get it? How can you be so biased? Shangwanya lowered her head in shame, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Qin Hao shouted angrily, Grandpa, why do you blame Mother? Qin Xuan has done so many evil things. Shouldn't he be punished? He cut off my arm. Shouldn't he pay the price? The entire Qin family is biased towards him. Even the elder who was killed by the great demon treated him like his own son. If at this time, he doesn't stand up and speak for everyone, wouldn't that make me a villain? It is true that the great demon god is terrifying, but he is also his grandfather. Even if he is angry, he will never want to kill him. He wanted to force his grandfather to turn against him. Qin Xuan has become a waste after losing the Supreme Bone. As he possesses 2 Supreme Bones, he has successfully advanced to the realm of supernatural powers. His future is bright, and he is the only leader of the next generation of the Qin family. Both publicly and privately, Grandpa should bow to him. Pa! The great demon god raised his hand and slapped Qin Hao, saying angrily, You have no respect for elders calling me by my name directly and trying to attack me. You have murderous intentions, so you deserve to be beaten. Father, Shangwanya hurriedly helped Qin Hao up with distress, looked at Qin, and said reproachfully, Hao is still a child. The father is not like a father, and the mother is not like a mother. In the eyes of you 2 parents, Qin Hao is the only child. Could it be that our eldest grandson jumped out from a crack in the stone? Qin looked at his son and daughter-in-law, whom he once liked so much, and now he felt indescribable disgust. Come here. The great demon pointed at Qin Hao and said coldly without any doubt. Shangwanya was protecting Qin Hao in panic. She glanced at Qin Jinbei with her beautiful eyes and angrily shouted, Qin Jinbei, you can't protect Qin Xuan, so you can't protect Hao either. Qin Jinbei frowned, looked up, and humbly said, I wish my father to be promoted to the Saint King realm. You are the clan leader, and I, the King Qin, should listen to you. However, Hao has the bones of a supreme being and has the appearance of a great emperor. No matter what, I cannot let you attack Hao today. Then let's fight. The great demon rose into the sky, and Qin Jinbei's face was tangled up like a knot, so he had to follow him. None of the Qin family elders and all those above the quasi-saint level within the Qin clan's territory dared to watch the battle. 3 hours later, the great demon god returned first and walked towards Qin Hao with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Father, Chief, everyone in the Qin family was trying to stop them. Boom! The aura of the Saint King realm shook, and everyone, including Shangwanya, flew backwards. At this moment, Qin Hao finally panicked, as if he was trying to show his pity in front of Shangwanya. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. Qin looked cold. You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth, and the Qin family is proud of you. You deserve all these, but our eldest grandson did nothing wrong, and you can't take a supreme bone. Our eldest grandson said that he has no father, no mother, and no clan members, but he didn't say that he has no grandfather like me. If I, as a grandfather, don't seek justice for my grandson, I might as well die under the claws of that dragon. Puff! The great demon god reached out his hand, reached into Qin Hao's chest, grabbed the supreme bone, and pulled it out. At the same time, he stuffed a blood-filled Jiaolong pill into Qin Hao's mouth. This Jiaolong pill is enough to resist the backlash of your supreme bone 100 times. Having said all that, he turned around and left without any more lingering feelings. How? Shangguan rushed forward in panic and supported Qin Hao. She looked at the returning Qin Jinbei and roared angrily. Qin Jinbei, are you dead? He took Hao's supreme bone. Do you want Hao to suffer the pain of broken bones as well? The backlash of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body had not yet begun, and it was offset by the blood and energy in the dragon pill. He could even feel that his body was becoming stronger with the help of the Jiaolong pill. Even the incomplete supreme bones are evolving towards the complete version. This Jiaolong pill is very nutritious. It is of great value, and even a Saint King would find it difficult to obtain one. Qin Hao, with a ruddy face, was unwilling to see the supreme bone he had obtained taken away again. He looked at Qin Jinbei and begged, "Father, that is my supreme bone." Qin Jinbei frowned, looked at the back of the great demon god, and said angrily, "He wants to kill me." In the battle, just now, Qining really wanted to kill him. If we don't stop in time, the outcome will be a lose-lose situation for both sides. By then, without a Saint King to guard the area, the entire Qin territory will be in turmoil. From now on, the position of clan leader belongs to you, Qin Jinbei. This soul burial bell is for us to ring for ourselves. As they walked out of the threshold of the Prince Qin's mansion, the great demon's deep voice rang in everyone's ears. He had already made up his mind when he rang the soul burial bell. Either get the supreme bone back for the eldest grandson or be buried by the Qin family. After surviving, he did not feel lucky at all. All he could think about was the sorrow of his eldest grandson having his bones gouged out in front of everyone in the Qin family. Those 3 kowtows made his heart bleed. The staggering back and the words, "Where you die, there you are buried," all the mountains and hills in the world are equally tragic and majestic. As a grandfather, this was a heavy blow to his heart all the time. It was like the chest was cut open, the heart was taken out, a wound was made on it, and then salt was sprinkled on it, and it was kneaded repeatedly, and the pain was excruciating. Xiao Xuanzi, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa shouldn't have let you go back to the Qin family. From now on, Grandpa will never let you suffer any injustice again. Grandpa guarantees it with his life. The great demon god looked towards the holy land of Yao Qi in the distance, feeling bitter in his heart, and he stepped out, unable to endure any longer. The eldest grandson who lost the supreme bone not only had to suffer backlash, but also had to face the powerlessness of falling in realm. I don't know how much injustice he has to endure in the holy land of Yao Qi, where all the geniuses gather. If it was Mu Qingxue who dared to hurt his grandson, he, Qining, will make me you pay for his blood debt with blood. Chapter 13 rewards are in hand. Rich harvest. The holy land of Yao Qi, Qingxue Pavilion. In the basement, Qin Xian roared like a tiger, shuddered all over, and then turned over and lay next to Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue felt as if she was splashed with dirty water. Her eyes were filled with extreme panic, and her voice changed its tone as she screamed hysterically. "Purify! Purify! Immaculate holy body, purify me! No, it's impossible. Why can't it be purified? How could this be? Why can't my immaculate body be purified of filth?" Mu Qingxue went from roaring in anger to shutting up in despair. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. No matter what, he never expected that his immaculate holy body would be useless in front of Qin Xian. They could only let Qin Xian do whatever he wanted. I can only let him use me as a vessel to vent his emotions. Feel the warmth flowing. Mu Qingxue felt hopeless and ashamed. She, Mu Qingxue, kept herself clean and had never had any intimate behavior with any member of the opposite sex. Even though her father told her that she wanted to make friends with Yifeng, the most she did was to invite him to have a cup of tea. It was still in the small pavilion outside the courtyard of Qingxue Pavilion. She had never thought about love between men and women, nor had she ever considered getting married. I never thought that one day I would get married and become a wife. But reality seemed to be playing a huge joke on her. She has always avoided contact with the opposite sex, but now she is losing her innocence under such circumstances. She felt that her previous reserve and self-discipline had become a joke. Let Qin Xuan manipulate it and let him play with it. There are all kinds of weird postures. Even now when I think back on them, I still feel embarrassed. The regret and pain in my heart are incomparable, like the waves and tides of the sea, one after another, ups and downs. It completely broke her heart. Noticing the 3-foot-long Qin Feng lying on the ground, her eyes became determined. Now that things have come to this, it will be better to die and avoid torture. Qin Xuan was determined to live and die. When she was about to activate the long sword, Qin Xuan raised his foot and stepped on the chest of Lung Li, who he had thrown to the ground because he thought she was in the way. He said coldly without looking away, "You can seek death, but this big devil must go with you. Do you want to die in front of him? It's not that easy. What's more, keeping Qin Xuan will be of great use in the future." Qin Xuan stared at Lung Li with a look of grief. If she died, Lung Li would not be able to survive. Even the Mu family will be implicated by her. "Devil! You devil!" Qin Xuan screamed in pain. Qin Xuan remained calm until Qin Xuan regained her sanity. Then he could not wait to communicate with the system in his mind. "Tongzi, it's time to give out rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the Ancient Prison Suppression Sutra. Congratulations to the host for completing the 9 Transformation Holy Soul Art." 2 top-level holy skills flowed naturally through Qin Xuan's mind. He absorbed it without any hindrance. The strength of my soul has skyrocketed by several levels. Even if my current body is destroyed, I can still become a soul cultivator or take over another body. But who can destroy my primordial chaos body? Qin Xuan smiled and glanced at Qin Xuan, who was crossing her arms but still couldn't hide her fair skin. He slowly withdrew his gaze and asked the system, "Where is my ancient prison suppression tower?" This top-level holy weapon, combined with his ancient prison suppression sutra, is a powerful killing weapon. Not to mention being taken into the tower, he can also suppress the saint. Even if he used the ancient prison suppression tower to hit people, he would be able to kill enemies at a higher level. This 2-in-1 treasure, if either one is missing, the lethality will be greatly reduced. He would not give the system a chance to pretend to be confused and press the system. "Tongzi, just tell me whether I did it or not." "Congratulations. The host has obtained the holy artifact, the ancient prison tower." Qin Xuan raised his hand, and in his palm, there was a 2-story small tower, emitting a halo and rotating steadily. This ancient prison tower is a defective product. The top has been cracked open. Originally, there should have been more than 2 floors of the tower. Qin Xuan pointed at the crack on the top of the small tower and confronted the system. "It feels like I paid a lot of money for a defective product. It's a huge loss. The complete version of the ancient prison suppression tower is above the imperial weapon, and the remaining version is second only to the imperial weapon, so it is distributed as a top-level holy weapon. The complete product surpasses the imperial weapon. Is it so awesome? That's it. It's defective, so I accept it with reluctance." Qin Xuan looked like he had suffered a great loss, holding the small tower and examining it carefully. "In fact, I was very happy. This is like having 2 guards. One is at the peak of Saint King realm, and the other is a person who has fallen from Great Emperor to the peak of Saint King realm. Given a choice between the 2, he naturally chose the latter. The Emperor who has fallen into a lower realm, whether in terms of trump cards or vision, is absolutely incomparable to the one at the peak of the Saint King realm. What's more, the complete version of the top-level holy weapon has no way to be promoted. This incomplete version of the ancient prison tower might be upgraded someday, when he finds the parts." Qin Xuan glanced around the basement. He stared at the holy burial nail on Lung Li's chest, eager to try it out, and curious about which one was harder, this thing or the ancient prison suppression tower. "Don't mess around. The one in your hand is a top-level holy weapon. Once it collides with the holy burial nail of Thunder Prison Peak, it will instantly destroy the barrier of the immaculate holy body. At that time, everything will be exposed." The exhausted Qin Xuan saw through Qin Xuan's little thoughts, raised her hand with difficulty, and tried to dissuade him. Qin Xuan turned his head and smiled evilly. "You really are the worm in my stomach. Well, since you said so, I won't force it. There is no need to rush to test the power of the ancient prison tower." He stared at Qin Xuan, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, "However, if I fulfill one of your requests, you have to fulfill one of mine." Mu Qingxue moved her delicate body timidly, crossed her arms over her chest, and said helplessly, "What do you want to do now?" Qin Xuan pointed at Mu Qingxue. "You." Outside Qingxue Pavilion, a young girl in a blue skirt, with angry eyes, walked with the wind. Following behind him were several Yinyang mirror deacons from Thunder Prison Peak. Wherever he passed, the disciples of the Holy Land made way for him. Next to the girl was Yi Feng, who had been beaten black and blue by Qin Xuan. The disciples of the Holy Land who gathered here saw this scene and started talking about it. Qingning from Thunder Prison Peak, the daughter of Elder Qing from the Hall of Rewarding Good and Punishing Evil. She came here this time, obviously to stand up for Yi Feng. TSK, a wind and thunder saint body with a bright future, but he just wanted to be with Qin Xuan's fiancée. He was beaten up by Qin Xuan, and he was so angry that he found a woman to stand up for him. It's really embarrassing. Qingning has always been arrogant and domineering in Thunder Prison Peak. She is also the only daughter of Elder Qing. All her affairs are backed by the Saint Elder, which has cultivated her unruly personality. This time, he brought 2 Yinyang mirror deacons with him. It's obvious that he intends to suppress Qin Xuan, who is in the divine ability realm. Qin Xuan is going to be in trouble. Publicly and privately, he is not a disciple of Yao Qi Holy Land and should not have attacked Yi Feng. Qingning turned a deaf ear to them. She walked to the front of the crowd, staring at the plaque of Qingxue Pavilion, curling her lips slightly with disdain, and then shouted in a cold voice, "Qin Xuan, you hurt my disciples of Leiyu Peak. Get out of here." Chapter 14. One-Finger Suppression. In Qingxue Pavilion, Qin Xuan, who had changed into a new set of robes, walked out slowly. He adjusted his belt, slowly raised his head, glanced at Qingning, and asked unhappily, "Who are you?" Qingning raised her snow-white neck proudly, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly. "I am Qingning, a true disciple of the Thunder Prison Peak. You bullied my disciple Yi Feng and severely injured him. According to the iron law of Yao Qi Holy Land, you should be arrested." Qingning, the girl of luck, detected. The reminder in his mind made Qin Xuan's eyes light up. Suddenly it dawned on me. No wonder a troublemaker suddenly showed up. It turns out she is the girl of luck. And from the looks of it, he seems to have a hot temper. As a son of destiny, inheriting the great fortune of heaven and earth, it is reasonable for him to have several lovers. Obviously, Qingning, the true disciple of Leiyu Peak, was the one who came to stand up for Yi Feng. "Do you know why I attacked Yi Feng in public?" Qin Xianyao pointed at the crowd of onlookers and said, "If you ask any of these people, they will know that I have a reason for doing this." He is now reaping the benefits from Mu Qingxue. As the villain, he is constantly suppressing the Son of Destiny. Only then can you get enough villain value. Only with villain value can you continuously improve your own strength and accumulate capital. Just wait until one day, the strength will be able to grow rapidly like a snowball. If there are benefits, he never gets tired of it. I have no intention of falling out with Qingning. I want to solve the problem properly. Who knows, I'll get a large amount of villain value soon. Qingning turned a deaf ear to him. "I don't care what excuses you have. In the territory of my Yao Qi Holy Land, you must abide by the iron laws of the Holy Land. You hurt my disciples of Leiyu Peak, and you must be suppressed for 30 years. She had no intention of listening to Qin Xuan's explanation and sentenced him on the spot. "The Yao Qi Holy Land is owned by your family? You said it will be suppressed for 30 years, so it will be 30 years. Qin Xuan frowned slightly, looking at Qingning, who was beautiful and had a good figure, with a little more dissatisfaction, and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Qingning sneered and said with disdain, "Of course I know. He is the eldest son of the Qin Palace of the Ziyang Empire. If it was a few days ago, I might not have dared to do anything to you, but now it is well known throughout the Qin clan that you, Qin Xuan, bullied the maids in the Qin family, beat and scolded the servants to the point of disability, and you were jealous of the supreme bone in your brother Qin Hao's body, so you attacked him and severely injured him. You wanted to snatch the supreme bone from your brother Qin Hao, but King Qin stopped you on the spot. Not only did he deprive you of the supreme bone, you were also expelled from the Qin family. You are just an abandoned child of the Qin family now, and you want to use your status to pressure me?" After he finished speaking, all the Holy Land disciples around him were stunned. Qingning is so strong. It turns out he came prepared. Qin Xuan is such a jerk. He even bullies the maids and beats and scolds the servants. He is just a bully. He deserved to be kicked out of the Qin family. Even his supreme bone has been taken away from him. What right does he have to show off in my Yao Qi holy land? Listening to other people's discussions, Qingning was filled with arrogance. The reason why she dared to be so strong was that she had naturally investigated Qin Xian's background. Otherwise, if I offend the Qin family, wouldn't it cause trouble for my father? This time it was different. Qin Xian had been kicked out by King Qin, so she took the opportunity to capture him. Not only could she win the favor of senior brother Yi Feng, but she could also make King Qin look at her more. Maybe even her father would give her a thumbs up. Qin Xian, you have violated the iron law of Yao Qi Holy Land. Come back to Thunder Prison Peak with me to be punished. Qingning walked with the wind, holding the special demon-locking chain made by Leiyu Peak in his hand, dragging it on the ground, making a rustling sound. Pa! Qin Xian looked at Qingning, who came to him, raised his hand and slapped her, his face cold. I gave you face. You dare to hit me? Qingning covered his swollen cheeks and growled in disbelief. She has never been beaten in her life. Even her father couldn't bear to hit her. Slap! Qin Xian slapped him again with his backhand. Looking at the angry and approaching Deacon Liu Feng, he decisively grabbed Qingning's neck, forced Qingning to shut up, and threatened in a cold voice, if any one of you dares to take another step forward, I will crush her to death. This lucky girl in his hand is not only beautiful, but also has a nice figure, and also has a good background. But she was not tactful enough, and Qin Xian changed his mind again. There are so many women of luck. Why are you staring at the one in front of you and not wanting to miss it? The next one will be better. Qin Xian, let me go. Let go of Junior's sister Qingning. If you dare to hurt her, I will kill you. Yi Feng, who was at the back, saw Junior's sister Qingning being captured and rushed forward hastily, barking at Qin Xian like a mad dog. Although he looked angry, he was actually very happy in his heart. Qin Xian is looking for death. Without the protection of the Qin family, he still dared to commit brutal acts repeatedly in the holy land of Yao Qi. This time, I hit a wall. Junior sister Qingning is the only daughter of Elder Qing of Leiyu Peak and is doted on by him. If Elder Qing knew what happened here, Qin Xian would be dead. You're standing up now? Qin Xian said with a smile on his face. You, an inner-sect disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, really know how to judge the situation. You let Qingning stand up for you, but you just hid in the back and watched. What's going on? You think your junior sister Qingning is the one who got caught, right? Do you really want me to crush her to death now, so that the people behind her can kill me directly? As Qin Xian's words fell, it was terrifying to think about it carefully. Everyone around him fixed their eyes on Yi Feng with an inexplicable meaning. Even the two deacons of Thunder Prison Peak were no exception. They also felt that they had become a knife in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng was horrified and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense!" He dodged, formed a mountain-shaking fist, and slammed it into Qin Xian's face. Among those in the same realm at Leiyu Peak, he can be said to be invincible. Possessing the holy body of wind and thunder, he can easily kill enemies of higher levels. Unfortunately, the person he met was Qin Xian, a villain with an invulnerable physique. 5 luo light smoke palms. Qin Xian slapped out with his palm, and the strange palm power shattered Yi Feng's fairy-like white robe with ease. Let him lie naked in broad daylight in front of everyone. Qin Xuan finger. Without giving Yi Feng any time to react, Qin Xian pointed to the sky. Thunder clouds rolled in, and from the middle of the thunder clouds, a thick finger fell with the force of thunder. Puff! Nothing happens. The Qin Xuan finger that broke through the thunder clouds actually pressed Yi Feng's fatal weak point into the mud and accurately broke his 2 eggs. Chapter 15. Yin and Yang in the ancient town. Qin Xian, I can't stand with you. I want you to die. Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at the destroyed foundation. He felt as if struck by lightning, and blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs. With his hair standing on end in anger, he slapped the ground with one hand. His yuanli vibrated, and he stood up straight. His legs stretched out to the void, and his 2 hands grabbed Qin Xian's neck like dragon claws. It's already a life-risking posture. Slow, still slow, too slow. Qin Xian held Qingming in one hand and kept pushing away Yi Feng's dragon claw hand with the other hand. His eyes were indifferent, and he strolled leisurely, not taking him seriously at all. The chaotic primordial body is naturally able to defeat all other bodies. Yi Feng's ability to overcome the supernatural powers is completely useless against him. Isn't it rumored that Qin Xuan's supreme bone has been taken away by King Qin? Why is this guy still so strong? To an absurd degree. Even Yi Feng, who possessed the holy body of wind and thunder, was played around with like a child in his hands. The Holy Land disciples who were watching were all filled with suspicion. Looking at Qin Xuan's indifferent expression as he teased Yi Feng, it was like a master teaching his apprentice. It's not a battle on the same level at all. Heavenly Dragon's heart-splitting claw. Yi Feng, who was unable to get close to Qin Xuan, blocked his left hand at the cost of losing one arm, and then stretched out his claws and attacked Qin Xuan's chest. If this claw hits, it will be enough to penetrate the chest and crush the heart. Qin Xuan put Qingming down and punched out. Bang! An ordinary punch hit the Tianlong heart-splitting claw, and away from the drum, Yi Feng's whole body trembled, his 5 fingers spread out, and his joints were shaking. You're just this capable, and you dare to fight me? Qin Xuan took a step forward, grabbed Yi Feng's neck, lifted him up in the air, and slapped him in the face with his backhand. Are you good at screaming? Keep screaming. Why can't you make a sound? Under the huge force, Yi Feng's neck was pinched so hard that the veins were exposed. Veins popped out on his forehead. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and Yi Feng stammered with a sinister smile. Qin Xuan, you've fallen into the trap, and junior sister Qingming has escaped. Upon hearing this, the onlookers from the Holy Land turned their heads and saw Qingming hiding behind the 2 deacons. Their eyes lit up as they suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that from the very beginning, Yi Feng never thought about defeating Qin Xuan. He wants to force Qin Xuan to let Qingming go. He did it. Now, there's no need to worry. The Deacon of Thunder Prison Peak can take action. Yin Yang Realm, it's a huge leap forward. Qin Xuan is finished. Qingming returned to the crowd, stroked her fair neck, and shouted angrily at the 2 deacons. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Kill Qin Xuan, kill him. If senior brother Yi Feng makes the slightest mistake, I won't let you go. The 2 deacons looked at each other, then slowly took a step forward, with a cold expression, and said without question, Qin Xuan, stop it. Let Yi Feng go and follow us back to Thunder Prison Peak to be punished. Otherwise, you'll die today. Qin Xuan weighed Yi Feng in his hand and asked, You don't care whether he lives or dies? The 2 deacons looked increasingly grim. If he dies, you must die. Why? Do you think you have a sure win? Qin Xuan threw Yi Feng dozens of feet away as if he was throwing a dead dog. He hooked his finger at the 2 deacons and said, You want to arrest me? Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Yurlang is so arrogant. How dare you, a mere supernatural being, act so presumptuously in front of us, the deacons? A deacon shook his arm, and a demon-locking chain was held in his palm. He walked out with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, ignoring any killing moves of Qin Xuan. He swung the chain with force, and the chain crackled. The yin and yang energies permeated the demon-locking chain, transforming it into a cage that covered all directions and densely enveloped Qin Xuan. This is the demon-suppressing cage of Leiyu Peak, created by the Peak Master. It is not very lethal, but has great power to imprison people. Once trapped, the strong people in the heaven and human realm will be helpless for a short period of time. Those below the heavenly man realm can only sit back and wait for death. Qin Xuan pointed up into the sky and said, Look above your head. The yin-yang realm deacon looked straight ahead and said, How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a towering, ancient, magnificent, and majestic peak suddenly fell from the sky. He smashed the yin-yang realm deacon into the ground without any hindrance. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. After a closer look, they realized that what was suppressing the yin-yang realm deacon was not a giant peak at all, but a 2-story ancient tower. Ancient, majestic, magnificent, vast. Just the overflow of aura made the nearby Holy Land disciples feel like they were carrying a heavy mountain, with beads of sweat pouring out of their foreheads. The other yin-yang mirror deacon who was closest to him was even more horrified. Is this a holy weapon, or a top-level holy weapon? Good eyesight. Qin Xuan gave a thumbs up in praise and rewarded. Since you are so knowledgeable, I will reward you with a 1-day trip to the ancient prison tower. Gokropka! Qin Xuan moved his fingers slightly, and the ancient prison tower rose into the air like a giant peak, locking onto the target and suppressing the deacon. With the complete Ancient Prison Suppression Sutra at his disposal, Qin Xuan could use this top-level holy weapon as easily as with his own arm and could smash whatever he pointed at. No, the Yin-Yang Realm Deacon was so frightened that he couldn't even take care of Qingning. He fled in panic. It was a life-threatening run. The Yin-Yang Realm Deacon escapes, and the ancient prison tower chases him. He can't escape. Bang, bang, bang. From high in the sky, the ancient prison suppression tower kept falling down. The power of the holy weapon was unmatched. The deacon of the Yin-Yang mirror was suddenly smashed to the ground, and then suddenly soared into the air. After flying back and forth for dozens of times, he still didn't fly more than 3 miles. He was teased and looked disheveled and embarrassed. This ancient prison tower is pretty good. It is worthy of being a top-level holy weapon. It can even suppress the Yin-Yang mirror. If it is 1 level higher, it may be difficult to suppress the heavenly man realm. However, as long as we can trick the enemy in a tower, even if the saint comes, they will have to admit their mistakes to me, the big villain. Having almost reached the limit of using the small tower to hit people, Qin Xuan no longer paid attention to the deacon who was running away. With a smile as bright as spring breeze, he walked to the embarrassed Yi Feng, squatted down, stretched out his hand, and slapped him hard on the face twice. It's already this late, and you still have time to put on your clothes? Yi Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred. His face turned red. Kill me if you have the guts. You're planning to die together, right? Qin Xuan shook his head nonchalantly. Why can't you put aside your little thoughts for a while? Do you really think that you saved Qingning from me? I don't want her to leave, so she has to be strangled in my hands. You're not taking this seriously, are you? Yi Feng was so angry that blood rushed to his heart. He clenched his fists and roared. What on earth do you want to do? He thought his plan was successful, but he didn't know that it was just Qin Xuan's deliberate act, just to make him despair, kill people and destroy their hearts. Qin Xuan rarely spoke from the heart. I'm deliberately going against you. The more unhappy you are, the happier I am. Yi Feng raised his finger and pointed at Qin Xuan. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath became increasingly weak. Anger, hatred, bloodlust, helplessness, complex and diverse emotions gathered on Yi Feng's face, making him look particularly hysterical and desperate. Yes, that's the expression. Qin Xuan clapped his hands and cheered. I like the way you look at me, but can't get rid of me. Chapter 16. The Saint's Killing Intentions. Puff. Yi Feng opened his mouth and spit out another large amount of blood from his heart. He was so grief-stricken and angry that he could not bear this great humiliation and almost fainted. Qingning, who was standing by, clenched his fists tightly and roared angrily. Qin Xuan, that's enough. You devil, you have been driven mad by the Qin family. Now you are bullying the disciples of Yao Qi Holy Land in every possible way. You will not die a good death. Even if you go crazy, the Qin family will never recognize you as an abandoned child again. Qin Xuan slowly shifted his gaze away from Yi Feng's face and stared at the shouting Qingning quietly. He stood up and approached her step by step. Have you forgotten about this, and are you starting to show off? Qingning trembled slightly, looking at the Yin-Yang Realm Deacon who was being hunted by the ancient prison tower not far away, and summoned his courage and shouted, This isn't the Yao Qi Holy Land. How dare you do anything to me? Qin Xuan smiled warmly. I still dare to hit you. At this time, in Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue, who had bathed several times but still felt extremely dirty, finally showed up. She was extremely embarrassed, and under everyone's gaze, she wanted to touch her cheek to see if there was any dirt that had not been washed away. Exhaling, Mu Qingxue suppressed her inner disgust as much as possible and shouted at Qin Xuan angrily. Qin Xuan, what else do you want to do? Do you want to turn my Qingxue Pavilion upside down to make yourself happy? That's about right. Qin Xuan glanced at Mu Qingxue, who had a curvy figure. It's true. She looks even more charming when she puts on a dress. I felt that the perfect curve behind Mu Qingxue was becoming more and more straight. I don't know if it was because of the charm of a new wife or because of the swelling from the collision. Stop it. I won't allow you to continue doing evil in front of Qingxue Pavilion. You are not a disciple of the Holy Land. If you continue to act on your own, even I will act impartially and will not tolerate your continued chaos. Mu Qingxue wished she could kill the demon who had ruined her innocence on the spot. But she didn't dare, and she didn't have the ability. Qing Xuan, there's no need to say more. This boy is ruthless and cruel. I'm relieved that you can see his true face. When Yifeng saw Mu Qingxue speaking freely for him, he felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Even the pain in my crotch has been greatly reduced. He said worriedly, Qingxue, don't invite trouble for no reason. Hatred. Yifeng hated his own weakness. He couldn't even defeat Qin Xuan, let alone protect the woman he loved. To become stronger, he must become stronger. He wanted to trample Qin Xuan under his feet so that he could no longer be so arrogant. A desire to become extremely stronger burned in Yifeng's chest like a raging fire. His energy began to surge and become increasingly boiling. He was already seriously injured, but with the blessing of extraordinary willpower, he was about to break through to the realm of supernatural powers in such a desperate situation. As expected of a son of destiny, Mu Qingxue gave him a shot of chicken blood, and he's about to break through. Qin Xuan noticed Yifeng's changes and was amazed. He would not miss this great opportunity to make money and planned to suppress Yifeng's realm by force. As he walked towards Yifeng, boom! There was a loud noise. The ancient prison tower that was chasing the Yin-Yang mirror deacon not far away suddenly crashed in front of Qin Xuan, causing the earth to shake like a dragon turning over. Everyone looked back and saw the clear sky, but suddenly thunderclouds rolled in. Under the thick and dense thunderclouds, a dazzling figure as bright as the sun slowly approached. That's Elder Qing from Thunder Prison Peak. At this critical moment, Elder Qing unexpectedly returned. Everyone knows that Elder Qing dotes on his only daughter, Qingning. Qin Xuan humiliated Qingning several times and even used the holy weapon to suppress the deacon of Thunder Prison Peak. This is a huge hatred. Even if Qin Xuan holds a holy weapon, he is only at the level of supernatural power. In front of a saint, he is like an ant who could be destroyed with a flip of the palm. Elder Qing of Leiyu Peak stared at Qin Xuan below with a gaze like lightning, and his voice exploded like thunder. You thief! You hurt my beloved daughter and bullied the steward of Leiyu Peak. You deserve the death penalty. He had already developed murderous intentions, and his saintly aura was fully revealed. Like the bright moon, it can wipe out Qin Xuan's brilliance in an instant. Daddy, kill him, kill him. Qingning called out affectionately, gritting her teeth, wishing she could tear Qin Xuan into pieces. There was ecstasy in Yifeng's eyes. Elder Qing has returned, and Qin Xuan is finished. Even if he doesn't die, he will be completely suppressed in the Thunder Prison Peak and will never be able to get out. By then, without Qin Xuan as an obstacle, wouldn't it be a natural progression for him and Mu Qingxue to fall in love with each other? With this thought in mind, Yifeng looked at Mu Qingxue's beautiful face with a more and more obsessed gaze. Elder Qing said coldly, angrily, "Why don't you surrender, thief?" The thunderclouds rolled in, terrifying the soul. Even the slightest bit of the saint's pressure made everyone present feel as if they were carrying a huge mountain. Facing the saint's strong pressure, Qin Xuan did not retreat but advanced, sneering, "Want to catch me? It depends on whether you, a saint, have the ability to do so. Ancient prison suppression tower, suppress it for me." Qin Xuan raised his hand and used the ancient prison sutra to activate the small tower, and its power increased by more than 100 times. A small tower the size of a mountain rose into the air, expanding 10,000 times in size. Once it falls, it will be enough to destroy most of this living area. With a buzzing sound, the top-level holy weapon rushed towards Elder Qing with unparalleled ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision between the two in the sky is earth-shattering. The thunderclouds covering the clear sky dispersed the saint's aura. That is to say, it was too far away from the ground. Otherwise, just the dispersion of the aura would be enough to cause the audience on the ground, whose strongest was no more than the heaven and man realm, to bleed from all 7 orifices. Daluo Buddha's hand. Elder Qing got really angry after being hit by the ancient prison tower. With a palm strike, the saint's mark crashed into the ancient prison tower. After all, this small tower was activated by Qin Xuan and could not exert its true power. It was beaten so hard that it shrank rapidly and turned back to Qin Xuan's front. You thief! You have relied on this magic weapon to commit many evil things. Today, I will enforce justice on the behalf of heaven and take this magic weapon from you. Elder Qing stared at the ancient prison tower in indescribable shock. A small magical power realm, activated by a holy weapon, could actually allow him to give it his all. How terrifying. Even the top-level holy weapon can only do this at best. You're jealous, so you can be jealous, but you're also trying to enforce justice for the heavens. You don't care about your reputation anymore, do you? Qin Xuan sneered and didn't take Elder Qing's nonsense seriously at all. He looked at the ancient prison tower in his palm, feeling indescribably satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The user did not even have any backlash after being hit by the Saint's killing move. He was just defeated. There was not even a single scratch. It is worthy of being a complete and superior imperial weapon. Bold. The Saint cannot be insulted. Elder Qing was furious. He turned his hand, and a huge palm shining with golden light broke the void and grabbed Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan walked slowly to Mu Qingshue's side, smiled evilly, and said, "Fairy Qingxue, you don't want the Yaoqi Holy Land to know about your hiding of the demon, right?" Chapter 17, Mu Qingxue is forced to reveal his trump card. Qin Xuan's voice was like a devil's sound filling his ears. Mu Qingxue couldn't help but think of the sadness and grievance she felt in the basement just now, where she had cried out to the sky and the earth for help but got no response. Just like the despair shrouded by endless darkness, he could only endure Qin Xuan's endless destruction and torture. At this moment, she just needs to stand up and expose Qin Xuan's true face. He must die. But Mu Qingxue didn't dare to do so. She could disregard her own life, but she was unwilling to let her savior Long Li die with her. I dare not even take the future of the Mu family as a bet. You can't gamble, and you can't afford to gamble. Traitor, evil thief, rebellious thief, I wish I could skin you alive, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. Mu Qingxue roared in a low voice. She clenched her fists, her chest heaving violently, and her back teeth almost broke with hatred. But I had to stand up and say things against my will. Elder Qing, no. Mu Qingxue tilted her face up. Her fair and crystal skin was as clear as jade in the sunlight. She has a beautiful face, graceful posture, and exquisite curves, and her fame spreads far and wide in the holy land of Yaoqi. Not only did Yifeng regard Mu Qingxue as his Achilles heel, but many other geniuses also only dare to talk to him in their dreams. Elder Qing frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Mu Qingxue, do you want to stop me?" He withdrew his holy power in time, not wanting to hurt Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue shook her head. It's not that he stopped me. Qin Xuan injured Yi Feng and bullied junior sister Qingning. This is indeed true. Violation of the laws of the Holy Land should be severely punished. But he had his reasons. All of this was caused by Yi Feng. He blocked Qin Xuan from entering Qingxue Pavilion for no reason and spread the news that I wanted to break off the engagement with Qin Xuan. He fabricated facts and deliberately disturbed Qin Xuan's mood. My fiancée was angry and was forced to take action. It was natural. Mu Qingxue's heart was trembling when she said these words. She is lying against her conscience. No matter how unwilling I am, I dare not reveal any of my true thoughts. This matter has become a big deal. If Qin Xuan is not cleared of all charges, even she will not be able to protect him. Should this happen? Elder Qing had a cold expression on his face and had no intention of blaming Yifeng. Instead, he continued to stare at Mu Qingxue. Then why did he bully Qingning and suppress the deacon of Leiyu Peak? Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Junior sister Qingning came here this time and attacked without asking any questions. She wanted to suppress Qin Xuan for 30 years. Anyone would be angry and take action. The two deacons have no intention of investigating and seem to be bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Qin Xuan did take action, but he always stood on the side of reason. Just because this is the Yaoqi Holy Land, we cannot ignore the opinions of outsiders and use the law to force others. If this spreads outside the Holy Land, how will others view our Yaoqi Holy Land? Do you think that the Yaoqi Holy Land's own laws are contrary to those of the Ziyang Empire?" Mu Qingxue put a big hat on the saint's head, making Elder Qing's expression even more grim. "Dad, Mu Qingxue is just protecting her fiancé. They're a pair of bastards in cahoots. Qin Xuan beat me so hard that my face still hurts. Daddy, you can't let him go. Severe punishment is necessary." Qingning was furious and put pressure on Elder Qing, acting like a spoiled child without any regard for etiquette. "That's enough." Elder Qing shouted angrily, stopping Qingning's roar. He felt helpless. Compared with Mu Qingxue, His daughter was simply not up to par. But he only has this one daughter. How could he bear to see her suffer any injustice? Let's not talk about this matter for now. This villain dared to attack me, and he is guilty of death. Elder Qin pronounced his verdict without question. Today, even you cannot stop me from killing this villain. For the sake of his daughter, Elder Qin completely fell out with everyone. Even if it means sacrificing my reputation, I must kill Qin Xuan on the spot. Mu Qingxue turned her head in distress and glared at Qin Xuan hatefully. Hate him for causing trouble. Hate him for all the evil he has done. I hated him even more for wasting my precious means of saving my life. In that case, Qingxue won't say any more. Mu Qingxue took out a communication talisman from her storage ring and crushed it on the spot with a look of pain in her beautiful eyes. The communication talisman turned into a stream of light and sank into the Wanjian peak of the distant Yaoqi Holy Land at a speed that was beyond the reach of Saint. In a moment, no one could notice it, but they still caught it with their eyes. Above Mu Qingxue's head, there was a tall and majestic figure standing in the air. His whole body is like a sharp sword. The sword was so powerful that it seemed to want to shatter the sky above. Greetings, Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master. Seeing the newcomer, everyone present, including Elder Qin, bowed in unison. This person's status is enough to make a saint bow his head. He is the current master of Wanjian Peak and a top-level Saint King. Rise. The head of Wanjian Peak spoke softly and indifferently, and the holy power lifted up the people who were about to kneel down and straighten their backs again. He looked at Mu Qingxue calmly and said calmly, I owe your father a favor. Are you sure you want to use it now? Mu Qingxue's expression was firm. Qin Xuan has done nothing wrong and should not be punished. I hope the Peak Master will do justice. Okay, I'll protect Qin Xuan. The leader of Wanjian Peak spoke softly, but his words were as golden as jade. Elder Qin said with a stiff upper lip, Master Peak Master. Swish. The head of Wanjian Peak raised his hand, and several streams of light sank into the hands of Qingning, Yifeng, the two Yinyang realm deacons, and Elder Qin. These pills are compensation for you. They have the effect of breaking through magical powers, rebuilding foundations, healing injuries, and advancing to the middle stage of Saint. What Qingning got was a magical pill, which was enough for her to advance to the magical realm. Yifeng's was the holy pill of flesh and bones, which could allow him to reshape his broken eggs. All the two deacons received were simple healing pills. The one in Elder Qing's hand is a real opportunity, a true 9-transformation holy pill, which is enough for him to step into the middle stage of the Saint realm with only half a step away. Even this saint's breathing became rapid after receiving such an expensive elixir. I will follow the orders of the Peak Master. Elder Qin was the first to admit defeat, and Yifeng and the other three did not dare to say a word of complaint. The head of Wanjian Peak threw the communication talisman to Mu Qingxue again. This is not enough to repay the favor. If you're in danger of losing your life in the future, crush this talisman and it will save your life. The master of Wanjian Peak came quickly and left quickly. No one dared to disobey his words. This matter has been finalized. The disciples of the Holy Land who were watching gasped, unable to hide their shock. Fairy Qingxue's father actually has such a close relationship with the master of Wanjian Peak. I have never heard of it before. It is really unbelievable. The most unbelievable thing is that Fairy Qingxue actually used the favor of the Saint King realm for Qin Xuan. Who spread the rumor that Fairy Qingxue wants to break off the engagement? If I find out who spread the rumor, I will beat him to death with a doghead hammer. This action clearly confirms that Fairy Qingxue acknowledges the existence of the engagement. I already regard Qin Xuan as my future husband. Someone glanced at Yifeng and sneered. He wanted to poach people, but he hit a brick wall. When Fairy Qingxue came out to scold Qin Xuan earlier, I thought she was defending Yifeng. Now I can see clearly that Fairy Qingxue was trying to protect Qin Xuan. She didn't want her future husband to make a big deal out of it. She was afraid of losing control and worrying that Qin Xuan would get hurt, so she wanted to keep things quiet. Wishful thinking and high self-esteem. Sacred wind and thunderbody? How despicable. Chapter 18. Yifeng is heartbroken. The sound of obscene words kept falling into my ears. Yifeng was filled with rage in his chest, and his face turned purple. Puff! A mouthful of black and dirty blood spurted out. At the same time, The invincible and powerful aura lingering around, Yi Feng fell apart and gradually weakened. As soon as he touched the barrier, the opportunity to advance to the realm of supernatural powers also disappeared. Why? Why is this happening? You clearly told me that you wanted to cancel the engagement. Why do you want to protect Qin Xuan again today? I'm not willing to do this. I'm not willing to do this. Yi Feng looked at Mu Qingshue's graceful back. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was wrapped around his eyeballs without him realizing it. He clenched his fists so tightly that he was unaware of his nails digging into his flesh. The veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he was possessed by a demon. Brother Yi Feng. Qingning came to Yi Feng's side and lowered his head in self-blame. It's my fault that I'm useless. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Xuan. I want him to die. Qingning also had a deep hatred. The leader of Wanjian Peak is protecting Mu Qingxue. I don't believe that he will never leave Qingxue Pavilion in this life. I will never let him go. Qin Xuan, who was being watched by Yi Feng and Qingning, embraced Mu Qingshue's slender waist without any pressure and smiled beside her ear. I'm happy that you helped me out, but I was uncomfortable with the tone of your accusation when you came out to blame me earlier. The opportunity for the promotion of Yi Feng, the son of luck, disappears, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 10,000. The son of luck, Yi Feng, and Mu Qingxue have a rift, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 18,000. When the reward arrived, Qin Xuan accepted it with peace of mind. He leaned close to Mu Qingshue's ear, who was resisting close contact, and blew a breath of hot air on her crystal earlobe. You are resisting like this. Could it be that you want outsiders to know that there is an unspeakable secret between you and me? Mu Qingxue was struck by lightning, like a puppet, letting Qin Xuan hug her. She gritted her teeth and said in shame, If I don't show up and accuse you, you will probably blow up the entire Qingxue Pavilion. If the master of Wanjian Peak hadn't stepped in, you would have been locked in by the saint's murderous intent. Even if you hold the holy weapon, you will definitely die today. That's true, but I survived. Didn't I? You guys in Yaoqi Holy Land? Aren't you all saints? The master of Wanjian Peak has shown up, and you actually gave me something good. Isn't it better to just slap him? The master of Wanjian Peak, with the cultivation level of Saint King. If you come forward to protect someone, you will have to compensate them with good things. Having cultivated to such a high level, does that mean you can reason? The bigger the fist, the more truth there is. If it were him, anyone who dared to disobey would be slapped to death, and that would be the end of the matter. Why would he complain so much? Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes in disdain. Elder Qing is in a high position of power in Thunder Prison Peak and represents the reputation of Thunder Prison Peak. Could it be that you want the master of 10,000 swords Peak to go to war with the Thunder Prison Peak internally just for an outsider like you? So, the leader of Thunder Prison Peak is very powerful. Anyway, I have a hot temper. Why do you care so much? You're not a disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xuan reached out his hand playfully and pinched Mu Qingshue's round buttocks. You and I are husband and wife. You are a true disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land, so I'm naturally an insider as well. Mu Qingxue turned her head away, feeling ashamed and angry. Who is your spouse? Qin Xuan. If you continue to do evil things like this, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Oh, go back to the house. No. Cole. Mu Qingxue bit her bright red lips. If looks could kill, Qin Xuan would have been riddled with holes by now. After closing the two doors of the boudoir, Mu Qingxue leaned against the bolt and said angrily, Qin Xuan, you have vented your anger and got what you deserved. Yaoqi Holy Land is not a place for you to stay for a long time. If you don't leave, what are you still doing here? He always threatens her with Lung Li. She is now making one mistake after another. Her fatal weakness has been discovered, and she is like a toy, unable to escape Qin Xuan's control. It's a matter of reciprocity. Since you helped me out of this difficult situation, I'll give you a reward as well. Mu Qingxue gnashed with hatred. Before you caused trouble, you had clearly planned to use my connections to settle it. Anyway, since you helped, I have to reward you. Qin Xuan said he didn't want to listen, and then he slapped him with his palm. 5 luo light smoke palms. Qin Xuan, you bastard, you are not a human being. I wish I could skin you alive, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. Mu Qingxue was furious, and her body was shaking. Qin Xuan seemed to have drunk fake wine. Wherever he looked, It was as if Mu Qingxue had 3 heads that were shaking wildly. He swallowed his saliva and stepped forward. As you wish. Reward host to gain villain value, plus 1,000. After 1 hour, plus 1 stick of incense. Xiaolan, who was outside the house, said softly at the door, "Miss, it's time to eat. Come in." Qin Xuan waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. The maid Xiaolan carried 3 jade cups of delicacies on a jade plate and walked into the boudoir, trembling with fear. When she saw the graceful figure wrapped in quilt beside Qin Xuan, she was so scared that her mouth opened wide enough to stuff a ham in. "I'm bringing you food." Qin Xuan gave Mu Qingxue's but a precise slap under the quilt. Mu Qingxue shouted angrily, "Get out." Xiaolan nodded quickly. "Miss, I'll be out right away." "Return," Qin Xuan said softly. Xiaolan couldn't leave or stay, so she could only turn back and said with a wry smile, "Sir, please don't embarrass me." She didn't know what was going on. The young lady used to dislike Qin Xuan, but now she looked at the 2 people sleeping together. She was certain in her heart that Qin Xuan would be her future son-in-law. She had been serving the young lady since she was a child, and no man had ever entered her young lady's boudoir. At most, it would be Yi Feng drinking a cup of tea and chatting with the young lady in the pavilion. Qin Xuan and her young lady already had an engagement, and now they were husband and wife, which confirmed his status as the son-in-law. "Roll!" Mu Qingxue scolded angrily. Calling her Xiaolan is like stepping on her tail. Xiaolan left in panic. Qin Xuan gave Mu Qingxue 3 consecutive hits on the buttocks in dissatisfaction. "I think this maid is quite considerate. Why are you so fierce?" Mu Qingxue stretched out her fair and slender arms, tightly covering the quilt with her hands. Only her head stuck out. Her beautiful face was filled with shame and embarrassment. "You exposed yourself on purpose, didn't you? You just wanted Xiaolan to know and make me feel ashamed. I give you 2 choices. Either you leave Yao Qi Holy Land and we never meet again, or you kill me. I'd rather die than live." Seeing that Mu Qingxue was on the verge of collapse, Qin Xuan did not rush to continue to put pressure on her. Instead, a conciliatory approach was adopted. Give a sweet date after a beating. Only by using both soft and hard tactics can you convince people. He sighed indifferently and stared at the curtains blankly. "Originally, I was planning to really reward you. Seeing that you made such a sophisticated arrangement and wanted to save Lung Li's life, I thought you wanted her to live. I was planning to save her, but with your attitude now, forget it. I'll leave. Isn't it okay for me to leave?" Qin Xuan got up and got dressed, with an attitude of not admitting his mistake. Mu Qingxue hurried to the bedside, stretched out her fair arms, grabbed Qin Xuan, and said with a look of surprise, "Can you save her?" Chapter 19, Blood Shura Clan. Realizing her own misconduct, Mu Qingxue retracted her arms and covered the quilt to hide the newly exposed scenery. She said solemnly, "She has been very kind to me. If you can save her, it will be considered as saving my life. From now on, we owe each other nothing and we are no longer friends." Qin Xuan joked, "Then you owe me a favor." "How can you say we don't owe each other a favor? You said you would give me a reward, but you are breaking your promise. Don't you have any truth in your words? The reward has been fulfilled. Eat my flesh, drink my blood. Oh, and we are also husband and wife." Mu Qingxue clenched her fists in hatred, feeling embarrassed and shouting, "Shameless." Qin Xuan bared his porcelain-white teeth and gnawed them. "Yes." Okay, I won't argue with you anymore." Qin Xuan leaned over and tapped Mu Qingxue's forehead gently. "Put on your clothes and follow me." After Mu Qingxue finished washing up, another hour passed. As it got darker, the 2 took advantage of the night to return to the basement, where the lewd smell lingered for a long time. Just smelling the unpleasant smell, Mu Qingxue's face turned red again, as if she was drunk with a bit more charm. Detected information related to Lung Li. Consume all villain points to obtain. Get it? Qin Xuan thought about it and nodded. After all, he is a fighter from the Holy Realm. The more information he has, the easier it will be to control him. As the villain value was reset to 0, the relevant information about Lung Li naturally merged into Qin Xuan's mind. With a smile on his face, he walked up to Lung Li, took out the holy pill given by Mu Qingxue, and fed it to her. Mu Qingxue asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Wasting a pill. If you think a holy pill can save Lung Li, then do I need you to help?" Qin Xuan stepped aside and waved towards Lung Li's body. "You come." Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes, and said nothing more. Qin Xuan kicked Lung Li out of the ice bed, sat on it himself, and waved to Mu Qingxue, "Come and sit down and wait for a while." Mu Qingxue looked at the fallen Lung Li. Now that she was no longer restrained by the couple, she quickly stepped forward, helped her up, and angrily said to Qin Xuan, "What are you doing?" She was pinned down by 71 holy burial nails, and the master of Wanjian Peak pierced her heart with a sword. Her body is riddled with holes. How can she withstand such torture from you? Qin Xuan smiled and asked, "You also know that her body is full of holes. Do you think that a body that has been destroyed like this can still be used? Is there any hope of repairing it successfully?" Mu Qingxue was very smart and could draw inferences from one instance to another. "You mean the body is broken, so you want to save the soul?" "No, it should be the holy soul. You're giving her the holy pill now. Is it also to repair her damaged holy soul?" Qin Xuan snapped his fingers and praised generously. "Smart, you get it right away." Mu Qingxue frowned, but the holy burial nail and the holy sword suppress her holy soul, preventing it from leaving her body. It will only weaken day by day until it perishes. With your and my strength, we can't get Lung Li's holy soul out of the suppression of the two holy weapons. "You can't. Don't take me with you." Qin Xuan saw that the fluctuations on Lung Li's body were becoming more and more intense. "I think the suppressed holy soul is beginning to revive." He decisively opened the ancient prison tower and took Lung Li and Mu Qingxue into the tower. The holy burial nail and the sword of the master of 10,000 Swords Peak are indeed extremely powerful. It is a powerful weapon that can kill Saint Kings. If it were someone else, they would probably be helpless in the face of this scene. But Qin Xuan is different. He has the ancient prison tower. That is the complete version that ranks above the imperial weapon. Even if it is just a defective product, it is still a top-level holy weapon, incomparable to the holy burial nail or a broken sword. The interior space of the ancient prison tower. Mu Qingxue stared at the vast wasteland in amazement. With her vision as the daughter of the Mu family, she had naturally seen many holy artifacts. I also know that some holy artifacts are of high grade, have storage properties, and have their own internal space. But this was the first time she had encountered such a vast wasteland as the ancient prison tower, and she had never heard of it before. It's like a small world in here. Even if she tried her best to disperse her soul, she couldn't reach the edge. It's so vast and boundless that it's unbelievable. Suppress. Not far from Mu Qingxue, Qin Xuan mobilized the power of the ancient prison tower and directly descended upon Lung Li's body. He is a practical man and does what he says. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 71 holy burial nails hummed and began to resist passively. Even the broken holy sword had a gleam of light at its cracks. The two sacred artifacts seemed to be sensing each other and actually began to unite to fight against the threat of the ancient prison tower. Ding! A crisp roar sounded in the ancient prison tower. The holy burial nail and holy sword that were nailed into Lung Li's body suddenly stopped, and everything returned to calm. If you observe carefully, you can even find that these two holy weapons are trembling slightly, as if they are afraid. Qin Xuan could sense that the ancient prison suppression tower was seeking credit, so he gave it a verbal praise. "Good tower, well done." He stared at Lung Li's graceful body under her black robe and said calmly, "The suppression of the holy weapon has disappeared. Are you still going to pretend to sleep?" Buzz. Elemental energy ripples around Lung Li's body, and his holy soul leaves his body, standing above his physical body as if it were a physical entity. She walked barefoot in the air with a graceful posture. Her long snow-white hair fluttered in the wind, and her ruby-like pupils were bright and lustrous. Lung Li's holy soul is 90% similar to her body and appearance. Both are extremely beautiful and stunning. However, in the holy soul state, Lung Lishue's Shura clan's bloodline is no longer suppressed, and the white hair and red eyes are fully revealed. Even after being beaten into this state, he still has the pressure of a quasi-saint. He really deserves to be called a Saint King. Qin Xuan sighed sincerely. If it were an ordinary saint, he would have died long ago after being pierced through the heart by the holy nail and the holy sword. How could he still be alive today with his holy soul still maintaining the strength of a quasi-saint? Lung Li stared at Qin Xuan with a cold gaze. She took a step forward, and the world seemed so close, yet so far away. In the blink of an eye, she came in front of Qin Xuan, stretched out one hand, grabbed Qin Xuan's neck, and slowly lifted him up. The murderous intent in his ruby-like pupils grew stronger. You are the one who bullied Qin Xuan? You think that I am in the way while lying on the 10,000-year-old ice bed. So you kick me away and continue to bully Qin Xuan? You, disregarding my dignity, are using my robe to wipe your filth? Qin Xian's face flushed red, and his throat made a continuous thumping sound as he struggled to breathe. I helped your holy soul escape. Have I allowed you to rescue me? Lung Li's holy soul has been in a state of awakening. She just couldn't speak or move. It doesn't mean that she doesn't know what's happening in the outside world. The scene of Qin Xian bullying Mu Qingxue was still vivid in his mind. Especially this bastard. He actually used her robe to wipe the filth, and it even got stained on her body. It is extremely filthy and should be killed. Snap! Lung Li exerted force with his palm, crushing Qin Xian's larynx. Then his holy soul was shaken, and even Qin Xian's head was shattered. Only a headless corpse was left, falling to the ground. A large amount of blood flowed down the neck and dyed the ground red. Mu Qingxue stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. Qin Xian dead? He finally died in front of her. But why couldn't she be happy at all? Even inside, I felt a little empty and indescribably blocked. Qingxue, she insulted you and I killed him. Why are you unhappy? Lung Li turned her head and looked at Mu Qingxue, who had been saving her from beginning to end, and asked suspiciously. I don't know. Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xian's body. Her heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. She just kept shaking her head. Even the breathing became more rapid. She wanted Qin Xian dead and wanted to cut him into pieces. But why did she feel so sad when Qin Xian died in front of her? Is it because Qin Xian was not killed by her personally? Or maybe, deep down in her heart, she didn't want Qin Xian to die at all? It must be because of the deep love between husband and wife. The husband is hurt physically, and the wife is heartbroken. Mu Qingxue covered her ears in a daze. She felt like she was crazy. I actually heard Qin Xian's voice in my nightmare. Sound. Mu Qingxue realized something and turned her head quickly. When she saw Qin Xian, who was clearly killed by Lung Li herself, appearing behind her with a grin on his face. Lung Li, and he said in unison, incredulously, You're not dead? Chapter 20 Mu Qingxue begs for mercy. Qin Xian asked with a smile as bright as spring breeze, Why do you all think that you can kill me, the controller, in my ancient prison suppression tower? He spent so much villain value to understand Lung Li's character. Don't you know that she would kill someone if she disagreed with something? He is a big villain. How could he be reduced to gambling with his own life? Ever since Lung Li entered the ancient prison tower, he has remained undefeated. Not to mention Lung Li's current state. He is just in the quasi-saint realm of Holy Soul. Even if she was at the peak of her powers and ranked at the Saint King level, he would be able to use this top-level holy weapon to suppress her in this ancient prison tower. You're not dead. Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened when she saw Qin Xian coming back to life. He raised his hand, holding a 3-foot green sword in his palm, and stabbed it towards Qin Xian's chest with anger. Clang! Qin Xian held the tip of the sword with one hand, looked at Mu Qingxue's beautiful face, and asked playfully, Why? Do you feel sad for my death and waste your feelings? Are you so angry that you're like a cat whose tail has been stepped on and is angry? Mu Qingxue let go of the precious sword, formed a palm print, and slapped Qin Xian's chest again, roaring hard. Who feels sorry for you? I just hate that I can't kill you with my own hands. She wished she could tear Qin Xian into pieces and grind his bones to ash. How could I possibly grieve over his death? Qin Xian is talking nonsense, being unreasonable. She, Mu Qingxue, had absolutely no such intention. Qin Xian opened his arms and controlled the ancient prison tower, forcing Mu Qingxue to change from striking out to throwing herself into his arms. She fell into Qin Xian's arms with her graceful and well-proportioned figure like a swallow falling into his arms. If you really wanted to kill me, you should have stabbed my body a few times. Why are you standing there grieving? Qin Xian lifted Mu Qingxue's delicate chin, looked in her fiery eyes, and asked murderous questions. As he waved his hand, the corpse in front of Lung Li turned into ashes. This small attempt not only suppressed Lung Li's self-righteous and arrogant character, but also shook Mu Qingxue's original intention to a certain extent. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Made a fortune. Mu Qingxue was restrained all over and unable to move. She could only let Qin Xuan do whatever he wanted and hold her in his arms. She struggled angrily and yelled, "Let me go, you bastard! Don't touch me! I won't let you touch me again!" Qin Xuan hugged Mu Qingxue's slender waist, feeling her warm body, and smiled warmly. "You have me in your heart, right? Strike while the iron is hot." His attitude changed. He planned to take this opportunity to speed up Mu Qingxue's inner recognition. No matter how arrogant or cold a girl of destiny is, she is still a woman. Qin Xuan is already familiar with the only path leading to the depths of his heart. The words of the heart are not spoken and are completely captured. It is quite effective in reducing Mu Qingxue's rebellious mood. However, before Mu Qingxue could be forced into the dilemma of proving herself, Lung Li, who had been watching from the side, had white hair flying and a pair of red eyes, with murderous intent that almost became real. "Little thief, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? This holy weapon can protect you once, but can it protect you 10 times? In her eyes, Qin Xuan was just at the supernatural level. An ant-like existence, even if it is just in the holy soul state, can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Die! Lung Li waved his hand, and the gust of wind was like a knife. Billions of sword beams cut and shattered even the space. It turned into an all-encompassing meteor shower, heading straight for Qin Xuan's neck. "You still haven't seen the situation clearly. No wonder your body was broken beyond repair." Qin Xuan was angry and very unhappy that Lung Li interrupted him. Just a glance, and the world changes color. The billions of wind blades with great momentum all changed direction and shot towards Lung Li, who had white hair and red eyes. Puff, puff, puff. The strong wind was like rain, penetrating every hole and coming from all directions, covering the sky and the earth, leaving Lung Li with nowhere to escape. In an instant, Lung Li's intact holy soul was blasted into pieces by the blasting strong wind. His breath suddenly weakened. She was stunned and looked at Qin Xuan, who was like an ant in front of her, in disbelief. How is this possible? She is the Holy King. He is a top Saint King who was able to kill several saints in a row while being surrounded by several Saint Kings in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Even if it was the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land, she was confident that she could suppress him without anyone to help her. However, according to her perspective, she also found the scene before her incredible. With just a realm of supernatural powers, he could actually mobilize the power of the holy weapon to suppress the quasi-saint. Not to mention how powerful this holy weapon is. It is impossible for someone at the level of supernatural power to control a holy weapon. Just like an ordinary child, he can lift a 1,000-foot-high mountain with one hand. Thunder is coming. Qin Xuan is in the ancient prison tower, and his words are followed by laws. The thunder rolled in the sky, violent and unparalleled, like a divine thunder of destruction, sweeping over to cover the heaven and earth. Lightning bolts as thick as dragons struck Lung Li below. Thousands of lightning snakes formed a giant lightning cage. It was like a thunder field, constantly burning the Lung Li holy soul inside. This is a top-level holy weapon. Why is he controlling it at will? Lung Li ran away at a very fast speed and touched the edge of the lightning cage. He was electrocuted and his whole body trembled, and his holy soul was shattered. The power of this cage is such that even if she is at the peak of her powers, she would have to stay away from it, not to mention that she is just a saint. Fire. The fire was raging, burning fiercely. The boundless flames turned into a sea of fire, constantly burning Lung Li's holy soul. The wind is coming. The wind fanned the fire, and there was thunder and lightning. 3 world-destroying disasters befell Lung Li at the same time. Even if she was a quasi-saint, she couldn't bear it. There is no longer any coldness on that beautiful face, only endless pain and suffering. You're so stubborn. Your soul is about to break apart, but you don't even say a word. Qin Xuan nodded leisurely and commented, "The Saint King's mouth was just hard." Unlike Mu Qingxue, who started shouting and screaming and wanted to cut him into pieces when she saw a little blood. He was not in a hurry and stared at Lung Li's battered holy soul without blinking. Lung Li is not afraid of death, but some people are afraid of her death. Qin Xuan, please stop. If you continue like this, her soul will completely dissipate. You promised me that you would save her. Mu Qingxue grabbed Qin Xuan's arm, gritted her teeth, and tried to persuade him unwillingly. The space inside this small tower overturned her cognition. Qin Xuan was like a god in this tower, and he could even suppress a quasi-saint. If she didn't speak up, she would have to watch her savior die in front of her eyes. Qin Xuan turned around and said with a stern face, "I was planning to save her for you, but you also saw that this woman wanted to kill me. If I save her, wouldn't it be adding another saint's deadly enemy to me? I will try my best to persuade her to change her mind. Do you think you have such a big weight?" Mu Qingxue stopped talking and remained silent. Indeed, as Qin Xuan said, her persuasion would not work at all. Lung Li has always been like this. If she wants to kill someone, she will not be dissuaded by anyone, not even her. Since you and I are husband and wife, I will spare her life for now. Qin Xuan changed the subject. The thunder, lightning, sea of fire, and strong winds all disappeared completely. Lung Li, who was tortured and covered with bruises, fell from a high altitude, and lightning was running on the surface of his holy soul. Her body was like mist, with a faint silky golden light that continued to dissipate from the surface of the holy soul. Chapter 21: Conquering the Holy King. Qin Xuan stared at Lung Li with a cold gaze, and warned her without question, "For Qingxue's sake, I will not bother with you for now, but from now on, you must stay in this ancient prison tower and not leave even a step." He had no intention of killing Lung Li. From the first moment he saw Lung Li, he had been preparing to subdue this Saint King. Whether it was taking advantage of Lung Li's inability to move to deliberately humiliate him, or Lung Li had tried to kill him before. Everything is part of the plan. Everything he did was to dampen Lung Li's enthusiasm. No matter what, Lung Li was once a powerful Saint King. He was also confident that he could bring Lung Li back to the top. The more top-level guards like this, the better. By the way, I can do Mu Qingxue a favor. In the future, I can also develop more postures that will please him. Mu Qingxue nodded. It should be. Lung Li is now only in the state of a holy soul, and is relying on the ancient prison suppression tower to suppress the two holy artifacts. Otherwise, Lung Li's holy soul would still be suppressed in his broken body. Lung Li would not be able to survive if she didn't stay in the ancient prison tower. Oh! Lung Li gathered his body with difficulty, raised his palm, looked at the soul that was almost transparent, and said self-deprecatingly, "I can't even maintain the existence of the holy soul for a long time. Why should I rely on your breath?" Her holy soul was constantly being strangled by the two holy artifacts and was constantly disintegrating. He was struck by the same thundering blow again. It has already been on the brink of collapse. Within a month or so, his soul will be torn apart and his body will disappear. It was a situation where she was doomed to die. How could she, a Saint King, still be threatened by Qin Xuan, who was at the divine power realm? Even you can't save yourself. There was a tremor in Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes. She risked great disapproval and hid Lung Li in the barrier of the immaculate holy body. All I want is to repay the favor, even at the cost of my life. As a result, it didn't go as she wished. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists bitterly. In the end, was everything I did in vain? Lung Li was calm and composed, facing death calmly. Not really. The Holy Spirit has left my body. At least it can pass on my legacy. Mu Qingxue turned around, grabbed Qin Xuan's hand, and begged, "You have a way, right? You said you could save her." Qin Xuan kept silent, his brows furrowed. He can definitely be saved. He is just waiting for a good price. With the handle in hand, he would take the opportunity to suppress the arrogance of Mu Qingxue and Lung Li. Then he won't suffer any loss. In Qin Xuan's eyes, if there are benefits, but he doesn't get them, it will be a huge loss. He won't do business that will lose money. Mu Qingxue pleaded bitterly. "Qin Xuan, I beg you, as long as you can save Lung Li, I promise that from now on, I will never think of killing you again. If I hurt you in the slightest, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will be destroyed." Qin Xuan seemed to be in endless entanglement. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "If she hadn't killed me before, I would have been somewhat confident. But now, her soul has dissipated too much. It is extremely difficult to repair the damaged holy soul. Even for me, it is quite difficult." Lung Li snorted softly. "Does this master need your help? I only regret that this master has been tricked. Otherwise, you would have already." Crackling. Qin Xuan raised his hand to the sky, holding a lightning whip, and lashed it fiercely towards Lung Li. Thunder and lightning exploded, and a bottomless ravine appeared on Lung Li's right side, stretching for thousands of feet. In the ravine, the world-destroying divine thunder was still as powerful as ever, crackling. If this whip landed on Lung Li, he would be killed at least by shedding a layer of skin. Gurgle. Lung Li swallowed with a trembling heart and said no more. The reason she was able to endure lightning, flames, and strong winds without begging for mercy was due to her character. Even though he talks tough, his holy soul is being destroyed and tortured, which is 1,000,000 times more tragic than death. She was also terrified by the pain. Don't be stupid enough to say a few more words and let yourself suffer more. Mu Qingshu bit her bright lips, her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly misty. Is there really no solution at all? Qin Xuan saw Mu Qingshu's tears rolling down her beautiful face. He paused for a long time and thought it was about time. He changed his words and said, "Nonsense. I will save her. I have a top-level technique for cultivating the soul. It was taught by a mysterious person. He said that if anyone leaks it, he will kill me." Mu Qingshu was shocked and said, "The technique is passed on to others. If that person wants to kill you, what will you do?" Qin Xuan rolled his eyes. "What can I do? Lung Li will be exposed if she goes out. Who can stop that person from killing me? At worst, I will not let Lung Li leave this ancient prison tower from now on." His expression was serious, but he was actually very happy in his heart. What a mysterious person. The 9 transformation Holy Soul art is a reward from a system. He can pass it on to anyone he wants, without any restrictions. But since we're going to give good things, we naturally have to raise the value of the good things. It proves that it hurts him to give it away. This made Mu Qingshu feel guilty and found it difficult to repay. To deal with someone like Mu Qingshu, who has a very high level of self-morality, to stand on a moral level and make her feel guilty. Look, Mu Qingshu, who originally wanted to kill him, is now starting to worry about him. Qin Xuan waved at Lung Li. "Come here." Lung Li rolled his eyes. "Why should I be told what to do in my life?" Crack! The thunder whip exploded again. Lung Li flashed to Mu Qingshu's side and wiped her tears without even looking at Qin Xuan. "Feel the technique with your whole heart." Qin Xuan didn't waste any words. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at Lung Li's smooth forehead. He felt vaguely excited in his heart. After so much preparation, it was only at this moment. After his deduction, as long as he practices, the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul, under his control, will turn into cool information and flow into Lung Li's mind. The vast and obscure skills flow slowly. Lung Li's expression changed from disdain to inexplicable shock as he learned more about the matter. She never thought that Qin Xuan could save her. With her current injuries, even if several Saint Kings were to heal her together, they would be powerless to save her. However, when she understood the essence of this technique, she saw hope of survival. This is a top-level technique for cultivating the soul. In the entire Hongmeng continent, there are very few soul-related techniques that can be cultivated and allow practitioners to advance to the quasi-saint realm. And this 9 transformations of the Holy Soul art can actually cultivate the soul to the Holy King realm, or even higher. Lung Li looked at Qin Xuan in disbelief. Is that mysterious man Emperor Ziyang, or the leader of the Mingyu dynasty, who faked his death? Qin Xuan, what the hell is it to you? Lung Li did not ask any more questions, and urged impatiently. Teach me the complete version of the technique quickly. She knew that Qin Xuan was holding back and had not passed on the true secrets of the technique. He was only trying to help her consolidate the strength of her holy soul. If she could obtain the complete version of 9 transformations of Holy Soul art, not only would her holy soul be immortal, but with this top-level 9 transformations of Holy Soul art, she would be able to stand out among other soul cultivators. In the future, I will be promoted to the Saint King realm as a soul cultivator, and then repair my physique, becoming a Saint King of both body and soul. When she comes back again, she will destroy the sacred land of Yao Qi to the ground. Qin Xuan smiled evilly. It seems like you haven't figured out your own identity yet. You are now trapped in this ancient prison tower. Don't even think about taking a single step out without my permission. If I want, I can naturally let you become a soul cultivator, which is equivalent to living a new life. But if I don't want you to, the best outcome for you is to stay in the tower and be my object of admiration. Lung Li's heart tightened. What do you want? Of course I want you, who is at the Saint King level. Qin Xuan had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. I'm giving you a top-level technique, so you naturally have to pay something. Before you get out of this predicament, you must serve as my guard. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Whoever I tell you to kill, you have to kill. Lung Li nodded without even thinking. Okay. Chapter 22. Saint King Realm as Servant. Kill. She is very familiar with this aspect and does not feel any burden. Being able to live a glorious life and kill all those enemies who wished her dead would be much more satisfying than dying quietly. The most important thing is that she is ready to die. Suddenly, she saw hope to survive. If she cannot transform into a soul cultivator and live her life in reverse, it would be equivalent to giving her hope and then extinguishing it again. This kind of despair is something that even a saint king like her cannot bear. Qin Xuan nodded slowly. From now on, I will be the master and you will be the servant. Do you have any objections? Lung Li's eyes were moved. She took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in her beautiful eyes gradually faded away. She spoke intermittently, Master. Good. Qin Xuan raised his hand with satisfaction and patted Lung Li's head twice, as if he was patting a pet's head. After a careful investigation and confirmation that the control measures he had set up had taken effect, the more mysterious essence of the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul turned into a gurgling spring and flowed into Lung Li's body. Lung Li's face showed ecstasy, and the murderous intent in his eyes was fleeting. He looked at Qin Xuan and said, I want to practice in seclusion. I need some medicine to repair the Holy Soul. Within a month, I can return to the Saint Realm. There is Wanbao Pavilion not far from here. You can buy the medicine you need there. I happen to be free, so I'll take you there. Now that he has subdued Lung Li and helped her improve her cultivation, Qin Xuan naturally feels obliged to do so. The stronger Lung Li is, the more powerful his trump card is. As for Lung Li's little thoughts, he saw it all. How could it be so easy to make a saint king bow down and acknowledge his master? It's nothing but Lung Li, planning to endure first and then explode. A little brains, but not much. Lung Li would never have dreamed that he, who was at the level of supernatural powers, could have a perfect understanding of the holy technique, 9 transformations of the Holy Soul. Even some key points of 9 transformations of Holy Soul can be tampered with at will. The souls of those who practice this technique later will be controlled by him. This is an open conspiracy. Lung Li cannot escape no matter what. If Lung Li does not give in and does not practice the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul, she will die within a month. If he surrenders, after practicing, he will be controlled by the restraining means in the technique, just like a thing in his palm. There is no escape anymore. In the face of absolute control, Lung Li, who is at the Saint King level, can only allow himself to be slaughtered by him and cannot make the slightest wave. As a villain, he would not risk his own life for a Saint King level guard. When Qin Xuan raised his hand, the wasteland in front of Mu Qingxue disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the basement filled with a decadent smell. Come with me to Wanbao Pavilion? Qin Xuan turned his head and asked. Mu Qingxue shook her head. You go by yourself, I want some quiet time. Her mind is in a mess now. I still can't accept why I'm sad about Qin Xuan's death. Could it be that she really had some feelings for Qin Xuan? No, impossible. She had no such intention. But just now, in order to get Qin Xuan to save Lung Li, she bluntly said that she would not hurt Qin Xuan in the future. Moreover, if Qin Xuan was really seriously injured in front of her, would she be able to kill him? Mu Qingxue was tormented by the confusion in her mind. She was as stiff as a puppet, with heavy steps, and left the basement alone in a daze. Qin Xuan watched Mu Qingxue's beautiful figure go away, without trying to keep her. Mu Qingxue is now like standing at a crossroads, and she needs to weigh her inner feelings on her own. If it is developing in the direction he needs, he will not interfere. If it is developing in the wrong direction, he will take timely action to correct it. He waited for the moment to reap the fruits of victory. Yaoshan County is only 1,000 miles away from the Yaoqi Holy Land, and disciples from the Holy Land often come and go. Yifeng and Qingning were now passing the guards entering the city and paying the yuanshi required to enter the city. He brought Qingning all the way to the most magnificent building in Yaoshan County. On the plaque were 3 large golden characters, Wanbao Pavilion. After handing a token to the steward, he waited in the Wanbao Pavilion. It was not until half an hour later that the manager came back and led the two people to the top floor. Before entering the building, Yi Feng and Qing Ning both felt that the entire floor was shrouded in several high-level magic arrays. Even their energy was suppressed by more than 30%. The entire floor seemed to be wrapped in a magic circle, with 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Not even a fly could fly in. "Come in." A cold voice came from the room. Yi Feng pushed the door open and walked in, leading Qingning in. Through the screen, Qingning saw the graceful figure working at the desk opposite him at first sight. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth was open. When she saw this girl, she felt like she had lost her 3 souls and 7 spirits. She was terrified. It was as if an invisible hand was pinching her throat, and she couldn't even utter a word. Shock. Asphyxia. Incredible. That is an evil star that is feared like a tiger by the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. Even saints avoid it. Originally, she felt that the array formations in the Wanbao Pavilion were so numerous and complicated that it was a waste of resources. But when she saw this woman, she felt that there were too few formations. She was so nervous that her back was soaked with cold sweat. She didn't expect that senior brother Yi Feng actually knew this evil star, which shocked her. "Junior sister Qingning, why don't you pay your respects to senior sister?" Yi Feng deliberately reminded her and took the lead in bowing. "Greetings to senior sister Zhen." Qingning swallowed and quickly followed. Greetings to senior sister Zhen." She felt beads of sweat on her forehead, but she didn't dare raise her hand to wipe it. Ziyang, who was behind the screen, slowly raised her starry eyes and said calmly, "Have you decided to ask my Saint Doctor lineage to fulfill its promise today?" Yi Feng nodded. "I would like to ask senior sister to kill someone for me. His father was once good friends with the chief holy doctor of the Ziyang Empire, and they had a good relationship. After the Yi family was destroyed, the saintly doctor tried to save him and promised to avenge him, but he refused. He originally had no intention of using this favor. But Qin Xian's hatred for him was already unbearable for him. When he thought of Qin Xian's face, he couldn't control the murderous intent in his heart, like a raging sea, almost possessed by a demon. He couldn't wait to become stronger before killing Qin Xian. If Qin Xian doesn't die, the devil will be planted in his heart, and his cultivation will not be able to improve even a little bit. He wanted Qin Xian to die immediately, preferably tonight, so that he could see Qin Xian's horrific death. Ziyang asked calmly, "Who?" "The eldest son of the Qin palace, Qin Xian, who possesses the supreme bone." Ziyang raised her starry eyes. Ripples appeared in them. "Father once owed Qin Xian a cause and effect. The person who killed him should not be from my lineage of saint doctors." Yi Feng clenched his hands, which were hanging at his waist, suddenly. Not possible again. Mu Qingxue repeatedly threatened to break off the engagement, but at the critical moment, she spoke for Qin Xian and even asked the head of Wanjian Peak to come forward to protect him. Now, even the only daughter of the chief saintly doctor of the Ziyang Empire was unwilling to kill Qin Xian for him. Yi Feng's eyes flushed red as he looked up at Ziyang behind the screen. Could it be that the promise of the chief saint doctor of the Ziyang Empire is so cheap that he can't even kill a small divine ability realm? He gritted his teeth and pressed. What if I insist on using this promise? The more Ziyang was unwilling to take action, the more he wanted to kill Qin Xian. His murderous intent towards Qin Xian had become possessed. No matter what, Qin Xian must be killed. No matter what means are used, Qin Xian must die without a burial place. Ziyang accepted the token and said indifferently, "Do your best." Chapter 23, Dune Poison Body. Yi Feng turned around and left. "I hope the Saint Doctor will keep his word." After walking out of Wanbao Pavilion, Qingning's back and dress were soaked with cold sweat, and her breathing became more and more rapid. In front of Ziyang from Wanbao Pavilion, she didn't even dare to breathe. She looked at Yi Feng and said with lingering fear, "Senior brother Yi Feng, how did you know senior sister Ziyang?" "That's the Dune Poison Body. It's an existence that cannot be provoked." At the beginning, a saint from Danding Peak wanted to accept it as a true disciple, but within a month, the saint was poisoned and almost died. In our Yaoqi Holy Land, even a saint like my father doesn't dare to get within 100 feet of senior sister Ziyang. We were only a few feet away, just now. Could it be that after returning to Yaoqi Holy Land, we will be poisoned by senior sister Ziyang's doomed poison body and die suddenly? The more Qingning thought about it, the more it seemed to be the case. Throughout the Yaoqi Holy Land, seeing senior sister Ziyuan was like seeing a devil, and people tried to avoid her. If she had known that senior brother Yifeng was looking for senior sister Ziyuan, she would never have entered Wanbao Pavilion, even if she was beaten to death. Yifeng shook his head and said indifferently, "It's okay, those are all things of the past. Now senior sister Yuan has many isolation formations from Wanjin Peak, and the holy clothes refined by Hongya Peak to protect her body. As long as she doesn't come into contact with it for a long time, she will not be affected by the bad luck poison body." Qingning was still in shock and consoled himself. It's good that he's fine, but Qin Xuan carries that little tower with him. Daddy said it's a top-level holy weapon. Even a saint would find it difficult to kill it in a short time. I'm afraid a celestial being is not enough. If you want to suppress Qin Xuan, you need at least 2 people in the heaven realm, one to hold the small tower, and one to suppress Qin Xuan. I will let the Heaven Realm Deacon of Thunder Prison Peak cooperate with senior sisters Yuan to completely wipe him out. She wanted revenge, and felt that if the 3 celestial realms joined forces, their chances of winning would be even greater. In such a killing situation, there must not be any accidents. She wants Qin Xuan to die and be torn into pieces. Leiyu Peak should not take action, lest it bring disaster upon itself. Yifeng grinned. Outsiders don't know senior sister Ziyuan's origins, but my Yi family once had some connection with her lineage, so how could we not know? She is now the chief disciple of Wanjin Peak in Yaoqi Holy Land, and her master is the Peak Master of Wanjin Peak. Qingning nodded and said angrily, but Qin Xuan also has the support of the Master of Wanjin Peak. Wan Zhenfeng is just a backer of senior sister Ziyuan. Her real identity is the only legitimate daughter of the chief saint doctor of the Ziyang Empire. The smile on Yifeng's mouth became more and more rampant. Moreover, her mother is the head of Danding Peak, who has been in seclusion all year round to refine the great elixir. Qingning's beautiful eyes trembled wildly. Senior sisters, does she have such a terrifying background? Yifeng was dissatisfied with Ziyuan's attitude and mocked her. No matter how terrifying her background is, she has a body of bad luck poison that can almost kill a saint. Not to mention ordinary saint disciples. Even her biological parents find it difficult to be intimate with her. He sneered in his heart. In terms of background, Ziyuan is not inferior to Qin Xuan at all, and is even stronger. In terms of realm, Ziyuan is far superior to Qin Xuan. Even if it was a holy weapon, he didn't believe that Qin Xuan had it and Ziyuan didn't. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. No matter whether Ziyuan killed Qin Xuan or Qin Xuan escaped successfully, Qin Xuan will have only one ending, and that is to be hunted endlessly by Ziyuan. If my guess comes true, and Mu Qingshua's attitude change is somehow related to that person, once that person takes action, the entire Yaoqi Holy Land will do its best to strangle Qin Xuan. Yifeng recalled Mu Qingshua's previous evaluation of the great devil Lung Li, and combined it with the strange fact that the great devil had killed saints one after another in the Yaoqi Holy Land, was seriously injured, but disappeared right under his nose. His smile became increasingly cold. If Qin Xuan, Mu Qingxue, and Lung Li were involved, that would be easier. This is a dead end. From the moment Ziyuan agreed to kill Qin Xuan was doomed to die. The serial killing scheme has been set up. Qingning looked at Yifeng, clenched his fists, and said angrily, "Brother Yifeng, this time, we can finally get revenge. I must poke a dozen transparent holes in Qin Xuan's body to vent my hatred." The son of luck, Yifeng, is turning evil. His luck value has dropped by 18,000 points, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 18,000. Qingning, the daughter of luck, has her luck value reduced by 5,000 points, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 5,000. As soon as he entered the Wanbao Pavilion, the prompt sound in his mind made Qin Xuan murmur. This son and daughter of luck are not good enough either. After being slapped a few times, he started to become evil, giving him villain value for nothing. This big fat sheep's luck has declined so much that I guess it's time to slaughter it. Recovering his composure, Qin Xuan looked at the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, who came before him and casually handed him a list. The steward smiled and said, "Sir, all the natural treasures you want, when added together, are worth 13 million top-grade yuan sure." Qin Xuan nodded and immediately said to Lung Li in the ancient prison tower, "To buy these great medicines, you need 18 million high-quality yuan sure." The elixirs that Lung Li needed to practice the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul were all required by the Saint Realm and were inherently precious. In addition, he is a rare soul cultivator in the Hongmeng continent, and rare things are valuable. Such an expensive price is understandable. Lung Li gritted her teeth and said, "You asked me to be a guard and didn't provide me with any offerings. Now that you are purchasing medicine, you are asking me for an extra 5 million high-quality yuan sure. Do you think I am being taken advantage of?" Qin Xuan looked up at the steward and shook his head helplessly. "It's too expensive. I don't have enough yuan sure on me." He stood up and was about to leave. Lung Li was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Don't go, I'll give it to you. Isn't it okay if I give it to you?" She threw out a storage bracelet from the ancient prison tower. "There are 15 million high-quality yuan sure in it. These are all my belongings." She roamed the Hongmeng continent and never thought of being restrained by anyone. She had no habit of saving and spent money lavishly, often going bankrupt. These 15 million high-quality yuan sure were captured by her when she killed a saint. Before she could spend them, she was surrounded and killed by a group of saints from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xuan took the storage bracelet and continued walking out of Wanbao Pavilion without stopping. The manager quickly caught up, took Qin Xuan's arm, and said with a smile, 120 million high-quality yuan sure. A big customer like you should enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment in my Wanbao Pavilion." Qin Xuan looked back. "Can it be any less?" The manager shook his head and said, "This is really the lowest price. If it's any less, we'll have to add yuan sure to it." Qin Xuan shook the hand of the Wanbao Pavilion manager and exchanged pleasantries with him. After confirming that the amount could not be reduced any further, he said helplessly, "Then let's make a deal." After getting the elixir, Qin Xuan took advantage of both ends and got a total of 3 million high-quality yuan sure. Throw the elixir that Lung Li needs into the ancient prison tower so that she can practice. Qin Xuan, with a huge sum of money in his pocket, was strolling leisurely in the Wanbao Pavilion. Not long after, Lung Li, who was in training, woke up and reminded, "Master, you have been targeted. There are many formations here, and there are many people and eyes. It's not easy for my identity to be exposed. You lead it to a deserted place outside the city, and I can kill it secretly." Chapter 24, Ziyang Assassination. "Someone is targeting me? Is it Yi Feng?" Qin Xuan muttered to himself. "Not long ago, I just received the villain value given to me by Yi Feng and Qingning for free." At this moment, Lung Li was reminded that someone was targeting him. It was obvious that it was the murderous intent brought by the Son of Destiny who could not bear any injustice. Qin Xuan murmured as a matter of course, "This place is quite far from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Since he dares to attack me, let's find a deserted place and bury him. When it's time to slaughter, start slaughtering." First it was Qin Hao, and now it's Yi Feng. The sons of luck come one after another. If you kill one, are you still worried that there won't be another one? Qin Xuan left Wanbao Pavilion openly and deliberately walked towards the outside of Yaoshan County, intending to take decisive action in a deserted place and kill the enemy with one blow. Not far from the Wanbao Pavilion, Lung Li's voice sounded again in the ancient prison tower. "The one who is targeting you is a woman. In the heavenly man realm, something is not right. She is wearing a holy weapon, which isolates her aura, so she must be unique." Woman? The realm of heaven and man? Qin Xuan had some doubts in his heart. He hadn't offended the powerful woman in the heavenly man realm. Could it be Yi Feng's old lover, or the helper from the heavenly realm that Qingning from Leiyu Peak found? Detected that the lucky girl Ziyuan is at the peak of the heavenly man realm. Use the remaining villain value to learn Ziyuan's information. Does the host know it? Yes. Qin Xuan nodded decisively. A girl of destiny, or in the realm of heaven and man. This villain value is definitely worth it. He was also very curious why this lucky girl named Ziyuan had targeted him. I had never heard of it before, and there was no grudge or hatred between us. It was impossible for me to have such thoughts for no reason. As the villain value was deducted, information about Ziyuan slowly flowed through Qin Xuan's mind. After coming to his senses, Qin Xuan's eyes were full of shock. This Yi Feng is really very sinister. Ziyuan is the daughter of the chief saintly doctor of the Ziyang Empire. Her mother is the current master of Danding Peak. She learned her master from Wanjin Peak and is the chief disciple of the master of Wanjin Peak. Not to mention other backgrounds, These three people alone are already the three holy kings. The background is truly monstrous. Ziyuan herself is still in the realm of heaven and man. Yifeng used his connections to ask Ziyuan to kill him. Not to mention that he is no match for Ziyuan now. What can he do even if he uses the ancient prison tower? Ziyuan has two Saint King level backers in the Yaoqi Holy Land. If he hurt Ziyuan, the masters of Danding Peak and Wanjin Peak would tear him to pieces alive. Ziyuan honored her promise. Killing me satisfied Yifeng and Qing Ning's desire for revenge. If I hurt Ziyuan, Yifeng could make a fuss about it and maybe offend the three holy kings. TSK, 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 TSK. This son of destiny is really good at calculating and set up a serial killing plan for me. Qin Xian's deep eyes revealed a cold sneer. But there is a way to break the situation. Yifeng and Qing Ning, a couple, will be together forever. Since these two people wanted to kill him with a trick, don't blame him for using a vicious trick. Simply killing the two people would be too easy, so he wanted to let this pair of dogs fight each other. That's called killing someone and destroying their heart. However, before that, he had to deal with Ziyuan's murderous intentions. He changed direction and headed towards the downtown area of Yaoshan County. Longly reminded, in this busy city, if I take action, I will be exposed, and then neither you nor I will be able to survive. This matter has nothing to do with you for now, you little piece of trash from the quasi-saint realm. Just stay in the ancient prison tower and improve your cultivation. Qin Xian moved his mind, blocked Lung Li's holy soul detection, and imprisoned her in the ancient prison tower. In his mind, he communicated with the system. Where's the Holy King realm background that I exchanged for the huge amount of villain value of 300,000? On the way. It's good to be here. Qin Xian came to the downtown area of Yaoshan County and wandered around aimlessly, with a strong sense of anticipation in his heart. This time, he not only wants to break the serial killing scheme set up by Yifeng, but also wants to make the son of luck lose both his wife and his army. He looked down on Qingning, but since Ziyuan had a huge background and was also a stunning beauty, he didn't mind spending more time on her strategy. At the market in Yaoshan County, vendors setting up stalls formed a long, winding line. There's a lot of traffic going on. Dumplings, buns with thin skin, and big fillings, steaming hot, freshly baked. Tong Halu, 3 cents a string, 10 cents for 3 strings. The hawker's shouts, the billowing white mist from the steamers, and the chattering of guests sitting on small benches by the roadside unfold a picture of life full of the flavor of everyday life. The maid who was far away from Ziyuan said in a voice transmission, "Miss, could it be that Qin Xian has discovered us? He was obviously planning to leave the city just now. So why is he here in the ordinary people's market now?" In Wanbao Pavilion, she dared to approach the young lady. But now, this is outside, without the isolation of the many magic arrays inside the Wanbao Pavilion. She was afraid of Ziyuan like a tiger and did not dare to get within 100 feet of her. Over the years, the maids serving her young lady have been replaced one after another. Some of them were poisoned to death by the poisonous body of bad luck, while others died suddenly for no apparent reason. The harm caused by the doom poison body was so great that she didn't dare to get close to Ziyuan easily. If you're not careful, your life may be in danger. The maid said in distress, "It's not convenient for us to take action here. It's easy to cause trouble. We don't know how long we have to wait before Qin Xian leaves Yaoshan County." Ziyuan's beautiful eyes were calm as she said calmly, "You can go back for now." She's used to it. Get used to being feared. She knew that the maidservant didn't want to stay with her for long, and she had no intention of forcing her to do so. After all, even her parents had been poisoned by the doom poison body. Even parents at the Saint King level were wary of her, let alone an outsider. "Miss, please be careful." The maid disappeared in a flash, as if she had been pardoned. Ziyuan's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He just silently watched Qin Xian sitting in the bun shop. She was very curious about what kind of person this natural supreme bone who was once mistakenly diagnosed with a serious illness by his father was. She still remembered her father's assertion that Qin Xian had no chance of survival. Later, it was proved that Qin Xian not only survived, but also lived well. The supreme bone in his body was nurtured and had improved greatly. Not long ago, she heard that Qin Xian was expelled from the Qin family and stripped of his supreme bone. Logically speaking, Qin Xian should have suffered backlash and died tragically. However, Qin Xian, who was eating meat buns with big mouthfuls, obviously did not show any signs of backlash. His yuan power is so strong that he has even entered the realm of supernatural powers. Ziyuan, wrapped in a holy robe, slowly descended from the air, stepped on the bluestone bricks, and walked towards the bun shop step by step. Bang! Ziyuan had just walked into the market when the stove in front of the bun shop, which was burning with a raging fire, exploded with a bang, and coal flames flew everywhere, scalding the passers-by and customers nearby and making them cry for their parents. Shopkeeper, your stove exploded. You are such a scoundrel. You have used the stove for so many years, and you don't even know how to replace it with a new one. I just bought this dress. You have to compensate me for 10 taels of silver. Just as he finished speaking, a shout came from not far away. Get out of the way. Get out of the way quickly. The horse is frightened. A carriage, pulled by 2 mad horses, crashed into a vegetarian shop. People and horses were thrown to the ground, and the carriage picked up the charcoal fire on the ground and threw it into the nearby clothing shop, instantly igniting the fine silks. Flames burst out. Damn you, Baozi shop. These silks were shipped from Jincheng, thousands of miles away. They're all top-quality silks. All my wealth is invested in these silks. You destroyed my hard work. I will fight you. The monkey has become a spirit. Run. This monkey has absorbed energy into its body and has become a monster. Not far away, a monkey trainer was scratched to a bloody pulp. In front of him, a black monkey jumped up and down, scratching and biting anyone it saw. Most of the street had met with misfortune, and it was in a complete mess, like a huge pot of stew. Damn it. Why did all the bad luck happen at the same time today? It's fucking weird. There must be some unlucky person passing by this street. Chapter 25, The Only Man Who Can Get Close to Ziyuan. It's not a jinx. I heard that Yaoqi Holy Land has a chief disciple who has the ability to bring disaster to the world. Maybe it's that unlucky star from Yaoqi Holy Land who has arrived. Hush. Shut up. There were innocent people who were involved in the incident and were talking about it. When they talked about the identity of the chief disciple, everyone felt uneasy and dared not say anything further. However, everyone's eyes were searching this street, verifying your guess. Soon, Ziyuan appeared, wearing a holy robe that wrapped her whole body tightly, leaving not even a strand of her hair exposed. Became the focus of everyone's attention. The power of this isolation holy robe has declined too much, or maybe my cultivation has increased a little recently, and the holy robe can no longer suppress the doomed poison body. Ziyuan, a powerful person in the realm of heaven and man. When everyone's eyes were fixed on him, his heart was pounding like a frightened rabbit. He even forgot the purpose of coming to the market and turned around to leave. Those scrutinizing and frightened looks reminded her of the nightmares of her childhood. She couldn't bear the disgust of being the center of attention and felt a chill all over her body. You have been looking in my direction since a while ago. Why are you leaving now? A curious male voice sounded behind Ziyuan. She subconsciously turned around and looked at Qin Xuan, who was standing in front of her. Her eyes trembled slightly in surprise, and then she shook her head and denied it. I'm not looking at you. It is no longer appropriate to take action now. We can only look for another opportunity. Qin Xuan held the packaged meat buns in front of Ziyuan and said, You want to buy some meat buns, right? Unfortunately, the stove in the store exploded, but I have 2 packaged meat buns here. I'll give them to you. Ziyuan slowly raised her hand, took the meat bun wrapped in oil paper from Qin Xuan's hand, and sniffed it. It smells so good. She had never eaten these mundane foods before, so she was quite tempted. At Qin Xuan's signal, she picked up a meat bun and put it in her tightly wrapped robe. She opened her mouth slightly and took a small bite. The gravy burst out, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. Delicious. Qin Xuan teased with a playful look. You look so ignorant. It's just 2 meat buns, 10 cents. He stretched out his hand, and seeing that Zin didn't move, he asked in surprise, No way. Are you planning to eat without paying? Ziyuan shook her head. Of course I know that I have to pay for food, but I don't have 10 cents. Only this. She stretched out her hand, which was covered with a pure black arm sleeve, and in her palm was a crystal-clear, top-grade yuan shi. Qin Xuan took the yuan shi and took out 9 high-grade yuan shi, 9 mid-grade yuan shi, 9 low-grade yuan shi, 9 taels of silver, and 990 coins from his storage bracelet, and handed them to Ziyuan. Here's your change. Ziyuan declined politely. No, it's just a way to repay your kindness. The top-grade yuan sure is also useful to you. This was the first time she had eaten meat buns, and they had a unique flavor. It's just a top-grade yuan sure, not expensive. She didn't want to stay for long. She didn't want to stay in this market that hated her, and she was even more disgusted by the surprise and fear that Qin Xuan would definitely show later. In the past, when she showed her face, people would often come forward to show their goodwill. Without exception, within 10 breaths, they would be affected by the poisonous body of misfortune and become afraid of her like a tiger. Some would even call her various insulting names behind her back. Qin Xuan raised his hand and grabbed Zi Yuan's arm. No way. 2 meat buns cost 10 cents. If you don't want my change, then I'll take you around the market and have some delicious food. Just consider it as making friends. Zi Yuan shook her head in refusal and said in a voice transmission, "You are not from Yaoqi Holy Land. You don't know my identity, and you don't know what the consequences will be if you get close to me. As you can see, as long as I get close to this market, disaster will befall me. If it weren't for my high level of cultivation, the shouts and cries of killing would have been deafening." Qin Xuan rolled his eyes. "Are you talking nonsense?" It's not that he didn't believe Zi Yuan's words, but the doomed poison body had no effect on him at all. The doomed poison body that even the Saint King feared was of no avail in front of his chaos primordial body. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the only man in the entire continent who can approach Zi Yuan without any scruples. Zi Yuan, who has never had any romantic relationship and even rarely interacted with others, wants to escape from the villain who is well versed in matters between men and women? You're dreaming. Zi Yuan was surprised. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. It's just a coincidence. Why are you so funny that you keep associating yourself with these unrealistic, weird stories? Qin Xuan wondered, if what you said is true, you will be doomed just by walking in this market. If I get close to you, will I also be affected? Or if I hold your hand, will I be struck to death by the lightning? Zi Yuan thought about it and did not deny it. There has never been such a case before, but if you say so, it is very likely. She still remembered that the elder of Danding Peak accepted her as a disciple and only taught her some knowledge about alchemy. During that month, the elders of Danding Peak encountered many misfortunes. Later, when he was refining a holy pill, his furnace exploded without any warning. Even the cave that was filled with formations was blown down, and he himself was severely damaged. If the Holy Lord had not intervened, he would have been dead. Since then, the elders from various peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land have avoided her as if she were the plague. Her current master, the master of Wanjin Peak, only taught her some knowledge about formations through voice transmission. He never stayed with her alone, let alone taught her in person. Let me try. Qin Xuan stretched out his hand and motioned Zi Yuan to give her hand to him. Zi Yuan hesitated. I don't want to hurt you. She would kill him by any means necessary to fulfill the promise her father had made to Yifeng. But she would never allow herself to use the doom poison body. That was a power she was unwilling to use in her entire life. This suffocated her physique, and she would rather never have an attack. Qin Xuan urged impatiently. You really take yourself so seriously. If you can poison me to death, you are awesome. If you don't want to harm me, then you can just walk away if you see the situation is not right. Zi Yuan stared at Qin Xuan and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. She hesitated for a while before slowly bending her fingers and pointing them at his palm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. The sky is clear and cloudless. Not only did the doom poison body not break out, Zi Yuan was surprised to find that some of the chaos in the market was also beginning to improve. Where is the thunder tribulation? Qin Xuan turned his head, stared at Zi Yuan, and questioned. Zi Yuan shook her head suspiciously, equally puzzled. Or maybe there's not enough time? You are enjoying yourself like this, treating me like a little eunuch supporting the empress. Qin Xuan looked at the girl of luck who kept her palm still, slightly bent her 4 fingers, and touched his palm. He grabbed Zi Yuan's smooth hand, which was tightly wrapped by the holy weapon sleeve, and dragged her along, walking in the downtown area, saying casually, time is running out, so let's hold your hand for a while longer. I'll treat you to a delicious meal while you're here. As the saying goes, after she has seen all the hustle and bustle of life, take her on a carousel. For someone with Zi Yuan's background, dating in this small market will definitely bring unexpected gains. Now Zi Yuan is even reluctant to let him hold her hand, but after a while, there will be nothing on Zi Yuan's graceful body that he cannot touch. Chapter 26. Strategy for Zi Yuan. He's not afraid of me. Why can't the doom poison body have any effect on him? Ziyuan looked at the thin figure in front of her, then lowered her head to stare at the big hand holding hers. Unlike the coldness she could only feel when she clenched her fingers, Qin Xian's palms were very warm. Through the sleeves, his warm body temperature made her depressed mood much better. This was the first time she had such close contact with someone. It was also the first time that I heard someone invite me to make friends. She once fantasized about being able to get along and interact with others like ordinary people. Facts have proved that it is impossible, even though her father is the chief doctor of the Ziyang Empire, a powerful person with countless people wanting to curry favor with him. But whenever they meet her, people of the same age and even elders will avoid her, for fear of being harmed by the poisonous body of bad luck. Qin Xian became special in her eyes. Qin Xian turned around and asked, "Besides the meat buns, is there anything else you want to eat?" "No." Ziyuan shook her head slightly, then nodded, pointing to the vendor selling candied haws not far away. "I want to eat that." When she was a child, she often saw little girls of the same age holding a string of candied haws in their hands. Due to bad childhood experiences, she doesn't like to talk and won't take the initiative to ask for things. Once, she had a bold idea and secretly ran out of the mansion to go to the market to buy a string of candied haws. On that day, in the imperial capital, a powerful man went crazy and fell into a murderous state. When she rushed to the market, the powerful man had already slaughtered nearly 10,000 people. When her father found her, he scolded her for the first time. From then on, she would never do things according to her own wishes. All these years, I have never thought about eating candied haws again. Ziyuan knew clearly that her doom poison body made her different from ordinary girls and also very different from ordinary people. Today, perhaps it was Qin Xian's initiative that made her not affected by the doom poison body, so she wanted to give it a try with a trial attitude. Qin Xian agreed immediately. "Tong Hulu, right? Okay, if you want something else, just tell me. I'll treat you." He held Ziyuan's hand and walked towards the vendor selling candied haws. When the peddler saw the two men approaching, he fell to his knees and kowtowed more than 10 times. His forehead was even broken, and he cried in a trembling voice, "Immortal, please spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. My family depends on me selling candy skewers for a living. It's not that I offended the immortal, but it's the immortal's residual power that mortals like us can't resist. Please, let's go to another candy skewer store." Ziyuan tugged at Qin Xian's hand and turned to look away. But along the entire long street, 3 or 4 vendors selling candied haws all ran away with big sticks in their hands. "Forget it, I don't want to eat again." Ziyuan shook her head disappointedly. She has become accustomed to being feared and despised. These vendors just want to survive. What's wrong with them? Qin Xian clenched Ziyuan's hand tightly when she felt cold in her heart and said to the vendor unhappily, "No, I'm saying that you are mentally ill. You believe whatever others say. If this person is really like what you said, why hasn't misfortune befallen you until now?" The vendor, who was kneeling on the ground, asked in a trembling voice, "Maybe it's not long enough?" Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you just take out a bunch of candy haws, and I'll pay and leave?" The peddler did as he was told, trembling all over. He took the 3 cents from Qin Xian, kowtowed to express his gratitude, and sent the 2 men away. "Try it." Qin Xian handed the candied haws to Ziyuan. Ziyuan stared at Qin Xian for a long while before taking the candied haws from his hand, putting it inside her robe, and taking a small bite of one. So sweet. "It's sour. It tastes sour and sweet, and it tastes weird." Qin Xian replied, "It's just hawthorns covered with a layer of sugar. Children love to eat this. You haven't eaten candied haws since you were a child, have you?" Ziyuan was silent for a while, and then hummed, "Where's the roadside stir-fry? What I've eaten should be stew." Ziyuan said seriously, "Stewed 7-star blood orchid, stewed 8 treasure dragon, stewed 10,000-year snow ginseng." Her daily meals consist of these stewed medicinal herbs. I also know that these big drugs are expensive, but I didn't blur it out. Hawthorn is appetizing, and I'm a little hungry. Qin Xian pulled Ziyuan and walked towards a small stir-fry stall. "I'll take you to try some special dishes." Qin Xian, who was standing in front of the stall, staggered. He turned around and looked around. Seeing that no one saw him, he returned to his original position, squatted down, picked up a silver coin that was mostly buried in the soil, and put it into his pocket. "Sir, please come in for dinner." When the food vendor saw Qin Xian, He welcomed him inside with a polite smile. He just saw it. Qin Xuan picked up a silver ingot. His hand was still holding Ziyuan, who was wrapped tightly. Then Ziyuan definitely cannot be the jinx of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Otherwise, how could Qin Xuan pick up silver? It would be more like stepping on dog shit. Two distinguished guests. The vendor shouted, and the woman with a charred complexion came over with a pot of tea and placed it on the table. Sir, our dishes here are all fresh. You can go to the front and watch for yourself. Qin Xuan let go of Ziyuan's hand, stood up and said, I'll go take a look. Before he took half a step, he felt his palm was empty and another cold little hand was stuffed into it. Looking back, Ziyuan also stood up and said, I want to go and take a look with you. She saw it all just now. The silver was buried by Qin Xuan using a little magic. This was to allow others to see her and thus clear her of any connection with the poisonous body of doom. Perhaps Qin Xuan also noticed her abnormality and tried his best to consider her feelings. She really liked the feeling of not being noticed, and was even more grateful for Qin Xuan's little trick that made the shop owner's eyes full of smiles, without any disgust or fear. This kind of atmosphere of integrating into the lives of ordinary people was the first time she had experienced it in her life. Even if it was just a dream, she didn't want to wake up so early. Qin Xuan took Ziyuan with him, ordered some stir-fried dishes, and then sat back in their original seats. After a while, several dishes of stir-fried vegetables were served on the table, steaming hot. Qin Xuan took the initiative to put food into Ziyuan's bowl. Looking at Yuan, who was still taking small bites of the candied haws, he scolded her with a smile. Eat later. It won't be like you're missing out. If you eat too much, it will be too sweet, and the other food will taste tasteless. Ziyuan put the candied haws aside. There were still 2 hawthorns left, and she was reluctant to throw them away. She sipped the stir-fried dish Qin Xuan picked for her. The moment the sauce touched her taste buds, all kinds of strange flavors burst out in her mouth, making her eyes light up. What is this dish? Estier friet liefertip. Estier friet liefertips. It's made by stir-frying pickled pork liver with some seasonings and special seasonings. Ziyuan tasted it mouthful by mouthful and said seriously, the internal organs of livestock are mostly filled with useless impurities. For cultivators, they will only increase the dirt in the body. Over time, it will affect the purity of the body. Qin Xuan snatched a piece of liver tip from Ziyuan's chopsticks. If you want to keep your body pure, then give it to me. I don't care. While Qin Xuan was picking up some food, Ziyuan also grabbed a piece and retorted, it won't affect anything if you eat a little occasionally. What's more, the taste of this stir-fried dish is really unique. Although it is not like her meals that have the medicinal effect of increasing blood and energy, it can truly satisfy the desire for food. The two of them fought over the dishes and ate them all up. I'm full. Qin Xuan leaned back, touching his swollen belly with one hand and picking his teeth with a toothpick with the other. Ziyuan sat beside him, holding a candied haws in her hand, tasting it with relish. The other hand, however, took the initiative to grab Qin Xuan's clothes. Now that you're full, let's go home. Qin Xuan glanced at Ziyuan. After hearing this, it seemed as if the candied haws in her hand were no longer sweet. Ziyuan asked in disappointment, It's only noon now, where are you going back? Go back and take a nap. You gave me some extra money, so I'll treat you to a meal and we'll be even. Ziyuan, who was originally reluctant, immediately took out a top-grade yuanshi from her storage ring and handed it to Qin Xuan after hearing what Qin Xuan said. Here you go. Qin Xuan was moved, it really worked, and he laughed and scolded. Okay, so in your eyes, I'm the kind of person who covets yuanshi. Ziyuan took out 10 more top-grade yuan stones and said, These are all for you. Chapter 27. Ziyuan was fooled. These top-grade yuanshi will be beneficial to your cultivation. To make them more pure, I will hire you. Will you accompany me for a walk in the afternoon? Ziyuan discovered that the feeling of looking down at the same market from a high altitude was completely different from that of being immersed in it. She enjoys this ordinary lifestyle. No one was afraid of her poisonous body of misfortune, and no one said she was a jinx. You have to know that my time is very precious. It may be difficult for me to accompany you for the whole afternoon. Qin Xuan snorted with a wicked smile. Unless. Ziyuan was puzzled. Unless what? Unless you pay more. So, Ziyuan spent 1,000 top-grade yuan stones to book Qin Xuan's entire afternoon. The two held hands and never separated for a moment. In the vast Yaoshan County, wandering from east to west. It was not until the night deepened that Qin Xuan was able to find some time. He sat in a small pavilion with no hope in life, feeling very crazy inside. When he was on Earth, he always felt tired of accompanying women shopping. At this moment, having arrived at the Hongmeng continent, accompanying Ziyuan, the daughter of luck, to visit Yaoshan County, he was even more exhausted. Ziyuan is too curious. When buying clothes, she can visit hundreds of clothing stores without stopping. Seeing the cruise ship passing by, he pulled him and took a pleasure boat, rowing from the east of Yaoshan County to the west of Yaoshan County. Before it got dark, he was dragged to listen to storytelling. I listened to the Chronicle of Emperor Ziyang for 2 full hours, twice. At the night market in the evening, Qin Xuan was dragged to buy almost all the goods from the vendors, working nonstop, with no time to rest at all. If Qin Xuan hadn't complained of being tired, Ziyuan would probably still be there. These are for you. Ziyuan took out the few hundred remaining top-grade yuan stones from the storage ring. Qin Xuan rolled his eyes and said, I sell my art, but not my body, and these yuanshi are not enough. Ziyuan couldn't help laughing. After spending a day together, she has become accustomed to Qin Xuan's eccentricity. Although he doesn't seem to be noble, he is actually easier to get along with. In her eyes, this is a great advantage. You bought so many things for me. I can't let you spend money in vain. I have to pay the bill. Ziyuan asked tentatively, Are these enough? If not, I'll go back and get them for you. She has no habit of carrying yuanshi. In the past, we always stayed inside the magic circle, with a constant supply of heaven and earth energy. The things in her storage ring were all exceptionally exquisite yuanshi that she had picked out when she was bored. It is her precious collection, not a resource for cultivation. Qin Xuan accepted it, saying, It's okay if it's a loss. We are friends after all, and there's no need to trouble you to go back again. Ziyuan paused for a long while before slowly looking through her robes, staring into Qin Xuan's deep eyes, her voice becoming serious. You should know my identity, right? Do you also know that I have a body of bad luck and poison? Qin Xuan replied nonchalantly, I know. He's the chief disciple of Yao Qi Holy Land. I heard about it from the vendors. Ziyuan asked in confusion, Knowing this, you still dare to approach me on purpose. Aren't you afraid that the bad luck poison body will poison you to death? Even the saints of Yao Qi Holy Land are afraid of me like a tiger. Let's get to the point. Qin Xuan had been planning this for a long time and blurted out casually, I am a person who doesn't believe in evil, and I have a tough life. Even if the supreme bone is cut out, I won't die. I want to see how powerful your doom poison body is. Now the result is obvious. Your doom poison body is not as terrible as the rumors say. At least it has no effect on me. Also, I'm also very curious about what you look like now that you're wrapped up like a dumpling. I heard that you're a beauty, and I want to personally verify whether this rumor is true or not. He approached Ziyuan on purpose, and even a fool could realize that. What's more, Ziyuan is a person who doesn't interact with the outside world and has an overly self-conscious personality. The more you try to cover up something, the more obvious it becomes. It would be better to create a character who covets her beauty. Being profitable is the norm. Unprovoked displays of goodwill will only make Ziyuan overly defensive. Ziyuan said dissatisfiedly, You are so lustful. Qin Xuan cried out in injustice. No, I'm Qin Xuan, a gentleman. A gentleman dreams of marrying a beautiful lady. Ziyuan mercilessly exposed. When you walk on the street, your eyes are always fixed on those perky butts and the breasts of those little girls. But you've never seen me, so what you said was a lie. You have no intention of ever seeing my appearance. Qin Xuan was angry. He felt like he was being framed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Ziyuan's figure. Look at yourself. The armor inside you, but is an inch thick. Your chest is straighter than those strong men. I wonder how many layers of armor you have. I admit that I do have a little admiration for beauty, but I don't see any femininity in you. Why am I ignoring those little girls and staring at you, a full metal warrior with my eyes sparkling? Ask yourself, wouldn't you be scared if you saw a man like this? Puff. Ziyuan was so amused that she couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was clear and sweet, but stopped abruptly. It seems like he is not used to expressing his emotions so directly. At least, Qin Xuan was the first person to hear her laughter. She had never been so relaxed, even in front of her parents. Ziyuan pointed at the pretty girl passing by the pavilion, looked at Qin Xuan, and asked, Is she pretty? Qin Xuan watched the trembling little but walk away, then nodded slowly, It looks good, I love it. Ziyuan said softly. I'm prettier than her. Qin Xuan looked doubtful. I don't believe it. Ziyuan snorted. If you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it. I'm just explaining a fact to you, not proving it to you. She stood up, grabbed Qin Xuan's arm, and took the initiative to say, I'll take you to a place. Half a quarter of an hour later, Ziyuan brought Qin Xuan to the Yaoshan auction house. Here, the disciples of Yao Qi Holy Land, and even deacons and elders, would entrust some good things to be auctioned here. There were often good things being auctioned, and over time, the reputation of the Yaoshan auction house grew higher and higher, and its fame remained high within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Whenever the auction house was open, powerful people from all over the Ziyang Empire would come here specifically to participate in the auction, hoping to buy their desired treasures or elixirs. Qin Xuan sat down in the private room on the second floor of the auction and glanced at Ziyuan curiously. Are you going to sell me? No one would bid for you if you were treated as an auction item. Ziyuan teased and said seriously, there are many treasures in tonight's auction, and you don't have a handy weapon yet. Take this opportunity to buy one here, which can also enhance your combat power and protect yourself. The auctioneer below introduced the item in a loud voice after the maid brought it over. This item is called the Earth-Splitting Spear. It is a heavenly treasure with terrifying power. The starting price is 1 million high-quality yuan sure. 1.5 million. In the private room on the second floor of the auction, a familiar voice was heard, resoundingly, as if someone was determined to get the Earth-Splitting Spear. Hey, Yifeng, right? Hearing this voice, Qin Xuan knew that he had met Yifeng again. It seems that Yifeng is determined to obtain this Earth-Splitting Spear. Would that allow him to have his wish? No matter you have yuan sure or not, bid first. 2 million, 3 million for million. Qin Xuan started a malicious bidding without any bottom line. Chapter 28, The Little Rich Woman's Gift. For million high-quality yuan sure once. For million high-quality yuan sure twice. The host raised a hammer and said softly, if no one raises the price, I will drop the hammer. For 1,100,000. Yifeng gritted his teeth and shouted out the price with a painful look on his face. Qin Xuan heard from his voice that he was deliberately raising the price. He also recognized Qin Xuan's voice. How could he not know that he had wasted millions of yuan sure in vain? But he was determined to get this Earth-Splitting Spear. The Earth-Splitting Spear is a relic from his father and has a special meaning to him. If he can get this top-grade treasure, combined with the family heirloom Earth-Splitting Spear technique, his combat power will be greatly enhanced. The peak of the Gi realm is enough to defeat the 4th level of the Divine Power realm, or even the 5th level. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Qin Xuan bid nonchalantly. The main point is that too much money is not real. The treasure that the Son of Fortune would take a fancy to must have something unique about it. According to common sense, Yifeng bought this big gun for millions of dollars, but later discovered the secret hidden in it, and its value increased dozens of times, making him a huge profit. What he had to do was to deliberately go against the Son of Luck and greatly reduce the profits that Yifeng could obtain. He was not interested in this gun at all. It's just to annoy people on purpose. Qin Xuan, you're going too far. You already have a top-level holy weapon. Why are you fighting with me for this Earth-Splitting Spear and raising the price for no reason? Yifeng was furious and questioned Qin Xuan angrily towards the box where he was. Qin Xuan sneered, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. If you don't have that much money, don't bid. You want to stick close to me, right? If you have the guts, come close to me and I'll slap you in the face, and that's it. Yifeng was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and blood was wrapped around his eyeballs, but he didn't realize it. He looked at Qingming, who was standing beside him, and pleaded, Junior sister, this Earth-Splitting Spear will be of great use to me. I don't have enough yuan sure on me. Can you lend me some? Qingming nodded. I have 8 million high-quality yuan sure on me. You can use them as you like, brother. As long as you can beat Qin Xuan, I'll give them all to you. Yifeng raised the sign, 7.5 million. In addition, I require the auction house to verify Qin Xuan's capital and not let him maliciously raise the price. Upon hearing this, the auction host signaled with his eyes, and a guard in the Yin-Yang realm walked towards the box where Qin Xuan was. Whoosh! Without waiting for the guards to arrive, a pitch-black token flew from the box to the host. Ziyuan, who was wrapped in holy armor, said softly, 10 million. The host looked at the token in her hand with her beautiful eyes wide open. She looked up at Yifeng, raised the token, and said, "This is the saint token at my Yaoshan auction house. There is no need to verify the capital." Yifeng's eyes showed jealousy. 11 million. Ziyuan spoke again. 20 million. Okay. Qin Xuan, you are really very generous. Even a saint can be paired with you. That's great. Yifeng's voice was full of anger. He also had no intention of continuing to bid. All his wealth, plus junior sister Qingning's, is not worth a single leg hair of a saint. However, he did not feel too much loss in his heart, only endless madness. He was sure that the person following Qin Xuan must be the devil who caused trouble in the Yaoqi Holy Land. It happened that Qin Xuan was with the devil. If Ziyuan attacked Qin Xuan at this time, it would definitely cause an earth-shaking battle. As long as Lung Li's identity is exposed, Qin Xuan will be dead. Dare you snatch the earth-splitting gun from him? He wants Qin Xuan to pay with his life. Let's go. Yifeng stood up and walked out of the box. Since the earth-splitting spear was no longer available for grabbing, he had no interest in the other items. Qingning followed behind him and asked anxiously, "Where are you going, brother?" "Find Yuan, kill Qin Xuan, I want him dead." Yifeng transmitted the message, his face full of anger. Qingning looked in the direction of Qin Xuan, eyes full of jealousy. "Senior brother Yifeng, I won't go to Wanbao Pavilion with you. I have to go back to Yaoqi Holy Land first." She planned to take action herself. If Ziyuan really wanted to kill Qin Xuan, why didn't she take action since this guy is in Yaoshan County? Instead of relying on others, she might as well do it herself. 2 people in the heavenly realm are enough to cut Qin Xuan into pieces. Whatever. Yifeng said coldly, not caring at all. At the same time that Yifeng and Qingning left the auction hall one after another, the earth-splitting spear was also delivered to the box where Qin Xuan was. Qin Xuan weighed the heavenly treasure in his hand and said disdainfully, 20 million high-grade yuanshi to buy a broken gun? Are you crazy? He often uses holy techniques, and the ancient prison tower is a top-level holy weapon. From now on, if you take this broken gun out, others will see it as a top-grade treasure. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for him as a villain? Ziyuan said disappointedly. Don't you like this gift? Qin Xuan shook his head. It's too low-grade, and the price is too high. I just deliberately win against Yifeng. I didn't want you to waste money. It's okay. Ziyuan's disappointment subsided a lot, and she chuckled. Besides, 20 million high-quality yuanshi are not too much for me. The rich landlord. Qin Xuan sighed sincerely. Ziyuan kept the secret and said, I thought you bid for the earth-splitting spear because you saw through the origin of this heavenly treasure. Qin Xuan asked in surprise, What's the origin? Could it be that he really guessed it right? Are the things that the Son of Fortune values all hidden secrets? Ziyuan did not deliberately keep people in suspense and said bluntly, This earth-splitting spear is only a part of the remains. Its true complete form is a halberd, the sky-desolate halberd that once belonged to the Dark Moon Halberd Saint. It is a true top-grade holy weapon. Qin Xuan rolled his eyes. The ancient prison suppression tower in my hand is a broken piece, and now this earth-splitting spear is also a broken piece. In short, the things in my hands are all broken. I need to find them one by one to put together a complete version, right? To be honest, he was not really interested in the Tianwang halberd. Instead of spending that time assembling a top-grade holy weapon, it would be better to look for parts for the small tower. The complete version of that thing is beyond the imperial weapon, and it is extremely cool. You don't need to look for them one by one. Coincidentally, the remaining parts of this Tianwang halberd are all in my Wanbao pavilion. Give me a moment. Ziyuan let go of Qin Xuan's hand and disappeared. When she came back, she flipped her hand and held a black and gold halberd in her palm. There are intricate and obscure patterns imprinted on the euphorbia. The light is flowing and the Holy Spirit is fully displayed. This is a holy weapon, a truly top-grade holy weapon. Even De Qingning's saintly father cannot possess such a holy weapon. Ziyuan gave the Tianhuang halberd to Qin Xuan, and at the same time took out a martial arts manual with the title The True Explanation of Tianhuang on it, and said with a smile, The skills of the Saint of Dark Moon halberd have been passed down for several times and finally fell into the hands of my Wanbao pavilion. The heavenly desolate halberd is paired with the heavenly desolate true explanation. If you practice it well, it can greatly improve your combat power. In this way, you will have another way to save your life. Chapter 29 The Girl's Heart Beats. Good halberd. Qin Xuan held the Tianhuang halberd and threw it into the ancient prison tower. a top-grade holy halberd, plus the matching true explanation of Tianhuang. For a saint, this is considered a great opportunity. In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li, who was able to explore the outside world, suddenly felt the holy weapon and the heavenly explanation thrown in from the outside and exclaimed in surprise, "Heavenly halberd! Qin Xuan, what did you do? How did you fool people in such a short time?" She was dumbfounded. When she first sensed Ziyuan, she could sense the murderous intent that Ziyuan carried. It was obvious that he came here to kill Qin Xuan. Now, how come this female killer got so close to Qin Xuan in just one day? Holding hands, he also presented an expensive top-grade holy weapon and the true explanation of the heaven and the desolate by the Saint of the Dark Moon halberd. This holy weapon, this martial art, no matter which one is thrown outside, it will cause a bloody fight among the saints for it. Qin Xuan had a smile on his face and a sly look in his eyes. It is not always necessary to use force to resolve a crisis. When you're not as strong as the other party, you can use your brain appropriately. Lung Li sneered. That's because you're not as skilled as others. In the outside world, your strength is only at the divine ability realm. If you leave the ancient prison suppression tower, the heavenly man realm can ruthlessly suppress and kill you. If it were me, even if I only had the holy soul left, I could kill Xiao Xiao in front of you in a blink of an eye. I don't believe it. Do you know who she is? No matter who she is, I can suppress her with just one hand. Qin Xuan sneered. I don't think that you, a mere quasi-saint realm saint's soul, can suppress the heavenly man realm covered in holy weapons with one hand. Not to mention, as long as you don't kill her within 3 breaths, the masters of Wanjin Peak and Danding Peak in Yaoqi Holy Land, as well as the chief holy doctor in Ziyang Empire, will rush here regardless of everything to kill her. When you face at least 3 saint kings, will you still be as arrogant as you are now? If you were in your prime, you would have to give him some space, right? Lung Li's face was filled with fear, and his eyes were moved as he looked at Ziyuan. You mean the girl in front of you is the immortal old girl of Ziyang Empire? She has the doom poison body, and the holy armor she wears is to prevent the doom poison body's aura from leaking out. Are you crazy? How dare you provoke her? Let go quickly, or you and I might be smashed into ashes by a meteorite on the way back. The news that Ziyuan was carrying a poisonous body of misfortune spread far and wide. Back then, the Dark Moon dynasty wanted to make a fuss about the doom poison body and secretly poach the old chief saint doctor. What's the result? The royal relative of the Manga dynasty, who had been in secret contact and wanted to propose marriage, did not even have a chance to drink a cup of tea after returning to the Manga dynasty before a meteorite from outer space sank the entire mansion. In the entire palace, no one survived except the one at the peak of the saint realm. The horror of the doom poison body lies in the fact that the longer the contact and the closer the relationship, the more unbearable the impact will be. Even Ziyuan's parents deliberately let her go outside, fearing that she might be affected. Not to mention that Qin Xuan is just at the level of supernatural powers. Little thief, you can't get close to the poisonous body of doom. If you do, the harm will be unbearable. Lung Li panicked. She finally saw hope of living again. It seems that she can trample those old pigs and dogs in the Yaoqi Holy Land under her feet. At this moment, Qin Xuan was close to the poisonous body of doom, causing her to die prematurely. The injustice, there's like snow in June. Qin Xuan sneered. I thought you, Lung Li, were really fearless. After all this trouble, even a heaven realm doom poison body is afraid of you like a tiger. I overestimated you. He was too lazy to say more. Stay away from Purple Iris? That's impossible. Ziyuan has at least 3 Saint Kings behind her. Being close to her is equivalent to being on good terms with the forces behind her. In the future, it is inevitable that Ziyuan's background will be of use. It was just a poisonous body of misfortune. Saints feared it like a tiger, but he didn't take it seriously at all. The Chaos Hongmeng body is the ancestor of all bodies and is invulnerable to all. In front of him, even the poisonous body of doom has to lie dormant. Qin Xuan, today, is the happiest day I've ever had since I was a child. Thank you for your company. Ziyuan held Qin Xuan's hand, looked into his deep eyes seriously, and asked with both expectation and worry, we will still be friends in the future, right? Of course. Qin Xuan nodded decisively. It's impolite not to reciprocate. You gave me a gift, so I can't ignore you. He took out the exquisite ring he had made while communicating with Lung Li and handed it to Lung Li. He slowly raised her hand and put the diamond ring on her ring finger. This is a specialty in my hometown called a diamond ring. Diamonds are forever, and one will be passed down forever. I hope the relationship between us will be like this diamond and never change. Ziyang stared at the sparkling diamond ring on her finger and asked curiously, "Does this ring have any special meaning?" Qin Xuan smiled warmly and explained, "Generally speaking, this ring is given by a man to his future wife. This diamond is not only crystal clear and beautiful, but also permanent. It will last longer than those top-grade stones, representing the loyalty and eternity of love. But this is a special case for us. If you don't like it, this ring is a gift for a close friend." Ziyang stroked the diamond ring and murmured to herself, "Loyalty, eternity." She raised her eyes and said solemnly, "Thank you. I like this gift very much and will cherish it even more in the future." Qin Xuan had a flirtatious look in his eyes and asked tentatively, "Now, can you let me see your true face?" Ziyang coughed lightly and quickly retracted her hand. "It's getting late. I have to go back to Wanbao Pavilion." She was wearing a holy robe that could isolate herself from the poisonous body of doom, and with her hands behind her back, she walked out of the auction house with brisk steps. The lights are coming on. Hidden within that bulky robe is a tiny soul longing for freedom, just like a seed dropped into fertile soil, which has already sprouted and is waiting to bloom magnificently. What kind of diamond ring is this? They even made up a story that diamonds are forever, and a diamond will last forever. In fact, it's just a discarded stone that has been drained of its energy. It's worthless. Lung Li sneered. This Ziyang really doesn't have enough brains. A top-grade holy weapon, a holy technique, so valuable that even saints would not dare to buy it. But you fooled her with a broken stone. It seems like she made a fortune. Qin Xuan cursed. You know shit, the resonance of the soul is priceless. Ziyang has all the sacred weapons and skills. What she lacks is empathy, resonance, and the ability to enjoy joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness like ordinary people. Such an inexperienced girl has no resistance to this kind of small item that focuses on romance. The most valuable thing about a gift is always the thought behind it. What Qin Xuan cares most about is the thought. After giving away the diamond ring, he could only accept a top-grade holy weapon and a holy skill with tears in his eyes, and became immortal. Although Lung Li was dissatisfied, she was inwardly amazed at Qin Xuan's skill in deceiving women. She thought to herself, "Fortunately, Qin Xuan has seen the world, unlike this N, who is stupid. Your little tricks may be enough to deceive Ziyang, but if you want to deceive Qin Xuan, you will have to wait at least another 10,000 years." Qin Xuan glanced at the thick black clouds outside Yaoshan County. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Ziyang's story has come to an end. It's time for Yi Feng and Qing Ning, the couple, to be the protagonists. He took a step towards the outside of Yaoshan County and said with a hint of anticipation, "The show is about to begin." Chapter 30. Ziyang, who is worried about gains and losses. The lights in Wanbao Pavilion are bright. Ziyang sat in front of the dressing table, took off the ring on her hand with great care, handed it to the maid, and instructed, "Give this ring to Master Yu and ask her to refine it into a storage ring. I want to carry it with me." The maidservant murmured quietly, "Miss, this is a piece of yuanshi that has had its yuanli drained away. Even a rainmaster can't create a large storage space. It's not even 1/10,000th of the one in your hand." Ziyang replied nonchalantly, "I will store the valuable items in this diamond ring, and the rest can be placed in the storage jewelry." She is at the peak of the heavenly man realm. How could she not see through it? This diamond ring is just a compressed, discarded yuan stone? Just as Qin Xuan said, as time goes by, the yuanshi will lose its yuanli and become waste stone. But this diamond ring is different. It is hard and eternal. It represents her friendship with Qin Xuan, which will always be exclusive and will never deteriorate. This was the most favorite gift she had ever received since she grew up, so naturally she had to cherish it doubly and carry it with her. The maid didn't dare to say more. She slipped out of the boudoir and didn't dare to stay for long, for fear of being harmed by the poisonous body of bad luck. I thought I had integrated into the lives of ordinary people, but from the beginning to the end, it was just my wishful thinking. Others are still afraid of me, wary of the doomed, poisoned body, and afraid of being affected. Ziyang looked at the maids, disappearing back, with bitterness in her beautiful eyes. Thinking of the intimacy with Qin Xuan today, she showed a rare, warm smile from the heart. He is the only one who treats me as an ordinary person. He is also the only one who is not afraid of me, willing to be close to me, and even gives me gifts. Women dress up to please themselves. Ziyang faced the dressing mirror, sometimes lifting her curved eyelashes, sometimes touching her straight nose, and sometimes moving her bright and juicy lips, and scolded, "Lecherous people, you thought I was ugly, but I'm not ugly. I'm no worse than those beauties you've seen." In the mirror, Ziyang has starry eyes, white teeth, a prominent nose, and a face like a peach blossom. The delicate facial features seem to have gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, complementing each other on the palm-sized face, making it incredibly beautiful. She stood up and looked at her figure in the dressing mirror. She was sure that her chest was not flat, but had a sharp bulge. Among all the women she had seen, only Mu Qingxue from Wanjian Peak could surpass her. I secretly thought, boldly, "I want to see what expression you will have when you see my true appearance next time we meet. Will you deliberately emphasize that the diamond ring is given to me as a symbol of friendship?" Ziyang was aware of her beauty. In the past, whenever she appeared in unfamiliar places, there were countless people who swarmed to flatter her. It's just that due to the harm of the bad luck poison body, those greedy and lustful people are afraid that they will be affected and therefore stay away from it. There were also many noblemen who wanted to cling to the lineage of the Holy Doctor. They were brave and appeared to be elegant in order to please her. However, one by one, they were harmed by the poisonous body of misfortune and never saw her again. However, they began to make up vicious words about her behind her back. She hated those young men from aristocratic families who were two-faced, unworthy of their reputations, and vicious at heart. How similar to Qin Xuan. The purpose of approaching her, and daring to say it out loud, was to see her beauty. He is a little bit lustful, but he dares to think and do it, which is the behavior of a real man. But, as Qin Xuan himself said, different people have different perspectives. Could it be that Qin Xuan doesn't like my type? Could it be that in his eyes, I'm really no match for that little girl passing by? Ziyang slumped in front of the dressing mirror, stroking her delicate cheek. She had never had such concerns before. But after getting along with Qin Xuan, she realized that Qin Xuan was a lustful man who coveted beautiful women. She became increasingly anxious about her appearance, worried that I'm not good-looking enough. She was also afraid that Qin Xuan's vision was different from others, and he didn't like her type. She was looking forward to meeting Qin Xuan next time, but she was afraid of exposing her appearance in front of him. She was very scared, afraid that Qin Xuan would show disappointment after seeing her appearance. She was even more afraid that Qin Xuan would not be as close to her as he was today. If only I were better looking. Ziyang held her cheek and looked at herself in the mirror, feeling inexplicably worried and depressed. Outside the house, the maid came back and reported, "Miss, Yifeng wants to see you outside." Yifeng. When Ziyang heard the name, her brows suddenly knitted together and she said coldly, "No." She guessed Yifeng's purpose. He simply met Qin Xuan at the Yaoshan auction house and wanted her to help kill Qin Xuan. A day ago, she reluctantly agreed to take action out of consideration for her father's promise. Now, she has established a friendship with Qin Xuan. For a promise, he was willing to kill his current and most likely his only close friend in his life. That's impossible. The maid nodded obediently. "I'll go chase him away right away." "Wait." Ziyang called back the maid, frowned slightly, and ordered with a serious expression, "Give my orders for me. From now on, I will not allow anyone in the lineage of the Holy Doctor, including Wanjin Peak and Danding Peak of the Yaoqi Holy Land, to embarrass Qin Xuan. If anyone dares to hurt him, I, Ziyang, will grind him to ashes at all costs." The favorability of Ziyang, the Lady of Luck, has soared, and the host is rewarded with the perfect level of comprehension of the true solution of the heavenly desolation. The Lady of Luck Ziyang is in love, and the host is rewarded with plus 20,000 villain value. The daughter of Luck Ziyang and the son of Luck have turned against each other, and the host is rewarded with a magical power pill plus 3. Qin Xuan was on his way, but suddenly, the sound of the system's reward arriving made him stop. The completion of the holy skill, the true explanation of Tian Huang, brought one magnificent scene after another to his mind. One man holds the Tian Huang halberd and fights against the 5 holy kings alone. The sky was filled with blood rain, the fighting spirit was high, and the waves were hitting the sky. There was also a blurry figure, standing with a spear in his hand. There was no enemy in front of him. In his eyes, there was only the vast sky, as if he was fighting against the sky. The War Saint King should be the Dark Moon Halberd Saint of the Dark Moon Dynasty. Who is the figure behind him? He looks more impressive. Qin Xuan perfectly comprehended the true explanation of Tianhuang. The extra battle memories in his mind now gave him a sudden enlightenment. I have a complete understanding of the Tianhuang Ji. His halberd skills made great progress. The war is imminent. No matter what, let's break through first. Qin Xuan swallowed the 3 magical pills he had obtained unexpectedly one after another. As the pill enters the stomach, its medicinal power takes effect instantly. The energy around him began to surge. The Hongmeng bone that manifested the chaotic Hongmeng body on the chest was shining brightly. Bang! 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 The Yuan force was shaken greatly, and Qin Xuan's realm rose 3 times in a row. From the first level of the supernatural power realm, he broke through to the 4th level of the supernatural power realm. Break through 3 levels in a row. Where did you get so many good things? 3 magical pills, a breakthrough to the 4th level of the magical realm without any hindrance, and the foundation is not even a bit weak. Even the alchemists of the Saint King realm can't refine pills of this grade. Inside the ancient prison tower, Lung Li had become somewhat numb. First there was the top-level holy artifact, the ancient prison tower. Then there was the 9 transformations of the holy soul, that even she was amazed by. And now there's a breakthrough pill with no side effects. Qin Xuan's background is beyond even her reach. Qin Xuan rolled his eyes and said, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." He now realized that if he went against the Son of Luck, Tongzi would reward him, and it would be a real reward. He would always have a magical treasure, and he would always be able to invite a girl with a formidable background to his side. If Yifeng hadn't acted as a glue in the middle, even if he searched all over the continent with a lantern, it would be impossible for him to meet so many lucky ladies in such a short time, let alone get such a generous reward now. TSK, a Ziyuan can bring such a generous reward. So if we kill Yifeng, wouldn't we get rich? Qin Xuan's expectations grew stronger, and he ordered Lung Li in the ancient prison tower, "Make me a mask of Yifeng. Later, you cooperate with me. I want to put on a good show in front of that bitch Qing Ning." After hearing Qin Xuan's plan, Lung Li was delighted and took the initiative to suggest, "You take out the holy burial nail and holy sword from my body, and I will show up in my true form," which will make Qing Ning more convinced. Qin Xuan remained calm, but he sneered in his heart. Why rush to control a body that is almost useless? Isn't it obvious that he has something to hide? He didn't expose her, but nodded with a smile. "As long as you cooperate, everything is fine." Chapter 31. A Bloody Massacre, the beginning of a dog-eat-dog war. On the way back to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, Qin Xuan slowed down his pace. He stopped at a dense forest covering dozens of miles, looked around, and said indifferently, "Now that we are here, there's no need to be sneaky anymore." Snap, snap, snap. There was applause in the dense forest. One by one, the true disciples of Leiyu Peak, wearing golden waists and purple clothes, surrounded Qingning and appeared slowly, praising, "You are worthy of being a scourge who possesses a top-level holy weapon. Just this vision is already extraordinary." A 7th-level disciple of the divine power realm from the Thunder Prison Peak said with hostility, "The one competing with you for your fiancé is Yifeng. Why did you have to use force against junior sister Qingning? Do you really think that just because you possess a top-level holy weapon, you can run rampant in my Yaoqi holy land and bully the people of my Thunder Prison Peak?" Another 8th-level supernatural power realm master sneered, "You even dare to bully junior sister Qingning. You really don't know how to write the word death. Kneel down. Apologize to junior sister Qingning, and maybe I can leave you an intact body today." Qin Xuan rolled his eyes. Idiot. He shook his hand casually, and the Tianhuang halberd was held in his palm. The perfect comprehension of the true explanation of Tianhuang made the Tianhuang halberd in his hand as easy as using one's own arm. His figure flashed, and the tip of the halberd drew a groove on the ground. The halberd's light was eerie, and accompanied by a sound of piercing flesh. The man at the 8th level of the divine power realm, who had spoken arrogantly, had his chest accurately pierced by the Tianhuang halberd. Puff! The Tianhuang halberd turned and shook in Qin Xuan's hand, and the body of the true disciple of Lei Peak exploded into a bloody mist, making the surrounding atmosphere solidify. Qin Xuan, you dare to kill someone. The three true disciples of Lei Peak were horrified. No one would have thought that Qin Xuan would kill someone just because of a disagreement. This is in the territory of the Holy Land of Yao Qi. How dare he do that? Only you can kill me, but I can't kill you. Qin Xuan sneered. His body was like a phantom, disappearing like a ghost. With the Chaos Hongmeng body, he is not only invulnerable to all attacks, it also possesses extraordinary combat power. Together with the holy artifact Tianhuang Ji and the holy technique Tianhuang Jinjia, it is complete. In the realm of supernatural powers, Qin Xuan can be said to be invincible. He didn't take those few true disciples who were at the level of supernatural power seriously at all. Every time the Tianhuang Ji is stabbed out, a true disciple will die. Within 3 breaths, the several disciples of the Thunder Prison Peak Saint who followed Qingning were all killed. Not even a complete corpse was left. Boom, boom, boom. In the dense forest, the Yuan force was shaken violently. Large tracts of ancient trees collapsed, and the 2 Heaven Realm statues hidden in the dark flew into a rage. Thief, you deserve to die. These 2 are Qingning's real trump cards. The ancient prison tower had been hiding in the dark, preparing to restrain Qin Xuan. Therefore, the 4 true disciples dared to make such a bold provocation. No matter how hard they scratched their heads, they dared not think. Before they could make a move, several true disciples had already died under Qin Xuan's Tianhuang Ji. Slaughter the true disciples of Yao Qi Holy Land. I, Lei Peak, will enforce the law on behalf of the Holy Land. Execute him on the spot. The 2 powerful men in the realm of heaven and man had angry expressions on their faces. Under their noses, Qin Xuan slaughtered 4 true disciples. If this matter were to get out, they would either be expelled from the Holy Land or be punished to face the wall at the Blackwind Cliff. This great shame and humiliation must be washed away with Qin Xuan's life. Qingning stood there in a daze, staring at the blood mist in front of him that had not dissipated for a long time, completely dumbfounded. Shock. Asphyxia. Incredible. She thought that asking 2 powerful men in the realm of heaven and man to help would be a sure thing. When she met 4 senior brothers who stood up for her, she naturally would not refuse their kindness. But she never expected that Qin Xuan would be so strong. Without using the ancient prison suppression tower, she used her 4th-level supernatural power realm to kill all of her 4 senior brothers, who were at a high-level supernatural power realm. Qin Xuan, come and die. A person in the celestial realm raised his hand, and a giant palm covering hundreds of feet cut through the sky and pressed down towards Qin Xuan in the dense forest. The Yuan force surged like a huge wave, and the waves hit the sky. Just the pressure was overwhelming, and the ancient trees within a radius of dozens of miles collapsed bit by bit and turned into dust. Large pieces of mud were peeling off the ground, and the place where Qin Xuan was standing collapsed layer by layer. Qin Xuan, who had been walking on flat ground before, was now pressed into a huge pit. You are too weak to kill me. As Qin Xuan opened his mouth, azure blue ice crystals slowly emerged above his head. The ice crystals are crystal clear, like jade, and each grain is distinct. Swish, swish, swish. Ice crystals burst out under the holy power. It was not like the attack from the heavenly realm, it was earth-shattering. These little ice crystals may seem ordinary, but they actually hide mysteries and can penetrate any hole, scaring the 2 people in the heavenly realm so much that they avoid them. Holy power! You actually have a helper at the saint level. The 2 celestial beings were horrified. In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li pronounced in a cold voice, 2 ants in the heaven realm. Are you worthy enough to jump in front of me? Crack, crack. The 2 celestial beings whose skin was cut by ice crystals stood in the air. Chilly air emanated from the wounds and instantly enveloped the 2 in extreme cold. The 2 celestial beings had astonishment in their eyes and turned into 2 ice sculptures in extreme fear. He lost control of his energy and fell straight to the ground. With 2 snaps, the ice sculpture hit the ground and shattered into powder. With a breeze, it disappeared without a trace. Dead. A strong man in the heaven realm is also dead. Qingning swallowed in horror. Everything that was happening before her eyes was beyond her understanding. Looking at Qin Xuan approaching step by step, she was angry, roaring, hysterical. Qin Xuan, you are dead. You dare to kill the true disciple, and even dare to ask the saint to kill the strong man in the heavenly realm of the Holy Land. This is a deadly feud that will never end. Hey, I really like the expression you have now. Qin Xuan stood in front of Qing Ning and thrust out the Tianhuang halberd fiercely, piercing through Qing Ning's chest. But you still have to die. Since Qing Ning wants to kill him, he must die. Moreover, he will make Qing Ning's death meaningful. It became his deadly trump card to kill Yi Feng. Cough. Qing Ning spat out a mouthful of blood. She lowered her head and looked at the pierced chest, which was filled with bright red blood that continued to overflow. Her face was ashen. I feel sad. Are you going to die? She overestimated her own abilities and tried to avenge her senior brother Yi Feng, but ended up dying at the hands of Qin Xuan. I don't know whether senior brother Yi Feng will feel sad for her after learning the news of her death. Presumably, after senior brother Yi Feng knew what she had done, he would no longer be obsessed with Mu Qingxue. The fairy Qingxue was protecting her fiancé Qin Xuan, and the one who always stood beside senior brother Yi Feng was her. She even lost her life for this. In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li, wrapped in a black robe, appeared beside Qin Xuan. He stared at Qing Ning, whose vitality was beginning to fade, and sneered at Qin Xuan, saying in agreement, "Why? You don't want to kill your junior sister?" Puff. Qin Xuan drew out the Tianhuang Ji and let Qing Ning fall in a pool of blood without even a glance. In his eyes, there was only the most crazy, killing intent. I want her life force to dissipate inch by inch. It will be best if she dies when Qin Xuan arrives. That way, everything will be blamed on Qin Xuan, and Yaoqi Holy Land will cut him into pieces. You are not Qin Xuan? Qing Ning asked with a moving look in his eyes before he died. Who are you? Qin Xuan put on a human skin mask customized by Lung Li, which showed Yi Feng's face. He looked at Qing Ning lying in a pool of blood with a cruel smile on his face. For the sake of our fellow disciples, I will let you die knowingly. Junior sister Qing Ning, in order to kill Qin Xuan, I had to use your identity. I will always remember everything you did. Qing Ning was terrified. A chill swept through her body, and she cried out in disbelief and grief. Yi Feng. Puff. Qing Ning's dying cry was ruthlessly interrupted by the Tianhuang Ji. The top-grade holy weapon pierced through him again, and Qing Ning's only remaining hope was cut off. Chapter 32, Lung Li counterattacks, killing two birds with one stone. After killing Qing Ning, Qin Xuan quickly left the scene. In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li spoke in dissatisfaction and reminded, "You deliberately framed her like this. Your purpose is too obvious. Even if you leave her soul a glimmer of hope, do you think Qing Ning will believe it? You don't understand human nature." Qin Xuan disagreed. You don't understand. Lung Li doesn't understand the girl of luck at all. As a heroine who inherits the great fortune of heaven and earth, a girl of luck, especially one with a personality like Qing Ning, is stubborn and willful. Just believe what you see. Especially when faced with such betrayal, she simply couldn't use common sense to make inferences. Just think that everything you see is true. There was a flash of murderous intent in Lung Li's eyes. I don't want to argue with you. Qin Xuan rolled his eyes and said, "Then just shut up." Lung Li's change in attitude made Qin Xuan more certain of his guess. The method he left in Lung Li's soul had also come to take effect. He glanced at the sky and rushed towards the place where Qing Ning fell again. When I came to this dense forest that no longer existed, I saw the thick blood mist in the air. Qin Xuan pretended to be confused, his eyes full of astonishment. There was a big battle here, and even the daughter of the saint was killed. He walked to Qing Ning's side and kicked the delicate body dead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There's a piece of jade on Qing Ning's chest, shining brightly. From within the jade, Qing Ning's weak soul gradually condensed into substance within the protective means left by the saint. Qing Ning looked at Qin Xuan, who was rushing over, and urged him anxiously, "Leave here quickly. Don't look back, and don't be fooled. Yi Feng has been possessed by a demon. In order to frame you, he did not hesitate to collude with the devil and kill us disciples of Thunder Prison Peak, just to put you to death. Run, leave quickly, run." There was mist in Qing Ning's eyes. Her body was already devoid of life, having died at the hands of Yi Feng. His soul was barely able to maintain its physical state thanks to the life-saving measures left by his father. The pain she felt before her death was far less than the torment she felt in her heart. For the sake of senior brother Yi Feng, she did not hesitate to disregard the laws of the Holy Land, stand up for him, and vent his anger. Even though she was badly slapped in the face, she did not blame senior brother Yi Feng and was willing to give him millions of yuanshi to buy the earth-splitting gun. But in the end, she became a discarded pawn in Yi Feng's hands. Just to frame Qin Xuan and get the Yaoqi Holy Land to take action, Yi Feng did not hesitate to collude with the evil sect and kill her. What did she do wrong that Yi Feng treated her like this? Qingning's chest rose and fell violently, and the suffocating pain rolled in like a wave, making her unable to bear it. She covered her face and lost her voice in agony. Qin Xuan had no mercy either. Qingning wanted to kill him, so he deserved to die. He said unhappily, "Stop crying." Qingning urged angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Run. If someone sees you here, you won't be able to clear your name, even if you jump into the moat." She had no feelings for Qin Xuan and was even more disgusted by his rudeness in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Her face was swollen. She wished she could tear Qin Xuan into pieces. But resentment is resentment. Let's keep things separate. She treated Yi Feng like this, but was stabbed in the back. She would never allow Yi Feng's evil plan to succeed. She had been tragically betrayed, and even if she died, she would rather die than be used by Yi Feng. She wanted Qin Xuan to live. Qin Xuan was asked to expose Yi Feng's ugly face. She wants Yi Feng to pay the price. Make him live or die. Qin Xuan sneered. He can frame me if he wants. Your spirit is here, with your spirit as a witness. Who can throw dirty water on me? Qingning said anxiously, "My soul can only last for a period of time. I was injured by the holy weapon before. It will dissipate after only one stick of incense at most." "It doesn't matter," Qin Xuan said casually. "I have the means to protect the soul." Qingning showed ecstasy. "You can save me." Qin Xuan nodded heavily. "Yes, I can save you and prove my innocence. Afterwards, even if your soul dissipates and your body dies, it has nothing to do with me." Qingning's back teeth almost broke in hatred. "I would rather die than not send you a message and let you escape from here. And now you treat me like this? You deserve it. It's your own choice." Qin Xuan sneered. If he wants to gain Qingning's trust now, he must maintain his image. Otherwise, the more you try to cover up, the more obvious it becomes, which arouses suspicion. The jealousy in Qingning's eyes became even stronger, and then turned into hatred for Yi Feng. She said with endless sorrow and self-mockery, "Yes, I chose it myself. I really shouldn't expect you to save me." As the two talked, a sneer sounded. "I didn't expect you to arrive so timely. I didn't expect that a mere Gi realm person would have a treasure that could protect the soul. However, your little tricks are nothing compared to the real strength. There is no need for Yaoqi Holy Land to take action. I can suppress you alone." Lung Li emerged from the ancient prison tower. This time, she was no longer in the holy soul state, but was controlling her already broken body. The purpose is to make it realistic so that Qingning will believe it. "Qin Xuan, run. Leave here quickly. She is a demon who disturbed the Yaoqi Holy Land. I don't know why Yi Feng knows this demon, but she wants to kill you. You will die." Seeing Lung Li, Qingning was frightened and urged her anxiously. Lung Li stared at Qin Xuan dimly. "Can you run away?" "Here, if I want to kill you, I have 10,000 ways to do it. Your ancient prison tower can only clamp the holy soul of the quasi-saint level, but I have now successfully upgraded to the soul of a saint." Lung Li stared at Qin Xuan with a cold gaze, murderous intent revealed. It seems that she is working for Qin Xuan, but in fact, she is just taking advantage of the situation. As long as she leaves the ancient prison tower, why should she be afraid of Qin Xuan's control? Using the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul art, with the help of the Great Medicine, she has condensed the Holy Soul to the saint level. She endured it until Qin Xuan released her body on his own initiative. No need to worry about the control of the ancient prison tower anymore. Qin Xuan kicked her off the 10,000-year-old ice bed. "Take her robe and wipe away the filth." In the ancient prison tower, use the great power to suppress her holy soul. And he also cheated her out of those 15 million top-grade yuanshi. All kinds of hatred will be settled today. Lung Li laughed grimly as if he had gotten his revenge, opened a bottle of champagne at halftime, and said, "Qin Xuan, you should never, ever, ever..." The words have not been finished yet. Qin Xian's mind moved, and Lung Li was struck by lightning. From the depths of the Holy Soul, billions of soul chains blocked the core of the Holy Soul in every possible way. She had all her strength, but she couldn't display it at all. Qin Xian raised his hand again. The ancient prison tower transformed into a giant peak and smashed towards Lung Li. Bang! The sound was deafening, and Lung Li's already broken body was completely shattered into a bloody mist under the brutal crushing of the ancient prison tower. Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said in a bored tone, "Why are you pretending to be so cool in front of me?" He was waiting here. He knew Lung Li's little thoughts better than anyone else, and he had checks and balances hidden in his skills, so he was sure to win. The first move is a killing move. Qin Xian never thought of holding back. If Lung Li continued to talk, he was afraid that Qingning would find out about his plan. That devil, is he dead? Qingning took a deep breath in surprise, unable to believe what he saw. Qin Xian shook his head. It was just a remnant soul that looked strong on the outside, but was weak on the inside. It happened to encounter a sacred weapon that could restrain a holy soul, and was brutally suppressed. Qingning looked at the transparent palm with a sad heart. Even the soul of a saint cannot be self-sufficient, let alone a mere Gi realm. I should also dissipate. It's a pity that my poor father, I don't know how he will be deceived by Yifeng. Qin Xian sensed Yifeng's breath approaching, so he put Qingning's soul into the ancient prison tower and left the scene. Someone is coming. I'll take you away from here first. I promise that your death will not be in vain. He sneered in his heart. If he wanted to give Yifeng the most painful blow, Qingning was an indispensable and important key. How could he let Qingning disappear so easily? The dog-eat-dog fight hasn't even started yet. Chapter 33, Whipping the Holy King, completely taming him. Not long after Qin Xian left, Yifeng, who sensed the aura of the ancient prison tower, ran towards this place at a very fast speed. Junior sister Qingning. Yifeng rushed to Qingning's body in panic. Looking at the lifeless body, his eyes were filled with shock. Junior sister Qingning is dead. The head and chest were completely pierced. Even his soul had dissipated and he was completely dead. Ever since he entered the holy land of Yao Qi, junior sister Qingning has always treated him with courtesy. Not only did he stand up for him and slap Lei Dalong in the face many times at Leiyu Peak, but he also targeted Qin Xian for him when he was in trouble. Qingning had helped him and was of similar age to him, so the relationship between the two was very subtle. Seeing such a beloved confidant die tragically in front of him, Yifeng felt a brutal rage in his chest. Before it erupted, it turned into surprise after he sensed the ancient prison tower. Ninger! An urgent cry came from a distance. Elder Qing fell from a distance like a meteor, smashing a bottomless gully on the ground. Hot tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. Looking at the tragic death of his only daughter, his aura was filled with rage. Even Yifeng, who was several feet away, was shocked and staggered back, spurting blood from his mouth. Yifeng, I was in seclusion, and Ninger was always by your side. Now that Ninger has died tragically, what crime should you be punished for? Elder Qing's eyes were red with anger as he looked at Yifeng, who had always been good friends with his only daughter and was standing in front of him in such good health. He wished he could grind it to dust. Yifeng knelt down decisively and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Elder Qing, Yifeng is incompetent and cannot protect junior sister Qingning. Elder Qing, please help me and allow me to enter the underworld and meet junior sister Qingning again. He kept bowing, not daring to look at the furious Elder Qing. A gloomy flashed in his eyes, and he said, I can die, but junior sister Qingning must not die so hastily and unjustly. The real murderer must be severely punished. Elder Qing collected Qingning's body dejectedly. His eyes were full of despair. This is his only daughter, the only daughter whom he dotes on without hesitation. Now his tragic death has completely cut off his hope. He can do anything for revenge. He stroked his daughter's hair lovingly and asked, Who is the murderer? Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, My disciple just arrived and didn't see the real culprit. But the aura of the holy weapon here has not completely dissipated. Elder, you should be able to feel that this is the small tower. Elder Qing said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xian is still in Qingxue Pavilion, and the master of Wanjian Peak vouched for him. It is impossible for him to massacre the disciples of the Holy Land. Yifeng lowered his head. Qin Xuan is arrogant and domineering, and junior sister Qingning is unwilling to yield. She was humiliated by him before, so she will definitely try every means to regain her face. If the two of them clash, they may kill each other. Moreover, I met Qin Xuan in Yaoshan County before and had a grudge with him at the auction. I am afraid. Elder Qing said solemnly. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that junior sister Qingning wanted to vent my anger. So she became enemies with Qin Xuan and let things develop to the point where they cannot be resolved now. Yifeng kowtowed in grief and wailed. Elder, all the mistakes are my fault. I shouldn't have offended Qin Xuan. If it weren't for me, junior sister Qingning wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. Yifeng was still kowtowing, and the ground had been stained bright red by the blood from his forehead. He is gambling, risking your life. Junior sister Qingning is dead, and there is nothing that can be done to save her. Instead of blaming others, it is better to take this opportunity to divert the trouble away. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Qin Xuan, the aura of the small tower cannot be mistaken. Plus, there is no evidence. How does Qin Xuan prove himself? In front of Elder Qing, who had lost his beloved daughter and completely lost control, the Lord of Leiyu Peak was there to seek justice. Even a master of Wanjian Peak would not endorse Qin Xuan. Elder Qing wants to kill Qin Xuan, and the latter has only one way, which is to let the big devil behind him come forward. By then, no one will care what the truth is, because Qin Xuan is already doomed to die. Haha, Qin Xuan, you are really lucky. Mu Qingxue is willing to use her trump card to protect you. Even senior sister Ziyuan from Wanbao Pavilion doesn't want to kill you so early. It's a pity that even if I catch a glimmer of hope, I won't let you off easily. If you offend Elder Qing, who is furious and out of control, either you die or I die. Yifeng retracted the sneer in his heart, looked at Elder Qing, and said in grief, My disciple deserves to die. I beg Elder Qing to help me and let my disciple accompany junior sister Qingning. He raised his eyes, did it deliberately, and slapped himself in the face with his palm without mercy. Elder Qing snorted coldly, causing Yifeng to stagger and fall to the ground. His face was grim. You really deserve to die, but before you die, you are still useful. If Ning'er's death is related to Qin Xuan, even the master of Wanjian Peak cannot protect him. I will make sure he dies without a burial place, no matter how far I go. Elder Qing has fallen into madness. His eyes are bloodshot. The aura of the saints spread out, and within a radius of hundreds of miles, the endless grass and trees exploded inch by inch, and the ground cracked, as if the world was destroyed. Yifeng's eyes were dull, but he was ecstatic inside. The bet was won. This time, Qin Xuan is definitely going to die. Exchange junior sister Qingning's life for Qin Xuan's life. He made a fortune. Inside the ancient prison tower, Qin Xuan had a smile on his face that was as warm as spring breeze. In front of him, Lung Li, with white hair and red eyes, had 3,000 strands of white hair fluttering behind her head. Above her head, the entire blue sky was filled with ice crystals. Like a storm cloud, it is approaching. Her red eyes were entangled with bloodshot, and she gritted her teeth. Qin Xuan, you destroyed my body. It severely damaged my holy soul again. My hatred for you will never end. Irreconcilable. The sky was filled with ice crystals, which seemed to completely freeze the wasteland. Lung Li was fighting against the control of the ancient prison tower at the moment when the saint's aura was freed. Endless ice crystals, wrapped in overwhelming murderous intent, rushed towards Qin Xuan, strangling him mercilessly. When the ice crystals came less than an inch in front of Qin Xuan, they all stopped and floated in midair. As Qin Xuan waved his hand, the ice crystals in the sky disappeared. He stretched out his hand and held a divine whip mixed with the power of thunder in his palm. In this ancient prison tower, let alone a divine whip, even a holy whip or a ghost whip is all in Qin Xuan's control. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and you think you're okay again, right? Crackling. The divine whip was drawn out and hit Lung Li's holy soul. In an instant, lightning snakes surged and power burst out. Lung Li's holy soul was torn apart, and even its essence could not be condensed. Crackling. Do you think that you can actually conceal your breakthrough to sainthood from the ancient prison suppression tower and hide it from my eyes? Snap. What do you think your intention was in wanting to make the play more realistic and manipulating the broken body? I didn't expect that. Bang, bang, bang. What you think is, after all, just what you think. Don't say you are just a saint. Even if you were at your peak, you would still be under my control in this ancient prison tower. The freedom I give you is the freedom you can truly be free. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it away. The divine whip was continuously lashed out, whipping Lung Li's already broken holy soul. After being whipped dozens of times, Lung Li's holy soul exploded inch by inch, and even her clothes could not be maintained. Her graceful body was alluring, but no one appreciated it. After being whipped nearly 100 times by the divine whip, Lung Li felt excruciating pain. It was difficult to even condense its substance again, and the Holy Soul realm was at the critical point of falling. Lung Li, who had already given in once, could no longer be as arrogant as before in front of Qin Xuan. She gritted her teeth and admitted defeat. I know I was wrong, and I will never make the same mistake again. I am willing to protect you. Qin Xuan angrily whipped out 3 more whips, cursing, What should you call me? Owner. Chapter 34. The Saint King is frightened. This time, destroying your body is just a small punishment for you. If it happens again, even your soul will be turned into ashes. Qin Xuan did not continue to kill him. No matter what, these are the guards of the future Saint King realm. It would be such a pity to kill him like this. Only by knowing the right balance between relaxation and tension can you control your subordinates. As soon as he thought about it, Qingning, who was far away, was teleported in front of him. Qingning swallowed his saliva, pointed at Lung Li's soul, and said in horror, You humiliated her like that. Aren't you afraid that she will harm you in the future? It's better to kill such a big devil as soon as possible so that I can have less worries. She was far away and couldn't hear the conversation between Qin Xuan and Lung Li. But the battle scene can be seen clearly. Qin Xuan held the thunder whip and repeatedly whipped Lung Li's holy soul. Her soul had been blown up countless times, and even condensing it into substance became a problem. Just witnessing the endless torture of the soul made her feel terrified. Anyone who suffers such humiliation will feel resentful and wait for the day to take revenge. She felt that Qin Xuan was playing with fire and might end up getting burned. Qin Xuan disagreed. Not everyone can possess a top-level holy weapon like mine that can suppress souls. With a saint-level bodyguard protecting me, it would be a crushing defeat for others. Why can Yifeng cooperate with the devil, but I can't? Qingning saw that Qin Xuan didn't seem to be lying, so she stopped trying to persuade him. Sheath and Qin Xuan don't have such a deep friendship. He just stared at Lung Li blankly and asked in disbelief, Why would Yifeng kill me? Did you instigate him? This is unusual. She began to feel that something was fishy and was unwilling to believe what she saw. However, the fight between Qin Xuan and Lung Li did not allow her to think too much. I just feel that Lung Li has bewitched Yifeng. Lung Li's hand sneered coldly. Idiot. Even after being sold, he still counts money for others. Qin Xuan's look made Lung Li feel like she was struck by lightning. She snorted unwillingly. Besides killing you, does Yifeng have any other way to kill Qin Xuan? Qingning frowned and fell into endless contemplation. Qin Xuan was very smart and was not afraid of Qingning thinking too much. He waved his hand and rolled Qingning away. He looked at Lung Li and said unhappily, You'd better not have any more evil thoughts. Lung Li stared at the young man in front of her dimly. There is a chill rising in my heart. She suppressed her fear and said, From the beginning, you knew that I had broken through to the saint realm. When I took the initiative to bring out my physical body to make the play more realistic, you expected that I would counterattack. Not only will you take this opportunity to kill my physical body, but you will also use this opportunity to convince Qingning that there will be a fight between you and me until death. Qin Xuan smiled. What else? Lung Li took a deep breath. You wasted so much time trying to get closer to Ziyuan from Wanbao Pavilion because you had other intentions. I'm afraid that Ziyuan was hired by Yifeng to kill you. You instigated Ziyuan to rebel, just to let Qingning find out in the future. Yifeng couldn't kill you through Ziyuan, so he had to find another way. It proves that Yifeng was willing to do anything to kill you, and also proves that Qingning was killed by Yifeng. Lung Li felt her scalp tingling. She felt that from this young man Qin Xuan, his scheming was even deeper than those of those 1,000 or 10,000-year-old monsters. He was full of thoughts and laid ambushes step by step. Everything is under his control. Everyone is a chess piece in his hand, including her the former Holy King, also became a part of the plan, being used without knowing it. This is the most difficult thing for Leng Li to accept. You knew from the beginning that Qingming would attack you. Was this the target you had chosen originally? Qin Xuan rolled his eyes. Is this hard to guess? A spoiled good girl with a tricky personality would not try every possible way to save face after being wronged. Leng Li sighed helplessly. I thought you had come up with this plan since Yaoshan County. Now it seems that perhaps all this has been traced since Qingming offended you. From now on, I will no longer try to kill you. I will just wait until I return to my peak. Just give me some time to kill some people. Leng Li lowered her head, which was rare. In front of Qin Xuan, she found herself really stubborn. If she continued to oppose Qin Xuan, she was sure that she would not live to see the moment she returned to her peak. Rather than this, it is better to admit defeat. She couldn't outwit Qin Xuan, and the hatred she had accumulated towards Qin Xuan, she would vent it out on her enemies in the future. You don't need to be so disappointed. The shattering of your body is also an opportunity for you. Qin Xuan said calmly, part of your holy soul was sealed in your flesh and blood by the holy nail and the holy sword. I will now destroy your flesh and blood and collect those remaining souls into the ancient prison tower. With these broken souls, you can make another step forward in the saint realm in a short period of time. You gave me a sweet date after hitting me with a stick, and you also let me break through my realm, making your trump card 2 points stronger. You are so thoughtful and have laid out all the intricacies. You already have the demeanor of a superior. Leng Li sensed his own broken soul in the ancient prison tower and said with a sigh, I'm not as good as you, but I want to see how far a scourge like you can go. Take your time to read it. Qin Xuan left the ancient prison tower and stopped talking nonsense with Leng Li. In the vast wasteland, Leng Li was the only one left. She sighed softly, feeling helpless. She was mourning for Mu Qingxue. Originally, she thought that Mu Qingxue might not be at the mercy of Qin Xuan. But now it seems that Qin Xuan's terror is far beyond her imagination. Even she has become an insignificant chess piece in Qin Xuan's hands. Not to mention Mu Qingxue, I'm afraid I'll be played around by them. Qin Xuan left the ancient prison tower and appeared in Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue's boudoir. Mu Qingxue, who was wearing yellow makeup, looked at the extra figure of Qin Xuan in the bronze mirror, turned back in panic, frowned angrily, and scolded, Why are you back again? Qin Xuan said as a matter of course, You are my fiancé. If I don't go back here, where should I go back to? Mu Qingxue stood up angrily, her chest trembling slightly. Who is your fiancé? What does Qingxue Pavilion have to do with you? I told you, I don't want to see you again. Go away, don't let me see you again. Mu Qingxue pointed outside the house, filled with indignation. She didn't want to have any contact with Qin Xuan again. My mind was already in a turmoil, and I couldn't sleep the whole night. If she continued to be entangled with Qin Xuan, she was afraid that the subtle feelings in her heart would continue to take root and sprout. That was something she couldn't tolerate. She, Mu Qingxue, actually developed feelings for the abuser. If this gets out, how will I face people in the future? Qin Xuan looked at Mu Qingxue, who had a curvy figure and beautiful face, and said with a smile in his eyes, Why? Are you going to take advantage of me and deny it? You can get rid of me, but you have to pay something. Mu Qingxue took a half step back and hugged her round chest with both hands in panic and said angrily, What do you want to do now? Fuck you. 5 luo light smoke palms. Bang! Qin Xuan slapped out with one palm, and all the 5 luos turned into green smoke. He was like a hungry wolf. He pounced on Mu Qingxue, who was like a little rabbit, and blew a breath of hot air in her ear. We can talk about it later if there is anything. Chapter 35. Thunder Prison Peak is about to kill Qin Xuan. Reward the host with plus 7,000 villain value. With a flushed face, she said angrily, Qin Xuan, that's enough. My makeup is ruined. You have ruined my training mission today. You have been violent time and again. Now that you are satisfied, why don't you get out? Qin Xuan leaned against the bed, gently stroking Mu Qingxue's soft hair. Why are you in such a hurry? This is the last time in this life. Can't you just be affectionate and gentle with her? The mine he had planted for Yi Feng was about to explode. By the way, you can also deepen your progress in conquering Mu Qingxue. Qin Xuan would naturally not miss this opportunity. His attitude was no longer so savage, and he began to be gentle towards Mu Qingxue. The gentleness now is just for the sake of Mu Qingshue's increasing recognition and active dedication in the future. For more violent storms. It is true that he is a big villain, but it is never fresh to see him forcing himself on women over and over again. Let the fairy Mu Qingxue be willing to offer herself to him. That is his ultimate goal. Mu Qingxue sneered. Do you think I will believe you? She, Mu Qingxue, even though she was an ordinary woman, knew that nothing a man said could be trusted. It's just that Qin Xian feels physically weak now, so he speaks toughly. When lust takes over his heart, he will forget what he said today. If you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it. From the beginning to the end, no one has ever trusted me. Qin Xian stared at the roof with deep eyes, staring blankly, pretending to be deep. Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xian's lonely expression and subconsciously wanted to comfort him, but then she came to her senses. Why should she comfort Qin Xian? The one who was bullied was Mu Qingxue, and Qin Xian was the violent villain. When is it the victim's turn to comfort the murderer? People like you even want to get your own brother's supreme bone, and you don't hesitate to turn against your family for this. You are cruel and ruthless, and it makes people tremble with fear. If anyone dares to trust you, you will be doomed in the future. Mu Qingxue felt wronged and fought back unwillingly. Qin Xian turned his head and looked into Mu Qingxue's charming watery eyes. He forced a bitter smile and said, "Perhaps you are right." When Mu Qingxue was stunned and felt that Qin Xian was particularly abnormal, a roar shook the sky outside Qingxue Pavilion. Qin Xian, kill my disciples from Thunder Prison Peak. You deserve to die. Get out here and die. Outside Qingxue Pavilion, several saintly elders from Lei Peak appeared together, their faces filled with anger. The true disciple was killed, and the two great deacons of the heavenly realm at Lei Peak died. This is a huge shame and humiliation for the entire Lei Peak. Several saints appeared together with a clear attitude, and it was obvious that they were here to seek revenge on Qin Xian. The news of this place spread quickly throughout the entire Yao Qi Holy Land. More and more disciples from the Holy Land gathered here, whispering to each other. What happened? How come even several saintly elders from Thunder Prison Peak have shown up? You don't know, right? I heard that several true disciples of Thunder Prison Peak were killed by Fairy Qingxue's fiancé. Among them, Qingning, the only daughter that Elder Qing of Lei Peak doted on, also died tragically at the hands of Fairy Qingxue's fiancé. Fuck, so cruel. He's dead for sure. He even dared to kill junior sister Qingning. Elder Qing will not let the murderer of his beloved daughter go, even if it violates the law. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, inside Qingxue Pavilion, an expressionless Qin Xian and a stunned Mu Qingxue walked out together. The moment Qin Xian appeared, the aura of the four saints burst out. The pressure from the saints all came towards Qin Xian, trying to force him to kneel on the ground. Qin Xian took out the ancient prison suppression tower to protect himself. He looked directly at the saints who were as big as the sun, neither servile nor arrogant, and said dissatisfiedly, "You use your power to suppress others without knowing right from wrong. Is this how you saints behave? Is this the attitude of your Yao Qi Holy Land?" He looked at Mu Qingxue beside him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Mu Qingxue shook her head in confusion. Even with the protection of the ancient prison suppression tower and the pressure from the saint, she had no effect at all. In fact, even if Qin Xian did not use the ancient prison suppression tower, Mu Qingxue would not be affected at all. After all, Elder Qing and other saints all knew that Mu Qingxue had a saint master and the master of Wanjian Peak behind him. No one would go looking for trouble on their own, and the saints were no exception. "Qingxue, you should leave Qin Xian immediately. This guy has killed people without hesitation. He even killed junior sister Qingning. In his eyes, there's nothing he can't do." Yifeng suppressed his ecstasy and advised Mu Qingxue kindly, "Leave Qin Xian quickly and don't make mistakes." Mu Qingxue frowned and retorted, "Yifeng, stop talking nonsense. Qin Xian did have some problems with junior sister Qingning, but it didn't get to the point of murder." Yifeng pretended to be furious and shouted loudly, "Qingxue, don't deceive yourself. Junior sister Qingning had a bad relationship with Qin Xian before, and she was unwilling to give up. She teamed up with several true disciples of Lei Peak to teach Qin Xian a lesson. As a result, just last night, junior sister Qingning died tragically in the dense forest outside Yaoshan County. Her body is still warm. Several of our true brothers have also lost their bodies. Qin Xuan, this boy, has disobeyed the holy land of Yaoqi, and he deserves death for his crime. Upon hearing this, all the disciples were horrified. No wonder Lei Peak is pointing directly at Qin Xuan. Junior sister Qingning and the others went to look for Qin Xuan. How could they have looked for the wrong person? It's just that Qin Xuan has a top-notch holy weapon in his hand. If they pick on him for no reason, they're courting death. Hush, be quiet. Disciples of the Holy Land should unite against the common enemy. Kill a life for a life. Those who killed my Holy Land disciples should be executed on the spot. Now, not only the disciples of Lei Peak, but also the disciples from other mountains, and even Wanjian Peak, who were watching, criticized Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, a holy weapon cannot save your life. Elder Qin's face was filled with anger, and his murderous intent was evident. He took out a holy seal and turned it into a giant peak 10,000 feet high, which smashed towards Qin Xuan. Boom! The holy seal collided with the ancient prison tower, causing the earth to shake like a dragon turning over. If it weren't for the many formations protecting this place, the world would have been turned upside down long ago. The other three saints did not hold back either. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the ancient prison tower. Under repeated attacks, the barrier formed by the ancient prison tower began to crack due to Qin Xuan's deliberate actions. Qin Xuan showed a look of fear on his face, but his heart was calm. He glanced at Mu Qingxue out of the corner of his eye. It is still too far-fetched for the four saints to break through the defense of the ancient prison tower. However, he was not interested in this and did not intend to defend all the time. What we want is to make things bigger. The bigger the fuss, the better it is for him. The only one who could add fuel to the flames was Mu Qingxue, who was under the protection of the master of Wanjian Peak. That's enough. You guys from Lei Peak can't kill people indiscriminately. Mu Qingxue couldn't bear it any longer, so she took out 2 communication talismans and crushed them together. 2 streams of light rushed towards Wanjian Peak at a high speed. The next second, the master of Wanjian Peak and Mu Qingxue's master, who was at the peak of the saint level, appeared together. The pressure that the ancient prison tower had been under disappeared completely in an instant. As expected, he took action. Qin Xuan was satisfied. It is said that a husband and wife will be bound by love for 100 days. What's more, his relationship with Mu Qingxue was more than just 1 day. Chapter 36, Ziyang lied and favored Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan, you have crossed the line. We are from Wanjian Peak, so it is not your turn to come and bully us from Lei Peak. Mu Qingxue's master, Thunder Sword Saint, is a powerful person at the peak of the Saint Realm. She has been following the developments here. Seeing Qin Xuan and others had gone crazy, and even her disciple Mu Qingxue was involved in the disaster, he became furious. The head of Wanjian Peak had a cold expression on his face. Without any substantial evidence before us, how can we prove that Qin Xuan killed the true disciple of Lei Peak? The 4 saints, including Elder Qing, frowned. The 4 of them together are no match for the Thunder Sword Saint, not to mention the master of Wanjian Peak, who is an existence that they can only dream of but cannot reach. The attitudes of the master of Wanjian Peak and the Thunder Sword Saint are clearly biased towards Mu Qingxue's fiancé and Qin Xuan. While Qin Xuan and the other 3 were in trouble, Yifeng took a step forward in full view of everyone. In front of the master of Wanjian Peak, he remained unafraid and said bluntly, "Master Peak Master, Senior Thunder Sword Saint, if we at Thunder Prison Peak don't have solid evidence, then it is indeed us at Thunder Prison Peak who are overstepping our authority. But you don't know that when Junior Sister Qingning was preparing to encircle Qin Xuan, she knew very well how powerful the small tower was, so she specially invited 2 deacons of the Heavenly Man realm from Thunder Prison Peak to contain the small tower. Now, not only did Junior Sister Qingning and the others die tragically, but even the 2 Heaven Realm Masters had their life cards shattered. At the place where Junior Sister Qingning fell, we detected the aura of the small tower held by Qin Xuan, as well as Lung Li, the great demon who once killed several saints of our Holy Land in Yaoqi Holy Land. The Thunder Sword Saint frowned coldly, his sword intent boiling, and shouted angrily, "Yifeng, you are so bold. Are you hinting that my disciple from Wanjian Peak is having an affair with the devil Lung Li?" She was shocked and couldn't believe it. Even if Yifeng mentioned this matter, it would not be allowed. Once Qin Xuan is confirmed to have a relationship with the devil Lung Li, As Qin Xuan's fiancée, her disciple naturally could not escape the connection. By then, don't say that she can't protect Mu Qingxue. Even the peak master would never allow her disciples to collude with the evil ways. The Thunder Sword Saint, his sword intent is like waves striking the sky. Even the slightest amount of leakage made Yi Feng feel like he was carrying a heavy mountain. He was hunched over, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said unwillingly, "Disciple dares to guarantee with his life that if Long Li has no relationship with Qin Xuan, I am willing to kill myself on the spot. How dare you be so stubborn?" The Thunder Sword Saint snorted angrily, and blood gushed out of Yi Feng's mouth. He was seriously injured. When the Thunder Sword Saint wanted to continue to exert pressure, the sword intent around Yi Feng crushed him and dissipated in an instant. A middle-aged man with the gait of a dragon and a tiger stood in the air above Yi Feng's head. His eyes were cold and intimidating without even getting angry. His words were as loud as thunder. "Lei Jian, in front of everyone, you are putting pressure on me like this. Are you planning to suppress me, Lei Yufeng?" The onlookers were terrified when they saw the middle-aged man appear. Shit, it's the master of Thunder Prison Peak. Even the leader of Thunder Prison Peak, who has always been simple and easy to understand, has come forward. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. He is supporting Yi Feng. I'm afraid that Qin Xuan's guilt has already been established. Otherwise, he would not have openly opposed Wan Jianfeng. The Thunder Sword Saint knew that he was no match for the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak, and said in a muffled voice, "All the saints know that Long Li was severely injured by us together. If she doesn't die, she will need to recuperate for 1,000 years. Not to mention, there are the burial Saint Nail and the holy weapon of the Lord of the Peak to suppress her. How could she cause trouble again?" Yi Feng's expression was indifferent, but he was ecstatic inside. Just waiting here, he naturally got the substantial evidence. Otherwise, how dare I mention Long Li's name here? What Saint Thunder Sword said is absolutely right. However, what was suppressed was Long Li's body. Her holy soul still exists. She may have been severely injured, but what if there's a secret method to repair the holy soul, and someone deliberately bought a great medicine to repair the holy soul? Yi Feng spoke loudly, passionately, and eloquently. The nearest Wanbao Pavilion is in Yaoshan County. There are a lot of medicines to repair the holy soul. If Qin Xuan, who is at the divine ability realm, buys the medicines needed to nourish the holy soul, can it be confirmed that he is colluding with Long Li? Yi Feng stared at Qin Xuan with murderous intent in his eyes. The pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion is my senior sister Ziyuan from Wanjin Peak. Let senior sister Ziyuan investigate whether this is true or not. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak said in a deep voice, "Xian Ziyuan, come here." Swish, swish, swish. Several streams of light rushed towards Wanjin Peak. The head of Wanjian Peak looked at the Thunder Sword Saint and said in a voice transmission, "Ziyuan and Yi Feng, are they old acquaintances?" The Thunder Sword Saint felt as if he was on edge. "I don't know." The head of Wanjian Peak closed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "If what Yi Feng said is true, Qin Xuan and Mu Qingxue must die to atone for their sins. Long Li is the mortal enemy of the Yaoqi Holy Land and will not be tolerated. The interests of the Holy Land are greater than those of individuals. If Qin Xuan really treated Long Li and it was related to Mu Qingxue, even if he owed the Mu family a favor, he would not be given a lenient sentence. Qin Xuan, did you really kill Qing Ning and let Long Li kill the heavenly realm deacon of Thunder Prison Peak?" Mu Qingxue conveyed the message in her heart in panic. She felt that what Yi Feng said was true. After all, Qin Xuan left Qingxue Pavilion to buy the medicine that Long Li needed to repair her holy soul. Once Ziyuan from Wanbao Pavilion arrives here, she will confirm this matter. If Long Li is involved, not only will Qin Xuan and her die, but even Long Li will be destroyed. Mu Qingxue was in a panic and scolded him. "You are really a lunatic. Why did you want to kill Qingning?" Her father doted on her too much. She would do anything to get revenge. It's fine if you don't know how to live or die, but you actually let Long Li take action. Are you going to make us die with you? Qin Xuan turned his head and looked deeply into Mu Qingxue's rippling eyes. He curled his lips slightly, revealing a bitter smile, as helpless as a victim. "From the beginning to the end, no one believed me. And you are no exception, right?" Everything was within his expectations. He just wanted to make Mu Qingxue furious and to blame Mu Qingxue. Only when the truth is revealed will Mu Qingxue feel unbearably guilty. Within 10 breaths, the deacon of the heavenly realm who went to Wanjin Peak not only summoned the chief disciple Ziyuan, but also attracted a large number of powerful people who came to watch the fun. Gurgle. The moment Ziyuan appeared, everyone swallowed their saliva and unconsciously retreated 100 feet. Everyone was afraid of the chief disciple of Wanjin Peak, who was wrapped in many holy armors. Even saints are no exception. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak said, Ziyuan, as the leader of the Yaoshan County branch of Wanbao Pavilion, has Qin Xuan ever purchased the medicine needed to repair the holy soul from your Wanbao Pavilion? Yifeng was holding back his laughter. He had investigated and found out that Qin Xuan spent more than 10 million high-quality yuanshi to buy the elixir. Ziyuan only needs to report truthfully to prove the fact that Qin Xuan and Lung Li are in collusion. By then, Lung Li would be involved, and Qin Xuan would be dead whether he killed Qingning or not. A dead end. No. Ziyuan spoke through her robes in a cold voice, which was particularly firm. This has never happened. The leader of Leiyu Peak frowned and turned his gaze to Yifeng below. Yifeng was struck by lightning. His eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, I asked the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. Just yesterday, Qin Xuan bought the medicine needed to repair the holy soul and spent 11.8 million high-quality yuanshi. You are lying. You are protecting Qin Xuan. He was horrified. He never expected that Ziyuan was not willing to kill Qin Xuan for him. Still lying here and deliberately protecting Qin Xuan. This is equivalent to confirming that he slandered Qin Xuan. In such a situation, Wan Jianfeng will not let him leave alive. Ziyuan looked straight ahead and said in a cold voice, If I say no, then no. Are you the branch leader of Wanbao Pavilion? Or am I? Who can prove that you asked him to come here and confront me? Chapter 37. Dead End. Qin Wangfu Kills. Ziyuan looked silent. He did not feel at all sorry for the Holy Land or for others because of protecting Qin Xuan. She is not afraid of anyone daring to confront her. Before coming, she had already informed the Wanbao Pavilion that this matter must not be spread outside. Whoever dares to come here to confront her, it is not certain whether the Yaoqi Holy Land will kill him, but in her eyes, he will surely die. As the branch leader of Wanbao Pavilion, she was not sure whether her subordinates were loyal, but she was certain that they were absolutely afraid of death. Qin Xuan entered the Wanbao Pavilion just to buy some natural treasures necessary for cultivation. He was able to break through to the 4th level of the divine ability realm thanks to the natural treasures of the Wanbao Pavilion. If anyone wants to buy the natural treasures needed to break through to the divine ability realm, my Wanbao Pavilion will welcome you. Ziyuan made a hard advertisement without leaving any trace, and then said in a cold voice, But if someone dares to slander others in the name of my Wanbao Pavilion, I will never allow it. What if Yifeng knew that she was favoring Qin Xuan? If you feel wronged, you can only swallow it. Wanbao Pavilion will never sell out any information about Qin Xuan. Just like her, Ziyuan, she would never betray her friends. It's only natural to stick by your friends. Not to mention, Qin Xuan was her only best friend and gave her a diamond ring that represented their eternal and loyal friendship. Senior sister Ziyuan, Lung Li is the mortal enemy of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xuan is colluding with him and is against my Yaoqi Holy Land. If you favor Qin Xuan, you are favoring the mortal enemy of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Yifeng gritted his teeth in hatred. Only after he understood the truth did he realize how wronged he was. Ziyuan is lying in public. Not only did she fail to fulfill her promise and kill Qin Xuan for him, even at this critical moment, he turned against us. Yifeng was filled with hatred, wondering if Qin Xuan had given Ziyuan some kind of magic potion that could make Ziyuan protect him in such a way. Ziyuan stomped her lotus steps lightly, and under her feet, layer upon layer of magic arrays formed by her thoughts were formed. Huge halos of light, shining brightly, were blessing her aura, which continued to rise. She was already at the peak of the heavenly man realm, and now, with the amplification of the magic array, her aura was approaching that of a quasi-saint. Her pretty face was filled with anger. Yifeng, according to what you mean, you want to label me as Lung Li's accomplice and say that I am in cahoots with Qin Xuan? Yifeng was about to say something, but when he saw Ziyuan's resolute attitude, he swallowed it back. He felt that if he continued to threaten her, Ziyuan would really want to beat him to death in public. the only daughter of the chief saint doctor, the daughter of the master of Danding Peak, and the chief disciple of the master of Wanjin Peak. With these identities, even if Ziyang killed him, he would not receive any substantial punishment. He secretly buried the hatred in his heart. He stopped looking at Ziyang and stared at Qin Xuan, saying angrily, "The demon Lung Li has already been severely injured by the strong men of the Holy Land. She should be dying, but now she has appeared outside Yaoshan County. I suspect that someone from the Holy Land colluded with her and hid the demon, giving her time to recuperate. Of course, I think the disciples of the Holy Land share a common hatred for the enemy, and it is impossible for them to do such a despicable and shameless thing. It is very likely that you took advantage of your status and secretly hid it. As long as we check whether Lung Li's presence is present in Qingxue Pavilion, we can verify the truth of what I said." Boom! The Lord of Thunder Prison Peak slapped down, and the countless magic arrays in Qingxue Pavilion, including the special barrier of the Immaculate Holy Body, all turned into nothingness. From the basement in the backyard, there were wisps of azure blue, icy air floating around. If it's not Lung Li's special aura, then who else could it be? The disciples of the Holy Land who were watching were all moved. It's an icy breath. It's really the breath of that big devil. It turns out that she's really hidden in the Yaoqi Holy Land. No wonder we searched so hard, but to no avail. It turns out we were just hiding from the light. If Qin Xuan hadn't kept it privately, then Lung Li and Mu Qingxue would have had no clear connection. Not only the disciples from other major peaks, but even the Thunder Sword Saint and the Master of 10,000 Swords Peak had frowned at this moment. The look he gave Mu Qingxue was full of disappointment. He stared at Qin Xuan with murderous intent in his eyes. By colluding with Lung Li, Qin Xuan is doomed to die. Qin Xuan, do you have anything to argue at this time? Yifeng exhaled a breath of foul air, and his heart was relieved. If you hadn't colluded with Lung Li, how could there be the aura of a demon here? If you're not secretly communicating with the devil, could it be that fairy Qingxue of Wanjian Peak is secretly colluding with you? He was unwilling to use such means. It will affect Mu Qingxue. But in the current situation, if he doesn't expose it, he will be slandering Wanjian Peak and will be doomed. In order to save his life, he had no choice but to do this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Mu Qingxue for meeting the wrong person, who made her favor Qin Xuan and refused to repent. Yifeng, stop talking nonsense. Mu Qingxue pointed at Yifeng from afar, the full curve of her chest trembling violently with anger. She never thought that Yifeng, whom she had promoted, would turn the tables on her when he arrived at the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Her Mu family had protected and invested in Yifeng in every way, but at this critical moment of life and death, he turned out to be an ungrateful person. Extend your deadly claws to her. Why are you so angry? Qin Xuan forcibly pressed down Mu Qingxue's green jade fingers and said indifferently, "This matter has nothing to do with you." He slowly took a step forward, raised his resolute face, and his eyes were full of indifference, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Or maybe you were mentally prepared to face all the consequences. So indifferent and fearless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Xuan nodded nonchalantly and admitted, "Yes, I saved Lung Li, but the medicine she needed to repair her holy soul was not purchased in the Wanbao Pavilion. I got it from somewhere else. I also killed the Heavenly Realm Deacon of Thunder Prison Peak, who allowed them to bully others and seek their own death." He looked at Elder Qing again. "Your daughter, as well as several true disciples of Thunder Prison Peak, all died at my hands. They attacked me in secret, and they deserved to die." The disciples of the Holy Land were furious and criticized him verbally and pen by pen. "Thief, you killed my Holy Land's true disciple. Colluded with the demon Lung Li and killed the Heaven Realm Deacon of my Holy Land. You deserve to die. Even if you are cut into pieces, it will not vent the anger of my Holy Land. You deserve to die. Your soul should be suppressed in the netherworld, so that you will be trapped in agony for the rest of your life." Elder Qing was furious. "You thief, you killed my beloved daughter. Today, I will cut you into pieces." He was furious, his hair flying wildly like a demon. In the air, as if stepping on invisible stairs, he walked towards Qin Xuan step by step. He would not resort to drastic measures at will, as that would be a quick death for Qin Xuan and would be too easy for him. He wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands and make Qin Xuan suffer extreme pain, unable to live nor die. Master, Master Peak Master. Mu Qingxue raised her eyes and pleaded to her master and the master of Wanjian Peak. She didn't know why Qin Xuan would take the initiative to take all the blame at this time. Only she knew in her heart that the secret hiding of Lung Li had nothing to do with Qin Xuan. She did all this. Qin Xuan was wronged. Silence. There is a demon hiding in the dark. There is no room for leniency in this matter. You have been deceived and are also at fault. From today on, you must go to Sword Cliff and face the wall to reflect on your mistakes for 3 years. The Thunder Sword Saint was scolding Mu Qingxue angrily and was also trying to distance her from Qin Xuan. Elder Qingxin, your daughter may not have been killed by Qin Xuan, and Lung Li was certainly not. Mu Qingxue turned her head and looked at Elder Qingxin, who was closing in on her. She could not tolerate the fact that she had accused Qin Xuan before, and Qin Xuan took the blame for her. This is slander, a false accusation out of nothing. Qin Xuan turned his head and glared at Mu Qingxue. Shut up. After shouting at Mu Qingxue to leave, he stared at the approaching saint completely fearlessly. He was betting that Qingning would not be able to help but stand up and prove his innocence. Of course, even if Qingning hasn't thought it through yet, he was not afraid of the power of the saint. The ancient prison tower in his hands could not kill the saint for the time being, but it would not be broken by the saint either. Time, absolutely enough. Qin Xuan, I will use your head to commemorate Ninger's spirit in heaven. Elder Qing's eyes were red, his body was shaking, and veins on his forehead were bulging. The rage was so overwhelming that even the heaven and earth changed color. The saint's aura locked onto Qin Xuan, and the space around him was confined, leaving him with nowhere to escape. When Elder Qing was murderous and Ziyang was about to rescue him, a cold voice rang in everyone's ears, "Stop." The cold roar instantly dissipated Elder Qing's saintly aura. Everyone looked up towards the direction where the sound came from. But then he saw a Saint King who was at the peak of his power, followed by dozens of saints and quasi-saints, all of whom came to kill him. It was not someone else, but the people of the Qin Palace, who were more powerful than their master and had a family of 2 holy kings in the Ziyang Empire. Chapter 38, The Great Demon Arrives. Someone came from Prince Qin's mansion. Qin Xuan is saved. Mu Qingxue saw Qin Jinbei and his men rushing over. I thought to myself, they're indeed blood relatives. Even if he threatened to kick Qin Xuan out of the house. In fact, if Qin Xuan was in danger, King Qin would not sit idly by. With the intervention of the Prince of Qin's mansion, Qin Xuan's life should be saved. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face herself. It was clearly her fault, but Qin Xuan was willing to take the blame for her. The guy who seems to be out of touch on weekdays is willing to take risks and die for her when the critical moment comes. She would never allow herself to owe Qin Xuan anything anymore. In that way, she would no longer be able to hate Qin Xuan and would no longer be able to regard herself as a victim. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak stood in front of everyone in the Qin Palace with a cold face and said bluntly, "Qin Wang, didn't you announce earlier that you had severed your father-son relationship with Qin Xuan now? Qin Xuan colluded with the devil and killed my Yao Qi Holy Land's true disciples. He should be executed. Could it be that you are planning to kidnap people?" The master of Wanjian Peak put aside his personal grudges and, together with the master of Leiyu Peak, blocked the people in front of the Qin Palace. The King of Qin has a high level of cultivation, and his achievements are comparable to those of nature. There is no way a Saint King can stop him. Not to mention, there is also a Saint Lady from the Holy Land of Butian, as well as a group of saints and quasi-saints who are eyeing them covetously. This is no weaker than the deterrence brought by Lung Li. The sacred land of Yao Qi cannot be underestimated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sacred land of Yao Qi, 6 of the 7 peak masters have come, and there are many saints, which is several times more than that of the Qin Palace. In the high sky, the holy light shines brightly, facing each other from afar. The atmosphere was tense and seemed like something was about to break out. King Qin's tiger eyes were indifferent, and he said in a deep voice, "I am not here to save Qin Xuan, but I have something that I need him to return." The leader of Thunder Prison Peak made way for him and said, "As long as you don't save anyone, everything is fine." They had no intention of opposing the King of Qin. As the king of an empire who owns an entire region, Qin Jinbei has extremely powerful strength and connections. It is definitely not as simple as it appears to be, with just dozens of saints and quasi-saints. They just wanted to take away some of Qin Xian's things, and they would not stop him even though they were unwilling to do so. Everyone in the Prince Qin's mansion openly crossed the encirclement of the Yaoqi Holy Land and looked down at Qin Xian, who had become the target of public criticism. The King of Qin shouted angrily, "Rebellious son, hand over the supreme bone." Qin Xian was stunned at first. Then he cursed, "Qin Jinbei, you are f***ing senile, right? I've already cut out the supreme bone for you as a token of my gratitude for your upbringing. Why are you asking me for the bone now? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey when you left the house?" Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Holy Land all took a deep breath. This Qin Xian is really desperate. He knows he's going to die and is rolling on the ground. He even dares to scold his own father like that. He is really fierce. But wasn't the supreme bone already stripped away by King Qin? Why is King Qin asking Qin Xian for it now? The King of Qin's face was as gloomy as water. Qin Xian is a traitor. To publicly refute the dignity of his father is simply courting death. His face was filled with anger. "Rebellious son, you coveted your blood brother's supreme bone. After I discovered your mistake, I stripped the supreme bone from your body. But you secretly instigated your grandfather to come to the Qin palace and make a scene to take your brother's bone. Today, if you're unwilling to hand over the supreme bone, the Holy Land of Yaoqi will not have to take action. My Qin palace will personally clean up the mess." That bone is Howard's hope of becoming an emperor. They came here in search of the great demon. The purpose is to retrieve the supreme bone. In his eyes, there was no longer any son Qin Xian, only the complete version of the supreme bone. As long as the supreme bone can be transplanted into Qin Hao's body again, he would do it at any cost, even if it meant killing Qin Xian on the spot. Qin Xian rolled his eyes in disdain and said sarcastically, "Kill me if you want to. What do you mean by cleaning up the family? What do I, Qin Xian, have to do with your Qin palace?" Shangguanya angrily shouted, "Qin Xian, stop resisting in vain. You've been possessed by a demon. You even dare to harm the Yaoqi Holy Land that took you in. You are seeking your own death. Hand over the supreme bone, and I can repay the loss of Yaoqi Holy Land for you and try my best to save your life." Qin Xian tilted his head and asked, "Are you doing this for my own good as a mother?" Shangguanya was furious. "I am your mother. Of course I am doing this for your own good. You have committed a terrible mistake, and you still covet your brother's supreme bone. If you don't return the bone, I will not be able to protect you." Puff. Qin Xian was amused. "If you were my mother, then the bones should have belonged to me. Why would you return them? Now, you believe that the supreme bone growing in my body does not belong to me, but to your Howard. What right do you have to use your status as a parent to suppress me?" The appearance of everyone from Prince Qin's mansion was beyond Qin Xian's expectations. However, based on what they said, it is not difficult to guess what happened in the Prince Qin's mansion after he left. It was nothing more than his Saint King background, that is, his grandfather, who spoke up for him and went to the Qin palace to seek justice for him. What Qin Xian didn't expect was that his grandfather actually took out all the supreme bones in Qin Hao's body for him. "Qin Xian, you bullied the maids and beat the servants to death in the Prince Qin's mansion. You have committed many evil deeds. The Prince Qin spared your life out of consideration for family affection. If you continue to quibble, you are courting death." The young master lost his supreme bone and suffered a serious injury. As the elder brother, you should hand over the supreme bone. "Qin Xian, you have bullied men and women in the past and committed all kinds of evil. Don't make mistakes now and go down this path to the end." The elders of the Qin palace all criticized Qin Xian. All the dirty water and sewage were thrown on him. The purpose is to make the actions of the prince of Qin's mansion open and aboveboard. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Holy Land were all filled with jealousy, and their eyes looking at Qin Xian were filled with cold, murderous intent. "You even covet your brother's supreme bone. You are simply scum. Relying on the status of the eldest son of the King of Qin to bully the weak is an inhuman act. Now they are colluding with the devil to kill the true disciples of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Killing him on the spot would be considered a bargain for him. This kind of scourge should be nailed to the pillar of shame for future generations of disciples to scorn for eternity." Mu Qingxue felt extremely sad when she saw this. She thought that the Prince Qin's mansion came to rescue Qin Xuan, but who knew that even Qin Xuan's blood relatives despised him? How many things did Qin Xuan do that would anger God and the people to make the entire Qin palace family turn against him? The master and the master of Wanjian Peak were unwilling to stand up for Qin Xuan, and even Qin Xuan's family was forcing him to die. What did she do for Qin Xuan now? If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame Qin Xuan for his many evil deeds in the past, and she can't do anything to change the situation. But what happened today really has nothing to do with Qin Xuan. Mu Qingxue had no place to vent her tangled emotions, and her pretty face became tense. Qin Xuan. A crisp shout drew everyone's attention to the heroic young man Qin Hao. This proud child who was about to become the holy son of the Butian Holy Land walked slowly forward, stared at Qin Xuan, and said angrily, "You thought you had severed ties with the Qin family, but in fact, you have always relied on the Qin family for survival. Your blood, your flesh, and even your surname were all given to you by the Qin family. If you really cut off ties, you deserve to die." The sky was clear and bright, and laughter suddenly came. "Ha ha! Great, great, great! The surname is given by the Qin family. Our eldest grandson has our surname Qin. I want to ask, whose surname do your King Qin and you, this evil creature, have?" The great demon god, who had disappeared after leaving Prince Qin's mansion, finally arrived beside Qin Xuan at this moment. Chapter 39. The truth is revealed to the public. A strange injustice. When Qin Junbei saw the white-haired demon god, his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, and he called out unwillingly, "Father!" The great demon god waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you who is so indifferent to family affection. If I had known that I would give birth to a scoundrel like you, I should have thrown you into the bamboo forest at your grandfather's house." Everyone in Yaoqi Holy Land was stunned when they saw the scene before them. They thought that Qin Xuan had committed many evil things and deserved to be put to death. But now, the patriarch of the Qin palace seems to be particularly partial to Qin Xuan. For this reason, he even turned against the Qin family. Is there something else going on here? Qin Junbei suppressed his inner rage and said in a low voice, "Father, if there is anything, let's go back to the Prince Qin's mansion and discuss it." The great demon god sneered. "We have already drawn a clear line with the Qin family. What does it have to do with the Qin palace? What can we talk about with you?" He lowered his head and looked at his eldest grandson, who was the target of public criticism. His heart ached, as if someone had cut open his heart with a knife and sprinkled a bag of coarse salt on it. This is his eldest grandson, whom he raised from baby size. He was the eldest grandson who had been inseparable from him, a weak but unusually well-behaved and obedient child. The eldest grandson could only silently endure the slander of the entire Qin family. As a grandfather, he was unwilling to let his eldest grandson suffer such injustice. He has been waiting for today. Give the son a clean name. The great demon god's eyes widened, and he angrily questioned in front of everyone, "Qin Junbei, today I want to ask you, in the Qin palace, did Qin Xuan bully the maids and beat and scold the servants until they were disabled?" The sound exploded like thunder, and Qin Junbei's eardrums buzzed. He lowered his eyes and said nothing. "If you don't dare to admit it yourself, then it means you don't exist." The great demon god held the holy axe in his hand and chopped it down in public. The sky and the earth changed color. A majestic aura swept across thousands of miles. The power of the axe seemed to be able to create the world. The elder who had thrown dirty water on Qin Xuan was unexpectedly chopped into pieces by the axe, and his holy soul was shattered. Killing someone in public, the great demon god's eyes were icy. "You who bully my grandson deserve to die." After killing a saint first, the great demon god became more and more manic and looked at everyone in the Qin palace. "Let me ask you again, does our eldest grandson really covet the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body? Who among you dares to come out and confront us?" Everyone in the Prince Qin's mansion was silent, not saying a word, and they didn't even dare to look the great demon in the eye. The great demon god sneered. "Outsiders don't know that the supreme bone in my grandson's body is a complete version. Even the eyesight of the chief saint doctor of the Ziyang Empire can conceal it. Unlike Qin Hao, who only has a broken version, the power is more than halved. My grandson has a complete version of the supreme bone, so how could he covet a mere broken version? Picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons." You keep saying that our eldest grandson covets the supreme bone. Do you think everyone in the world is stupid? Upon hearing this, the saints in Yaoqi Holy Land were all surprised. They also didn't expect that the supreme bone could be divided into complete version and incomplete version. According to what the great demon god said, Qin Xuan possesses the complete version of the supreme bone, so why should he covet the incomplete version of the supreme bone? But everyone in the Prince Qin's mansion insisted that they shouldn't think too much about it. After all, what parent would frame their own son? Qin Xuan looked at his furious grandfather, and his heart was filled with joy. I didn't expect this sudden change. You can also take the opportunity to give him some extra bargaining chips. He deliberately added fuel to the fire and said, Grandpa, there's no need to say more. From the beginning to the end, no one has ever believed me. I have become accustomed to this kind of ending. Now, knowing that you have always protected me, I am willing to die. The great demon god's furious eyes turned into endless sadness and doting when he looked at Qin Xuan. Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa shouldn't have trusted these beasts who were indifferent to family affection. Grandpa did something wrong, and I must compensate you. With Grandpa here, no one can bully you, and no one can frame you. Looking at his well-behaved and sensible grandson, he said loudly, I know that outsiders must be curious about why the Qin Palace would frame my grandson like this. To be honest, I also felt that it was a bit strange at first, but I found some clues and knew how dirty and filthy the Qin Palace was, and how pitiful my grandson was. He pinched out a crystal core from the storage space. Throw it towards the holy land of Yaoqi. The crystal core exploded, and a curtain of light appeared. This is the memory in the mind of a quasi-saint. In the picture, the elder of the Qin family was having a secret conversation with Qin Jinbei in his study. Father, Qin Jinbei was horrified. When he saw the scene, he began to recreate it vividly and finally could not hold back. He has something to hide and will never allow the truth to be revealed. It was like a huge sun, wrapped in overwhelming flames, turning into a huge hot fireball, shattering layers of space and bursting towards the scene. How dare you, my rebellious son? Your Highness Prince Qin, calm down. Don't start a war in Yaoqi Holy Land. The great demon, the beautiful woman from Danding Peak, and a master of Wanjin Peak. The three Saint Kings joined forces to block Qin Jinbei in front of him, preventing him from getting close to the light curtain. Father, I am willing to admit my mistake and compensate Qin Xuan. Please stop. It was too late for Qin Jinbei to regret. I never thought that my father would go to this extent for Qin Xuan. Just to clear Qin Xuan's name, he was willing to let his own son, the King of Qin, lose face. Too late. The great demon god snorted coldly. I came a few days late just to find someone to break the restriction you placed in my memory. Fortunately, I have some favors, so my efforts were not in vain. As the words fell, the light curtain had already reached the deepest part of his memory. The Qin family elder looked at Qin Jinbei and said respectfully, Your Highness, the eldest son was beaten by the blood-moving clan members. King Qin was indifferent and extremely disgusted. Waste. Your Highness, although the eldest son abides by his duty and practices diligently, the supreme bone in his body is one step behind, step by step. As a result, the eldest son now has a complete version of the supreme bone, but his cultivation level is only at the blood-moving realm. He has become a joke of the supreme bone. The supreme bone to the eldest son is equivalent to holding a treasure, but being unable to use it. He is not worthy of possessing the supreme bone. Transplanting it in a Howard's body will allow him to go one step further and try his best for that slim chance. The elder was moved. He is the eldest son. If anything goes wrong, I am afraid he will be despised by the world. The King of Qin disagreed. Just accuse him of some false charges. It is not uncommon to abolish the eldest son of the legitimate wife throughout history. The elder replied, tremblingly, The supreme bone is rooted in the eldest son's body. Once it is removed, the eldest son's weak cultivation will not be able to withstand the backlash that will be caused. No need to say more. Go and make the arrangements. King Qin waved his hand. I'll leave it to fate. He is the blood of the Qin family, and he should make contributions to the Qin family. Chapter 40 Mu Qingxue Regrets and Tears. Qin Jinbei's cold words made people feel cold all over. Everyone who witnessed the scene that took place in the study of Prince Qin's mansion felt their hearts tremble. How can they be father and son? Even enemies with some grudges cannot disregard life and death like this. It was as if Qin Xian's life was not worth mentioning in Qin Jinbei's eyes. It's not even as good as killing a poultry. What a sin. It's simply a sin. I originally thought that Qin Xian was a wicked man, but in the end I found out that all of this was a trap set by the Qin Palace, just to make Qin Xian a target of public condemnation, so that the Qin Palace can strip him of the supreme bone as a matter of course. Being framed and slandered by enemies is one thing, but for someone like Qin Xian, being framed by his family and his own father is simply a huge injustice. I've never seen or heard of this before, let alone seen it before. Qin Xian is not a prince of a royal family who has committed many evil deeds. He is clearly an unlucky person with a tragic fate. Being born in the Qin Palace is Qin Xian's misfortune for 8 lifetimes. If it were anyone else, they would die in such a situation and never rest in peace. It's so tragic, so horrible. When the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land witnessed this scene and looked at Qin Xian, their hearts were gripped with fear. He was slandered by his family and plotted against by his biological father. Even the supreme bone was forced to be stripped off. How desperate was he when he was expelled from the Prince Qin's palace? He became the target of public criticism and was charged with a false charge. How aggrieved is he in his heart? No wonder all the saints in Yaoqi Holy Land showed their murderous intentions and wanted to kill him and imprison his soul in the netherworld forever, but he was not afraid. Compared with Qin Xian's injustice, death seems like a relief. In Qin Xian's eyes, perhaps he had already given up any hope for this world. The moment he was expelled from the Qin Palace, he might have been ready to die. No wonder he would collude with the evil sect and kill Qingning and other true disciples. Even his family slandered him. In his eyes, what difference was there between the righteous path and the evil path? He has suffered such a great injustice. How could he be bullied again? The worst that can happen is death. If anyone is to blame, they can only blame Qingning and other true disciples for being so unlucky that they provoked Qin Xian, who no longer wanted to live. Qin Xian. Mu Qingxue looked at the slender figure standing in front of her, not knowing what was going on. My heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. She finally understood why Qin Xian had previously emphasized that she didn't believe him. The grievances and frame-ups suffered by his family made Qin Xian almost despair of the world. Deep in his heart, he still retained a trace of desire and hoped to be trusted. I fantasized that I could find a glimmer of hope to survive from her. However, she did not choose to believe it, but listened to the one-sided statement of the Prince Qin's mansion. From the beginning to the end, she insisted that it was he who was jealous of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body and that he was full of evil, which led to the current situation. There was mist in Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes. She regretted and hated her past accusations. Her certainty and distrust would cause great harm to Qin Xian's heart. After being hurt repeatedly, in the end, Qin Xian let bygones be bygones and was willing to die for her. Qin Xian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have trusted you. Mu Qingxue covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. The strong sense of self-blame made it difficult for her to control herself. The full curve of her chest rose and fell, and between her fingers, crystal tears kept overflowing and sliding down. It's too late to regret. Now, she doesn't even have the courage to face Qin Xian. He has no qualifications to comfort Qin Xian at this time. When Qin Xian needed comfort the most, his fiancée made things even worse. The harm she brought to Qin Xian was no less than the harm Qin Xian suffered in Prince Qin's mansion. The lucky girl, Mu Qingxue, feels extremely guilty towards the host and rewards the host with a villain value of plus 15,000. The Lady of Luck Ziyuan's favorability towards the host increases, and the host's villain value is rewarded with plus 20,000. The system reward notification sound in his mind made Qin Xian notice Mu Qingxue, who was in tears. He did not stop it and was happy to see such a scene. Just cry. The sadder she cried, the more aggrieved Mu Qingxue felt, and the more guilty she felt towards him. For a girl of destiny with such high moral standards, only guilt can make her forget the unpleasantness of the past. Then he could make his own strategy so that he wouldn't have to waste words with Mu Qingxue in the future. I just don't know why Ziyuan's affection for me has increased. Could it be that she has a perverted possessiveness and thinks that I only belong to her? Qin Xian was curious and did not look at Ziyuan. Instead, He maintained an indifferent expression and looked straight ahead, creating a persona of himself that was disgusted with the world and desperate. "Mother, I want to save Qin Xuan. Can you help me?" Ziyang was sending a message to the master of Danding Peak. She wanted to save Qin Xuan and would never allow anyone to hurt Qin Xuan. She originally doubted Qin Xuan's motives for approaching her. Now it seems that it is just Qin Xuan who has become so disgusted with this world to the point of despair and has no fear of death at all. This makes him different from others, as he is not afraid of her doom-filled poisonous body. You want to risk your life to fight against her doomed poison body. Perhaps they really have the same fate. One has a doomed poisonous body and is despised by everyone, while the other has the supreme bone but is framed by his family. Her doomed poisonous body was actually unable to cause any harm to Qin Xuan. Let her and Qin Xuan become close friends. It also gave her the only friend in her life. The head of Danding Peak said in a deep voice, "Mother cannot interfere." She felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy. She was happy because, after all these years, her daughter finally asked her for something and treated her as a mother, so she could make requests without any scruples. The sad thing is that in the current situation, only she, the leader of Danding Peak, can decide Qin Xuan's life or death. This matter involved too many people, and even she, the Holy King, could not save Qin Xuan. "If you don't save me, I will save you myself." Ziyang was not aggressive. She just cast a tender look towards Qin Xuan. Looking at Qin Xuan's resolute profile, her mind recalled the cunning way Qin Xuan approached her. "I said firmly in my heart, no matter what, I will not let you die here. We are friends, eternal friends." She lowered her head and looked at the diamond ring on her finger that had been refined into a storage ring. She smiled knowingly. "Besides, you haven't seen my appearance yet. That's enough." Everyone was shocked by the angry shout. Qin Jinbei's face was gloomy. There was a gleam of murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill everyone here. Don't allow what happens here to spread out in the slightest. But this is the holy land of Yao Qi. Even if he uses all the strength of his entire clan, he cannot kill everyone. Qin Jinbei could only swallow his anger silently, staring at Qin Xuan and angrily said, "Is the supreme bone coming again?" Chapter 41, 3 punches shatter Qin, Hao's invincible heart. Now that things have come to this, the King of Qin has completely torn off his face and will no longer pretend. The purpose is to snatch the supreme bone from Qin Xuan's body. Today, if Qin Xuan does not hand over the supreme bone, there is no need for my Yao Qi holy land to take action. The Qin palace alone will grind Qin Xuan to ashes. Everyone in the Yao Qi holy land could see that King Qin was determined to obtain the supreme bone and would not tolerate Qin Xuan's refusal. The great demon god shouted angrily, "Rebellious son, I am here today, so don't even think about bullying my grandson again." He flashed and blocked Qin Jinbei's way, glaring at him. As he raised his hand, the supreme bone with dazzling precious light turned into a stream of light and floated down towards Qin Xuan. This piece of supreme bone was radiant with light and was branded with obscure patterns, the complexity of which was so great that even a Saint King would have difficulty fathoming it. The moment the precious bone appeared, everyone's breathing became rapid. Staring at the precious bone, he couldn't help revealing greed. Qin Hao Yifeng, even those at the Saint King level, all had the urge to obtain it. This piece of supreme bone, if transplanted into the body of an ordinary person, is enough to create a genius or monster comparable to one with a holy body. If a strong person gets it, it will be like a tiger with wings, and its combat power will skyrocket and the upper limit will be raised. Qin Jinbei said in a deep voice, "Qin Xuan, this was your original choice. Don't go back on your word." He stared at Supreme Bone with murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Xuan raised his hand, grasped the shining Supreme Bone, raised his eyes, and said with disdain, "Back then, I cut off all ties with your Qin family by cutting out my bones. Logically speaking, this Supreme Bone has nothing to do with me anymore." Qin Jinbei urged urgently, "Then return the Supreme Bone to my Qin family." "Why, who do you think you are?" Qin Xuan held the Supreme Bone in his hand and glanced in the direction of his grandfather. "This Supreme Bone was snatched from me by my grandfather. It was given to me by my grandfather, so it's mine. This is no longer the Prince Qin's palace. He is no longer the Qin Xuan who had no trump card at all. Facing Qin Jinbei, he no longer needs to be cautious. There is no need to compromise. Ha ha. Well said. Our eldest grandson is really courageous. What Grandpa gave you is naturally yours, and no one can take it away. The great demon laughed loudly, like thunder exploding. He used to think that Ziyang Xuanzi was a little timid. Now it seems that what happened at the Prince Qin's mansion was like nirvana. He has some of the spirit he had when he was young. He likes it so much. Qin Xuan clenched the supreme bone in his hand tightly, tilted his head back, and muttered to himself, "This supreme bone caused me to be framed, and caused my grandfather to almost die in that damn Qin palace." He raised his eyes, stared at Qin Jinbei, and sneered. "The supreme bone that you, the Qin palace, dream of getting is not worth mentioning to me. It's better not to keep this evil that almost killed Grandpa. I don't need this bone. I, Qin Xuan, can still be invincible in the world." In front of everyone, Qin Xuan exerted force on his palms. Snap! Snap! The supreme bone that was shining brightly actually had cracks in Qin Xuan's palm. Dense, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the precious bone. As Qin Xuan's strength increased, the Hongming bone manifested by the chaos, Hongming body glowed faintly. The supreme bone could no longer withstand this kind of pressure. It cracked inch by inch as if it had encountered a natural enemy. In Qin Xuan's hands, it was crushed into powder. Everyone's eyes were filled with rage. It's broken. The supreme bone has been crushed. That's the supreme bone. If transplanted into anyone's body, it can create a genius monster. Qin Xuan actually crushed it. This guy is such a waste of resources. This damn bastard is simply wasting precious bones. Not only outsiders, but even the great demon god was shocked when he saw the supreme bone being crushed. However, he did not blame Qin Xuan. That was his eldest grandson. The supreme bone he had seized originally belonged to his eldest grandson. No matter how Qin Xuan wanted to deal with it, he agreed with it from the bottom of his heart. Well said, without this bone, our eldest grandson can still be invincible in the world. The great demon's impassioned roar. Supreme bone. My supreme bone. Qin Xuan, you bastard. You actually dared to destroy my supreme bone. I will never coexist with you. Qin Hao looked at the broken supreme bone with bloodshot eyes. This bone has been successfully integrated into his body. It made him feel more powerful than ever before. Obtaining the complete version of the supreme bone gave him even more power. It is enough to stand out among the rare saints in the Butian Holy Land. However, now this piece of bone was crushed in Qin Xuan's hand. Qin Hao took a step forward, and his aura surged. The second level of supernatural power. The third level of supernatural power. The seventh level of supernatural power. In a rage, the dragon pill in Qin Hao's body was rapidly refining. It allowed him to break through 6 levels in one breath, until the 7th level of the supernatural power realm, showing the appearance of a demon. Qin Xuan, a fight between you and me will determine life and death, as well as who is superior. Qin Hao's hair stood on end with rage, and his eyes were bloodshot. Now he just wanted to kill Qin Xuan with his own hands to vent the unbearable anger in his chest. The heads of the various peaks in Yaoqi Holy Land were amazed and discussed secretly. The young master of the Qin Palace is truly gifted, worthy of being born to the Qin Prince and the Holy Maiden of the Butian Holy Land. In the past, it was only rumored that the Qin Palace had 2 Saint Kings. Now, the great demon god Qin Ing and Qin Jinbei are already Saint Kings, plus this evil Qin Hao. If it weren't for Qin Xuan's incident, the Qin Palace would have 3 Saint Kings in one family, and it would be just around the corner. This kid is at the peak of his years, yet he has such a monstrous appearance. With one step, he broke through the 6th level of the divine power realm. Even the holy son of my holy land can hardly be compared with him. This time, the Butian Holy Land has found a true evildoer. If we can recruit him into the Yaoqi Holy Land, it will be a great achievement. The evil displayed by Qin Hao amazed everyone. Even Yi Feng, the son of luck, was jealous. Qin Xuan, take my sword. Qin Hao took out the Hao Yin sword, and the sword intent emerged. The invincible heart is as hot as the sun. 6 lifelike sword dragons hovered above his head. This is 60% of the sword intent. Even the sword cultivator of Wanjian Peak, who has reached the peak of Yinyang Mirror, would find it difficult to have such an understanding of the sword. With one strike of the sword, the sun and the moon became dim. There is only a giant sword that stretched for thousands of feet, carrying endless murderous intent, like a small star, crushing towards Qin Xuan's head. Mu Qingshue's eyes were filled with shock. Ziyuan was worried. When the two women were about to help, the voices of Thunder Sword Saint and Danding Peak Master fell into their ears. Don't worry, Qin Xuan has a top-level holy weapon. Call. Mu Qingxue and Ziyuan both felt relieved. When everyone thought that Qin Xuan would take out the ancient prison tower to block this fatal blow. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not retreat, but advanced instead, with his bare hands. Facing the sword intent of the Haotian sword, he clenched his fist and smashed out suddenly. Boom! The fist and the sword collided, and the vitality of heaven and earth rolled up wildly like a hurricane. The soil on the ground was peeled off inch by inch. Under Qin Hao's horrified gaze, the sword that condensed all his energy and the power of the Supreme Bone was smashed into pieces by Qin Xuan with just one punch. No, it's impossible. You are only at the 4th level of the Divine Power Realm. You don't have the Supreme Bone. Why are you so strong? Qin Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. This ordinary punch reminded him of the scene when Qin Xuan crushed him with the Supreme Bone in the Prince Qin's mansion that day. Make him feel the fear of being dominated. Qin Xuan pushed off the ground, flew into the air, and punched Qin Hao's Haotian sword again. Boom! The fist and the holy weapon vibrated. Qin Hao's palms trembled violently and blood spurted out. Under the uncontrollable tremor, the holy weapon in Qin Hao's hand fell as expected. When he came to within 10 feet of Qin Hao, Qin Xuan sneered with disdain. As I said before, there is no tree that can cover the sky in ancient times. There is only one thing that can defeat another. In my eyes, you will always be just a younger brother. Bang! Qin Xuan threw his third punch. Qin Hao, who was already filled with fear in his heart, was blasted out without any resistance, like a kite with a broken string. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted in the arms of Shangwanya, who came to greet him. Chapter 42, The Great Demon God Suppresses 7 Kings Alone. Looking down at the unconscious Qin Hao in her arms, Shangwanya felt so heartbroken that her heart was bleeding. She raised her eyes, stared at Qin Xuan, and shouted angrily, Qin Xuan, you're going too far. You've dealt such a heavy blow. Do you really not care about the Brotherhood at all? Qin Xuan rolled his eyes when he heard this. Look at what you said. Is this human language? When Qin Hao wanted to kill me, you said nothing. Now that he is outclassed and knocked unconscious, you think of blaming me for what I did. Where were you when Qin Jinbei framed me? What were you doing when I was forced to cut off my own flesh and blood? When the truth came out, what were you thinking? In your eyes, I am not as good as Qin Hao. My pain is far less than the slightest damage suffered by Qin Jinbei and Qin Hao. Since you don't treat me as your son, how can you have the nerve to accuse me as a mother? He had noticed the look of surprise on Shangwanya's face when the truth was revealed. Obviously, she was kept in the dark. However, even after knowing the truth, she did not choose to turn against Qin Jinbei in public. After much weighing, Shangwanya finally chose Qin Hao and Qin Jinbei as expected. Since she herself is not a mother, what qualifications does she have to point fingers at him? If you don't have that ability, don't let your son come out to embarrass himself. What future holy son of the Butian Holy Land? What a bullshit 7th level of the magical power realm. He didn't even force me to reveal my trump card, and he was knocked down by 3 punches and rolled his eyes. Trash. Qin Hao, who was humiliated in public, had just opened his eyes with difficulty, but when he heard these words, he became so angry that his eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. The luck value of Qin Hao, the son of luck, decreases by 50,000, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 50,000. As expected, Qin Xuan received a generous reward and turned around and left with secret joy in his heart. He also never thought of taking Qin Hao's life in front of Prince Qin's mansion. It's a fat sheep. We have to keep it and slowly fleece it. All right. Qin Xuan paused, turned around, and threw the bone powder in his hand to Qin Jinbei. I'll return the bones you asked for. He originally planned to return the Supreme Bone to Qin Hao. After all, with the background of the Prince Qin's mansion, Qin Hao's future achievements are limitless. He is far superior to Yi Feng and is a real fat sheep who needs to be fattened before being slaughtered. With the Chaos Hongming body at his disposal, let alone 2 Supreme Bones, even if he had 10, Qin Hao would always be a younger brother in front of him. But he really couldn't help it. and took advantage of it first. Now that he was returning the bone powder, he was expecting Qin how to use it to perfect the incomplete version of the supreme bone. The stronger Qin Hao is, the greater his rewards will be in the future. In his eyes, this son of luck was never his opponent, but just his captive prey. Qin Jinbei accepted the supreme bone powder with a gloomy expression. He did not continue to make trouble. He had no intention of falling out with Qining in front of the Yaoqi Holy Land and having a bloody battle between father and son. That would only make the reputation of the prince of Qin's mansion bad. He said indifferently, "In today's matter, my Qin family has already obtained what it wanted. If Yaoqi Holy Land has no intention of dealing with Qin Xian, this king would like to invite Qin Xian to return to the palace for a gathering to make up for the backlash he suffered from the Supreme Bone." Upon hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the major peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land twitched wildly. Shameless. Does Qin Jinbei want to make up for the injustice Qin Xian suffered? Even dogs don't believe it. This is clearly a reminder to the Yaoqi Holy Land that Qin Xian killed the true disciple of your Leiyu Peak and colluded with the devil Lung Li. If you don't take action, I will take Qin Xian away. He was forcing the Yaoqi Holy Land to kill Qin Xian. After seeing Qin Xian's terrifying and evil talent, they were worried that he would bring endless disasters, so they wanted to borrow the knife from their Yaoqi Holy Land to kill people. Yifeng took the opportunity to stand up and said loudly, "No matter what Qin Xian's past was, this is not an excuse for him to kill my Leiyu Peak true disciple. Colluded with the demon Lung Li to assassinate my Holy Land's true disciple. No matter which one it is an unforgivable sin. Today he will die." Elder Qin. The situation changed with the arrival of the Qin family. Fortunately, the actual situation has not changed. Yifeng didn't care whether Qin Xian had been wronged or slandered in the past. Since he dared to admit that he had colluded with the devil Lung Li and admitted to killing someone, he must die. The only thing to blame is Qin Xian for not knowing what is good for him and repeatedly going against him to compete for Mu Qingxue. He deserves to die. Elder Qin stared at Qin Xian with even stronger murderous intent. No matter how wronged you have been in the past, you can't kill Ninger. No matter how wronged you are, you cannot let your anger spread to my daughter. Others are unwilling to kill you, but I am willing. For this, I am willing to bear the boundless cause and effect. The hatred of killing a daughter is irreconcilable. As long as he can avenge his daughter, Elder Qin is not afraid of being killed by the great demon in the future. How dare you? The great demon was shocked and angry. He held a huge axe in his hand, full of fighting spirit. Qin Jinbei tried to stop him. "Father, don't interfere in the internal affairs of Yaoqi Holy Land. Senior Qining, this is the iron law of my Yaoqi Holy Land. No one can disobey it. We understand your desire to protect your grandson, but if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished just like the common people. Today, Qin Xian must pay the price for his mistakes. Senior Qining, please calm down." The masters of various peaks in the Yaoqi Holy Land blocked the way of the great demon god. In their hearts, they cursed Qin Jinbei's ancestors for 18 generations, but they had to accept this conspiracy. Even at the risk of offending a saint king, they must prove the law of the Holy Land that whoever kills must pay with his life. The great demon god was sublimated to the utmost and shone brilliantly in the Holy King's barrier. He spared no effort, burning his blood and essence, trying desperately to break through the encirclement of the 7 holy kings. However, he had just entered the Saint King realm after all. Even if he burned his essence and blood, he could not break through the blockade of the 7 Saint Kings in a short period of time. Xiao Xuanzi, run. Whoever dares to hurt my grandson will be destroyed together with his father. Saint Lord Yaoqi, do you think I can't overthrow your holy land? Ah, get out here, you bastard. If you dare to kill my grandson, I will bury all the disciples and blood relatives of your holy land with you. The great demon has gone mad, roaring and roaring. Inside the barrier, holy blood was spilled. Qin Xian saw this, and his heart trembled violently. There's a warm current flowing in my heart. It is true that he is a villain, but it is really hard to meet such a desperate person. A grandfather who thought of him in everything, always stood by him, and was willing to die for him. He simply couldn't sit back and do nothing. I was afraid that Grandpa would suffer irreparable harm because of the darkness before dawn. Go help my grandpa. Qin Xian raised his hand and pointed, and the ancient prison tower turned into a stream of light and broke through the barrier of the 7 holy kings without any hindrance. The great demon god who obtained the ancient prison tower was like a god's help. His aura surged, approaching the peak of the Saint King realm. Suppress it. With Qin Xuan's tacit consent, the ancient prison tower was at the disposal of the great demon god. There's a world of difference between a Saint King using a top-level holy weapon and one at the divine power level. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2-story ancient prison tower was constantly vibrating with a halo of light. The barrier that the 7 holy kings had jointly sealed off shattered with a loud bang as the second layer of the ancient prison tower completed a full rotation. Qin Jinbei spurted holy blood from his mouth, and his face showed fear. How could this happen? What kind of holy weapon is this? The master of Wanjian Peak, the master of Leiyu Peak, and several other peak masters all suffered different backlashes. The same person was shocked. How can this little tower be so terrifying? It can make the early stage of Saint King realm reach the peak combat power. The great demon's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. If you dare to touch my grandson, you will die. You must die. Chapter 43, King Qin Regrets Beyond Measure. The power of the ancient prison tower was astonishing. In the hands of the great demon god, it fully displayed the dominance the top-level holy weapon should have. The 2-story tower was filled with mist and flowed like a giant millstone, crushing the 7 holy kings repeatedly. This is a double oppression of the physical body and the holy soul. The pain is heart-wrenching and unbearable. No, how could this happen? Qin Jinbei coughed up holy blood, his eyes red. In any case, he had never imagined that things would develop to this point. The great demon god, holding the ancient prison suppression tower, was able to suppress the 7 holy kings. Even under the pressure of Qin Xuan's death, the great demon god has lost his mind. The great demon god did not want to let go of either the peak master of the Yaoqi Holy Land or his only legitimate son. I really want to kill them all. Snap! Qin Jinbei's body began to break under the crush of the ancient prison tower. Before he had time to use his holy power to heal his wounds, they were crushed into powder again. Even his holy soul could not withstand the buzzing vibrations of the ancient prison suppression tower, and cracks appeared. Qin Jinbei had been roaming the Ziyang Empire for countless years, and this was the first time he felt the crisis of death. It was also the first time he felt regretful. For the first time in his life, he regretted what he had done. Maybe he really did something wrong. If he had not given up on Qin Xuan and coveted the supreme bone in his body. Today's Qin Xuan will not leave the Qin family, nor will he become the target of public criticism. Qin Xuan, who does not have a complete supreme bone, is even more evil than Qin Hao. Able to defeat Qin Hao with the help of Jiaolong Pill with just 3 punches. If Qin Xuan had the supreme bone, what kind of terrifying monster would he be? Not only is Qin Xuan's talent astonishing and his fighting power overwhelming, but even his opportunities are frightening to this Saint King. This small tower that was powerful enough to suppress the Saint King realm made him greedy. If Qin Xuan was still in the Qin family, he, as a father, would naturally be able to mobilize this small tower without any scruples. With this small tower, what does he have to fear when he is in the Saint King realm? Even the one in Ziyang Imperial capital would be 3 points more afraid of him. But all this is irreversible. Qin Jinbei's heart was filled with sorrow. Everyone, don't hold back any longer. If you continue like this, we will all be seriously injured. He roared in rage, his body covered in blood. He held the Hao Ian sword in his palm. The sword energy stretched for 90,000 miles, looking down on everyone. The 6 peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and took out their own sacred artifacts. Break free from the suppression of the ancient prison tower. This war is inevitable. No one dares to kill Qin Xuan unless the great demon is defeated. Otherwise, he will face an assassination attempt from a peak Saint King. That is a terrible consequence that no major force is willing to face. Qining, you've crossed the line. From deep within the sacred land of Yaoqi, a cold, breathing sound was heard. Soon, inside the holy land of Yaoqi, tens of millions of large-scale formations shone brightly, and one after another began to emerge from their dormant state. The entire Yaoqi Holy Land was suddenly filled with brilliance, as if it was shrouded in countless giant, transparent, glazed porcelain bowls. These holy-level formations are the lifeblood of the Yao Qi Holy Land. It is also the foundation of the Holy Land. The heavy formations echo each other and overlap layer by layer. In this formation, the auras of the six-peak masters of the Yao Qi Holy Land surged at the same time, and they made further progress. Deep in the sacred land of Yao Qi, there is a graceful and elegant figure. With every move he makes, tens of millions of holy-level magic arrays respond. The vast power is like the Milky Way flowing backwards and a waterfall hanging straight down. It vented out and rolled towards the ancient prison tower held by the great demon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 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 The humming sound of the ancient prison tower became increasingly faint under the rolling torrent of magic array. He was temporarily suppressed by the holy lord of the Yao Qi Holy Land with the power of his magic circle and could no longer show his might. All disciples of my holy land are protected by the holy land. Anyone who kills my disciples will be punished no matter how far away they are. The cool and clear voice of the pretty figure left no room for doubt and was powerful. It was as if it was sentencing Qin Xuan to death. Qin Xuan, the person involved, seemed to be indifferent. He looked as far as he could, but still could not see the Holy Lord. It was as if the whole person was shrouded in a layer of mist. He retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient prison tower that no longer hummed. He was not disappointed and muttered to himself, "No matter what, it is a defective product. It allows Grandpa to suppress the 7 holy kings and allows the Lord of the Holy Land to rely on the power of thousands of magic arrays to contain it. This sense of oppression is worthy of its current rank as a top-level holy weapon." The fact that the ancient prison tower could achieve such a result was beyond Qin Xuan's expectations. His goal of temporarily saving his grandfather's life has been achieved. Seeing that the great demon god had been contained, Yi Feng urged Elder Qing, who was furious. "Elder Qing, the great demon god has been subdued. If we don't kill Qin Xuan now, when will we?" "Ha ha!" Elder Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his head and laughed. "Today, everything I did is solely the responsibility of Qin Xuan, and has nothing to do with the Yao Qi Holy Land. The one who killed Qin Xuan is me, Qin Xuan. It is my duty to avenge my daughter. From today on, I, Qin Xuan, will leave the Yao Qi Holy Land and never return." He must kill Qin Xuan, but he doesn't want to implicate the Yao Qi Holy Land. To avenge the murder of a daughter, even a saint can die. Qin Xuan didn't say any more words and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards Qin Xuan. Outside Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue and Ziyuan, who was standing in the air, had Thundersword Saint and the head of Danding Peak restrain their bodies and warn them in a voice transmission. "The holy decree says that Qin Xuan must die today, and you must not interfere." "No, don't." Mu Qingxue was heartbroken. She found that even her voice was imprisoned and she couldn't even make a sound. All they could do was witness the saint's figure coming in front of Qin Xuan. "Qin Xuan!" Ziyuan screamed in her heart, with bloodshot eyes in her beautiful eyes. She was at the peak of the heavenly man realm, and she fought so hard that her Yuan energy surged and blood flowed out of her mouth, but she still could not break free from her mother's restraints. "Go to hell." Elder Qing's palm, like a sharp blade, stabbed straight into Qin Xuan's chest. When the palm pierced through the clothes and was about to go through Qin Xuan's skin, a barrier blocked Elder Qing's palm. Elder Qing raised his eyes and looked at the creator of the barrier. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Holy Lord who appeared and spoke for justice. He was filled with grief and indignation. "Holy Lord, what do you mean by this? You said Qin Xuan must die, and now you're trying to stop me from killing him. Could it be that, fearing Qin Ying's power, even the Holy Lord of our Yao Qi Holy Land is going to break his promise? Today, Qin Xuan must die. I, Qin Xuan, am willing to sacrifice my life for his." The Holy Lord of Yao Qi Holy Land said coldly, "Something has changed." Elder Qing turned a deaf ear to him and said, "It is a proven fact that Qin Xuan killed my beloved daughter." He admitted it himself. "Today, I must kill him, even if I am torn to pieces, to avenge Ninger. If there is any change, will Ninger be able to come back to life?" He raised his palm, clenched a fist, and smashed it towards Qin Xuan's head. "Daddy!" Suddenly, a soft call from behind stopped Elder Qing's punch abruptly. Qin Xuan's hair flew backwards under the influence of the fist wind. He smoothed his tangled hair with a calm look. He stretched out his hand, pressed it on Elder Qing's dull, old face, and turned his face to the side. Elder Qing looked at Qingning, who was floating down from the place where the Holy King was fighting. The endless murderous intent in his eyes turned into astonishment and finally into ecstasy. His Ninger didn't die, but came back to life? Chapter 44, Qingning appears and clears Qin Xuan's name. No, that's not right. This is the spirit, Ninger's spirit. Her body is completely devoid of life. Only the spirit remains. Elder Qing Xin is at the saint level and has extraordinary vision. Looking at Qingning's frail spirit, tears welled up in his eyes, and he called out sadly, "Ninger, my Ninger, Daddy." The father and daughter, in front of everyone, experienced life and death separation and reunited again. Those who heard it shed tears, and those who saw it felt sad. The out-of-control and crazy great demon god looked at Qingning, who walked out of the ancient prison tower. The blood mist in his turbid eyes gradually faded away. A pair of eyes as big as copper bells. I was surprised by this scene. No one in the Yaoqi Holy Land had ever thought that Qingning's soul had not dissipated, allowing Qin Xuan to hide it in the small tower. Now that Qingning is not completely dead, shouldn't Elder Qing Xin continue to be hysterical? The spirit of this woman is here, and she has proven the murderer guilty. Are the other true disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land going to die unjustly? Qin Jinbei shouted angrily, alerting everyone. Qin Xuan not only killed Qingning, but also killed several true disciples of Lei Peak and joined forces with the devil Lung Li to kill the deacon of the heavenly realm. It should be suppressed on the spot. He would not allow Qin Xuan to continue to be at ease. This rebellious son is so evil that even someone like him, a saint king, finds his evilness unbelievable. If Qin Xuan is given enough time to grow, things will develop to an uncontrollable level. At that time, if Qin Xuan came to the Prince Qin's mansion to seek revenge again, whether it is a loss of face or terrible consequences, the Qin palace cannot bear it. Hearing this, Yifeng's sad heart turned into joy. After junior sister Qingning's spirit appeared, he felt hatred in his heart, hating that Elder Qing Xin would no longer continue to be hysterical and kill Qin Xuan at all costs. Qin Jinbei's words made him wake up. Qin Xuan not only killed Qingning, but also other true disciples and deacons of the heavenly man realm from Lei Peak. The master of Lei Peak, who has always hated evil, would not sit idly by. Qin Xuan still has to die. After hearing this, Qingning pulled himself out of his father's arms. She raised her snow-white neck, looked directly at Qin Jinbei, and announced loudly to everyone, "My Yaoqi Holy Land has no feud with Qin Xuan. My body, as well as several of my true brothers and the Heaven Realm deacons, were not killed by Qin Xuan." She could see clearly everything that happened here in the ancient prison tower. She was originally hesitant in her heart, always wondering if she had misunderstood Yifeng and did not dare to come forward to testify. The development of the situation made her see the truth more clearly. Yifeng's hatred for Qin Xuan has blinded his eyes. Even senior sister Ziyuan from Wanbao Pavilion was unwilling to stand up for him and kill Qin Xuan. Therefore, Yifeng fell into madness, colluded with the devil Lung Li, attacked her, and put the blame on Qin Xuan. Qingning sorted out all the clues in an orderly manner. Yifeng's eagerness to encourage her father to kill Qin Xuan also proved her guess. Of course, the most important thing is that Qingning felt that she had given Qin Xuan too many unnecessary misunderstandings. Qin Xuan was not the despicable and shameless person she thought he was. All the grievances with the Qin family were the fault of the Qin palace. All those crimes were falsely accused by the Qin palace on Qin Xuan in order to seize the supreme bone. She thought that Qin Xuan was arrogant and relied on his family background to do evil. In fact, Qin Xuan never received any of the treatment he deserved in the Qin family. Instead, he became the target of a conspiracy by the entire family. He was framed by his relatives and bore a huge injustice. If she misunderstood Qin Xuan again and did not come forward to testify for Qin Xuan, wouldn't she become like everyone else in the Qin palace, heartless and ungrateful, worse than pigs and dogs? The beautiful figure in the depths of the Holy Land had a sacred glow that fell on Qingning's soul. She said indifferently, "The soul is not bound by anything. Just tell the truth." Qingning turned his head and glared at Yifeng with disgust, then said angrily, "The person who killed me was never Qin Xuan. All of this was caused by Yifeng." He pretended to be Qin Xuan and colluded with the devil Lung Li to kill my Lei Peak's true disciple and let the devil come out to wipe out the Heaven Realm Deacon. If Daddy hadn't left me the means to protect my soul, and if Qin Xuan hadn't forgiven me and rescued me, my soul would have long since dissipated and returned to nothingness. Boom! Qingning's words caused a huge earthquake in the entire Yao Qi Holy Land. Everyone who heard this was in disbelief. Fuck, in the end, it wasn't Qin Xuan who killed someone. Yi Feng deliberately framed him. Isn't this the same as what happened in the Qin Palace? We have become the people in the Qin Palace, slandering Qin Xuan and throwing dirty water on him. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he argued loudly. No, it's not like that, junior sister Qingning. How could you argue for Qin Xuan? How could you frame me? How could I have the heart to kill you? The disgust in Qingning's beautiful eyes almost turned into reality. You don't have the heart to kill me? Ever since I met you, you have been using me to let you have unimpeded access to Thunder Prison Peak, and using me to target Qin Xuan. You were jealous of Qin Xuan because he was Mu Qingshue's fiancé. You tried to stop him in every way possible, but you were no match for him. You even couldn't ask senior sister Ziyuan to kill Qin Xuan. You let hatred blind you and attacked me. Tried to use my father to kill Qin Xuan. Yi Feng, I can see clearly your evil ambitions now. I won't allow you to quibble any more. Qingning, the daughter of Luck, and Yi Feng, the son of Luck, have completely broken up, and the host is rewarded with plus 50,000 villain value. Hearing the sound of the reward being credited to his account, Qin Xuan silently gave Qingning a thumbs up in his heart. A girl of luck is a girl of luck, and her ability to conquer herself is simply superior to anyone else. At this moment, she even saw the truth about how Yi Feng had used her in the past, and dealt Yi Feng a fatal blow. Yi Feng shook his head in fear, his eyes showing shock, and he hastily explained, No, junior sister Qingning, you can't do this to me. I have no intention of harming you. Qin Xuan has already admitted to colluding with Lung Li. If this hadn't happened, how could he have accepted my slander so calmly? All the disciples of Yao Qi Holy Land reacted and nodded one after another. Yes, Qin Xuan has already admitted it. He said it himself that he colluded with Lung Li to kill junior sister Qingning. If this hadn't happened, how could he be willing to be punished? It's impossible that he would commit suicide on his own. Qingning heard the discussion of the disciples of the Holy Land not far away and rolled his eyes. I say, can you please not believe the murderer's one-sided words? If you think about it, you will know that there are loopholes in what Yi Feng said. Did Qin Xuan admit from the beginning that he colluded with the evil Lung Li? He also defended himself at the beginning. It was Yi Feng who disregarded propriety and tried to implicate Mu Qingxue. In order to protect Mu Qingxue, Qin Xuan had to admit this false accusation. Everything happened because Qin Xuan had to choose to die calmly in order to protect Mu Qingxue. Can you please use some brains? Do you need a murder victim like me to tell you this? To be fair, Qingning didn't want to talk about this topic. She was good friends with Yi Feng and always considered Yi Feng's side. But in the end, Yi Feng used her death to frame Qin Xuan. And what about Qin Xuan, whom she hated and was hostile to? This guy seems to be carefree and unreliable on weekdays, but when the critical moment comes, he is willing to die for Mu Qingxue. In comparison, Qingning felt that Yi Feng was more despicable and shameless. It made her feel that she was really blind before. Chapter 45, The Holy Land Bows. In the sacred land of Yao Qi, the wind direction began to change drastically with the appearance of Qingning's soul. Those disciples of the Holy Land who had previously threatened to kill Qin Xuan on the spot all lowered their heads in shame and slapped themselves mercilessly. Damn it, I deserve to die. Qin Xuan, really, I'm crying. I originally thought that Qin Xuan had suffered such a great injustice in the Prince Qin's mansion that he was disgusted with the world and was unwilling to suffer any more injustice. So he directly killed the enemies who wanted to humiliate him. Who could have thought that Qin Xuan, who had been burdened with such a great injustice, not only did not kill junior sister Qingning, but also saved her and put her soul into the holy weapon? It would be fine if he didn't take advantage of the situation, but Qin Xuan was actually kind enough to help the enemy who was ambushing him in secret. How can he behave like this? Then, my previous harsh words were just judging others by my own standards. The Holy Land disciples who misunderstood Qin Xuan thought of their previous calls for fighting and killing and felt regretful for a moment. They couldn't even muster the courage to look up and look Qin Xuan in the eye. They were too ashamed to face themselves for being so vicious and cruel. They felt that they were exactly the same as the inhuman Qin palace, and what they did was inhuman. Of course, the one who suffered the most was Qin. Listening to Qingning's words, she felt as if she was thrown into a sea of suffering and was sinking. Like a drowning man, he can't even grab a straw on the shore. How could this happen? Why am I still doubting Qin Xuan? How badly did I hurt him? Qin felt a sharp pain in her chest. She thought that she had just misunderstood Qin Xuan on the matter of the supreme bone and was led astray by the Prince Qin's mansion. Who would have thought that even junior sister Qingning was not killed by Qin Xuan? He never did such a bad thing from beginning to end, willing to admit it, even to die in public. Everything was done to clear her relationship with Long Li. However, she, who had always been protected by Qin Xuan, was still certain that Qin Xuan was a murderer until Qingning's soul appeared. Saying that she repays kindness with enmity is just making excuses for her. The Qin palace slandered Qin Xuan and hurt him deeply. Her fiancé hurt him deeply. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. I really don't know why I would assume so much about you. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Qin was so sad that tears fell like rain. She was feeling sorry for Qin Xuan and speaking up for him. It was her ignorance and her self-righteousness that gave Qin Xuan the most unbearable blow. The lucky girl, Qin's emotions fluctuate violently, and the host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 15,000. Qin Xuan glanced at Qin indifferently, without saying anything to comfort her. If she regrets, then let her continue to regret. Guilt will only become a catalyst for Qin's self-attack. There is no need for him to take any drastic measures at this time, as it will often backfire. In his heart, he gave a thumbs up to everyone in the Qin palace for their assistance. It makes his current image even more glorious and majestic. If it weren't for the incompetent people in the Prince Qin's mansion, how could the situation become better than he expected? Qin Xuan did not choose to speak up for himself at this time. It is not beautiful to be self-righteous. He looked at Qin Xuan and his daughter with an indifferent gaze and asked in a cold voice, "Elder Qin, do you still want to kill me now?" Elder Qin looked at the soul of his beloved daughter in front of him, opened his mouth, but had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. No matter what, it's all his fault as a saint. He shouted for killing and wanted to cut Qin Xuan into pieces. In the end, it was Qin Xuan, whom he threatened to kill, who protected his daughter's soul. People can't, or at least shouldn't. Qin Xuan didn't want to look Qin Xuan in the eye. She felt guilty, so she lowered her head and said awkwardly, "Qin Xuan, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. If it weren't for you, Ninger would have been scared to death by now. If you have hatred in your heart, I'm willing to commit suicide on the spot." Qingning said anxiously, "Daddy, I've never perished, so I don't need the saint to pay for my life." Looking at this scene of deep affection between father and daughter, Qin Xuan didn't say much. He raised his head and looked at the masters of the major peaks of Yaoqi Holy Land in the sky. He asked in a neither humble nor arrogant voice, "Is there anyone among you who wants to kill me?" The master of Wanjian Peak looked away. The head of Danding Peak looked at Ziyuan. The other peak masters looked around but did not look at Qin Xuan or answer. They were too embarrassed to respond. After all this fuss, they're the big villains. They said they would prove the law for the Holy Land of Yaoqi, but in the end, they were just framing good people. If this matter were to get out, their Yaoqi Holy Land would surely lose face. How can you still have the face to point fingers at Qin Xuan? The great demon god held the ancient prison tower in his hand and shouted angrily, "Are you deaf? My grandson is asking you questions, but you are all dumb. What's the point of not speaking? Don't you want to kill my grandson and keep me here? Why don't you do it now?" The great demon god was unyielding. He felt the power of the Yaoqi Holy Land's formation disappear. He regained his freedom of movement and looked at the peerless figure in the Yaoqi Holy Land. "Why did you let me go? Weren't you very brave, just now? Didn't you say that I crossed the line? Who of us crossed the line?" The Holy Lord of Yaoqi Holy Land was shrouded in mist. No one could see through her expression. She could only sigh quietly. This matter is the fault of Yaoqi Holy Land. If Saint King Qin has any request, our Holy Land will definitely agree to it. The great demon god was furious. What if I said I wanted to destroy the Yaoqi Holy Land? The Holy Lord remained silent. Obviously, she would not agree to this request. "Grandfather, Qin Xuan looked at the great demon god and said loudly, "We two, grandfather and grandson, are no match for the entire Holy Land. There is no need to make trouble for ourselves here. The world is so big, where is not home? As long as we are together, wherever we go is our home." The anger in the great demon's heart disappeared instantly after hearing these words. I felt both sad and happy in my heart. He felt sorry for his eldest grandson, who had suffered so much injustice, but was still thinking about him. He is happy that his eldest grandson still recognizes him as his grandfather and treats him as a family member. "Let's go, get out of here." Qin Xuan had no regrets and walked out just like he did when he left the Prince Qin's mansion. The great demon glared at Qin Jinbei with hatred, snorted coldly, and left with Qin Xuan without saying a word. Qin Xuan. Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xuan's back and spoke in panic. After calling out, she closed her mouth again. She wanted to keep him, but she found that she was the one who hurt Qin Xuan the most. What qualifications does she have to keep Qin Xuan now? What qualifications do you have to let Qin Xuan stay? Chapter 46. Qin Xuan wants to leave. The Holy Land tries desperately to keep him. Qingxue, you are Qin Xuan's fiancé. Ask him to stay in Yao Qi Holy Land. The Thunder Sword Saint sent a voice message to urge him. Seeing Qin Xuan and the great demon god were about to leave, she became anxious. In full view of everyone, Qin Xuan defeated Qin Hao, who possessed the Supreme Bone, with 3 punches. With the 4th level of supernatural power, he attacked the 7th level of supernatural power. Moreover, he defeated Qin Hao, the proud child of heaven, in a crushing manner. There is no need to elaborate on how extraordinary Qin Xuan's talent is. If he stayed in the Holy Land of Yao Qi, in their Wanjian Peak. From now on, their Wanjian Peak will stand out among the 7 peaks in the entire Holy Land. This is an opportunity that Thunder Sword Saint does not want to miss, and wants to use Mu Qingxue's special relationship to retain him. Mu Qingxue cried more and more sadly. What qualifications does she have to keep Qin Xuan? What identity can I use to retain him? She was deeply hurt by Qin Xuan. How could she have the dignity to speak again and let Qin Xuan stay in this sad place? Why? The Thunder Sword Saint sighed quietly. Looking at the disciple with red eyes, he felt distressed and didn't want to force him any further. She turned to Qin Xuan's back and said softly, "Qin Xuan, this time was my fault. I, Wanjian Peak, am willing to compensate you with skills, treasures, and the status of a true disciple. If you want, I can satisfy you." Qin Xuan turned a deaf ear. Not to mention the compensation. He had never looked down on it. Even if he had this thought, he could not respond to what Thunder Sword Saint said. The head of Wanjian Peak said bluntly, "If you are willing to stay in Yao Qi Holy Land, you can become my disciple, and all the resources of Wanjian Peak will be open to you." The head of Wanjian Peak sneered. "You, Wanjian Peak, are the most shameless. When Qin Xuan was in trouble, you chose not to believe him. Now that he is leaving, you're trying to keep him. What do you think? Qin Xuan is a nobody, someone you, Wanjian Peak, can call upon and send away at will. Qin Xuan, as long as you're willing to stay in Yao Qi Holy Land, we at Wanjian Peak can give you the courtesies that Wanjian Peak can give you, and we at Wanjian Peak can also give you what Wanjian Peak cannot give you. Hongyao Peak is a place that all physical cultivators in Yao Qi Holy Land yearn for. The master of the peak is a saint king who has achieved great success in physical cultivation. His physical body is enough to shatter even holy weapons. Not willing to be outdone, he stood up and said in a voice as loud as thunder, "It's fine that Wanjian Peak is shameless, but why don't you Wanjian Peak consider your own situation? Qin Xuan can enter any peak, but your Wanjian Peak, if you're not careful, even a saint may perish. How can you let a genius go to suffer the baptism of thunder?" The head of Hongyao Peak is just a bunch of muscles. He doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Every word he said was directed at Ziyuan, the chief disciple of Wanjian Peak. Everyone knows that Ziyuan's doomed poisonous body is feared like a tiger by even the saint doctor of the Ziyang Empire and the master of Danding Peak. Not to mention a realm of supernatural powers. A dog cannot spit out ivory. He deserves to be beaten. The leader of Danding Peak had a cold look in his eyes. He bullied her daughter in front of her. Did he think she was made of clay? She took out a small tripod, which was used for alchemy. It had 3 legs and was painted with rare and precious animals, shining brightly. The moment the sacrifice was made, heaven and earth changed color, and even the myriad formations in the sacred land of Yaoqi resonated with it, shining with brilliance and a vast aura. Down! The master of Danding Peak manipulated the small tripod as if it were his own arm. It turned into a huge mountain 10,000 feet high, like a star, wrapped in endless flames, resonating with the avenue, and smashed into the body of the master of Hongya Peak. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the entire avenue was shaking. Thousands of formations in the Yaoqi Holy Land shone brightly together, eliminating the aftermath of the battle in the Saint King realm. Otherwise, this one strike alone would have put him in a dangerous position of death. The leader of Hongya Peak grimaced in pain, and a bright red blood mark was left on his shoulder. He could feel his bones trembling and almost falling apart. He roared, "Old woman, are you crazy? Are you serious? Do you think I dare not touch you? Even if your husband comes, I dare to beat you in front of him, believe it or not." Yeah. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded. However, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing a bright yellow Taoist robe and a crown, appeared in a majestic manner not far from the master of Hongya Peak. Gurgle. The leader of Hongya Peak swallowed his saliva. Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear. He is brave, not stupid. They are a couple of united will. So even if he has the physique to withstand the holy weapon, he dare not say any more nonsense. Master Hong Feng, you are nothing but thunder with little rain. The charming woman in a purple dress stepped barefoot into the air and waved her hand, and the figure of the chief holy doctor turned into foam and dissipated. The head of Hongya Peak glared at each other. Yunhuan Peak also wants to get involved? In front of him was the master of Yunhuan Peak, whose Saint King-level illusions were so powerful that even he could hardly decipher them. The figure of the chief holy doctor of Ziyang Empire, just now, was an illusion created by him. It was so lifelike that it deceived everyone. The purple-skirted woman sneered, "The evildoer that the Qin Palace doesn't cherish. So what's wrong with me cherishing Yunhuan Peak? Besides, my Yunhuan Peak is too yin-filled, and there are only girls with graceful figures. It would be great if a handsome young man like Qin Xuan joined us to balance the yin and yang energies." 6 of the 7 peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land, 6 of whom are in the Saint King realm, all extended olive branches to Qin Xuan. This was the first time such a strange story had appeared in the history of Yaoqi Holy Land, and it made the other disciples envious. Even if Qin Xuan is indeed a demon, it wouldn't be necessary for the 6 peak masters of Yaoqi Holy Land to invite him together. Heavenly prodigies and evildoers are rare, and it's not worth it to make such a big fuss. Even the Saint Kings are fighting. The saints of other holy places don't receive such treatment. You know nothing. You've seen how awesome Qin Xuan is, and yet you still can't understand. He is at the 4th level of the magical power realm, and he defeated the 7th level with 3 punches. He defeated the 3rd level. If it was just an ordinary 7th level magical power realm warrior, it would be fine. But the one who was defeated was Qin Hao, a Saint Sun level monster who had comprehended 60 of the sword intent and possessed the supreme bone. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing is that Qin Xuan crushed the supreme bone. Even a Saint King would find it difficult to crush the supreme bone. This guy must have some secrets. The entire Qin Palace was willing to sacrifice Qin Xuan's life to get the supreme bone. However, in Qin Xuan's eyes, it was just a scourge, not worth mentioning, and was discarded like a worn-out shoe. This invincible heart alone is rare in the ages. Such a genius and evildoer is a treasure to any holy land. If Yaoqi Holy Land does not recruit him now, when Qin Xuan enters other holy lands in the future, he will have to wait for the younger generation to accept his domination and live under his shadow forever. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Xuan, who had already walked 100 feet away. It is thought that he would stay, impressed by this courtesy that countless people envy, and remain in the holy land of Yaoqi. However, contrary to expectations, the looting by the 6 peak masters did not stop him at all from beginning to end. It was as if he didn't take it to heart and wasn't moved at all. The head of Danding Peak said, "Qin Xuan, if you stay in Yaoqi Holy Land, you will gain something you never expected." The head of Yunhuan Peak said, Yunhuan Peak, can protect you. Hong Yafeng is united against the outside world. No one can bully you anymore. Wanjin Peak will never let you suffer any injustice again. Qin Xuan, don't leave. Wanjin Peak is willing to give you 1,000 times 10,000 times the compensation. As long as you enter the Yaoqi Holy Land, you can make any request you want. The Saint King Peak Master looked at Qin Xuan's back, his eyes turning red with envy. It is only a matter of time for this monster to break through to the Saint King realm. Whoever can successfully recruit him will have an extra trump card in his own doffing. Watching such a genius disappear from their sight was like an ownerless top-level holy weapon floating away from their eyes, visible but unattainable. My heart feels like it's being scratched by cat's claws. It's extremely itchy. Chapter 47, The King of Qin Regrets. Regrets to the point of breaking his heart. The Lord of Leiyu Peak, who had been taciturn all the time, saw that Qin Xuan had no intention of turning back. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer, and spoke sincerely from behind him. Qin Xuan, this matter was all caused by our Thunder Prison Peak, and all the responsibilities should be borne by our Thunder Prison Peak. I know that you have resentment in your heart, and you have no face, so I will accept you into Thunder Prison Peak. You will stay in Yaoqi Holy Land for a while. The injuries your grandfather suffered in Yaoqi Holy Land, as well as the hidden diseases accumulated in his body when he was promoted to the Saint King realm, will be cured by Thunder Prison Peak at all costs. Qin Xuan, who was leaving, finally stopped after hearing this. I was so happy that finally a smart person spoke up. Just waiting here. Finally, there are stairs to go down. He had never planned to leave the holy land of Yaoqi now that he had fallen out with the Qin Palace. He needed a backer to fight against it. Obviously, the holy land of Yaoqi is a very good choice. There were steps, so he would not miss them. He turned his head quickly and looked directly at the master of Thunder Prison Peak in the sky. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Are you serious, master?" The leader of Thunder Prison Peak nodded. "Everyone is watching, so I won't lie." Qin Xuan frowned and finally made a decision. He said with a serious look, "As long as Thunder Prison Peak can cure my grandfather's hidden illness, I am willing to stay in Yaoqi Holy Land, and I am willing to join Thunder Prison Peak." The great demon god's eyes were filled with tears, and he said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xuanzi, they bully and oppress you. It's okay." Qin Xuan shook his head and consoled him. "Grandpa, I'm not injured at all, and you're in the Saint King realm. I can't cure the hidden disease in your body at all." The head of Danding Peak looked gentle and murmured, "This child is really filial." The head of Wanjian Peak sighed. "It is indeed our Yaoqi Holy Land that is wrong." The head of Yunhuan Peak sighed helplessly. Leiyu Peak is willing to cure the hidden disease for the Saint King realm. The price spent is amazing. It is more expensive than a holy weapon. Leiyu Peak has always acted uprightly and dared to admit mistakes in public and make compensation. This mind is worthy of being the law enforcer of our Yaoqi Holy Land. The head of Hongya Peak looked towards the Qin Palace and pointed at Qin Xuan. "You say he is jealous of his brother. You say he bullies men and women? You and the Qin Palace are really blind. You have the nerve to frame such a good boy. He has a hot temper and gets irritated easily." He didn't care about the social etiquette, pointed at Qin Jinbei's nose and cursed. "You, the King of Qin, have really let your heart be blinded by lard and your brain kicked by a donkey. You have two sons. One is the future holy son of the Butian Holy Land, and the other is a peerless genius who can even discard the supreme bone. Outsiders have rumored that there is a family of two Saint Kings in the Qin Palace. If it weren't for you, the stupid King of Qin, secretly making trouble, let alone a family of two Saint Kings, even 3 or 4 Saint Kings, in my opinion, is a fact that is set in stone. But you, an idiot, drove the most evil one out of the Qin Palace and created a life-and-death feud with him. But it's all thanks to you, an idiot. Otherwise, even if we in Yaoqi Holy Land searched with lanterns, we wouldn't be able to find a genius disciple like Qin Xuan. Ha ha ha, stupid Qin Wangfu, a bunch of idiots. The leader of Hongya Peak called the King of Qin an idiot and rubbed his face on the ground repeatedly. He is not afraid of the King of Qin or not. This is the territory of his Yaoqi Holy Land. Even if the King of Qin is angry, he has to hold it in. Your Highness, there was an elder of the Qin family. His face was filled with anger. He was so mad that he was fuming. They are angry and manic. But he didn't dare to continue showing off his power here. This is the territory of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and they will not be allowed to act recklessly. The most important thing is that after careful consideration, they felt that the master of Hongya Peak was right. They also feel regretful in their hearts. If they had treated Qin Xuan well in the beginning, How could there be such a scandal that brings shame to the entire Qin palace? They did not cherish him and thought he was a joke to the supreme bone. However, in the Yaoqi Holy Land, 6 holy kings were competing for him. He was so evil that he defeated the young man holding the holy weapon with just 3 punches. Qin Hao, whom they held in their hands, was not even a match for Qin Xuan. If it weren't for what they did, it would have hurt Tiangang and Qin Xuan's heart. Today, the holy land of Yaoqi can only envy his Qin palace. Qin Jinbei, the leader of Lei Peak, said in a deep voice, feeling extremely satisfied with Qin Xuan's choice. He glared at everyone in the Qin palace. If you don't leave now, are you planning to continue to oppress my Thunder Prison Peak disciples in my Yaoqi holy land? Qin Jinbei took a deep look in the direction of the great demon god and Qin Xuan and tried his best to calm himself down. But the surging emotion in his chest made him unable to control himself. The feeling of regret is becoming more and more intense. Regret. I regret so much. All these consequences were Qin Jinbei's own fault. If it weren't for his choice, their Qin palace would now have 2 Saint Kings, as well as the 2 genius brothers Qin Xuan and Qin Hao. The future of the 4 holy kings is just around the corner. The bright future of the Qin palace was right before his eyes, but because of his choice, it was completely ruined. Not only did they lose a Saint King and a monster, it also brought 2 major troubles to the Qin palace. Moreover, what happened in the Yaoqi Holy Land today will soon spread throughout the Ziyang Empire. He, who has always been very concerned about his reputation, will become the object of everyone's contempt. He attempted to kill his father and son, but failed. His reputation as the King of Qin will plummet. Let's go. Qin Jinbei gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He never imagined that things would develop to this point. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to bear the tragic consequences. If he stayed any longer, the eyes of everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land would almost cut him to death. He could only leave with everyone from the Prince Qin's mansion in shame. The head of Hongya Peak chased after him and taunted, Prince Qin, I, the disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Xuan, have severed ties with your Qin palace. From now on, if your Qin palace uses such despicable means to deal with Qin Xuan again, don't blame my Yaoqi Holy Land for being merciless. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak was also backing Qin Xuan up. Whoever dares to hurt Qin Xuan will be punished by the entire Thunder Prison Peak. Qin Jinbei tucked his tail between his legs and increased his speed in breaking through the air. I no longer have the face to confront the holy land of Yaoqi. After much difficulty, everyone in the Qin palace left the territory of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Jinbei looked at his wife who had stopped behind him and asked in an exhausted and puzzled manner, Madam. Shangguanya raised her eyes and shouted angrily, Don't call me madam. I'm not your madam. Qin Jinbei was struck by lightning, and his mood became even worse. What are you doing? Shangguanya's face was cold, her body was trembling, and she shouted angrily, Fake, all fake. Everything you told me was a lie. Qin Xuan never bullied men or women, and he was not jealous of Howard. He is your legitimate son. How can you be so cruel and ruthless to him? Chapter 48, Internal Strife and Falling Out in the Qin Palace. She knew nothing about Qin Jinbei's secret conversation with the clan elders. The memory flashback she witnessed in the Holy Land of Yaoqi was even more unbelievable to her. I would never have dreamed that Qin Jinbei would do such an evil thing as framing his own son in order to obtain the Supreme Bone. It's simply horrifying. She didn't get angry in the Yaoqi Holy Land because she didn't want to put Qin Jinbei on the fire. But that doesn't mean she doesn't feel angry or resentful. As soon as she left the sacred land of Yaoqi, Shangguanya could no longer control her inner anger and vented it all towards Qin Jinbei. How can you be so heartless as the King of Qin? Qin Xuan and Howard, they are both our children. We chose to give up Qin Xuan, and we already owed him a lot. Father cured him. How could you? How could you covet the supreme bone in his body and treat him in such a sinister way? Shangguanya burst into tears, thinking back to how she had believed Qin Jinbei's one-sided words and framed Qin Xuan. It is tantamount to throwing her, the mother, into an endless hell, where she will suffer endless pain and torture. Self-blame and regret made Shangguanya unable to extricate herself from the abyss of pain and despair. Qin Jinbei gritted his teeth and said, Others don't understand, others don't know. do you and I have to be suspicious of each other and turn against each other? That guy in Ziyang imperial capital. In order to prevent my Qin family from having the opportunity to become an emperor, he did not hesitate to let the Saint Doctor destroy Qin Xian's future. What he did was just to firmly control our Qin palace and let him manipulate it. As long as he is unhappy, he can overthrow my Qin palace at any time. Everything I did was just for the Qin palace, for our Qin family, to try to get that glimmer of opportunity. The elders of the Qin family followed suit and persuaded. His Highness has good intentions. Queen, you can't hurt His Highness's heart like this. Shangwanya turned her head and glared at them. You all shut up. She pointed at the accomplices who framed her son and said, if it weren't for you, Qin Xian wouldn't have been expelled from the Qin family. If you had cared about blood ties and given some advice, things wouldn't have gotten to such an irreversible point. She looked at Qin Jinbei with a sarcastic expression and said, everything you said was for the Qin palace and the Qin family? Then let me ask you. Qin Xian has just crushed the Supreme Bone. Why are you still so aggressive? Why are you forcing Yao Qi Holy Land to take action against him? Are you afraid that he will live well? He is our child, not our enemy. Why can't you hope for the best for him? Qin Jinbei lowered his head, anger bursting out in his eyes. When he raised his eyes, he roared, he deserves to die. As a descendant of the Qin family, you are rebellious and disrespectful to your father. You have repeatedly humiliated me in public. You deserve to be killed. If he doesn't die, there will never be peace in the Qin palace. Qin Jinbei felt remorseful to the point of being heartbroken. But what has happened cannot be undone. He could only make the best of it. As the perpetrator, he knew better than anyone how wrong Qin Xian was. That injustice must be washed away with blood. If Qin Xian is not killed, his Prince Qin's mansion will inevitably bring about crazy revenge in the future. Shangwanya shook her head dejectedly. Until now, you still can't recognize your mistakes and continue to make them. Forget it. As a biased mother, I have done no less harm to Qin Xian than you have. I have no right to continue to blame you. But Shangwanya looked directly into Qin Jinbei's eyes, clenched her fists, and said hatefully, I tell you, Qin Jinbei, if I find out that you dare to attack Qin Xian again in the future, if you hurt a hair on his head, I, Shangwanya, will kill anyone from your Qin family. If you touch him, I will kill you, Qin Jinbei. She looked at Qin Hao, who had already woken up, and said with disappointment but reluctance, Howard, come with me. Mother will take you to the Holy Land of Bhutan. Qin Hao lowered his head and pondered for a long time before replying, Mom, I want to go back to the Qin family. I will go find you when the Saint's Sun trial of the Bhutan Holy Land begins. He couldn't agree with his mother's current thoughts. He hated Qin Xian even more. It was Qin Xian who made him lose face. It was Qin Xian who caused him to lose his complete Supreme Bone. It was Qin Xian who took away his mother, who once loved him wholeheartedly. He absolutely would not allow himself to lose to Qin Xian again. He could feel that the Supreme Bone powder obtained by his father produced a subtle resonance with the incomplete version of the Supreme Bone in his body. If the bone powder is integrated into his body, it may be possible to forge a complete Supreme Bone that truly belongs to him. Howard, you have to know that Qin Xian is your brother, your elder brother, and your blood relative from the same father and mother. Shangwanya could see the hatred in Qin Hao's eyes clearly. She could be ruthless to Qin Jinbei, but she had no way to blame Qin Hao or scold him. Qin Hao lowered his head and said nothing. Shangwanya raised her head in disappointment, letting her tears flow backwards. When she looked at Qin Jinbei again, she was cold and indifferent. Qin Jinbei, you and I were once husband and wife. Now that we are brothers killing each other, it is all our fault. You shouldn't and must not let Howard be blinded by hatred. Otherwise, one day, Yifeng's present in Yaoqi Holy Land will be Howard's future. Shangwanya was heartbroken and couldn't imagine the desperate scene of brothers killing each other. She could not forgive the elders of the Qin Palace who had deliberately framed her child. What is even more unforgivable is that I once treated myself as an accomplice and treated Qin Xian coldly. Perhaps those 3 kowtows were Qin Xian's last attempt to retain his mother. But she did not seize this opportunity. When he was a child, Qin Xian was coldly abandoned by the Qin Palace because his Supreme Bone was mistakenly broken and he suffered a serious illness. After growing up and returning to the Prince of Qin's mansion, not only did he not receive the care he deserved, but he was also framed by his biological father and treated biasly by his mother. She owed Qin Xuan so much. So much so that now that she realizes her mistakes, she doesn't know how to make up for them. As a mother, she didn't even have the courage to see Qin Xuan again. She is not qualified. She has not fulfilled her obligation as a mother to care for her children. Qin Hao only heard Yi Feng's words. Now is his future. He clenched his fists tightly, not even noticing his nails digging into his flesh. He turned his head and looked at Qin Jinbei, saying, "Father, I don't want to lose. I can't lose to Qin Xuan again. I will let Mother know that your choice was right. Qin Xuan is not as good as me. Sooner or later, I will leave him far behind." Qin Jinbei's heart was moved, but under Qin Hao's resolute gaze, it hardened again. He took out the supreme bone powder, handed it to Qin Hao, and said, "This bone powder still retains the charm of the supreme bone. If you absorb it into your body in time, it may be able to make up for the innate deficiency of the supreme bone in your body." He regretted it deeply, but he cannot admit his mistakes, and he can never admit defeat. He will do his utmost to let Shangguanyi know and also let his father know. His original choice was right. He did it for the Qin Palace and for the overall situation. Sooner or later, his Howler will trample Qin Xuan under his feet. Brothers, why do we have to go to this extent? Shangguanyi was extremely disappointed and could no longer dissuade them. She could only leave dejectedly and part ways with everyone in the Prince Qin's mansion. She stared in the direction of Yaoqi Holy Land. Her beautiful eyes moved, tears filled her eyes, and her choked voice trembled. "Xin'er, Mother was wrong." Chapter 49. The Girl with Double Pupils. The Threshold of the Imperial Realm. Which bastard from the Prince Qin's mansion is saying bad things about me behind my back? Qin Xuan sneezed, rubbed his sore nose, looked at the great demon god beside him, and said, "Grandpa, until the hidden disease in your body is cured, you should stay in the Yaoqi Holy Land for a while, right?" The great demon nodded with sore eyes. "Grandpa is not going anywhere. Wherever you are, Grandpa will be there. I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Senior Qining, please wait a moment and come with me to Thunder Prison Peak." The master of Thunder Prison Peak sincerely invited the great demon god. The cost of curing the hidden disease for the Saint King is enormous. Since he dared to say this, he had already prepared himself mentally. No matter how much it costs, I will never go back on my word. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak turned his head and looked at Yi Feng with a cold gaze, saying without any emotion, "Yi Feng, you secretly murdered your fellow disciples and tried to frame Qin Xuan. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still have any defense?" Yi Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xuan with eyes full of jealousy and unwillingness. If looks could kill, Qin Xuan would have been riddled with wounds by now. He insisted, "Since everyone says that I'm colluding with Lung Li, then if I can control Lung Li, why do I need to use the Holy Land to frame Qin Xuan? Wouldn't it be easier to just let Lung Li kill him?" Without Qin Xuan saying anything, Qing Ning angrily cursed. "Yi Feng, you despicable villain. I'm afraid you don't know where Lung Li is now, right? You were just afraid of the ancient prison suppression tower in Qin Xuan's hands, so you were making preparations for both situations. However, you would never have thought that the ancient prison suppression tower has a miraculous effect on suppressing souls. Lung Li's soul has already been completely suppressed by the ancient prison suppression tower." Qingning did not reveal the fact that Lung Li's holy soul still existed. She used to believe Yi Feng's slander and did many wrong things to Qin Xuan. Since Qin Xuan wanted to have an extra trump card, she would hide it for him. It can be regarded as a way to repay Qin Xuan for saving her. In Yaoqi Holy Land, the various peak masters all discussed secretly. Qingning's words are quite credible. The ancient prison tower does have a miraculous effect in controlling souls. Lung Li was severely injured by the holy burial nail and the holy sword, and his soul fell into a lower realm. It is reasonable for him to be suppressed by a top-level holy weapon. Yi Feng is a boy with some luck, but unfortunately, he took the wrong path. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak said in a deep voice, "Yi Feng, you broke the law knowingly and brought disaster to the Holy Land. Your crime is even more serious." As he thought of this, the ground in front of Qingxue Pavilion shook. A sturdy iron cage with formation patterns on it pierced through the soil and formed a pitch-black death prison around Yi Feng. Even saints can be imprisoned, and Yi Feng cannot break through it. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak looked at Yi Feng deeply. He had paid attention to this inner sect disciple before and thought he was a good candidate, a person with the wind and thunder sacred body. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Those who kill must pay with their lives. We, the disciples of Thunder Prison Peak, should set an example and prove the law. The holy power turned into swords, guns, sticks, axes, hooks, and forks, and turned into streams of light, chopping towards Yi Feng in the cage. The Lord of Thunder Prison Peak intends to execute the criminal in public as a warning to others. You all believe Qin Xuan slander and want to kill me? Yi Feng, who was in the cage, knew very well that he was now like mud falling out of his crotch, or shit. He took out an ancient eyeball from his arms with great pain. Crushed in public. Boom! A vast aura, like the upside-down Milky Way. The terrifying holy power burst out from the crushed eyeball. The energy reaches the sky and breaks through the air. In an instant, the cage created by the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak was shattered into pieces. In the boundless mist, a proud figure shrouded in black fog appeared in front of everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Although I couldn't see this person's true face, I could see through the black fog a pair of ancient double pupils that even saints would fear. Shit, this is the life-saving trump card of the Son of Luck. Qin Xuan was surprised when he saw this, but it was expected. It is reasonable that a son of destiny like Yi Feng, who has inherited the great fortune of heaven and earth, would have a trump card to save his life. This is the incarnation of a strong man that walked out of the ancient eyeball, so strong that it is unbelievable. Everyone below the level of a saint should close their eyes and regulate their breathing. This is an ancient double pupil. It is so fascinating that one cannot look directly at it. The master of Yunhuan Peak used illusion to isolate the double pupils and prevent the onlookers from looking directly at the ancient double pupils. The leader of Wanjin Peak even waved his hand and set up more than 100 magic arrays to isolate the pressure from Chongtong. The peerless figure in the holy land of Yaoqi was also slightly surprised. He did not expect that Yi Feng was actually connected to the ancient person with double pupils. She said in a deep voice, "Girl with double pupils, this is the territory of the Ziyang Empire. Why are you coming to my Yaoqi holy land instead of staying in the Mingyu dynasty?" The girl with double pupils glanced at Yi Feng and understood his desire for help. When she raised her eyes again, she faced the Yaoqi holy land and said without question, "This boy has some karma with me. I will protect him. Anyone who dares to hurt him will be my enemy." A girl with double pupils, one of the leading figures in the Mingyu dynasty. He is one of the top 3 most powerful people in the Mingyu dynasty. Rumor has it that the girl with double pupils has already touched the threshold of the emperor realm and is beyond the reach of ordinary saint kings. Even a saint king like the great demon god, holding the ancient prison suppression tower, finds it difficult to contend with him. Yi Feng slowly rose into the air and stood in the air. His cold gaze swept across the faces of the strong men in the Yaoqi holy land one by one, as if he wanted to imprint the faces of these enemies deep in his heart. He will never forget the shame of today. Master of Thunder Prison Peak, and you blind saint kings, even if I killed Qingning, who are you to sentence me to death? For today's humiliation, I, Yi Feng, will repay you 100-fold in the future. 10 years later, I, Yi Feng, will return to the Yaoqi Holy Land and kill all of you blind holy kings one by one. Yi Feng was roaring and screaming. His fists were clenched so hard that the knuckles crackled. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was possessed by a demon. 5 luo light smoke palms. An angry roar was heard, and Qin Xuan came rushing towards him from distance. With a slap of his palm, Yi Feng's clothes were all blown to pieces in public. Qin Xuan treated him coldly and said in a cold voice, "Yi Feng, you are so bold that you violated the laws of my holy land and dare to speak nonsense here. Others may tolerate you, but I, Qin Xuan, will never tolerate you. Today, I must suppress you and suppress the laws." He came in front of Yi Feng in an instant and hit Yi Feng's shoulder with a kick. He kicked him and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. Holding the earth-splitting spear in his palm, it rushed towards Yi Feng's chest like a meteor. Although he seemed furious, he was actually as clear as a mirror. Yi Feng is a son of luck after all. How could he not have any means to save his life? It is true that the girl with double pupils is powerful. If she were somewhere else, there is no way he would show up at this time. But now this is the holy land of Yaoqi, the territory of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. He had just been promoted to a true disciple by the leader of Thunder Prison Peak. In the territory of Yaoqi Holy Land, with so many disciples looking at him with eager eyes, how could he be killed by the girl with double pupils? Wouldn't this make the sacred land of Yaoqi a joke? If he doesn't take action, the Yaoqi Holy Land may be afraid of the power of the ancient person with double pupils and will really allow Yifeng to leave. After much difficulty in forcing Yifeng into a desperate situation, the rich rewards of killing the Son of Luck were within reach. At this time, the ancient being with double pupils comes to interfere, not to mention that the girl with double pupils has not yet broken through to the Emperor realm. Even if the Emperor came, he cannot snatch away the spoils he has obtained. Break! Qin Xuan's murderous intent was revealed. The earth-splitting spear went straight to Yifeng's heart. Boom! With a glance from the girl with double pupils, Qin Xuan, who was holding the earth-splitting spear and was unstoppable, seemed to be hit by the stars. The whole person crashed towards the ground rapidly, leaving a long, bottomless crack on the ground. She said indifferently and without question, "I have already said that I will protect Yifeng." Qin Xuan climbed up from the ground with a cold look in his eyes. He sent a message to stop his grandfather, who was about to attack. He faced the black fog, stared at the soul-stirring ancient double pupils, and said in a deep voice, "You said you would protect it? Do you think this is your Mingwa dynasty? As long as I, Qin Xuan, am a disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, I will never allow the iron rule of Thunder Prison Peak to be challenged by anyone. Even the ancient double pupils won't work. Anyone who obstructs my execution at Thunder Prison Peak will be killed without mercy. Ancient Prison Suppression Tower, suppress it for me." Qin Xuan raised his hand and summoned the ancient prison tower, which turned into a giant peak 10,000 feet high. He went straight to suppress the girl with double pupils from the Mingwa dynasty. Since the Holy Land of Yaoqi is unwilling to take action, he will force the Holy Land of Yaoqi to become the enemy of the girl with double pupils. He just wanted to fight with the girl with double pupils, to use an egg to hit a rock, and make the girl with double pupils want to kill him. This forced the Yaoqi Holy Land to no longer sit idly by and had to take action to suppress the girl with double pupils. Chapter 50. Killing the Wind and Thunder Holy Body. Clang. The ancient prison tower crashed into the thick black fog, and a crisp sound was heard. There were just a few ripples in the mist, and nothing else unusual. It is true that the ancient prison suppression tower is a top-level holy weapon, but Qin Xuan is not a great demon god, nor is he at the Saint King level. Even if it is activated as easily as using one's own arm, it cannot unleash even 1/10 of the power of a top-level holy weapon. The girl with double pupils is not Elder Qin Xuan, and she will not be forced to go all out by a simple top-level holy weapon. In the eyes of the Saint King, Qin Xuan's move was like a child holding a sharp sword and stabbing a soldier covered in heavy armor. The sharp sword could not pierce the heavy helmet's defense. Without the deterrence of the sword, Qin Xuan was equivalent to seeking death. Gurgle. The head of Hongya Peak swallowed his saliva and said in amazement, "This kid is so fierce, even more fierce than me. He is only at the supernatural power level, but he dares to suppress the ancient double pupil person. He must have been raised with the courage of beasts since he was a child, right? Didn't they see that after the Ancient One with double pupils appeared, these Saint Kings didn't say anything? Even a Holy Lord remained silent after asking a question. Why? This is to give face to the ancient person with double pupils. There is absolutely no need to fall out with the girl with double pupils from the Mingwa dynasty for Yifeng. The status of this girl with double pupils in the Mingwa dynasty is much higher than Qin Jinbei's in the Ziyang Empire. If you offend the girl with double pupils, it might really attract the army of the Dark Moon dynasty to invade. Suppress it. Suppress it. Suppress it. Qin Xuan didn't care about anything and just used the ancient prison suppression tower to suppress the girl with double pupils. He never thought that he could successfully suppress the girl with double pupils on his own. He was just being provocative. He deliberately provoked the girl with double pupils and forced her to take action. The mist was constantly agitated, but the double-pupiled girl who had come forward had her 4 pupils slightly shrunken in her eyes, and she said in a muffled voice, "Damn you, Aunt." The double-pupil aurora pierced through the clouds and mist and shot towards Qin Xuan like thunder. Even the sun was dimmed by the piercing. Boom! There was a loud roar like a dragon turning over, and dust was raised hundreds of feet high. When the dust settled, Qin Xuan was standing on the ground unharmed. In front of him was the master of Thunder Prison Peak, who had raised up thousands of barriers in the blink of an eye. There was anger in his tiger eyes. Qin Xuan is a disciple of my Thunder Prison Peak. You want to protect Yi Feng, which has already touched the bottom line of my Thunder Prison Peak. Now you want to kill my Thunder Prison Peak disciple in front of me. Don't say you are just an incarnation. Even if your real body comes, I will fight you. Qin Xuan, a disciple who had just entered Leiyu Peak, dared to confront the ancient fierce man with double pupils for the majesty of Leiyu Peak. How could he, the leader of Thunder Prison Peak, just sit back and watch? Yi Feng must be killed, and Qin Xuan must be protected even more. The girl with double pupils sneered. You are only in the middle stage of Saint King realm, and you are not qualified to speak nonsense in front of me? With just an incarnation, I can kill you within 10 moves. Boom, boom. In the sky above the sacred land of Yao Qi, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared, and the clouds poured back. A double pupil, as big as a star, brings a little light in the endless darkness. The moment those two compatible pupils touched, the world lost its color. A beam of light from the double pupils that was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, like a beam of light that could annihilate the world, burst towards the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak. This is a precious technique that the ancient people with double pupils were born with, and it is a life and death means that is imprinted in their blood. Its power is so earth-shattering that it is enough to destroy the entire sacred place of Yao Qi. Girl with double pupils, go back to your Mingwa dynasty. It is not your turn to act so presumptuously in my Yao Qi holy land. The Holy Lord exhaled a breath of fresh air. At this moment, millions of holy-level magic arrays shine again and display their power. Only this time, it was even more stunning and breathtaking than the previous time when the great demon was suppressed. At this moment, the Holy Lord mobilized the power of the Holy Land's foundation, trying to wipe out the incarnation of the girl with double pupils. From the core of the magic circle, a ray of colorful light burst out and collided with the light of the double pupils in the sky. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart. The space covered thousands of miles was shattered into an endless abyss. From the abyss, endless strong winds swept out. The two beams of light were in a stalemate for only a moment, and then the light of the magic circle shattered the light of the double pupils and shattered the double-pupiled female incarnation hidden in the black fog. The holy land of Yao Qi. The incarnation of the girl with double pupils disintegrated, and anger was revealed in her double pupils. Before her pupils disappeared, she stared at Qin Xuan and said coldly, "Aunt, I will remember you." The Holy Lord attacked again, with a crystal-clear jade palm, shattering the space, grabbing the double pupils, and squeezed them hard, and the double pupils turned into mist and dissipated. Thump! After witnessing the collapse of the female incarnation with double pupils, Yi Feng fell from the sky exhausted. His eyes were full of disbelief. His last means of saving his life was also rendered ineffective by Qin Xuan. Resentment, unwillingness, regret? Complex emotions surged in Yi Feng's chest. He knew Qin Xuan's viciousness better than anyone else. He plotted to kill him step by step and nailed him to the pillar of shame forever. Even if he wanted to resist, he was powerless. I lost. I won't blame you for dying in your hands. Yi Feng closed his eyes and gave up struggling. He could die, but he was unwilling to show any panic or regret in front of Qin Xuan. I won't even beg for mercy. Even if he dies, he must die with dignity. Qin Xuan stepped forward, snatched Yi Feng's storage ring, took out the Tianhuang halberd in front of him, and exclaimed, "What a great thing! I didn't expect you to have such a holy weapon. Consider it as compensation for your false accusation against me." When Qingming saw the Tianhuang halberd, resentment surged in his heart. It was this holy weapon that Yi Feng used to pierce my head. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. This is not his holy weapon. Unjust and wronged. He was certain that the person who killed Qingming was Qin Xuan in front of him. But now, no one in the entire Yao Qi Holy Land would trust him. Qin Xuan's move was to force him to lose control and drive him crazy. He gritted his teeth and endured his rage, refusing to resist, not wanting Qin Xuan to get what he wanted. Since you face the reality, then go die. Qin Xuan naturally had the right to use the Tianhuang Ji. The halberd pointed diagonally at the ground and stabbed out suddenly. When it was about to pierce through Yi Feng's chest, Ziyang descended from a distance, wrapped in a holy robe, and said in a clear voice, "Qin Xuan, I beg you to spare his life." Qin Xuan turned his head and pretended to be surprised. "You want to save him?" Ziyang shook her head. "I'm not trying to save him. I owe him a promise. He once promised to let me kill you, but I didn't. Today, I want to fulfill that promise. Please spare his life, but you can suppress him forever in the black prison of Thunder Prison Peak, and he will never see the light of day." Qin Xuan frowned, clenched his teeth, and stared at Yi Feng with resentment, which eventually turned into a helpless sigh. "Forget it. Since senior sister Yuan from Wanjin Peak has asked for help, I can't continue to kill her." He stared at Yi Feng and said hatefully, "Both in public and in private, I should kill you to prove the law and vent my anger. However, senior sister Ziyuan came forward, so I can't not give her this face. I will let you go for now, but next time we meet, I will tear you into pieces." Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Ziyuan's words saved his life. Survived? He is not afraid of being suppressed. As long as you are still alive, there is a glimmer of hope, and you can turn the situation around. Sooner or later, he will break out of the black prison of Thunder Prison Peak and make Qin Xuan pay back the humiliation he inflicted today 100-fold. He looked at Qin Xuan's back, then glanced at Ziyuan. Before he could thank him, he saw Qin Xuan leaving and turning around again. The Tianhuang halberd turned and shook, piercing straight through his chest, crushing his heart in an instant. Yi Feng spat out blood from his mouth. He stared at Qin Xuan, who was about to kill him, in disbelief. He said in a rage, You are untrustworthy, you evil villain, traitor, and traitor. You are untrustworthy." Qin Xuan smiled. His eyes were full of coquettishness, and he turned a deaf ear to her and said, "We meet again." Chapter 51, Huge Harvest, Getting Rich. "Qin Xuan, you deserve to die. I wish I could grind you to dust, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Awaya." Yi Feng lost control and became hysterical, roaring and raging. He had tried his best to control himself and not let Qin Xuan enjoy the process of torturing and killing him. But this guy was just playing with his state of mind. Let him be prepared to die, but also give him hope to live. Finally, when he saw a glimmer of hope, he was stabbed to death with another halberd. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Extremely sinister. Puff! The Tianhuang halberd turned and shook, and Yi Feng's body was shattered into a bloody mist. As soon as the weak soul emerged, the ancient prison tower fell down with a buzzing sound. Bang! Just like a bubble bursting, Yi Feng's blood mist and soul were annihilated into nothingness. Want to be a ghost? Qin Xuan had no intention of giving Yi Feng this opportunity at all. No matter what, Yi Feng is a son of luck. If he is given a glimmer of hope, maybe he can turn the tide. Since the intention to kill has already been formed, it is natural that the body must be destroyed without leaving any trace. Not leaving any chance of survival. What kind of villain is he if he doesn't kill decisively? Host kills Yi Feng, the son of luck, and is rewarded with plus 500,000 villain value. The luck value of Yi Feng, the son of luck, is reset to 0, and the host is rewarded with plus 1 yin-yang nirvana pill. The son of destiny dies with his eyes open, and rewards the host with a holy, soul-condensing pill plus 1. Fuck, a destiny villain value of 500,000. Even Qin Xuan was shocked when he heard this huge number. Not only did he get a huge amount of villain value, but after killing Yi Feng, he also got a yin-yang nirvana pill. It is enough for him to take it, and in a short period of time, his realm will directly cross the supernatural power realm and break through to the yin-yang realm. And the holy, soul-condensing pill surprised Qin Xuan even more. It is a top-level elixir that helps the saint's soul advance to the Saint King realm. Obviously, it was prepared for Lung Li in the ancient prison tower. The former Lung Li had ulterior motives and wanted to kill him and break free from his restraints. After being beaten many times, as long as Lung Li is not stupid, he will know that it is useless to resist him. It will only waste your life in vain. With this holy item, the soul-condensing pill, Lung Li was promoted to Holy King. He carries Saint King guards with him, and if he sees someone he doesn't like, he will simply send the Saint King to suppress them. It's so cool. The host triggers the 100x lucky draw, consuming 300,000 villain points. The quality of the reward doubles by 100 times after one draw. Smoke. This opportunity should certainly not be missed. Qin Xuan waved his hand and spent 300,000 villain points. In front of him, a virtual roulette wheel appeared, visible only to him. After a dazzling rotation, the pointer landed on a golden holy elixir. Host obtains Holy Dao Pill +1. Reward: 100 times critical strike. The host obtains 9 transformation Holy Dao Pill +1. Call. Qin Xuan's breathing became heavy. This Holy Dao Pill is a holy pill that can enable a peak quasi-saint to advance to a saint. The 9 revolutions Holy Dao Pill obtained after 100 times critical strike can have a miraculous effect on the Saint King realm. It can allow one to make incredible breakthroughs in the Saint King realm in a short period of time. If Qin Xuan kept it for himself, when he was at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, taking this pill would directly increase his realm to the peak of the saint realm. What concept? It would be difficult for those geniuses and evildoers to make such a huge leap even after hundreds or even thousands of years. Qin Xuan could do it with just one pill without any effort. I can't use this 9 revolutions Holy Dao Pill for the time being. It's just sitting there anyway. Get to Grandpa. Qin Xuan pondered in his mind and made a decision. His grandfather treated him with the utmost doting. To ask for an explanation for him, I have to put my head on the line. Making Grandpa stronger will do him every benefit and no harm. Of course, more importantly, he has no use for this 9 revolutions Holy Dao Pill for the time being, so it might as well be left there. Since Yifeng was killed, there is such a generous reward that makes people smack their lips. Are you afraid that there won't be any other rewards after you kill the Son of Fortune? If worst comes to worst, isn't there still Qin Hao? Qin Hao is the guaranteed win. No need to worry about not having rewards for breaking through in the future. A cool breeze blew in front of Qingshu Pavilion, and Yifeng disappeared as if he had never existed. Gurgle. There were sounds of swallowing saliva. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land were all frightened after witnessing Qin Xuan beheading Yifeng. This Qin Xuan is really a ruthless person. He never even thought about giving face to senior sister Ziyang. First gave Yifeng hope, and then trampled on that hope. It's murderous. Qin Xuan has suffered such a great injustice. No matter who it is impossible for him to remain calm. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But if he does, he will destroy his soul. We should avoid provoking such a ruthless person in the future. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak glanced at Ziyang and said in a deep voice, Yifeng has brought disaster to the Holy Land, and it is not a pity that he should die 1,000 times. He was warning Ziyang not to put his mind on Qin Xuan. Ziyang said nothing, turned around, and disappeared from everyone's sight. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak announced again, from now on, Qin Xuan will be my true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak and will become my disciple. When he is promoted to the Heavenly Man realm, he will be the leader of Thunder Prison Peak. Qin Xuan bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. It's no problem to have a cheat master. If there is any problem in the future, I can also ask a master at the Saint King level to come out and act as my thug. The leader of Thunder Prison Peak flicked his fingers, and a ball of light floated into Qin Xuan's palm. The moment it touched his skin, it turned into a holy whip with the power of thunder. This is a holy whip, a quasi-holy weapon. With this whip, you can enforce the law on behalf of your master, and you can also beat a saint. A quasi-sacred weapon. Qin Xuan began to murmur in his heart. He either has a top-level holy weapon or a top-grade holy weapon, like the Tianwang Ji. I felt a little uncomfortable suddenly getting a quasi-holy weapon. It lowered the grade of his equipment. However, considering that Lei Yufeng was mainly helping his grandfather cure his hidden illness and the huge expense he put in, he didn't want to say much. What's more, the power of this holy whip is not its grade, but the meaning behind it. He enforces the law on behalf of the Lord of Leiyu Peak, and even saints can be beaten. Holding this whip, everything he did was endorsed by the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak. It is quite useful. Qin Xuan bowed again. Thank you, Master. Lei Yufeng smiled gently and nodded, looking at Qin Ying and said, Senior Great Demon God, come with me to the depths of the Holy Land. I will heal your wounds. Elder Lei Yufeng will arrange the rest for Qin Xuan. The great demon god stroked Qin Xuan's head with a kind smile and praised happily, Xiao Xian, Grandpa is blessed. Thanks to you, Grandpa's hidden illness can be cured now. He looked at his eldest grandson, and the more he looked at him, the more he doted on him. In a happy mood, he happily followed the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak to the depths of the Yaoqi Holy Land. He wanted more than ever to cure his hidden disease and become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he better protect his eldest grandson and make top-level masters like the girl with double pupils fear him. The storm subsided. The people from the Holy Land who came to watch the excitement dispersed one after another. Qin Xuan, who had been feeling extremely guilty, wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to Qin Xuan. She wanted to tell Qin Xuan that she would never misunderstand him again. I will no longer speculate on his intentions with malice. When she took a step forward, she saw Elder Qin Xuan taking Qin Xuan away. She stopped woodenly, looking at Qin Xuan's thin back without even turning his head, and her heart suddenly tightened. An indescribable feeling of depression arises spontaneously. I feel like my heart is empty, as if something important has left her forever. Chapter 52. The obedient Lung Li is willing to be enslaved. Leiyu Peak, as one of the 7 peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land, has a wide radiance. Its bottom is as big as a town. It is tens of thousands of feet high. The higher you climb, the scarcer the land becomes, and the more precious the place to build houses becomes. On the mountainside, outside a luxurious mansion, Elder Qin Xuan brought Qin Xuan down and pointed at the mansion in front of him, saying, "Qin Xuan, this is where you will live in Thunder Prison Peak from now on." This place was built by the Saint Lord when she was in Thunder Prison Peak. Before she lived here, she was promoted to Saint Girl and went to the main peak. This place has a special meaning in Thunder Prison Peak. No one has ever lived here. The Peak Lord specially arranged it for you here. He has entrusted you with a great trust. Please lead the way, Elder. I won't keep you as a guest. Qin Xuan bowed. There is no need to argue with Elder Qin Xuan. In the eyes of outsiders, Elder Qin Xuan had previously wanted to kill him. Even if the truth came out, he didn't need to please the Elder. Qin Xuan looked lonely, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. He did not stay for long and left. Qin Xuan looked at the luxurious mansion in front of him and pushed the door open. A faint fragrance wafts towards you. The mansion is huge, comparable to the top mansions on Earth in the previous life. Bedroom, training room, bathroom, refining room. Everything is available. It's big enough for one person to live in, but it feels a bit empty. Alas, the outer disciples of Thunder Prison Peak can only live in the big bunk beds at the foot of the mountain, and the inner disciples can only squeeze into the multi-person dormitory at the foot of the mountain. Even the true disciples rarely get a cave residence on the mountainside. What about me? I can only live alone in this spacious mansion, absorbing the vast amount of heaven and earth energy that even the elder-level caves do not have. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. When Qin Xuan was being Versailles, Lung Li in the ancient prison tower exclaimed, "The heaven and earth energy here is so dense that it's unbelievable. It's difficult for the Thunder Prison Peak alone to maintain this level of energy. I'm afraid that this place has been transformed by that woman and has pulled the underground energy veins of the main peak." Qin Xuan used the ancient prison tower to set up a barrier so that Lung Li could appear safely. He ordered slowly, "This room is too big. I can't take care of it on weekdays. When you are free, clean it for me. I don't like dust to accumulate where I live." Lung Li rolled her eyes and said, "I am your bodyguard, not a maid. As for cleaning the room, can't you just find 2 maids to do it? What kind of maid can catch my eye?" Qin Xuan was dissatisfied and wanted to be his maid. But the starting point must be at the level of the daughter of fortune, right? When you live here in the future, you'll need a few maids. 2 people clean the house, 2 people help with bathing, and 3 people help with foot washing, 1 foot for each person. There are 2 more, responsible for warming the bed. At present, the manpower is far from enough. He glanced at Lung Li and threatened, "Are you going to do it or not?" I don't know what's going on, but Lung Li has an inexplicable feeling that Qin Xuan can see through her with just one look. Especially what happened today. Everything is developing in a direction that is friendly to Qin Xuan. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Xuan might have already made arrangements behind her back. One link after another, a subtle layout. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner under Qin Xuan's secret control. Even those who have attained the Saint King realm have become chess pieces in his hands. This was the first time that Lung Li felt a tingling sensation from someone. She couldn't and didn't dare to refuse, so she said in a muffled voice, "I'll clean it." Qin Xuan waved. "Come here." When Lung Li came in front of him, he reached out his hand and patted her on the head. "Be obedient and you will have candy." Lung Li was furious and started yelling unhappily. "Can you please stop touching my head? After all, I am also in the Saint King realm." The girl with double pupils who pushed you to the point of no return would have been a little wary of me when she first saw me. Even if you hold my lifeblood in your hands, you can't treat me like a pet, right? Qin Xuan was surprised. Even the girl with double pupils is afraid of you? Lung Li raised her snow-white neck, her red eyes full of pride. Of course. Qin Xuan took out the holy soul-condensing pill and sighed to himself. I was originally planning to give you a candy bean to chew on, but since you're so averse to it, forget it. Stare. When Lung Li looked at the holy soul-condensing pill in Qin Xuan's hand, her red pupils shrank instantly. She swallowed her saliva subconsciously and was dumbfounded. Is this a soul-condensing pill or a holy item? Seeing that Qin Xuan wanted to take back the soul-condensing pill without saying a word, she moved forward, squatted in front of Qin Xuan, grabbed his palm, put it on her head, raised her beautiful eyes, and asked tentatively, "Touch it again?" It's not that Lung Li doesn't keep her word, but Qin Xuan's reward is too tempting. Even though she is now a saintly soul, she once fell from the Saint King realm. Even though she still had the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul, with Qin Xuan's added ingredients. If one wants to cultivate to the Saint King realm, it will take at least several years or even decades. This speed is indeed unbelievable for those geniuses and evildoers in the Holy Realm. But if I could get the holy soul-condensing pill in Qin Xuan's hand, it doesn't take decades, it doesn't take years. She was certain that after taking the holy soul-condensing pill, she would be able to return to the Saint King realm within half a month. Qin Xuan stroked Lung Li's white hair with a clear conscience and said playfully, "If you break through to the saint level, you will kill me. If you break through to the Saint King level, won't you cut me into pieces?" Lung Li felt bitter. After suffering 2 serious losses, she must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, so she attacked Qin Xuan again. That would be a waste of life, and she never had such thoughts again. Worried that Qin Xuan would not trust her, she took the initiative to hand over the soul control seal. This is a holy skill that can plant a mark in the soul, and even the Holy King realm can be controlled. If you plant a mark on my holy soul, you can decide my life or death with a single thought. As she spoke, she calmly opened the weakest core of the holy soul. Qin Xuan picked up a soul seal and planted a mark on the core of Lung Li's holy soul without any hindrance. He asked in surprise, "Are you giving up?" Lung Li said bluntly, "From now on, I will obey your orders unconditionally." It's not that she gave up struggling, but she knew it clearly in her heart. There is no need for this soul-controlling seal. As long as Qin Xuan wants, he can make her soul fly away. Since you've already been controlled, why don't you show some goodwill? Qin Xuan is now at the 4th level of the supernatural power realm and can possess good things like the holy soul-condensing pill. In the future, are you still afraid that there won't be other good things? Who knows? By following Qin Xuan, she might be able to return to her peak in a short time. Only by gaining Qin Xuan's trust could she allow Qin Xuan to practice and break through without any precautions. The stronger she is, the safer Qin Xuan will be. This is a virtuous cycle of mutual achievement. Any further change of heart would only bring her trouble or even her life. You've become smarter. Qin Xuan used his fingers to fiddle with Lung Li's bright red lips, put the soul-condensing pill into her mouth ambiguously, and smiled lightly. Just focus on breaking through. You don't need to come out and kill people for the time being. After putting Lung Li into the ancient prison tower, Qin Xuan walked into the bedroom and lay down on the big bed with his limbs spread out. Take a short rest, close your eyes, and open them again. Start to seriously take stock of your current gains and losses. His current gains are enough for Lung Li to break through to the Saint King realm. After his grandfather returns from recovery from his hidden illness, he will take the 9 Revolutions Saint Dao pill, and in a short period of time, he will be promoted to the late Saint King realm. By taking the Yin-Yang Nirvana pill, he was able to quickly break through the Yin-Yang realm. But going too fast is not a good thing either. He needed to find an excuse to go out for a walk, so that when he came back he would break through the Yin-Yang realm without attracting attention. As for the trouble, there is no need to worry about the Qin Palace for the time being, until Lung Li returns to the Holy King. With Lung Li and the ancient prison tower by his side, he was not afraid of Qin Jinbei at all. The situation with the girl with double pupils is a bit tricky. This woman has ancient double pupils and is very murderous. If I come here, as long as he dares to leave the sacred land of Yao Qi, even if Lung Li reveals his identity and joins forces with grandfather, He may not be a match for the girl with double pupils. Tongzi, tell me all the information about the girl with double pupils. Qin Xuan began to call the system in his mind. When you are in doubt, just cheat first. Consume all villain points. Learn the information of the girl with double pupils. Does the host choose to consume it? Consumption. Qin Xuan waved his hand without caring. Compared to his life, the villain is not worth mentioning. As the villain value was deducted, the basic information of the girl with double pupils, as well as unknown news, all flowed into Qin Xuan's mind. The girl with double pupils is actually the bloodline of the Ziyang Empire. Moreover, she has not only touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, but is a true quasi-emperor. After learning about the background and style of the girl with double pupils, Qin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. Good job. You're just a good guy. Quasi-emperor. No wonder an incarnation is enough to make the Holy Lord of Yao Qi Holy Land fearful. However, the girl with double pupils lives in the Mingwa dynasty, but her family is in the Ziyang Empire. No one knows this secret. By using this unknown secret, perhaps we can turn the crisis into an opportunity. There was eagerness in Qin Xuan's eyes. Yifeng instigated Ziyuan to kill him, which was a loss of both the wife and the army. Now that the girl with double pupils has murderous intentions towards him, it may not be a bad opportunity. The family of the girl with double pupils is now suffering from bullying, and she has no excuse to come to the Ziyang Empire to avenge her family. At this moment, he was eager to give the girl with double pupils an excuse to take action. Taking the opportunity to destroy the enemies who bullied the family, she could also preserve the relationship between the family and her and avoid being discovered by Emperor Ziyang. Qin Xuan was sure that if he didn't do something, the girl with double pupils will definitely kill him. She used him as an excuse to take revenge on her family. A girl with double pupils, a dark pupil. It seems at this time when I go out, I have to go to the Shangwan family, who was born with dark pupils. Qin Xuan had a smile on his face and eager eyes. The Shangwan family's pair of top-notch sisters are not to be missed. It's a wonderful thing to enjoy the happiness of two women at once. As a villain, it's time for me to experience it, right? Chapter 53. The saint becomes a slave. Qingning is affected. The Shangwan family is a relatively powerful family in the imperial capital of Ziyang. Nearly 30% of his descendants were born with dark pupils. Those who are born with dark pupils can use them to see through danger. In other words, those with dark pupils can predict risks in advance when entering some secret realms and blessed places. If the risk is too great, I will no longer seek opportunities. That's why the number of Shangwan family members who lost their lives in these places of opportunity is almost zero. Originally in the Ziyang Empire, the Shangwan family's special ability was highly sought after by major families, and their status also rose rapidly. Unfortunately, many years ago, a direct descendant of the Shangwan family offended a big shot in the imperial capital. After the direct descendant was beaten and killed, the Shangwan family also suffered a devastating blow with countless casualties. Not every direct descendant of the Shangwan family is born with dark pupils. Predicting risks does not mean you can avoid them safely. After this incident, the Shangwan family has never been able to recover, and its status in the Ziyang Empire has plummeted. If the head of the family was not at the Saint King level, all those who were born with dark eyes would have become hounds for other major forces to hunt for treasures and predict risks. Who would have thought that the girl with double pupils from the Dark Moon dynasty was the ancestor of the Shangwan family, who was once sealed in a secret realm? Who could have guessed that the ancient double pupils were a mutation of the natural dark pupils? Qin Xuan muttered to himself, pinching his chin, pondering for a moment. Finally made a decision. You have to visit the Shangwan family. Make friends with the Shangwan family and help them solve some of their troubles. At least I can get rid of the murderous intent of the girl with double pupils. Who knows, by establishing an alliance with the Shangwan family, he might even be able to gain the goodwill of the girl with double pupils. That's a quasi-emperor. The entire continent is of great importance. If the head of the Shangwan family had not been a stubborn person who was loyal to Emperor Ziyang, the girl with double pupils would have moved the entire Shangwan family to the Mingwa dynasty long ago. It was the stubbornness of the head of the Shangwan family that gave Qin Xuan the confidence to face the girl with double pupils. This is a crisis, but also a great opportunity. Don't miss it. Before heading to the imperial capital, we must first improve our strength. Qin Xuan took out the Yin-Yang Nirvana pill and placed it in his palm, looking at it carefully. As the name suggests, This pill has the effect of nirvana. After taking it, the realm will fall. It's not a bad thing, but compresses the energy in the body. Make the foundation more solid, and after nirvana, there will be rebirth. One can make rapid progress in the realm of magical powers. Within half a month, one can be promoted to the yin-yang realm and comprehend the yin and yang energies. Boom boom. When Qin Xuan was about to take the yin-yang nirvana pill, there was a knock on the door outside the mansion. Qin Xuan temporarily accepted the pill, walked out of the inner bedroom, opened the door, only to see Elder Qin Xuan standing outside the house with an embarrassed look on his face. Qin Xuan asked suspiciously, "Elder, is there something urgent that you need to do so late at night?" Elder Qin Xuan raised his eyes and glanced inside the room. Qin Xuan took the initiative to make way and walked into the inner hall with peace of mind. He took out a soul-soothing device and released the peace and tranquility inside. Looking at his only daughter's increasingly dim spirit, he looked at Qin Xuan with a painful expression and said, "Qin Xuan, it was my fault before. I believed Yifeng's slander and wanted to kill you without knowing right or wrong. It was all my fault as a father. Ninger was still young and was bewitched by Yifeng." Qin Xuan raised his hand to stop him. "Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. It's easy to guess. It's nothing more than Qingning's soul that cannot be repaired and is about to die." Qin Xuan clenched his fists and said with regret in his heart, "Ninger's soul is just a fragment. Even the Holy Lord can't repair it. Qin Xuan, your ancient prison suppression tower was able to protect Ninger before. Can it heal Ninger's soul again?" The means he had left behind could only preserve a few remnants of Qingning's soul. This method of soul cultivation is rare. The skills that target residual souls are even rarer. Considering his daughter's current situation, even if he were at the Saint King level, he would be powerless to save the situation. Even if he could ask the Holy Lord to recreate a physical body for his daughter, without the infusion of soul, it would ultimately be just a shell. He really had no other choice. Otherwise, he would not have the face to look for Qin Xuan. The person that both father and daughter felt most sorry for was Qin Xuan. He started shouting for war and killing as soon as we met. Now, I have to ask for help from him. How can I calm down? Qin Xuan glanced at Qingning's remaining soul and said in a playful tone, "You were killed by Yifeng before. It seems that you fell into the trap because he wanted to kill me? Logically speaking, I have no reason to save you, right?" Qingning lowered his head and said nothing. Just as Qin Xuan said, he had no reason to save her. You know, before this, she believed Yifeng's slander and tried every means to kill Qin Xuan. Being protected until now, she already owed Qin Xuan a favor. Dad, let's go back. There's no need to force Qin Xuan. I don't have the qualifications to ask him to take action. Qingning tugged at Qin Xuan's arm and shook his head bitterly. Elder Qin Xuan gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Qin Xuan with a thud. "I, Qin Xuan, am willing to take all the blame. I only ask Qin Xuan that you protect Ninger's remaining soul. From now on, I will obey all your orders." Qin Xuan dotes on Qingning endlessly. The entire Yaoqi Holy Land is well known. He only has this one daughter, and her former Taoist partner died because of him. If even his bloodline cannot be protected, what is the use of the saint's reputation? "Daddy," Qin Xuan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to live, but she didn't want her father to bow down to her like this. After what happened with Yifeng, she knew she was not worthy of being a daughter. Seeing her father disregarding his dignity for her like this, her heart was tormented. It is not impossible to repair the remnant soul. Qin Xuan waved his hand and put Qingning into the ancient prison tower. When he looked at Elder Qin Xuan again, his eyes were a little colder. "However, Elder Qin Xuan, I don't believe what you said, unless you are willing to accept me planting a mark in the core of your holy soul." Qin Xuan's eyes flickered for a moment, but ultimately he couldn't resist his doting on Qingning. He closed his eyes and opened the golden core of his holy soul. Qin Xuan pinched a soul-controlling seal and took the opportunity to attack. Qin Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze trembling. Is this the soul seal? This technique plants a mark at the core of the soul and can even enslave a saint king. As long as Qin Xuan had a thought, a saint, would die instantly. There is no way to get rid of it. Qin Xuan smiled and said, "Regret it? I can also remove the soul control seal. We can achieve mutual success or part ways unhappily." Both the father and daughter wanted to kill him and took action. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Besides, he is a big villain. How can he be kind-hearted? Slavery is pure and has no psychological burden at all. If it weren't for the holy land of Yao Qi, Qin Xuan would have died if she had just shaken her head. If you don't serve him, you will die. Qin Xuan struggled for a moment and shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter. As long as you can repair Ninger's remaining soul, I am willing to die for you. Congratulations, you made the right choice. Qin Xuan gave Qin Xuan an approving look and then disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the ancient prison tower, in front of Qingning's remaining soul. Where's my father? Qingning asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes red. Qin Xuan put on a cold face. Outside, I will repair your residual soul later, and you can leave with him. Qingning asked anxiously, did Daddy give you the Holy Seal? That is my mother's relic. I am willing to die, but I beg you to return the Holy Seal to Daddy. That is the belief in his heart. If there is an afterlife, I will work like a cow or a horse for you again. Qin Xuan shook his head. Not really. A mere low-grade holy weapon was not enough for him to save Qingning. What he wanted was the life and property of the saint, Elder Qin Xuan. Of course, the more important thing is that Qingning is a girl of luck and has already changed her ways. Then you will have villain value. Besides, he really needed a maid to warm his bed in his mansion, so why not take a cheap and lucky girl as a maid? Don't think that just because your father kneels down and kowtows to me, that will be enough for me to help you. Qin Xuan smiled and said, I only agreed to help because I remembered that you had spoken up for justice before and said a few good words for me when revealing the truth. You also concealed Lung Li's existence, so I reluctantly agreed to help. Qingning shook his head in self-pity. It is my duty to expose Yi Feng's ugly face. You said you wanted Lung Li to be your guard, and I am even less qualified to expose her. You don't owe me anything, only I owe you. Qin Xuan said coldly, shut up. I will save you if I say so. Why are you talking so much? Are you just seeking death? Qingning uttered, oh, in a muffled voice and shook his little head to show that he didn't want to die. Qin Xuan asked Qingning to sit cross-legged in meditation, and the latter did so obediently. While Qingning was regulating his breathing, he swallowed the yin-yang nirvana pill. When he felt the effect of the medicine begin to dissipate in his body, his realm began to be suppressed, and he was about to fall. When everything was ready, he pretended to be solemn and began to repair Qingning's remaining soul. Staring at Qingning's delicate curves of the soul, the smile on his lips became more and more evil. The girl of fortune that he has set his sights on will never escape from his grasp. Being taken down is just a matter of time. Chapter 54 Qingning's Hidden Attribute, Love Brain. Inside the ancient prison tower, spiritual power like tassels hung down from the heads of Qin Xuan and Qingning. It was like a large, light, golden net covering the two of them. Qin Xuan could obviously easily repair Qingning's broken soul within a quarter of an hour, but he refused. Even if we are passively slacking off, the repair efficiency will not be enough even if it drops to 1% or 2%. It's still the same principle. The easier it is for him to repair the residual soul, the more elder Qingning and Qin Xuan will feel that he is exploiting them. They're taking the opportunity to ask for benefits. Even if this is true, you still have to pretend to be embarrassed, pretending to be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could Qingning feel indebted? Please, he was on Qingning's kill list and a mortal enemy. At this moment, his mortal enemy risked his life to save Qingning. The stark contrast between their situations and approaches is what allowed Qingning, a girl of luck, to speed up her inner self-conquering process. No matter what, Qingning is a girl of luck. If he can squeeze out the villain's value, he will not let it go. As time passed, Qingning felt her soul gradually stabilizing. The refreshing feeling made her unable to help but open her eyes. Seeing Qin Xuan in front of him, Qingning quickly closed his eyes again. Only after confirming that Qin Xuan had no intention of waking up did he pluck up the courage to look at him carefully. She had not cared about it before, but at this moment, she no longer had any hatred or murderous intention towards Qin Xuan, only endless guilt and self-blame. Looking at Qin Xuan's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is still a handsome man, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and lips as sharp as a knife. He is much more handsome than Yi Feng, that heartless bastard. I was really blind before, so I thought Yi Feng was a good person. Compared to Qin Xuan, who was willing to die for Mu Qingxue, Yi Feng is just scum. A feeling of resentment suddenly rose in Qingning's heart. She stood up for Yi Feng time and again, disregarding the laws of Lei Yu Peak. He would avenge Yi Feng even at the cost of his own life. In the end, it became a knife in Yi Feng's hand to kill someone with someone else's knife. She always considers others, but others are deliberately plotting against her. I wish someday she could be like Mu Qingxue. If someone is willing to die for her, she would be willing to give him her whole heart. Forget it, what's so good about a stinky man? If I can live another life, I, Qingning, swear to heaven that I will never have a love affair again. In this life, I will devote my whole heart to becoming a saint. Even if I die, I will never think about men again. Qingning made up his mind and made a great wish. Wow! In front of her, Qin Xuan, who had been sitting upright, suddenly flushed, and then a mouthful of black blood spurted out. His breath began to weaken rapidly. From the 4th level of the supernatural power realm, he fell all the way to the 1st level of the supernatural power realm. The realm barrier is crumbling, and it seems that even the realm of supernatural powers cannot be maintained. Qin Ning rushed forward and supported Qin Xuan, who collapsed backwards, and said with fear in his eyes, "What happened to you? Why did you fall back?" Qin Xuan rested his head on Qingning's soft chest, knowing full well that this was the effect of the yin-yang nirvana pill. In the realm of strong pressure, there was a slight backlash. His eyes were filled with pain as he coughed up blood and said, "It's just a little bit of backlash, not worth mentioning." Qingning shouted in a coquettish voice, "Your realm has already fallen to the 1st level of the supernatural realm, and you have fallen 3 levels in a row, and you are about to fall below the supernatural realm. And you still say that there will be a little bit of backlash." A light bulb went off in her head. I remember that outside Yaoshan County, Qin Xuan said that he could only keep her soul alive until she could testify against Yi Feng. He was indeed not lying, because repairing her soul would require an unspeakable price. It is enough to cause one's supernatural power level to drop. She knew that how could Qin Xuan, who was at the level of supernatural power, heal the residual soul that even the Holy Lord could not repair so easily? This will inevitably cost a huge price. It's irreversible. Is it worth it to save me? Qingning looked at Qin Xuan's pale face and said with painful guilt, "Before this, I tried every possible way to kill you. I didn't hesitate to mobilize the heaven realm and ambush you in secret, just to wipe you out. Why would you pay such a huge price to save me, your enemy?" Tears as big as beans kept sliding down Qingning's cheeks, hitting Qin Xuan's face with a pat sound. Qin Xuan looked at Qingning, who was in uncontrollable pain, and was a little dazed. "No, is it necessary? I wanted to kill him before, but now he saved me, so I just need to feel guilty about it. Why is he crying like he lost his parents now?" It was as if Qin Xuan was beaten to ashes. Isn't he a love-brained person? Qin Xuan felt Qingning's trembling body and the hot tears hitting her face. The more I think about it, the more that seems to be the case. The thought of wanting to refuse, but also to welcome, came to mind. The two left the ancient prison tower and returned to the house again. Qin Xuan held on and pushed Qingning out. He said to Qin Xin, who had been waiting for a long time, "The remaining soul has been repaired. You could take her away." Elder Qingxin looked at his daughter, whose soul had condensed in his substance, with ecstasy in his eyes, and quickly took out the body that the Holy Lord had refined for him. It was exactly the same as Qingning before. He said in a trembling voice, "Ninger, merge with the body quickly." Qingning's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked back at Qin Xuan reluctantly before she walked into the physical body. Within 10 breaths, Qingning's soul and body became perfectly integrated into one. Qingning, who was wearing a green lotus leaf skirt, slowly opened her eyes, looked at her father in front of her, reached out her hand, took his hand, and called softly, "Daddy." Qingxin Chan, whose eyes were filled with tears. Okay, Ninger, I will take you to thank the Holy Lord. If it weren't for the Holy Lord, Daddy would not be able to refine this body that perfectly matches the soul. I'm not leaving. Qingning broke free from Qingning's hand and shook his head stubbornly. I'm staying here and not going anywhere. Qingxin frowned. Qingning walked to the pale and weak Qin Xuan with her skirt fluttering, supporting him and saying, "Qin Xuan suffered a severe backlash in order to save me. He is all alone in this huge mansion with no one to take care of him. I am worried. Before Qin Xuan recovers, I will not go anywhere and will stay here to take care of him." "He's fine," Qingxin said in a deep voice. Even he, a saint, would become Qin Xuan's slave from now on. What's wrong with paying a little price? He didn't want his daughter to be deceived by a man again. Qing Ning stamped her feet anxiously. Dad, how could you do this? We wanted to kill Qin Xuan before, but he has forgiven us and helped me repair my soul. Now he's facing a backlash. Are we going to leave him alone? I can't do such an ungrateful thing. Qin Xuan waved his hands, playing hard to get, and said, I'm not so miserable that I can't take care of myself. Please go. Qing Ning pushed his father out of the house. Dad, please go. Qin Xuan has started to chase away the guests. Elder Qing Xuan opened his mouth and thought to himself, Qin Xuan seemed to be trying to drive you away by saying this. Looking at her daughter, who was behaving out of character, Qing Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his daughter, like his wife, was so stubborn that she was willing to die for the love of her life? Oh, by the way, Dad, the other sure mandrake flower you asked for me earlier has a miraculous effect on repairing the soul, and it can be given to Qin Xuan. Before sending his father away, Qing Ning did not forget to ask for the elixir to repair Qin Xuan's soul. Qing Xuan became more and more certain of his guess, and said with a bitter face, That is the great medicine I asked the Peak Master for. It is very valuable. Qing Ning said unhappily, The more expensive it is, the more effective it is in repairing the soul. After getting the red shore Dachira flower, Qing Ning immediately drove his father away. Qin Xuan looked at Qing Ning, who had closed the door tightly, and pretended to drive her away. I'll let you go. Qing Ning turned a deaf ear to him. She walked forward without hesitation, supported Qin Xuan, and walked into the inner room and sat down. He walked out of the inner room on his own, turned around, and said to Qin Xuan, I'll go make some medicine for you. Don't move around, and regulate your breathing quickly. As she spoke, she walked towards the kitchen, twisting her slender waist and swaying her plump buttocks. Qin Xuan slapped his forehead and said with certainty, There is no dispute about Lei Yufeng's love brain. Chapter 55. Playing hard to get, playing with the heart. After a cup of tea, Qing Ning came back twisting her slender waist, leaving a gust of fragrant wind wherever she passed. She held the medicinal Dachira flower in her hand and stirred it with a spoon. When she saw Qin Xuan getting up, she quickly stopped him and said, You don't have to get up. I'll feed you. Ahem. Qin Xuan covered his chest and coughed violently, pretending that the backlash was really severe. After a moment's pause, he took a light sniff and stared at the porcelain bowl and asked, It tastes weird. Qing Ning had surprise in his eyes and replied as if to take credit. The smell of the Dachira flower is terrible, and the medicinal soup made from it is even harder to swallow. I added lime flowers and basil stems to it, while blending the flavor without affecting the medicinal strength. It's not hot anymore. Qing Ning scooped a spoonful, handed it to Qin Xuan's mouth, and fed him mouthful by mouthful. Staring at Qing Ning's delicate figure coming close to him and wiping his mouth, Qin Xuan leaned back slightly, a smile on his face, and praised her. I thought you hated evil and had a carefree personality, but I didn't expect that you actually had such a considerate side. Qing Ning took a half step back, her cheeks flushed, and she asked angrily, How could that be? In the past, when her fellow disciples saw her, they were afraid of their father's majesty and either avoided her or flattered her endlessly. This was the first time someone praised her for being attentive. She put down the porcelain bowl, tucked in the quilt for Qin Xuan, and sat on the bedside, holding his big hand, staring at him seriously. After you drink the medicine, you can sleep for a while. I'll watch you from the side. Her cheeks became increasingly red, and as she stared at her palm holding Qin Xuan's, she explained, This way I can better sense the changes in your internal energy, and if there's anything wrong, I can help you in time. Qin Xuan opened and closed his eyes and asked curiously, Did you treat Yifeng like this before? He thinks that villain values are villain values. But if Qing Ning's body wasn't clean enough, there would be no need to engage in these ambiguous things. In this regard, he is a misophobia. Qing Ning shook his head nervously. How is it possible? That traitor and I were just fellow disciples before. It was my father who said that Yifeng had a promising future and asked me to have more contact with him and build a good relationship with him. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless, trying to kill me, and let Yao Qi Holy Land kill you? Not even holding hands. Facing Qin Xuan's question, Qing Ning tilted her head and asked curiously, Why do we need to hold hands to form a good relationship? The speculation in his heart gradually disappeared, and Qin Xuan muttered to himself, Where I used to live, there's an old saying about holding hands which goes, hold your hand and grow old together. It is only natural for a single man and a single woman to live in the same room after they get married. Qingning held Qin Xuan's hand, which trembled slightly. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Qin Xuan in the eye. I don't even know what to say at this time. Qin Xuan stared at Qingning, whose blush spread down her fair neck and on her earlobes, and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Are you sure you won't leave me?" Qingning shook his head subconsciously. "I won't leave." When she raised her eyes and met Qin Xuan's fiery eyes, she immediately retracted her gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. It seemed she said something wrong. Qin Xuan not only asked her if she wanted to leave, but also asked her if she wanted to leave him. Combined with what Qin Xuan said before, Qingning felt that there was a deep meaning behind Qin Xuan's question. It seemed that he wanted to confirm whether she would always hold his hand in the future. Hold your hand and grow old with you? It seemed like Qin Xuan was courting her. Suddenly, a lot of messy thoughts popped up in Qingning's mind. She felt that she might be overthinking it. Qin Xuan already had a fiancé, and she had a life-and-death feud with Qin Xuan. How could he propose to her in such a short time? But on second thought, Qin Xuan had suffered so many injustices. Even the Qin palace tried to take his supreme bone and frame him. Maybe Qin Xuan looks strong, but he is actually very fragile inside. He may have never been treated so well by anyone. He needs recognition from others. He also needs someone's trust, and even more so, a warm home where he can let down his guard, speak freely, and vent his inner emotions. Qingning's heart tightened, and she felt sad for Qin Xuan's experience. Her beautiful eyes were filled with more tenderness. She treated Qin Xuan so badly in the past, but Qin Xuan didn't let bygones be bygones and repaired her broken soul. Qin Xuan said this today. Why can't she be the owner of the nest where Qin Xuan can let down his guard? She had hurt Qin Xuan and felt guilty about it. From now on, I will definitely try my best to heal his inner wounds. She is definitely not worse than Mu Qingxue. Qingning raised her eyes, wanting to tell Qin Xuan that as long as he was willing, she would never let go and would never leave. But before she could finish her words, she looked at Qin Xuan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, pouted her lips in resentment, and muttered in frustration, "How can he fall asleep just like that?" The next day, Qin Xuan stretched out and yawned, his eyes bright, and he looked full of energy. The yin-yang nirvana pill only compresses the energy and has no adverse effects on the body. After a night of adjustment, coupled with the flow of the medicinal power of the Dachira flower, his realm has returned to the 4th level of the supernatural power realm. Compared to yesterday, my energy is almost 10% more abundant. Even though it is only 10%, you have to know that he is a chaotic primordial body. In the same realm, he is invincible, and the abundance of his yuan power is unprecedented. This 10% increase is thanks to the superposition of 3 small realms. The greater effect of yin-yang nirvana pill on Qin Xuan is to quickly advance to the yin-yang realm. According to the current trend, the yin-yang mirror will definitely be broken within 7 days. You're awake. I made you some medicinal porridge. Qingning held a porcelain bowl and walked up to Qin Xuan with lotus steps. There was a slight darkness under her eyelids. It was obvious that he had not slept last night and was in a state of mental self-destruction. After feeding Qin Xuan the medicinal porridge, Qingning plucked up the courage to ask Qin Xuan what he meant by that. I was troubled by this all night. She realized that if she didn't ask for clarification, she will torture herself to death. She wanted to know whether Qin Xuan was interested in her. She also wanted to know how Qin Xuan viewed her in his heart. Before Qingning could speak, there was a knock on the door. Qin Xuan quickly pulled away. What he said last night was intended to arouse Qingning's curiosity. The beginning of a woman's attraction to a man is curiosity. As for courtship, he is a big villain, but he would not fall to the point of expressing his love to the girl of luck. Of course, if Qingning took the initiative, he would not be unable to accept it. Qin Xuan got dressed and opened the door. Outside the room, a pair of breasts that seemed to be about to burst out came into view. Even Qin Xuan was amazed when he saw such a big chest. Chapter 56, Mu Qingxue's best friend assists. Brother Qin Xuan, outside Qingxue Pavilion, a woman was bullied by the disciples of the Holy Land. Please ask Brother Qin Xuan to seek justice. Luo Sini lowered her head and could feel Qin Xuan's burning gaze on her chest. She sneered and thought to herself, he is indeed another lustful man. She petitioned again, Please ask senior brother Qin Xuan to go to King Xuan Pavilion and prove the law code for me at Yaoqi Holy Land. Qingning walked out of the house, looking at Luo Sini with an extremely evil expression on her chest, and said angrily, Luo Sini, you are a true disciple of Yaoqi Holy Land. When you encounter this kind of thing, don't you know that you should go to the hall of rewarding the good and punishing the evil? Qin Xuan is not feeling well, so he won't come out for you. Luo Sini raised her eyes and looked at Qingning, who walked out of the house, feeling even more angry. Good thing you, Qin Xuan, already have a fiancé, Mu Qingxue. She also made Qingxue so angry that she stayed in Qingxue Pavilion and refused to see her best friend. As a result, you are now in the same room with Qingning in Leiyu Peak. How shameless! She was becoming more and more irritated, her anger boiling, her chest heaving violently. The silk and satin that was clinging to her body bulged out and then fit her body tightly, attracting everyone's attention. Luo Sini suppressed her anger and continued to instigate, then named the visitor and asked senior brother Qin Xuan to come forward. Looking for me? Qin Xuan pointed at his nose and asked curiously, does she know me? Or is there someone secretly instructing her? The lucky girl Luo Sini's mood fluctuates, and the host is rewarded with plus 3,000 villain value. Seeing that Luo Sini remained silent, Qin Xuan waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'll go and meet her. It is not suitable to stay in Leiyu Peak at this moment, as Qingning may block him and ask him whether he loves her or not. What's more, a girl of luck suddenly appeared, and she is a beautiful woman with a broader mind than Mu Qingxue. He was very curious about what tricks this Busta Luo Sini was playing. Half a minute later, Qin Xuan and the other two arrived at Qingxue Pavilion. You don't know until you come, and you'll be shocked. What kind of living area is this? It is even more lively than those large farmers' markets on Earth. Disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land gathered here in groups to watch the fun. Qin Xuan even saw many spectators from various peaks who showed up when he was confronting Yi Feng yesterday. Qin Xuan is here. I just entered the Thunder Prison Peak and was given the Holy Whip by the Peak Master. I don't know how he will deal with this matter. The foundation is not stable yet, so most people will just sit back and watch. The disciples of the Holy Land were whispering to each other and discussing heatedly. At the center of everyone's attention, there was a woman with disheveled hair and dirty face, but her exquisite appearance could not be concealed. When she saw someone pointing out Qin Xuan, she immediately knelt down on the ground facing where he was and kowtowed repeatedly. Master Qin, I am the daughter of the leader of the Liang sect. I was harmed by a traitor. Now my parents are dead at the hands of that traitor, and the entire sect has been slaughtered. Master Qin, please seek justice for me. The daughter of the leader of the Liang sect kowtowed to Qin Xuan repeatedly, begging him to seek justice. Qin Xuan glanced at Luo Sini curiously. Did you invite her? Her acting skills are pretty good. Luo Sini rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with me? I just found out about it this morning. Is that true? Qin Xuan looked at Qingning and asked, what kind of sect is Liang sect? Qingning frowned and thought for a while. It seems to be a small sect under the command of the Butian Holy Land. The strongest person is only at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. Qin Xuan nodded, and then looked at the daughter of the leader of the Liang sect. If you have grievances, go to the government. Why are you looking for me? I am not from the government, and I am not a messenger of justice. Su Jiao felt a pang in her heart, and she gritted her teeth and said, the government can't do anything about that traitor, and the Butian Holy Land is even less willing to stand up for a stray dog like me. That traitor is Qin Yuan, a true disciple of Wanjin Peak. You, Yaoqi Holy Land, failed to discipline us strictly, causing the annihilation of my entire Liang sect. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? As soon as Qin Yuan's name came out, those disciples of the Holy Land who had just arrived and were unaware of the inside story all felt their hearts tighten and took a breath of cold air. Even Mu Qingxue, who was in Qingxue Pavilion, couldn't sit still and showed up. She called Luo Sini and asked angrily, what are you doing? Why did you call Qin Xuan to get involved in this mess? Luo Sini snorted unhappily. We are sisters. Whoever bullies you, Mu Qingxue, is bullying me, Luo Sini. I, Luo Sini, have never been bullied in my life. It's just to save Qin Xuan's face, not to kill him. Why are you so anxious? What's more, Qin Xuan not only bullied you, but also didn't take responsibility. He also acted shamelessly with Qingning in Thunder Prison Peak. As a sister, I can't swallow this anger. Mu Qingxue raised her eyes and saw Qingming following Qin Xuan, and her heart felt even more bitter. Does Qin Xuan hate her so much in his heart? Would you rather be with Qingming, your enemy, than come to her Qingxue pavilion? The bitterness in her heart intensified, but Mu Qingxue did not lose her mind. She glared at Luo Xini and urged her, I don't care what you do, you have to eliminate the impact this time for Qin Xuan. Qin Yuan is not only a true disciple of Wanjin Peak, but also the son of the Qin family in the imperial capital. He has a huge background, and Qin Xuan cannot deal with him. Luo Xini gently pressed down with her small hand. Relax, don't be nervous. Even a fool knows that Qin Yuan has a good background. I just want to make Qin Xuan lose face, but he won't be so stupid as to stand up for someone in the divine ability realm. There is no benefit at all. Qin Xuan learned about Qin Yuan's background from Qingming, and his eyebrows slightly raised. When he looked at Su Jiao again, he became more interested and asked, You said that Qin Yuan killed your entire family. Do you have any evidence? Su Jiao shook her head. Those who knew about this have all died tragically, leaving me as the only survivor. But I can prove that Qin Yuan took me away, because I am pregnant with his child. She stood up and touched her belly. Inside my belly, there is flesh and blood. All this was done by him to vent his lust. The disciples of the Holy Land heard this and felt that they had the will, but not the strength. Senior Brother Qin's reputation is indeed very bad, and more than one person from the Liang sect has accused him of this. It's a pity that Senior Brother Qin is too powerful. These small sects can't pose any threat to him. It is precisely because of this that Senior Brother Qin dares to be so bold and reckless. It seems that Qin Xuan is trying to stand up for him now, but in fact, in the end, he is still trying to fish in troubled waters, and nothing will come of it. It's always been like this before. Even saints are no exception, let alone a true disciple. Qingming reminded Qin Xuan in his ear, Qin Yuan is not only a true disciple, but also the son of the Qin family. He has an impressive background. You must not offend him rashly. Don't worry, I won't offend him. Qin Xuan patted Qingming's shoulders gently twice. Immediately, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Qin family is one of the mortal enemies of the Tiansheng Mingtong family. It has to be done sooner or later, whether it is morning or night, it has to be done. Defeat Qin Yuan first, so that he can have a legitimate reason to be the master. Of course, he would not offend Qin Yuan, but would beat him to death. Facing the Yao Qi Holy Land, Qin Xuan shouted angrily. Thunder Prison Peak has issued an order, and the true disciple of Wanjin Peak, Qin Yuan, please come here immediately. Chapter 57, Even the King of Heaven will be beaten. The sound waves gradually faded away, and in the Yao Qi Holy Land, curious disciples came one after another to stop and watch. Only Qin Yuan, the instigator, showed no sign of appearing. Qingming was shocked and said, Qin Xuan, stop shouting. If Qin Yuan really comes, we will be embarrassed. Qin Yuan has an extraordinary background, and even the saints choose to ignore his past. Luo Xini let Qin Xuan take the lead just to deliberately embarrass him, or perhaps she had evil intentions. Dealing with Qin Yuan will lead to retaliation. If Qin Yuan is not dealt with, and the matter becomes a big deal, his reputation will be ruined. Qin Xianzhu listened to the advice and said, Okay, then I won't shout anymore. He patted Qingming's shoulder and said, You shout for me. Aye. Qingming pointed at her own nose. Her expression was like Binbo, who was arranged to get rid of Tang Monk and his disciples. She was shocked and unbelievable, and also a little confused. Qin Xuan nodded, gave an encouraging look, and said, We are all family. It is only natural for you to summon Qin Yuan for me. Qingming, who had been worried in her heart, narrowed her eyes when she heard this. Our family. As it should be, Qin Xuan treated her as his own family. How could Qingming refuse such a small request? Qingming pinched her slender waist with one hand and shouted angrily towards the Yao Qi Holy Land. Qin Yuan, get out here. You are a conscienceless bastard. You are bullying the daughter of the leader of a small sect. How dare you bully others but not admit it? You have ruined the reputation of our Yao Qi Holy Land. We were really blind to accept you into our Yao Qi Holy Land. If you have the guts to kill someone, you have the guts to admit it. A gentle rebuke and witty remarks. Even Qin Yuan, who was in seclusion at Wanjin Peak, couldn't help but insult him by name. He appeared in a white robe, looking very elegant. wearing a white robe and a white fan. He has the air of a gentleman, as white as jade and unparalleled in the world. He stared at Qingning and said angrily, "Junior sister Qingning, I miss you as the daughter of Elder Qingxin. I came late on purpose so that you would think carefully and not become a knife in the hands of others. But you are still stubborn and determined to go against me. Anyone with a brain would know that Su Jiao's sect has been destroyed and she has no power at all. Not to mention that no one knew about the massacre of the Liang sect except Su Jiao. Even if everyone knows, so what? Who would be willing to stand up for Su Jiao and offend him? The son of the Qin family." Qingning swallowed, undecided, and turned to look at Qin Xuan. Swoosh! A long whip stretched out for 100 feet. Mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, it suddenly whipped towards Chun Yuan. When the whip hit, the white robe exploded, and the fair skin was torn apart by the holy whip. Lightning flowed at the wound, and it was charred black. Chun Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Qin Xuan and roared, "Qin Xuan, you dare to hit me? As a fellow disciple, what reason do you have to attack me?" He is a true disciple and the son of the Chun family. When he appeared in the holy land of Yaoqi, he also wanted to use his power to overwhelm others. And what about Qin Xuan? The first move he made was to whip him. It was so arrogant. Qin Xuan held the holy whip in his hand, his expression unchanged. "This holy whip in my hand was given to me by the Peak Master. I can enforce the law on behalf of the Peak Master, and I can also beat the saint. Don't say you are just a true disciple. Even if you are a saint, if you don't respond to the summons from Thunder Prison Peak, you will be charged with the crime of disobeying orders. Let's not talk about anything else for now. If you disobey my order, I will whip you 10 times first." In Qin Xuan's hand, the holy whip was as easy as using his arm to hit whatever he pointed at. After 3 whips, Chun Yuan's white robe was torn to pieces, his body was covered in blood and flesh, and he no longer looked elegant and graceful. The onlookers gasped when they saw this. Chun Yuan is a true disciple of Wanjin Peak and is under the protection of the chief disciple, senior sister Ziyang. Not only does he have a saintly master, but he also has the background of Ziyang imperial capital. Qin Xuan really has no scruples. He really dares to punish those who are guilty. He really dares to whip with the holy whip. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Yuan was in a state of utter humiliation. He became furious and his whole body shook. The aura of the yin-yang mirror's peak soared into the sky. A top-grade treasure, the fire cloud fan, turned into a giant banana leaf in his palm. Swing violently, the wind and clouds change. The fire was raging and the wind was howling. The wind increases the fire. Flames filled the sky, and pressure rose in all directions, sweeping towards Qin Xuan, mixed with Chun Yuan's roar. "Qin Xuan, you disregard the friendship between fellow disciples and brothers. Today I will let you know the consequences of offending my Wanjin Peak." A heavenly treasure. Qin Xuan looked closely and saw the treasure in Chun Yuan's hand, then shook his head. "It's so embarrassing." At the Yaoshan auction, there was a top-grade treasure, the earth-splitting spear, placed before him, but he did not cherish it. "Because I looked down on it." "Suppress it." Qin Xuan held the small tower with one hand and threw it out casually. The ancient prison tower turned into a giant mountain 10,000 feet high, and the powerful wind and fire turned into green smoke in an instant when they collided with this top-level holy weapon. Boom! The ancient prison tower fell down unhindered, creating a deep pit in the ground, and returned to Qin Xuan's palm. In the deep pit, only Chun Yuan, who was collapsed like a dead dog, was left. "Why are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of me?" Qin Xuan glanced at Chun Yuan with disdain, swung out the holy whip, and kept whipping him. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Yuan, who had fainted, was awakened by the holy whip due to his nerve reflex. Chun Yuan was terrified. He stared at Qin Xuan, gritting his teeth, wishing he could grind him to ashes. But now he couldn't do it. He could only swallow his anger. "Qin Xuan, you have been punished for disobeying orders. What else do you want?" Qin Xuan raised his hand and lifted Su Jiao up with his yuanli. He came to Chun Yuan and said slowly, "Now, the protagonist is here." When Su Jiao saw Chun Yuan, they looked at each other with bloodshot eyes and said uncontrollably, "Traitor, you have taken over my body, and they slaughtered my entire Liang sect. You're not a human being. You should be cut into pieces and thrown into hell." Chun Yuan kept silent. If he had known this would happen, he should have killed Su Jiao as well. It's too late to regret. He looked at Qin Xuan and refused to admit it. This is slander. I have never been to Liang's sect, let alone know this crazy woman. The disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land all silently gave Qin Xuan a thumbs up. You dare to think and do it. You are indeed a ruthless person who dares to break with the Qin palace. Unexpectedly, even Qin Yuan dared to execute him in public, but that's it. To offend the Qin palace is already terrifying enough. If the Chun family comes along, Qin Xuan will have to worry about being accidentally stepped on by a saint every time he leaves the Yaoqi Holy Land. You have not only defended Lei Yufeng's reputation, but also proved yourself. If you continue to interrogate him, you will create a mortal enemy with the Chun family. If you have a little bit of brains, you should pretend to be confused. The disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land felt that Qin Xuan was not stupid. I have already vented Su Jiao's anger and fulfilled my duty. If we continue to pursue accountability, it will cause endless harm. Anyway, they don't have the courage. Even the saints of Lei Peak would choose to ignore this matter if they encountered it. They're not even as good as saints, so how can they truly be fearless of power? Qin Xuan took in all the discussions, raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Qin Yuan and said, "You said you didn't do it." He glanced at Su Jiao again and said, "You said he did it and had a child." That's easier. As long as we verify the blood relationship, we can tell which one is real and which one is fake at a glance. If the daughter of the leader of Liang sect slanders the true disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land, as a true disciple, I should protect the dignity of the Holy Land and kill them in public. But if the disciples of my Holy Land commit crimes and bully men and women, according to the iron law of the Holy Land, their status as disciples should be revoked and all the skills they have learned in the Holy Land should be abolished. Qin Yuan was horrified. Seeing Qin Xuan's serious face, he angrily said, "I won't check it." Qin Xuan said coldly, a voice that left no room for doubt, "Now I want to test you. I didn't ask if you agree or not." Chapter 58. Make a great wish and abandon the true teachings. In Qin Xuan's eyes, Qin Yuan had been deprived of his rights as a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land for life. I never thought about considering Qin Yuan's feelings at all. In order to get rid of the hatred of the girl with double pupils, he might even be able to gain the protection of a quasi-emperor. Emperor Ziyang must go. In order to stand up for the Shangwan family, who were born with dark pupils, the Chun family was also on the list of families that must be offended. They are mortal enemies anyway. Why not kill Qin Yuan in advance to scare the monkeys and accumulate a good reputation for yourself? The fake villain, everyone shared the same hatred for the enemy and shouted for his killing. The real villain, Qin Xuan, is a sophisticated profiteer. Self-interest is the core idea. Why not do it if you can gain a good reputation for not fearing power? Qin Xuan snapped his fingers, and 2 drops of blood emerged from the stomachs of Qin Yuan and Su Jiao. Before everyone's eyes, they blended together, became one, and light overflowed. The paternity test worked. The baby in Su Jiao's belly is indeed Qin Yuan's child. Now, he can't refute it. Qin Xuan is going down a dead end and offending the Chun family to death. Qin Xuan stared at Qin Yuan and asked, "The facts are before your eyes. What else do you have to argue about? Did Su Jiao drug you and make you confused, or did your pants fall off by themselves?" Qin Yuan did not continue to quibble. He had finally seen through it. Qin Xuan really intended to use him as a scapegoat today. He shook off the ashes of his robes, changed into a new set of clothes, and sneered, "I figured it out. I didn't expect that you, a new disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, are also a wife-lover. Even the saints are unwilling to stand up for Su Jiao, and you, who are at the level of supernatural powers, actually dare to come forward to suppress me. If you say you have no relationship with Su Jiao, I don't believe it from the bottom of my heart. A rage for beauty, you, the successor, are from the same sect as me. Why are you fighting me?" Su Jiao was terrified. "Shut up, you traitor. Young Master Qin is such a great man. How can I, a mere prostitute, tarnish his reputation?" She was frightened and didn't dare to look Qin Xuan in the eye. Qin Xuan was not afraid of power and stood up for her in public. If she humiliates Qin Xuan's reputation again, she will be punished by death. Qin Xuan raised his hand to stop Su Jiao from complaining, glanced at Qin Yuan nonchalantly, and said, "Nothing else to say?" Qin Yuan saw that his provocation failed, and said angrily, "Qin Xuan, why are you pretending? You're just relying on your grandfather being a saint king. Don't think that a saint king can run rampant in the Ziyang Empire. Since you are so fearless and stand up for Su Jiao, then my Yaoqi Holy Land has suffered a great injustice. The former chief disciple of Lei Peak was killed by the son of King Ning. As the true disciple of Lei Peak, why don't you dare to stand up for your own peak and avenge your former chief senior brother with a suppression code? As soon as the name of Prince Ning came out, the whole audience fell silent. It's like a taboo name. No one dares to mention it. It is also the shame of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Qin Xuan saw that something was not right with the situation. So he turned to look at Qing Ning and asked, "The chief disciple of Lei Peak was killed?" Qing Ning nodded and sent a voice transmission. "It is true, but even the peak master has not responded to this matter." Qin Xuan was amazed. Even that upright peak master silently swallowed this anger. Qing Ning said helplessly, "Senior brother chief is the eldest son of the Shangwan family in Ziyang imperial capital. He was born with dark pupils, and whenever a crisis comes, he will be able to turn danger into safety." During that time, senior brother Shangwan remained in seclusion, and we all found it strange. 2.5 years later, senior brother Shangwan suddenly came out of seclusion and has never returned since then. It is rumored that the son of Prince Ning used senior brother Shangwan's sister to force him out of seclusion. He knew his life was in danger, but still chose to face it, and ultimately died. Lei Yufeng thought about avenging his chief senior brother, but the Shangwan family is born with dark pupils, and there are countless covetous people. Prince Ning, a royal relative, is already in existence that Yaoqi Holy Land needs to be cautious of, not to mention that after Prince Ning, there are many other big families in the empire. Even if we use all the power of Yaoqi Holy Land, we cannot fight against these big families together. If you stand out, not to mention Yaoqi Holy Land, my Thunder Prison Peak will surely die. Qing Ning knows everything and says it all. She was deliberately emphasizing senior brother Shangwan's regret. Even the Peak Master and even the Saint Lord chose to endure this humiliation silently. Even if Qin Xuan ignored what Qin Yuan said, no one would dare to blame him, let alone any gossip. There is such a thing. Qin Xuan shouted angrily, his eyes wide open, in broad daylight, in the clear sky, in the place where the holy light of my Yaoqi Holy Land shines. Even the chief disciple has suffered such an injustice. I don't care what others think or what the facts are. Today I, Qin Xuan, swear by the holy whip that I will go to the Ziyang imperial capital, investigate this matter thoroughly, and give senior brother Shangwan justice. Qin Xuan raised the holy whip in public and swore an oath on this quasi-holy weapon of extraordinary significance. The words are passionate and powerful. So cool. When he originally went to the imperial capital of Ziyang, he was alone, and at most only his grandfather and his own trump cards could be of any use. With the murder of the chief disciple of Lei Peak, no matter whether Yaoqi Holy Land agrees or not, he just tied himself to the big ship of Yaoqi Holy Land, gaining the favor of a holy land, or even assistance, for no reason. Qin Yuan's proposal is simply to form a clique for him and add accomplices. Oh no, that's wrong, it's a helper. Regarding senior brother Shangwan's matter, I will go to Ziyang imperial capital to seek justice for him. Qin Xuan held the holy whip, looking at Qin Yuan with a dignified look on his face. Now, I will enforce the law on behalf of Lei Peak and revoke your status as a disciple of the Holy Land. At the same time, I will abolish all the skills you have learned in the Holy Land. Crackling. The holy whip was drawn out swiftly, mixed with the power of thunder. The whip continued on Qin Yuan's body, and his clothes exploded again, leaving a bloody mess. His realm began to loosen from the peak of Yin-Yang Mirror. Qin Xuan, you are so arrogant. You will not have a good death. I'm a true disciple of Wanjin Peak. If I do something wrong, senior sister Ziyuan will deal with it. It is not your turn, Qin Xuan, to interfere. Senior sister Ziyuan, save me. Wan Zhenfeng, save me. Qin Yuan was shouting. In Wanjin Peak, the formation created ripples. Ziyuan, wrapped in a holy robe, finally appeared. Qin Yuan looked delighted. Senior sister Ziyuan is the daughter of the chief saintly doctor. Naturally, she knows about the tremendous power of King Ning and the background of his Chun family. He would definitely take his reputation into consideration and not treat him like this. Qin Xuan took back the holy whip. In his hand, This quasi-holy weapon could indeed suppress the peak of Yin-Yang Mirror, but after all, the grade was too low and he could not get enough enjoyment out of it. Ancient Prison Suppression Tower. Destroy the skills he learned in the Holy Land. Qin Xuan once again summoned the ancient prison tower. This top-level holy weapon began to shine. The tower above began to rotate on its own. He turned the number of 36 celestial beings and suddenly pressed down towards Chun Yuan. Snap! When the two layers of the tower overlapped again, Chun Yuan was shocked. The peak state of the Yin-Yang Mirror fell rapidly. The blood in his mouth spurted out crazily as if it was worthless. His breath suddenly weakened, his complexion instantly aged, and his handsome face was already covered with wrinkles. His realm is falling even more madly. Within 10 breaths, even the return to one realm will be difficult to maintain. All the skills of the Holy Land in the body have disappeared and can no longer be used. Chapter 59. Ziyang is jealous. Hiss. Everyone who witnessed Qin Xuan crippling Chun Yuan gasped. Shock. Stunned. Asphyxia. This guy Qin Xuan actually completely destroyed the true disciple in front of senior sister Ziyang from Wanjin Peak. Didn't ask any questions. It was as if he didn't take senior sister Ziyang seriously. Execution in person. This is a slap in the face of senior sister Ziyang. During the previous incident with Yifeng, he did not listen to senior sister Ziyang's request and insisted on killing Yifeng. This time, he even crippled Qin Yuan from Wanjin Peak in front of her. This hatred has grown. I heard that senior sister Ziyang's doomed poison body can even poison saints. I'm afraid that Qin Xuan will not have an easy life if he is targeted by senior sister Ziyang. You're still using your doomed poison body to show off your power? Senior sister Ziyang is at the peak of the heavenly human realm and can suppress it right now. Qin Yuan looked weak and his skin was dry and cracked. This made him, who always attached great importance to appearance, unable to accept it. He said hysterically to Ziyang, "Senior sister Ziyang, Qin Xuan abused private punishment. You have to make the decision for me, for my true disciple of Wanjin Peak." Not far away, Elder Qingxin and Thundersword Saint came through the sky together. It was Qingning and Mu Qingxue who were worried and sent a secret message to come over. Elder Qingxin was far away and was a little afraid of the doomed poison body. He looked at Ziyang and said, "Ziyang, Qin Xuan has the holy whip in his hand and can enforce the law for the Peak Master. He doesn't need to ask about the various peaks." The Thundersword Saint glanced at Mu Qingxue, sighed helplessly, and then raised his eyes and said, "Qin Xuan's actions are indeed suspected of overstepping authority, but Qin Xuan is the true disciple of the Thunder Prison Peak Master. Any excessive actions should be dealt with by the Thunder Prison Peak Master. It is not your turn to intervene." Ziyang saw Qing Ning standing behind Qin Xuan through his robe, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. He also saw Mu Qingxue, who was looking at Qin Xuan from a distance with ripples in her eyes. She felt a surge of resentment for no reason. Not afraid of the saint's power at all, he said coldly, "Two saints, are you trying to stop me from taking action?" The Thundersword Saint shook his head. "This is not something you should interfere with." Ziyang's voice became colder. "What if I have to intervene?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of holy light rushed towards him from Wanjin Peak. When Qin Yuan saw the person coming, he cried out, "Master, save me!" This saint was no other than Qin Yuan's master, Saint Guiyuan of Wanjin Peak. Guiyuan Bao's dignified face trembled slightly after seeing his true disciple in such an embarrassed state. He stared at Lei Jian and Qing Xuan. "You two thought that I was a nobody in Wanjin Peak and bullied my disciples. Now you even dare to bully the chief of Wanjin Peak." Qing Xin and Lei Jian looked at each other, then looked at Saint Guiyuan and said, "Let's fight." The three of them broke through the space together and went to fight in the boundless void. In the holy land of Yao Qi, one can see in the vast clear sky, suddenly there's a dazzling light stretching for thousands of miles. It's like watching fireworks through a layer. Qin Yuan was extremely anxious. He pointed at Qin Xuan and roared angrily, "Senior sisters, and now's the time to capture this boy and increase the prestige of our Wanjin Peak." Qing Ning shouted anxiously, "Qin Yuan, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that Qin Xuan's grandfather is also a Saint King, and he's in the Yao Qi Holy Land right now. Qin Xuan's master is the master of my Thunder Prison Peak." Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with endless hatred. "So what? If I offend Senior Sister Ziyuan, even the Saint King won't be able to help me. Senior Sister Ziyuan's father is the Empire's chief saintly doctor. Her mother is the master of Danding Peak, and her master is the master of Wanjin Peak. Even if the Qin Palace is standing behind Qin Xuan, what can he do? In front of Senior Sister Ziyuan, he can only bow his head. Qingning's eyes were filled with fear, and she stopped talking. She had heard about Senior Sister Ziyuan's identity and background from the traitor Yifeng. Not to mention that the Prince Qin's mansion has already turned against Qin Xuan. Even if it hadn't, with the Prince Qin's mansion as the backer, it wouldn't be able to make any waves in front of Senior Sister Ziyuan. Senior Sister Ziyuan actually has such a monstrous background. The three holy kings. Even Qin Xuan has to bow his head. Not to mention the chief saint doctor, who has many connections. You can offend anyone, but you can't offend the chief saint doctor's daughter. The disciples of the Holy Land were discussing this matter. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Xuan, who remained calm, with murderous intent revealed. Qin Xuan, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Senior Sister Ziyuan to apologize? Swish! The sword flashed by. A holy sword was unsheathed from Ziyuan's hand, followed by Qin Yuan's arm flying into the air, with blood mist splattering. Qin Yuan covered his broken arm and stared at Ziyuan in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. Ziyuan glanced at Qin Xuan and felt relieved when she saw that he was not angry. When he looked at Qin Yuan, his jealousy grew even stronger. Qin Yuan, you bully men and women, and you have committed many evil deeds. Today, Qin Xuan doesn't need to take action. I will destroy your cultivation first. She slapped out with one palm. The terrifying palm power of the heaven and man realm shattered all the tendons and veins in Qin Yuan's body with ease. Let it become a cripple in an instant. Ziyuan said angrily, people like you are not worthy of staying in Wanjin Peak, let alone Yaoqi Holy Land. From now on, you will be expelled from the status of a true disciple of Wanjin Peak. If your Qin family has any dissatisfaction, you can come to me and ask for an explanation. If I find out that you dare to attack Qin Xuan secretly, I will kill you to the end of the universe. Qin Yuan was dumbfounded, as if he was being stabbed in the back. I didn't dare to question what Ziyuan said at all. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land who were watching the scene also had dazed looks in their eyes. They thought that as soon as Ziyuan showed up, she would confront the two saints Qin Xin and Lei Jian. It was clearly aimed at Qin Xuan. Who would have thought that in the end, Ziyuan would actually attack Qin Yuan? And he took the initiative to bear Qin Yuan's hatred for Qin Xuan? No. Is there something seriously wrong with Ziyuan's brain? Luo Sini's evil chest swelled up 3 points in anger, and she said angrily, the saints are fighting, and she ends up standing on Qin Xuan's side? Looking for trouble? No, I feel something is wrong. According to normal people's thinking, Ziyuan should have resentment towards Qin Xuan. Even if she is not targeting him, she would not be so biased. There must be something wrong here, but we don't know it yet. Mu Qingshue's clenched heart finally relaxed. She doesn't care what's right or wrong. I only know that Qin Xuan will not be in danger. That's good. The three saints who were fighting in the void noticed the changes here and escaped in time. Gu Yuan frowned, stared at Ziyuan, and said angrily, Ziyuan, what do you want to do? Ziyuan raised her snow-white neck in dissatisfaction and said coldly, clean up the family. You, the master, failed to discipline us strictly, and you still want to stand up for Qin Yuan. Your crime is even more serious. You must face the wall for 100 years to apologize. When will it be Gu Yuan's turn to question her about what she is going to do? From the beginning to the end, she never thought of going against Qin Xuan. It was simply because she saw that Qingning, Mu Qingxue, and Qin Xuan had an ambiguous relationship, and she was dissatisfied and wanted to warn the two women. Have you ever thought about doing anything bad to Qin Xuan? Ziyuan took on the hatred for Qin Yuan, so Saint Yuan couldn't let him go either. Otherwise, they might attack Qin Xuan secretly. She must nip any danger that may harm Qin Xuan in the bud. Gu Yuan was furious. Ziyuan, you are too arrogant. I am a saint. How can you punish me just because you want to? Ziyuan didn't even look at him, but turned to look at Danding Peak and called softly, Mom. The owner of Danding Peak has not arrived yet, but the ding has arrived first. A large sacred vessel, like an inverted jade bowl, trapped Gu Yuan inside it at the first sight. The alchemy cauldron rotated back to the depths of Danding Peak, and the concerned voice of the peak master of Danding Peak came out. Yuan, is 100 years enough? Chapter 60, The Beloved Villain. Having suppressed a saint, the head of Danding Peak was filled with joy. This is the first time in all these years that her daughter has acted coquettishly with her. Not to mention a mere Gyuan saint. Even if the Lord of Wanjin Peak came, she would force him into the big cauldron. A town lasts 100 years, and it's still a town 200 years. As long as my daughter is happy, what's the harm in staying in the town for a few hundred more years? 100 years, is that enough? Ziyuan looked at Qin Xuan in public and asked softly. Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. That's enough. He could see that Ziyuan wanted to help him eliminate the danger posed by Saint Gu Yuan. If you want to imprison Gu Yuan for 100 years, you must not take action against him. According to his current breakthrough speed, if 100 years passed, he would still be afraid of Gu Yuan. It would be better to tie the holy whip into a noose, hang it on a crooked tree, and strangle yourself to death. If he hasn't become a saint in 100 years, why would he be a villain? At Wanjin Peak, there was a questioning voice. The fault was committed by Qin Yuan, and the responsibility should be borne by Qin Yuan. Imprisoning Gu Yuan for 100 years, is it too much? The master of Thunder Prison Peak came from the depths of Yaoqi Holy Land, facing Wanjin Peak, and talked to the master of the peak across the air. He tried to abuse his power for personal gain and subvert the iron laws of the Holy Land. I suppressed him for 100 years, and I'm already thinking of his old friendship. He looked at Qin Yuan, a look that made him feel cold all over. From now on, if Su Jiao makes any mistake again, you, Qin Yuan, will be the murderer. You will kill her without mercy. He looked at Qin Xuan again, his eyes full of satisfaction. Qin Xuan, everything you do is endorsed by our master. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to come and confront me, the master of Thunder Prison Peak. The Yaoqi Holy Land is vast, and there are many things that trigger the law. You can get familiar with the Holy Land by solving cases in the near future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was deep in the Holy Land, keeping an eye on this place. Qin Xuan's words and actions were all beyond his expectations. I showed up specially to endorse him. He also told everyone that if they wanted to take action against Qin Xuan, they had to consider the weight of Leiyu Peak behind Qin Xuan. Thank you for your protection, Master. Qin Xuan bowed to the leader of Thunder Prison Peak, then raised his eyes and said, However, I will be traveling far away in the next few days, so I will leave the justice to other brothers. Qing Ning looked at Qin Xuan's profile in surprise and asked with a tense heart, Where are you going? Qin Xuan's eyes were calm. Go to the imperial capital, find King Ning, and seek justice for senior brother Shangwan. Boom! These words were like thunder exploding from the sky. Everyone was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The sounds of people sucking in gasps came one after another. Qingning, Mu Qingxue, and even Ziyuan all felt their hearts tighten at Qin Xuan's words. Even the leader of Thunder Prison Peak was no exception. He was shocked and said in a low voice, We will discuss this later. You cannot go to the imperial capital. Even he chose to forbear the matter of the chief disciple of Leiyu Peak. The real culprit behind the scenes is the son of Prince Ning. Dealing with this matter is tantamount to challenging Prince Ning. He is the royal relative of the Ziyang Empire and the uncle of the current Emperor Ziyang. In an empire like the Ziyang Empire, where imperial power is above everything, to challenge the imperial power is tantamount to committing suicide. What's more, there are other big families behind this matter. People who are born with dark pupils are so enviable. Who doesn't want to be able to predict good and bad luck when hunting for treasure? There are more than just 2 hands who take advantage of the situation. The network of relationships behind this matter is complicated, and allowing Qin Xuan to deal with it would be tantamount to committing suicide. He would not allow Qin Xuan to seek his own death. Qin Xuan, you can't go. Prince Ning is at the peak of the Saint King realm and is also a royal relative. His background far exceeds that of the Prince Qin's mansion. You will die. Qingning grabbed Qin Xuan's arm and tried to persuade him anxiously. She doesn't allow it. Qin Xuan will never be allowed to die. Qin Xuan hasn't expressed his feelings to her yet. We agreed to stay together forever. She will always be with Qin Xuan forever, never let go and never leave. How could I just sit there and watch Qin Xuan seek death? Mu Qingxue said anxiously, There are still many details that have not been investigated clearly about senior brother Shangwan. Perhaps the murderer is not the son of Prince Ning. Qin Xuan, you can't act rashly. Ziyuan reminded. Prince Ning represents the imperial power. The royal relatives are intertwined and in collusion with each other. If they're the only one to touch, the whole body will be affected. We must not offend them. No need to say anything. I have made up my mind. Qin Xuan raised his hand to stop all dissuasion. If he doesn't go, then he will have to stay in the holy land of Yaoqi for the rest of his life. As soon as he leaves the sacred land of Yaoqi, he will definitely be targeted by the woman with double pupils. When the quasi-emperor takes action, he will surely die. But if you go to the imperial capital of Ziyang, you'll have a chance of death. Who knows, he might even win the favor of the Yaoqi Holy Land and the girl with double pupils, and even get their full support. There's almost no need to weigh the pros and cons, and you know which path to choose. At worst, even the Ziyang Emperor would have been defeated. At worst, Lung Li could put his broken soul fragments into the ancient prison tower. With the 9 transformations of the Holy Soul at hand, he could still live the new life. As a sophisticated and selfish villain, Qin Xuan decisively chose to tie himself up to the big ship of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone what he really thought. He also had to give himself a legitimate, reasonable reason that could gain the trust and recognition of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Master, Qin Xuan looked at the leader of Thunder Prison Peak and said sternly, I know you were thinking about your disciple and don't want him to take risks alone, but you don't know what's in my mind. His eyes became deep, and he looked around the Yaoqi Holy Land with a warm smile on his face. As everyone knows, I, Qin Xuan, was born with the supreme bone, but was framed by the Qin Palace and stripped of it. But you don't know how much I longed for the warmth of family reunion when Grandpa took me out to find a cure. How much I desired it at the beginning. How cruel the reality was. It left me covered in wounds and ashamed. It's the sacred place of Yaoqi. Qin Xuan's voice suddenly became excited. It was Yaoqi Holy Land that helped me get justice from the Qin Palace. It was also Yaoqi Holy Land that gave me a foundation to live and work. He stared at the leader of Thunder Prison Peak with a stern gaze. It was you, Master, who gave me the status of a true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak. It was also you, Master, who spent a huge price to cure the hidden illness of my only relative, my grandfather. The Yaoqi Holy Land gave me a place to stay, and you, Master, treated me like a family member. Giving is mutual. Thunder Prison Peak treats me like a family member and protects me. In my eyes, all the disciples of Thunder Prison Peak are my Qin Xuan's family members. Now, my brother has met with an unexpected accident and was murdered by a villain. How can you expect me to remain indifferent? In order to avoid the self-pity in others' hearts, Qin Xuan said angrily, I am different from all of you. I'm not bound by relatives, nor am I bound by family. My only grandfather is at the Saint King level, which is enough to protect myself. I, Qin Xuan, have a life that no one cares about. It is as light as a feather. But as long as I, Qin Xuan, am still alive, I will definitely go to the Ziyang imperial capital to get an explanation from my chief senior brother. Qin Xuan's voice, like the sound of a huge bell, roared in the sacred land of Yaoqi. He, Qin Xuan, regards the holy land of Yaoqi as his home. Treat fellow brothers as real brothers. His brother was murdered, and he wants an explanation even at the cost of his life. There was mist in Qingming's beautiful eyes, and her heart was filled with bitterness. Qin Xuan, for the sake of his chief senior brother, was willing to take risks and disregard his life. But before, she actually believed the slander of the villain Yi Feng, opposed Qin Xuan, and attempted to kill him. Wrong is wrong. Qingming has no face to argue for himself. She just wanted to use the rest of her life to make up for it, and heal Qin Xuan's broken heart. Outside Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue glared at Luo Sini and said angrily, all of this is caused by you. If Qin Xuan goes to the imperial capital and something goes wrong, our sisterhood will be severed. Luo Sini's heart tightened, and she pouted, aggrieved. Qingxue, I didn't know things would develop to this point. She just wanted to give Qin Xuan face, and was sure that he would not dare to deal with Qin Yuan. Who would have thought that he not only crippled Qin Yuan, but also made a great wish to go to the Ziyang imperial capital to seek justice for the chief senior brother of Leiyu Peak. Seeing Mu Qingxue's tears, Luo Sini knew that the matter had become serious, and said anxiously, Don't worry, I will definitely make it up to you, and I will never let Qin Xuan die. Call. Ziyuan exhaled a breath of fresh air, and her emotional gaze gradually calmed down. She no longer thought about stopping Qin Xuan. Since Qin Xuan is willing to disregard his own life and death and stand up for the chief senior brother of Lei Peak, why couldn't she, Ziyang, also contribute her own strength for her only best friend? Qin Xuan was going to the imperial capital of Ziyang, and Ziyuan was willing to go too. It is enough to have one true friend in life, who will accompany you through life and death. Chapter 61. Qin Xuan's attack, Qingning Jiaoda. There was a bright light flashing in the tiger eyes of the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak. Looking at Qin Xuan, who was willing to die for justice, he said solemnly, "Master will go with you on this trip." Even his newly accepted disciples were willing to take risks. How could he, the leader of Thunder Prison Peak and a master of the chief disciple, continue to endure it? At worst, both sides will be destroyed. Even if he died, he could drag a Saint King with him to be buried with his poor disciple. Qin Xuan quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Master, don't worry. I am the only one on this trip. This matter involves a lot of things. If it implicates Lei Peak, I will die with regret. Stop talking nonsense." He could go to Ziyang Imperial capital alone. Bringing the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak with him would be a real burden. If the news gets out, the enemies who want to kill him will have to send people at the Saint King level at the very beginning. This directly increased the difficulty of his trip. But he was alone, in the realm of supernatural powers. Even if the other side gave him face and sent out someone who was only in the realm of heaven and man, the same level as a saint, with Lung Li and the ancient prison tower in charge, they can kill him by surprise. The main point is to take the enemy by surprise. We're not going to the Ziyang Imperial capital for a decisive battle, so why are you making such a fuss? What's more, a Thunder Prison Peak master cannot suppress the entire situation, and the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Qin Xuan bowed and said, "My disciple has made up his mind. Please don't get involved, master." The leader of Thunder Prison Peak was moved and pondered for a long while, but finally said nothing. The disciples of the Thunder Prison Peak who witnessed this scene were all boiling with excitement. They were fanatical in their hearts and regarded Qin Xuan as a beacon of the Thunder Prison Peak. Brother Qin Xuan actually took on all these responsibilities for the sake of Thunder Prison Peak. He wants to face Prince Ning alone. He wants to avenge Lei Peak and challenge the imperial power of the Ziyang Empire. We are cowards who only care about our own lives and our lives. No matter what, we will never allow senior brother Qin Xuan's reputation to be tarnished. The villain Qin Yuan slandered senior brother Qin Xuan's good wife. Destroy him. Those disciples of Lei Peak, with a common hatred for the enemy, rushed towards Qin Yuan, who had lost his cultivation. Some people are concerned about his Chun family background, but if they think about it, what does the Chun family compare to Prince Ning? Under the created atmosphere, nearly 100 disciples from Thunder Prison Peak surrounded Qin Yuan tightly. He used both fists and feet to vent his inner anger and unwillingness. They cannot break free from their chains and cannot ignore their families and loved ones. This is the only way to express my admiration, respect, and support for Qin Xuan. Qin Yuan, who was running away with his head in his hands, was wailing, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop hitting me!" Qin Xuan, tell them to stop. You ignorant scoundrel, do you really think you can still be like this after going to Ziyang Imperial capital? In the eyes of those big shots, you are just an ant. They can crush you to death without even having to do anything themselves. A disciple from the Thunder Prison Peak held a meteorite hammer and hammered it at the back of Qin Yuan's head, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dare to threaten senior brother Qin Xuan?" Bang! A hammer fell. Qin Yuan's head cracked, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The disciples of Lei Peak who had been involved in the beatings dispersed one after another, and the witnesses all looked away, saying that they saw nothing. "Master, I'm going to go back and pack my bags and get ready to leave." Qin Xuan bowed and disappeared into the air. Qin Ning, who followed behind him, immediately grabbed Qin Xuan's arm from behind as soon as he returned to the mansion and shook his head. "You can't go to Ziyang Imperial capital. That's Prince Ning, and there are countless noble families. Those people are thinking about the benefits of being born with the dark eyes to predict good and bad luck. I don't know how many people are secretly imprisoning those who are born with the dark eyes. Not to mention that Prince Ning is already unable to contend with them. Even if those aristocratic families join forces, even if they go to the peak of the Saint King realm, they will never come back. Qin Xuan, you are going to Ziyang Empire to die. I can't watch you die." Qin Xuan turned around and saw Qingning with tears in her eyes and red eye sockets. Her delicate body was still trembling like sifting chaff. He held Qingming's fair hand with his backhand and pointed it out deliberately. I know you are thinking about me, but one should not forget one's roots, and one should not be ungrateful. Li Yifeng has been very kind to me. I will never be able to repay this kindness, even if I die. What's more, I have my own ideas. Going to Ziyang imperial capital may not necessarily mean a dead end. Unrequited gratitude. Qin Xuan, regardless of past grudges, saved her from danger many times. No matter what, she couldn't bear to see Qin Xuan die. If she just sat back and watched Qin Xuan go to the imperial capital of Ziyang, that would be ungrateful. Qin Xuan stretched out his right hand and held Qingning in his arms just right. After making sure that Qingning had no objection, he used his arms to hold her tightly in his arms and said softly, I know you are worried about me, and I also know that if I go, you will have to rely on me, but this trip is dangerous and I don't want you to take the risk. You should stay at Thunder Prison Peak and wait for me to come back. Men are responsible for the outside world, and women are responsible for the inside world. When I'm not at home, you should keep the house in good order. Qingning, who originally thought that he could not persuade Qin Xuan and planned to go to the imperial capital to die together, heard this. The cerebellum, which was already insufficient to begin with, was completely paralyzed. Men work outside, women work inside. At home, Qin Xuan treats her as family. It was like a husband on a long journey entrusting his wife with something. At this moment, Qingning was finally certain in her heart that Qin Xuan did have feelings for her. He has her in his heart. If you don't abandon me, I will stay with you through life and death. However, this chaotic world prevents Qin Xuan from expressing his feelings to her at this moment. A wife should obey her husband's instructions and assist him wholeheartedly. Should not refute. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qingning, with tears in her eyes, slowly raised her red eyes in Qin Xuan's arms. I will wait for you at home, always waiting for you, until the moment you return. She squeezed herself into Qin Xuan's arms, trying to feel the warmth of his chest. When you come back, we will never be separated again. I'm moved. Qin Xuan sighed in his heart that it was easy to control his loved brain and enjoy the beautiful jade in his arms. On the mountainside of Leiyu Peak, an uninvited guest with an extremely evil chest came. Luo Sini covered her mouth and nose with a black cloth and tiptoed towards Qin Xuan's residence. Her cunning eyes rolled 3 times in her eye sockets. Qin Xuan, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Qing Xue for not wanting to see you die. I don't want to lose such a good sister, so I can only let you lie down for 10 days or half a month. She raised her hand and a black thunderbolt appeared in her palm. This thunderbolt contained her latest refined 10 fragrance softening muscle powder, which was the product of her secret learning at Danding Peak. When someone reaches the peak of the heavenly man realm, even if he is poisoned by her secret 10 fragrances softening muscle powder, he will have to lie down for 10 days or half a month, not to mention a mere Qin Xuan. Luo Sini came to Qin Xuan's residence quietly, tiptoed to Qin Xuan's bedroom, wet her hand with saliva, and found that the window paper was specially made. Her finger was almost broken when she poked it, but she couldn't poke it through. She took out a dagger and poked at the window paper, but failed to penetrate it. What kind of rubbish treasure? Luo Sini threw the dagger behind her in disgust. The dagger that could cut through iron like mud flashed a cold light. At the upper corner of Luo Sini, a huge rock was broken. Boom, boom. The sound of boulders rolling and the sound of flying through the air rang out together. Luo Sini looked up in surprise, only to see Ziyuan, wrapped in a holy weapon, hovering directly above her head. Without waiting for her to speak, boom! The huge rock fell and Luo Sini was instantly smashed into the pit. Before she fell into a coma, Luo Sini had only one thought in her mind. The Doom Poison body is so scary. Chapter 62. Bewitching the heart and gaining great help. The moment he sensed Ziyuan's appearance, Qin Xuan took a half step back, put his hands on Qingning's shoulders, and instructed, when I'm not at home, you can mobilize all the formations here at will, practice wholeheartedly at home, and strive to break through the magical realm as soon as possible. Qingning bit her lip and nodded heavily. I will. She wants to become stronger. I also want to be as powerful as senior sister Ziyuan. In that way, even if she follows Qin Xuan around, she will not be a burden, but a help. Qin Xuan pulled away. Qingning leaned against the door, watching like a wife waiting for her husband, until Qin Xuan's figure disappeared. There's an infatuation in her beautiful eyes. Yaoshan County, the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Ziyuan, who was wrapped in a holy robe, let down all her guard in front of Qin Xuan for the first time. She walked out of the bedroom. She was tall and wore a purple dress. Her bust was high. Looking down, her curves were tight, and her waist was as slender as a willow, so slim that it could be held in one hand. The perky buttocks make the colorful skirt look perfect. The curves are prominent and graceful. With this figure, I can already score 95 points. The key point is that Ziyuan's face is so delicate that people ignore her figure curves. She has an oval face the size of a palm, a cold personality, but also naturally charming peach blossom eyes, a beautiful nose, and rosy red lips. Her delicate facial features gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if the heaven and earth were deliberately making up for her disgusting, doomed, and poisonous body. The crystal-clear little collarbone under the fair and translucent skin looks like jade, a work of art that is so exquisitely crafted. Ziyuan's eyes were slightly evasive, and she said in a clear voice, "You have to know that if you leave the Wanbao Pavilion without the protection of many formations, you may be harmed by the doomed poison body." It was obvious that she took the initiative to look for Qin Xuan just to let him see her true face. Do you want an answer who is prettier, the woman who passed by earlier or not? But when she really took off her holy robes and met him face to face, she couldn't say the question that was on her lips. I can only warn Qin Xuan about the dangers of the bad, luck-poison body. Qin Xuan stepped forward, grabbed Ziyuan's white and tender little hand, and said nonchalantly, "What do you mean by bad luck and poisonous body? I have a very strong life. If I can't overcome it, I will die in Ziyang Imperial capital." He held Ziyuan's hand and left Wanbao Pavilion in a dignified manner. I revisited the old place and went to a familiar vendor and bought a string of candied haws for Ziyuan. The candy skewers vendor said with a smile, "Fairy, your Taoist partner is much more beautiful than the one from a few days ago. She looks like a fairy who walked out of a painting." Ziyuan took a bite of the candied haws and replied with a faint smile, "I am the man in black from a few days ago." The vendor muttered, "Is the fairy worried that she would attract the attention of men when she goes out, so she deliberately hides her beautiful face?" Ziyuan smiled but did not answer. He just turned his head to look at Qin Xuan. She was very surprised that without the protection of the holy robe, the doomed poison body could not affect Qin Xuan. What was even more shocking was that with Qin Xuan around, it seemed as if her doomed poisonous body was suppressed. The vendor's words made her laugh and cry. She is at the peak of the heavenly human realm, and she is still worried about those fawning admirers. It's just that I don't want the doomed poison body to be hated by everyone. Fortunately, following Qin Xuan, she can enjoy the joy of living like an ordinary person. "Qin Xuan, I want to eat that, the fried liver tip." Ziyuan pointed at a small stir-fry stall where business was a little slow. She always had a special feeling for the dishes she ate for the first time in her life. "Since you helped me suppress the ancient abyss saint, I will treat you to dinner today." Qin Xuan took Ziyuan with him and cooked 3 dishes and a soup. After eating, he took Ziyuan to Silk Street and accompanied her to choose clothes. He was also responsible for being a taster and constantly giving advice. After paying the bill, Qin Xuan walked behind Ziyuan, carrying a lot of bags. Continue to take charge of everything and arrange the next activities, including taking a boat trip and visiting the bustling night market. It was not until the night fell that he accompanied Ziyuan to leave Yaoshan County. The two of them sat on a cliff at the edge of a high peak, looking at the full moon in silence. Ziyuan couldn't help but break the silence. She turned her head, looked at Qin Xuan with deep eyes, and said, "I feel that you are a little different today. Before, you were a little impatient when you accompanied me, but today you took the initiative to take me around a play." Qin Xuan turned his head and looked at Ziyuan's beautiful face, which looked like she walked out of a painting. He said, "People will change, and they will get used to the changed life." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the distant sky, there were streaks of glittering meteorites rushing past like a rain of fire. Meteor shower. Where I used to live, if you make a wish towards a meteor shower, it will come true. Qin Xuan clenched his fingers and closed his eyes. Ziyuan also followed suit, closed her eyes, and made a wish. There is another hill not far from here. Luo Sini, who was knocked unconscious by the huge rock, woke up very quickly with her strong willpower. Found Qin Xuan again. She waved a thunderbolt in her hand, looked at Qin Xuan and Ziyuan leaning against each other on the cliff in the distance, and said bitterly in her heart, "What an adulterous couple! If it weren't for Qin Xuan, you guys would have to suffer today." However, the main task today is to make Qin Xuan unable to move for half a month and prevent him from going to the imperial capital. My thunderbolt weighs 8 ounces and 2 cents. In my hand, I can throw it thousands of feet away. Then it will explode in the air, and the 10 fragrance softening powder will float in the air. Even if you are at the peak of the purple kite heaven realm, you will fall off the cliff with Qin Xuan. Even if I can't kill you, adulterous couple, I will seek justice for Qin Xuan. She swung her right arm continuously, creating a whirring sound, and she gathered all her energy to throw out the thunderbolt. Bang! With a crisp sound, the thunderbolt exploded on the spot when it was hit by a piece of flint less than 3 feet away from Luo Cini. The 10 fragrance softening muscle powder exploded in an instant, and its medicinal power spread for hundreds of feet. Luo Cini, who was in the middle of it, felt her calves go weak and she fell to her knees. She collapsed, her beautiful eyes staring at the rapidly approaching meteor shower above, her pupils gradually shrinking. Bang! 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 Thousands of meteors continued to fall towards the hilltop. Luo Cini, who was injected with the 10 fragrance softening powder, could not move at all. The meteor, whose accuracy was less than 1 in 100, was actually driven into a newly formed pit hundreds of feet deep. At the last moment before she fainted, Luo Cini's convulsive howling could be heard from the deep pit. The doomed poison body is so scary. After Qin Xuan made his wish, he opened his eyes, looked at Ziyuan beside him, and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" Ziyuan looked at Qin Xuan, who was so close to her. Her heartbeat quickened. She quickly shook her head, saying insincerely, "No. Maybe I heard it wrong." Qin Xuan did not ask further questions, but stared at Ziyuan's peach blossom eyes under her curved eyelashes curiously. "What wish did you make?" Ziyuan asked back, "What wish did you make?" She hoped that Qin Xuan could return safely from this trip. This wish could not be expressed in front of Qin Xuan. "Me," Qin Xuan said with a smile. "I hope you can get married soon." Ziyuan frowned. "Why should I get married? Who should I marry? It has been like this since ancient times. Otherwise, why do you think those women want to get married?" Ziyuan replied without interest. "It's just that my parents forced me to do it." Qin Xuan shook his head. "No." Ziyuan asked again, "Are you in love with each other?" Qin Xuan still shook his head. "It's still not right." Ziyuan's curiosity piqued. Could it be that women need to rely on strong men to avoid being bullied by others? Qin Xuan continued to shake his head. "Neither." Ziyuan stared at Qin Xuan. "Why is that?" Qin Xuan said calmly, "It's useless." The atmosphere froze in an instant. 2 red clouds floated up on Ziyuan's white and crystal-clear cheeks in an instant. She snorted lightly and said angrily, "You lecher." Qin Xuan was not afraid, but continued with a smile. "If possible, I hope that person is me. In that case, I can take you for a walk like an ordinary person without having to worry about anyone's opinion or being feared by anyone. This continent is huge. I want to take you with me to see it." But Qin Xuan's words came to an abrupt end. Ziyuan moved closer, her heart pounding. "But what?" Qin Xuan didn't answer. I just silently watched the gorgeous meteor shower still streaking across the sky. He turned his head, and the meteor shower illuminated a brilliant scene behind him. He just silently stared at Ziyuan's cold eyes, which were filled with strong curiosity. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other for a long time. Only when Ziyuan gave in did Qin Xuan smile calmly. For the first time since they met, he looked directly at Ziyuan's face and said softly, "You are so beautiful." Chapter 63, Heading to the Imperial Capital. Dangers surrounding us. The gorgeous meteor shower spread out a beautiful and romantic picture behind Qin Xuan and Ziyuan. The praise from the bottom of the heart lingered in Ziyuan's ears for a long time. Ziyuan's calm state of mind was like throwing a stone into the clear water of a lake, causing ripples to appear. Call. By the time Ziyuan calmed down, Qin Xuan's figure had already disappeared. It's true that he flirts and runs away. You want me to get married because you're afraid that you won't be able to come back from this trip to the imperial capital? You can put yourself in my shoes, so why can't I keep you safe? Ziyuan stared at the direction Qin Xuan left, with a faint warm smile on her lips. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Qin Xuan, who was leaving, did not hear Ziyuan's mumbling at this time. Before he rushed to the imperial capital, he gave Ziyang a strong dose of medicine. If one wants to be powerful in the imperial capital, the background of the chief saint doctor is indispensable. If you want to curry favor with someone, you can only start with Ziyang. He must be unique in Ziyang's heart. Only in this way can the chief saint doctor come forward to protect him. It is true that he used some tricks, but he did not deceive Ziyang, and every word he said was true. However, utilizing the chief saint physician is also a real possibility. In this regard, he felt no guilt at all. Back then, if the chief saint physician had not had a secret conversation with Emperor Ziyang and had not deliberately misdiagnosed his natural supreme bone, he would not have suffered the fate he has suffered now. He was just asking the chief saint doctor to temporarily get some interest back. As for the principal, the daughter of the chief saint doctor who was so precious to him, he was already kidnapping her. Let's go back to the Holy Land and say goodbye to Grandpa first. Before going to the imperial capital, Qin Xuan had something to give to his grandfather. On the way back to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, he met the big demon god squatting on the side of the road, wiping his axe. Grandpa, Qin Xuan landed on the ground and looked at his grandfather, who was wiping his axe with his head down. He asked curiously, "Why are you here?" The great demon god raised his eyes and said disappointedly, "I was despised by our eldest grandson. I am ready to wipe the axe and wipe my neck." Qin Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't make a fuss. Who dislikes you? Do we need to be so sarcastic with each other? I'm going to Ziyang Imperial Capital this time. I'm sure I can come back safely. There's no need for you to get involved in this mess. It's easy to get into trouble." Like others, Qin Xuan was deliberate and planned everything. Only in front of his grandfather, he didn't need to be on guard. Even if the whole world is against him, Grandpa will hold an axe, stand alone in front of him, and fight against the whole world. Qin Xuan took out the holy pill that had been amplified 100 times, handed it to the great demon god, and said, "Grandpa, after you have recovered from the hidden illness in your body, take this pill and you will be able to break through the realm." The great demon god held the holy elixir in his hand, and a brilliant light shone in his cloudy eyes. 9 golden lines. Is this a 9th-level holy elixir? Shock. Stunned. Asphyxia. Even if his daughter-in-law and the master of Danding Peak joined forces, it would be difficult to refine a pill of this quality. He never dreamed that the thing his eldest grandson would use was the 9-turn holy elixir. This is the 9-transformation Saint Dao pill, which can allow you to break through to the Saint King realm. If the hidden illness is cured, you will most likely be able to advance to the late Saint King realm. Qin Xuan was worried that his grandfather would not accept it, so he took the initiative to say, "This kind of pill is useless to me now. When I need it, I can naturally get a second one." The great demon god held the 9 revolutions holy Dao pill in his hand, took a deep breath, and looked at Qin Xuan with a loving gaze. "Grandpa is indeed old, but our eldest grandson is full of vigor and vitality. You have your own ideas, and Grandpa will not interfere." He knew in his heart that his eldest grandson had his own chance. We should not be bound by his perspective. The sky is high, and the birds fly freely. He fixed his eyes on Qin Xuan's and said in a deep voice, "But you have to remember that Grandpa will never allow the elderly to send the young away." "I'll be careful." Qin Xuan felt warm in his heart and waved goodbye. He directly activated the ancient prison tower, broke through the void, and rushed towards the direction of Ziyang Imperial Capital. 7 days passed in a flash. When Qin Xuan left the ancient prison suppression tower and appeared in front of the magnificent imperial city, Long Li couldn't help but complain. "According to the speed of the ancient prison suppression tower, you can get here in 2 days. You wasted 5 days just to force me to teach you those unique skills." Qin Xuan did not deny it. Only one aspect. Long Li is at the Saint King level after all, and was once able to compete with the girl with double pupils. It is much easier to learn something from her than from those old-fashioned books. He deliberately delayed time, mainly to wait for the preparations he had made to take effect. You have to give yourself some time to operate. Otherwise, he would rush into the imperial city like a fool. A cultivator who had just broken through to the 8th level of the supernatural power realm was going to fight against the combined forces of the royal family and the aristocratic families? Is the imperial capital so prosperous? Those coming and going are all saints. I'm only at the 8th level of the divine power realm, and haven't even broken through the yin-yang mirror yet, and there are already so many saints out there. Under the effect of the yin-yang nirvana pill, Qin Xuan's realm broke through to the 8th level of the supernatural power realm in 7 days. He looked at the holy immortal boat that pierced through the clouds and mist. The aura of a saint could sometimes be seen on those flying vehicles. Qin Xuan felt that he had greatly underestimated the strength of Ziyang Imperial capital. This place is the lifeline of the Ziyang Empire, so naturally there are far more powerful people here than anywhere else. Longli glanced at it and said indifferently, "But even so, there wouldn't be so many saints gathered here. It should be because the dragon blood secret realm of the Ziyang Empire is about to open, and all these families from all over the country are bringing their children to the imperial capital to look for opportunities." Dragon blood secret realm. This is the exclusive secret realm of the royal family in the capital of Ziyang. In the past, only those of royal blood could enter. Now, it is announced that the great Ziyang Emperor has blessed the world and all the geniuses can enter. In fact, the dragon blood has been absorbed by the royal children, and they are taking this opportunity to increase the revenue of the national treasury. It's just cutting leaks. Qin Xuan smiled and nodded. "I understand. It's the same everywhere." He lined up behind the monks and paid the yuan share required to enter the city. As soon as you enter the imperial capital, the view before your eyes suddenly opens up. As he looked around and took in the customs and practices of the imperial capital, before he had walked 100 feet, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and pulled him into a corner. The woman has a pretty face, wearing a blue tube top dress, with graceful curves and exquisite facial features. Shangguan Si stared at Qin Xuan in front of him and urged, "Leave the imperial city immediately. The situation here is complicated. The news that you injured Qin Yuan, the son of the Qin family, and that you are here to investigate your brother's death has spread. Many people are targeting you." Next to Shangguan Si stood a young man in black, holding a long sword in his hands and with a cold and arrogant look in his eyes. Noticing that Qin Xuan and Shangguan Si were getting too close, he pressed the scabbard against Qin Xuan's chest, tried to push him back a few steps. Finding that he couldn't poke, Long Chun held the sword in his arms again, glanced at Shangguan Si, and said in a deep voice, "He is just an arrogant lunatic who doesn't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Shao Si, you shouldn't have interfered." Shangguan Si turned back indignantly and said angrily, "He came from my Shangguan family and from my brother. How can I remain indifferent?" Qin Xuan patted the dent in his clothes on his chest, glanced at Shangguan Si, and then looked at Long Chun. A poor girl, guarded with a knife. Is this not just a bodyguard or a lucky boy? No wonder they were so hostile right from the start. Qin Xuan smiled and stepped forward abruptly, grabbing Shangguan Si's slender hand and holding it tightly. You are senior brother Shangguan's sister?" "No wonder. I saw the elegance of senior brother Shangguan in your eyes." He opened his arms, embraced Shangguan Si warmly, and casually slapped the scabbard that Fai Long Chun poked at him. He hugged Shangguan Si tightly in his arms and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for brother Shangguan this time. I will never let brother Shangguan's family be bullied again." Shangguan Si struggled to escape from Qin Xuan's arms, blushing and saying weakly, "My brother and I look nothing alike." "It's the style. It's the spirit." Qin Xuan had a calm expression and had already prepared his speech. He had no idea what senior brother Shangguan looked like and had never thought of paying attention. Anyway, it's absolutely right to talk about style and spirit. Crunch. Long Chun, who was watching Qin Xuan embrace Shangguan Si in his arms, clenched his back teeth, and his mouth sounded like a rat's nest, with a squeaking sound. Qin Xuan is an arrogant and lustful boy. He was so disrespectful to his chosen Taoist partner right in front of him. There's a way to die. Long Chin's eyes narrowed slightly, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. Chapter 64, still a bit human. The new son of luck, Long Chun, has been detected. He is at the 6th level of Yin Yang realm. He has the body of a swordsman, and is the true disciple of the leader of Tianya Sword Pavilion. He loves Shangguan Si and has a very forbearing personality. Long Chun, the son of luck, has murderous intentions towards the host, and the host is rewarded with plus 30,000 villain value. Qin Xuan felt at ease harvesting a wave of villain points, pointed at Long Chun, pretended to be confused and asked, "Who is this?" Shangguan Si turned his head and looked at Long Chun, dissatisfied. "This is Long Chun, the true disciple of the Tianya Sword Pavilion Master. He's the guard my father hired for me. The Shangguan family is now in a state of disarray, and their status has plummeted. There are often members of the tribe who are born with dark pupils going missing. In recent days, even her own sister was kidnapped by someone unknown. Her father was really helpless and could only spend a large sum of money to hire Long Chun to be her bodyguard. Not only did he affirm Long Chun's strength, but he also wanted to win over the Jianga behind Long Chun. She wants those who want to attack her to consider the weight of Tianya Sword Pavilion. Long Chun frowned, staring at Qin Xuan, and said coldly, "Stay away from Xiao Si, and don't have any unreasonable thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless with Zi Xiao." Qin Xuan looked at Shangguan Si with a wry smile and said helplessly, "I feel like I'm the thief who persecuted the Shangguan family." Bang! Shangguan Si raised his hand and slapped Long Chun in the face, angrily saying, "You are not allowed to be rude to Master Qin." Qin Xuan came for her Shangguan family, so how could she tolerate being bullied by Long Chun? Long Chun covered his cheek and glanced at Qin Xuan with murderous intent. The son of luck, Long Chun, has violent mood swings and his murderous intent is rising. The host is rewarded with a villain value of plus 20,000. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled, and he thought to himself, "So this is how you endure." No wonder the character of forbearance is emphasized. There's also an adjective extremely. Even though she was slapped in public by Shangguan Si, she was still able to transfer her anger to him. The dog licking is confirmed. Boom! As the atmosphere was tense, a muffled sound was heard, and a young man was seen being kicked and hung on the wall like a sandbag. He stayed stuck on the wall for several seconds before slowly falling down. When Shangguan Si saw the injured young man's face, her beautiful eyes panicked. Brother Yuan. That was her cousin Shangguan Yuan, who was almost beaten to death. She rushed forward in panic, but Long Chun drew out his scabbard and blocked Shangguan Si's way, saying in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Be careful of fraud." Bang! Qin Xuan jumped up and slapped Long Chun in the face, making Long Chun's head buzz. He pointed at his nose and cursed. "Didn't you see that the Shangguan family members were almost beaten to death? As a guard, you still want to stand by and watch." When Long Chun was furious, several handsome young men in golden waists and purple clothes came out from the corner. Among them, Chun Yuan, who had one arm broken in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, was on the list. Now, under the treatment of the Chun family, his broken arm has been regenerated and his realm has been elevated to the realm of supernatural powers. However, compared to before, he is now just a medicine jar. His realm has plummeted, and his strength is less than 1,000th of before. He stared at Qin Xuan with resentment and bared his teeth at the instigator. 6 days? I've been waiting for you for 6 whole days. Qin Xuan, you finally came to the imperial capital. I've been waiting for you for so long. He stepped on Shangguan Yuan's bruised face and grinned. Didn't you claim to avenge brother Shangguan and to avenge the Shangguan family? Now, the Shangguan family is right under my feet. Do you dare to come and save them? Brother Yuan. Shangguan Si was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but Long Chun still stood in front of her, not letting her move forward at all. Cousin, leave me alone. Shangguan Yuan coughed up blood and complained to himself, "It's my own fault. I fell into their trap." Long Chun was delighted. He looked at Shangguan Si with an open-minded expression and said bluntly, "Xiao Si, I'm right. There's a trick here. Once we take action and get involved, we will be stuck in the quagmire and it will be difficult to extricate ourselves." Chen Yuanjin's plan was exposed, so he stopped pretending. He pressed his foot against Shangguan Yuan's face, rubbing it against the ground, humiliating him to the utmost. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Xuan and smiled cruelly. "This boy is so useless. I used an oiran to tease him and made him take off his clothes and rape him. His behavior is rape. I am beating him or even killing him because I am enforcing the law for the Liang guards." Qin Xuan, are you dissatisfied or angry? There's nothing I can do. You can't do anything about it. This is just the beginning. In the future, more people from the Shangguan family will be humiliated because of your arrival, and I will trample them under my feet. I really like the way you look when you are alone, hated and despised by others. Your helpless look makes me look forward to it. Long Chun turned his head and glared at Qin Xuan. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have developed to this point. Bang! Qin Xuan slapped him in the face and glared back. A real guard should have drawn his sword by now, instead of starting a fight with me at this time. He turned around, stared at Chun Yuan, and took a step forward like a tiger descending from mountain. 10 feet away, it seems just a stone's throw away. Mountain-shaking fist. Qin Xuan punched out, and a strong wind howled. Lung Li was forced to teach this boxing style. It was said to have been created by a certain boxing master. It was extremely difficult to practice, and it took him several hours to comprehend it to perfection. The power of one punch is enough to shatter a 1,000-foot-high peak. Boom! A punch hit him right in the chest. Under the accumulation of pills, Qin Xuan, who is only in the supernatural power realm, had his chest cavity collapse rapidly and all his ribs were broken. Like a sandbag, it was blown hundreds of feet away and knocked down several houses. Qin Xuan, you are so brave. How dare you commit murder in the imperial capital? You are challenging the emperor's might. You are courting death. The young men from noble families who came with Qin Xuan were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I never dared to imagine in my dreams that someone would dare to take action openly in the imperial capital. The Liang guards who had been lying in ambush nearby saw this scene. Their eyes widened and their armor jingled. Dozens of fiery sun guards in the divine power realm, wearing eerie armor, quickly approached this place. The standard issue spears in their hands were pointed at Qin Xuan in unison, with a cold and fierce light, and they roared in unison. Qin Xuan, you are under arrest for injuring someone in public. Don't resist, otherwise you will only die. Holding the purple sky sword, Long Chun walked out of the corner with Shangguan Si. He looked around and sneered. I've already said that arrogant people are brave, but not wise. This is a trap, waiting for Qin Xuan to fall into it. I knew this guy was stupid, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid as to walk into the trap on his own initiative. Shangguan Si was extremely anxious. He turned around and stared at Long Chun, who was still making sarcastic remarks. He angrily said, "That's better than you. It's 1,000,000 times better than just watching Brother Yuan being humiliated and not wanting to do anything. At least I know that Qin Xuan is a righteous man who came here to avenge my Shangguan family." More and more pedestrians gathered on Zhuke Imperial Street, pointing and talking. This young man is finished. You attacked him in public and severely injured him. This crime should probably be punished with capital punishment. It just so happens that the Dragon Blood Secret Realm is opened. At this time, the laws of the imperial capital are the most stringent, which has the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He will die. Families from outside stopped to watch and talk about it. Qin Xuan looked around, his heart calm. Looking around at the approaching Liang guards, he pondered for a moment and made up his mind. A few days was more than enough time for him to start laying the groundwork. Until now, no one has come forward, so there's only one possibility. This incident hasn't made enough of a fuss. Then let's make a bigger fuss and first take a young man from a noble family as a sacrifice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Xuan raised his hand and summoned the ancient prison tower. This top-level holy weapon turned into a heavy piece of meteorite, spinning and smashing towards Qin Yuan. No, don't. Qin Yuan covered his face with his hands and screamed in fear. Bang! The ancient prison tower fell down without any hindrance. Qin Yuan, who used to look well-mannered, now looks somewhat like a human being. A little here, a little there. The ancient prison tower was smashed into pieces in public. Chapter 65, Mu Qingshue's Heartbreak. This young man is so arrogant. How dare you kill someone in public in the imperial capital? The Liang guards are here. The evidence is irrefutable. He will definitely die. The strong smell of blood permeated the Shizuku Imperial Street, causing passers-by who stopped to watch to drop their jaws in shock. There are actually people who dare to commit crimes in the imperial capital. Such a bloody killing happened in public. It's over. Qin Yuan is dead, and the Liang guards will not let this go. Shangguan Si closed his eyes in fear. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Long Chun sneered in his heart and said sarcastically, "He doesn't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. He is seeking death and looking for more enemies for the Shangguan family." Bang! Shangguan Si raised his hand and slapped him, angrily saying, "That's better than you being indifferent. I won't allow you to say bad things about Master Qin again." Long Chun covered his red and swollen cheek and stared at Qin Xuan with even more resentment. If the Liang guards had not been here, he would have killed Qin Xuan with his own hands and cut him into pieces. The Son of Luck has violent mood swings, and the host is rewarded with plus 18,000 villain value. Qin Xuan glanced in the direction of Long Chun indifferently, without thinking too much. The focus now was not on the Son of Destiny, but on how Ziyang would appear. He withdrew his gaze and then stared at the Liang guards who were approaching him step by step with fierce eyes. The ancient prison tower in the palm of his hand was spinning steadily. He was waiting for his own people to show up. If time is running out, he can only take action and kill these Liang guards. Thief, this is an important place in the imperial capital. How can we allow you to act so recklessly here? Kill Master Chun. You deserve death for your crime. Form a formation and kill. Dozens of Liang guards' spears gleamed coldly as they formed a battle formation in unison. The battle formation evolved, and dozens of people were like an iron barrel, integrated as one. The aura began to rise wildly, approaching the 5th level of the yin-yang mirror. When the war was about to break out, a pretty girl came rushing over from the street in the distance, accompanied by a team of yin-yang guards in fiery red armor. Luo Cini held the token in her hand and shouted angrily, "Here is the token of the chief commander. I'll see who dares to touch it." Liang Guard, Yin-yang Guard, a total of 10 guards, collectively known as the Yangtze. The chief of the Yang division is a quasi-saint, and having the same status as him are the chiefs of the 9 divisions. Above these 10 departments, there is a chief director, who is Luo Cini's father, the head of the Luo family. The Liang Guard said in a deep voice, "Miss Luo, he beat and killed Master Chun in public." Holding the Luo character token, Luo Cini shouted angrily at the dozens of Liang guards. Qin Xuan was ordered by the general manager to kill the traitor Qin Xuan. He has done nothing wrong, but has made great contributions. Who are you to dare to capture him? After she was dug out from the deep pit of the meteor shower, she rushed back to Kyoto as soon as possible. When he learned that Qin Xuan was planning to target Qin Xuan, under the coercion of Mu Qingxue, he had to start collecting information about Qin Yuan's past misdeeds. There were too many crimes to list in detail, and at this moment, they were all on the general manager's desk. Even if Qin Xuan killed Qin Yuan, it would be a meritorious deed. No one can punish. The chief of the Liang Guard argued, Qin Xuan, is a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land. What relationship does he have with my Ziyang 10 divisions? It really didn't matter before. Luo Cini hugged her heavy chest with both hands, walked to Qin Xuan, stuffed the token of the chief guard of the Demon Exorcism Division into his arms, and sneered, "But now it matters. He is the chief guard of the Demon Exorcism Division. This matter is directly responsible to the chief director. It is not your turn to ask about it." Everyone in the Liang Guard lowered their heads and kept silent. Qin Xuan's current status is higher than theirs, so why is he being captured like this? Disobedience and rebellion. Seeing this, the children of the noble families who were friends with Qin Yuan shouted angrily, "Luo Cini, don't go too far. Qin Yuan is already dead, and you still want to save Qin Xuan? The Qin family will not let this matter go." Luo Cini raised her snow-white neck proudly and looked around with disdain. "My father has gone to the Qin family to question them. If you want to defend Qin Yuan Ming, I can investigate your past evil deeds later." Gurgle. Those young men from noble families all swallowed their saliva in fear. It can be seen that Luo Cini is serious about this. If they continue to threaten, this little witch from Kyoto will really dare to investigate them. Looking at the young men from aristocratic families who left in disgrace, Luo Cini sneered, "A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Are you trying to show off to me in Kyoto you were just putting on a scallion in a pig's nose? What are you trying to do?" She turned her head and looked Qin Xuan up and down, snorting, "Just as I thought, you are a smart person." Even though Qin Xuan was arrogant from beginning to end, his target was Qin Yuan from beginning to end. He is a person with a clear criminal record who can be shot to death by taking advantage of the situation. However, if you have your back, I can protect you, not to mention Qin Yuan. Even if you beat all those noble family children to death just now, I can still protect you. Luo Cini took the opportunity to elevate herself and intimidate Qin Xuan, so that he would respect her more in the future. Qin Xuan wanted to laugh. "It's better to make sure I have a good meal before I die." It is true that the Luo family has some power in the imperial capital, but he killed several children of noble families in a row and still wanted to protect him from the perspective of justice. It was pure bragging. If there are enough ants, they can kill an elephant, not to mention these aristocratic families, which are not ants, but also have saints in charge. Luo Cini puffed up her cheeks angrily and said angrily, "I just hate smart people like you. In front of so many people, I don't want to save face, right?" She reached out, grabbed Qin Xuan's arm, and pulled him into a nearby restaurant. When passing by the foreign families who were joining in the fun, the powerful people from these aristocratic families all sighed. I thought he was a fool, but I didn't expect it was a sting operation. This is just bullshit. It's clearly a scam. Even the token was stuffed here. No wonder they dare to walk around the imperial capital so arrogantly by clinging to the Luo family in the imperial capital. That little tower is also terrifying. It's clearly a holy weapon. He is at the 8th level of the divine power realm and possesses a holy weapon. I'm afraid his origins are also quite impressive. Luo Cini turned a deaf ear to him and dragged Qin Xuan to the restaurant. She asked the yin-yang guards to stand guard outside and went upstairs while reminding him, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I rescued you because someone asked me to. If you want to be grateful to her." When they arrived at the 2nd floor of the restaurant, she pointed at Mu Qingxue, who was bending down and carefully adjusting her dress. "Is that you?" Qin Xuan pretended to be ignorant, even though he knew the truth. He was surprised to see Luo Cini show up. But he also knew that the only person who could make Luo Cini take action was Mu Qingxue. Women dress to please themselves. Mu Qingxue adjusted the hem of her skirt and tucked her hair behind her ears. After making sure her face was flawless, she slowly raised her head with worry in her eyes. She said, "Qin Xuan, you shouldn't have come to the imperial capital. There are all kinds of people here. The Shangwan family incident is even more far-reaching. What you said in Yaoqi Holy Land has spread, and many noble families are hostile to you. Qin Yuan is just the beginning. The troubles behind are endless." Qin Xuan nodded, his eyes calm, and he said, "I know all this, and I'm very grateful that you came forward to help me. However, I've already considered the consequences you're talking about, so I won't bother you to worry about them." Mu Qingxue pointed at the token in Qin Xuan's arms and said helplessly, "I know I can't persuade you. You have always been like this. This token is what Cini asked for from his father. With this token, you could be the chief guard of the Demon Suppression Division. Even those aristocratic families will not dare to attack you without reason." She didn't want Qin Xuan to die in Kyoto. I don't want him to get hurt. That's why he disregarded his dignity and asked Luo Cini for a life-saving token. Qin Xuan weighed the token in his hand, threw it to Mu Qingxue, and said nonchalantly, "I helped you in Yaoqi Holy Land, and you helped me in the imperial capital. Now we are even. I don't owe you the favor of this token." The ruthless words were like an iron hand that crushed Mu Qingxue's heart in her chest. Every petal was dripping with blood. Mu Qingxue grabbed the cold token, her heart aching, tears welling up in her eyes. "Do you hate me so much? Don't you want to have anything to do with me?" Qin Xuan turned around and walked away without even looking back. "It was you who asked me to leave Qingxue Pavilion, and it was you who wanted to cancel the engagement. You want to make things clear, so from now on, you and I will be completely separated and have no further involvement." Chapter 66. Abusing a husband is fun for a while, but chasing after a husband is a funeral procession. "Qin Xuan, stop right there." Luo Cini pointed at Qin Xuan's back, and her chest began to sway and rise and fall violently in anger. It was clearly Mu Qingxue who saved him, but why did it seem as if Mu Qingxue owed him something during the conversation? Also, she had to beg her father for the Demon Slayer token. Others would love to have it, but when it comes to Qin Xuan, he just throws it away and discards it like a worn-out shoe. Doesn't Luo Cini have any respect? Doesn't the Luo family have any dignity? Mu Qingxue grabbed Luo Cini with red eyes and said helplessly and heartbrokenly, "Cini, I beg you, don't make things difficult for him. He is not wrong. This is all my own fault. I deserve it." Luo Cini was so angry that she almost fainted. She reached out and touched Mu Qingxue's forehead and said angrily, "Qingxue, are you confused because of the fever? What does this have to do with you? Qin Xuan is your fiancé, and he has already taken over your body, but he is still flirting with Qing Ning. Is he right? I saw him and Wanjin Peak Ziyuan a few days ago, watching the meteor shower together under the moon and flowers outside Yaoshan County. This guy is clearly a scumbag. The things he did would make a dog pee before walking away. And yet you say he did nothing wrong, and you put the blame on yourself. You did something wrong." Mu Qingxue looked dazed and asked, "Is Qin Xuan also involved with senior sister Ziyuan?" Luo Cini gnashed with hatred. Of course, if it weren't for the doom-poisoned body, Qin Xuan couldn't even leave the Yaoqi Holy Land, and he still wanted to come to the Ziyang imperial capital. If it weren't for her doom-poisoned body, she wouldn't have been knocked unconscious by the boulder. If she hadn't had the doom-poisoned body, she wouldn't have been poisoned by the 10 fragrance softening powder and bombarded by the meteor shower. She was hit so hard that now, whenever she saw the light of a ferry boat flying in the sky, she wanted to dodge and avoid it. It has left her with a psychological trauma. Qingning may seem brutal, but he is actually a soft-hearted person. He was spoiled by elder Qin Xuan and secretly instigated by Yi Feng, which is why he became an enemy of Qin Xuan. After learning the truth, Qingning will definitely feel regretful. I don't understand Senior Sister Ziyang, but others are afraid of the doomed-poisoned body. Since Qin Xuan is willing to get close, Senior Sister Ziyang will naturally not stay away. After all, Qin Xuan's heart is a million times cleaner than that of Yi Feng. Say hate. There is definitely some part of it, or, to be more precise, it is jealousy. But Mu Qingxue had no qualifications to blame Qin Xuan, and even less reason to blame him. It was she who said the words asking Qin Xuan to leave, and every word she said to slander Qin Xuan was also full of gems. Until the truth came out, she was trying desperately to push Qin Xuan away. I wish I could tear him into pieces and avenge him. But what is the reality? When Qin Xuan came to the holy land of Yao Qi, did he have close contact with other women? Apart from her, Qin Xuan had no other interactions with anyone else. All he had in his eyes was her, and he tried every possible means to share the bed with her. When disaster strikes, he single-handedly takes responsibility for the crime of colluding with Lung Li. She tried to wash away her crimes with her own death. It was she who was going against herself. He continued to hurt Qin Xuan, cruelly ruthlessly rubbing salt into his wounds. Qin Xuan was framed by the Qin palace, and his closest relatives tried every means to put him to death. What he desires most in his heart is trust and family affection. When his heart was at its softest, Qingning and Ziyuan took the opportunity to enter his heart. Is that too much? That makes sense. Qin Xuan just couldn't get any care and trust from her, so after giving up, he let Qingning and Ziyuan take the opportunity to sneak in. Luo Cini held her forehead and said distressfully, "No matter what, Qin Xuan has no feelings for you now, so let's not think about him anymore." "No." Mu Qingxue shook her head decisively. Her heart tightened, and she said worriedly, "I'm not Qingning, let alone Zun. I don't know what they are thinking. What if they hurt Qin Xuan in the future? I know what Qin Xuan hates the most, and I also know what he desires the most. It was me who did something wrong, and I will find a way to make up for it. I will be by his side when he needs me the most. Moreover, I don't think Qin Xuan is really that heartless. It's possible that he knows that this trip is full of dangers and doesn't want me to be in it, so he asked me to stay away." The more Mu Qingxue thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to her. She became happier and happier, and even her tears became crystal clear. At worst, when Qin Xuan first came to Qingxue Pavilion, he was able to cling to her and protect her in every way, caring about her safety and even dying for her. Why couldn't she try to keep him now? How much more noble is she, Mu Qingxue, than Qin Xuan? Qin Xuan can do it. Why can't she? She would also try her best to make up for her previous mistakes. She will try her best to make Qin Xuan change his mind. Return to her side, Mu Qingxue. She will make Qin Xuan understand that he was not wrong about her before. Luo Cini slapped her head and rolled her eyes helplessly. It's hopeless. The favorability of a lucky girl, Mu Qingxue, increases, and the host villain value is rewarded with plus 8,000. Not bad, not bad. A girl of luck with high moral standards has her own ideas and knows how to control herself. Walking out of the restaurant and hearing the reward arrive, Qin Xuan was in a good mood. His decisiveness is just a small trick. The main purpose is to retreat in order to advance, just to make Mu Qingxue feel unwilling. Completely experience what it means to abuse your husband, which is fun for a while, but to chase him and end up in the crematorium. In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li curiously asked, with Mu Qingxue's personality, she will naturally not draw a line between herself and you at this time. Instead, she will try every means to consider you. The more you stop her, the more she will think that you are protecting her. But I don't understand why you want to throw away the token. With the Demon Slayer token in hand, at least those who have ulterior motives will not dare to openly oppose Qin Xuan. It will save you a lot of trouble. The 10 departments of Ziyang still have some prestige in the imperial capital. Qin Xuan replied, casually without any interest. It's just a bargaining chip to deepen Mu Qingshue's guilt. The token is dispensable. In the eyes of others, I am the chief guard of the Demon Exorcist Department. He took the token in public, and the news had already reached the ears of those who were interested. Those who are wary of this identity will naturally not take action again. But those who don't care, will they not kill him even if he takes out the real token? That's nonsense. Lung Li didn't know what was going on, and was alert in her heart. You can't afford to suffer any loss at all. Qin Xuan noticed that Lung Li was scribbling on a booklet in the ancient prison tower, and asked curiously, "What are you writing?" "I'm recording your words and actions to prevent you from deceiving me in the future." Lung Li has seen Qin Xuan's methods, which are not only vicious but also full of tricks. Even the means of deceiving women are layered and escalating, making it difficult to guard against. She was worried that Qin Xuan would plot against her in the future. It is better to strike first. Once she fully understands Qin Xuan, she will not be fooled again. Then just remember it slowly. Qin Xuan couldn't help laughing. Lung Li was in the game, but didn't realize it. While she was distracted by these trivial matters, she had already fallen into the trap and became curious about him. Recovering his mind, Qin Xuan returned to the alleyway he had been in before. Long Chun turned around quickly and stared at Qin Xuan with murderous eyes. He originally thought that Qin Xuan could not escape death. But I didn't expect that this guy actually has a background in the Luo family. Not only did he escape danger, but he also got a token of the Demon Extermination Guard. However, he was not disappointed because he, Long Chun, could kill those whom the Liang guards could not kill. Shangguan Yuan stood up with the help of Shangguan Si, bowed his hands towards Qin Xuan, and said with guilt, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Qin. It was my lust that blinded me. Otherwise, I would not have been used by Chun Yuan to become a sharp knife to stab you and the Shangguan family." Qin Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "You are young and full of energy, I can understand that." Shangguan Si asked Long Chun to support his cousin and took the initiative to invite Qin Xuan. "Mr. Qin, I was waiting here to persuade you to leave the imperial capital, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. Sir, you are here for the Shangguan family and for my brother. We have already prepared a glass of light wine. My father has been waiting for you for a long time. Please don't despise me." In the ancient prison tower, Lung Li reminded someone secretly investigated before it should be the head of the Shangguan family. If Luo Sini hadn't come forward just now, the head of the Shangguan family would have also come to the rescue. However, after seeing some of your methods, I may have changed my mind and want to talk to you. Qin Xuan became interested. He was very curious as to why the head of the Shangguan family, who was at the Saint King level, was willing to be loyal to Emperor Ziyang and stay in the imperial capital of Ziyang after suffering such a great injustice. There must be some unknown secrets in this. I would like to go with Miss Shangguan. In front of Long Chun, Qin Xuan took Shangguan Si's fair and tender little hand. Chapter 60, 7 Heart-Piercing Words. At night, Shangguan's house was brightly lit. Maids carrying delicious food were walking through the alleys in an endless stream. The head of the Shangguan family, a powerful Saint King with gray hair on his temples, was waiting outside the mansion. Seeing Qin Xuan walking towards them holding his daughter's hand with a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face. Ignoring Long Chen's gloomy expression, he hurried forward and took Qin Xuan's hand from Shangguan Si. She clenched her hands tightly, tears welling up in her eyes with excitement. "Master Qin, our entire Shangguan family has been eagerly waiting for you. I have heard from my son that Master Qin is a man of heaven. Now I have a chance to meet him. It is true that hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person." Qin Xuan replied warmly, "Uncle Shangguan, please don't be so unfamiliar. Senior brother Shangguan is the chief disciple of Thunder Prison Peak. He is the goal I have been pursuing all my life. I still remember his voice, smile, and appearance. I came here this time to seek justice for him. Who doesn't know how to say polite words? When the chief disciple died, he did not even enter the Yao Qi Holy Land. How could Shangguan Zhong hear news about him from his son?" Of course, Qin Xuan didn't care about these false words. After all, he didn't even know what the chief disciple looked like. "My dear nephew." Shangguan Zhong held Qin Xuan's hand tightly, his body trembling. "Uncle." Qin Xuan's eyes moved around, and he looked excited. Shangguan Zhong hurriedly welcomed Qin Xuan into the inner hall and said enthusiastically, "My dear nephew, please take a seat. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors." Shangguan Zhong drank several cups in a row, as if he had met a friend regardless of age. When the atmosphere gradually eased, he looked at Qin Xuan expectantly and asked, "My dear nephew, did you come here at the instruction of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi?" Qin Xuan, who was picking up food for Shangguan Si, turned his head and shook his head slowly, feeling as if he was at home. Shangguan Zhong felt a tightness in his heart. Without the instruction of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, if it was just the leader of Thunder Prison Peak, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to rescue the Shangguan family from this raging storm. He then asked, "Could it be that the Lord of Thunder Prison Peak has teamed up with the other lords to secretly vouch for you?" Qin Xuan chewed a piece of Liwa barbarian beef, swallowed it, and then replied slowly, "Not really. This matter involves far-reaching consequences. No one can guarantee me. Even my grandfather, I asked him to stay in Yaoqi Holy Land for retreat and not let him come." The wine in Shangguan Zhong's hand spilled from the glass from his trembling palm. He calmed his inner excitement and drank a glass of wine. Looking at Qin Xuan, who came alone, he said unwillingly, "The head of the Luo family, that is, the chief of the 10 departments of Zhang, has a connection with you, my nephew." Qin Xuan nodded, then shook his head. "It's just that Luo Sini owed me a favor before. She helped me solve a problem. I've repaid her, and we don't owe each other anything anymore." Long Chun slammed the table angrily and roared, "Qin Xuan, you are too arrogant." Long Chun, who had been listening, had already been unhappy with Qin Xuan. This guy took Xiaoxi's hand in front of him. At the banquet, he was even more attentive. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. Even he had never tried these intimate actions. "I'm not to be angry. Now that I have the opportunity, who would want to miss it?" He said confidently. "Without any preparation, you came to Ziyang Imperial capital to stir up trouble. It doesn't matter if you seek death yourself, but by doing this, you are frying the entire Shangguan family in hot oil. Those noble families who are already dissatisfied with the Shangguan family will all unite against the enemy because of your arrival. The Shangguan family has been caught in a raging sea because of you, and their situation is already precarious." Shangguan Zhong lowered his head helplessly. What Long Qin said was exactly what he wanted. He knew that Qin Xuan had good intentions, but if it was just his strength alone, it is difficult to shake the Shangguan family, let alone those aristocratic families and the powerful Prince Ning. Qin Xuan's open and above-board arrival, coupled with his grand welcome, confirmed that the Shangguan family's inner dissatisfaction had accumulated to a limit. Either you take this opportunity to turn over, or you will be pressed so hard that you can't even lift your head. Without any other help, his Shangguan family is doomed to fail this time. Qin Xuan had a smile on his face and a lewd look in his eyes. He asked, "Why do you think that I came here unprepared and to die? Let's not talk about whether I have a trump card or not. As far as I can see now, isn't the oppression that the Shangguan family has suffered enough? It's just like boiling a frog in warm water. It's too late to realize it. By the time the Shangguan family wants to resist, it's too late. As an outsider, I know that when Chun Yuan bullied Shangguan Yuan, he helped him. But you, the guard, turned a blind eye. Are you planning to wait until the butcher's knife falls on you before you resist? By then, how much remaining strength will the Shangguan family have to resist?" Shangguan Si felt as if she were there, her fists clenched tightly. She stood up and angrily said, "Dad, we have endured enough, but those guys have no intention of letting us go. If we continue to feel aggrieved, it will only encourage their arrogance." At first, only the outsiders in the clan disappeared, then the direct descendants, and now even Ying has been abducted. "Dad, if we continue like this, our Shangguan family will fall apart sooner or later. We will become hunting dogs in the hands of those guys and become their tools for treasure hunting." She has tried her best to numb herself, but when the butcher's knife fell on her own sister's head, she could no longer remain indifferent. That was her sister who she had watched grow up. She is her blood relative. Some time ago, he suddenly disappeared, and there has been no news of him since. She was extremely anxious. How could she continue to endure it? Shangguan Si glared at Long Chun in dissatisfaction, and when he looked at his father again, his eyes were already misty. "Dad, I know what you think. I also know why you arranged Long Chun to be my bodyguard. It was nothing more than planning to let me enter Tinya Sword Pavilion to protect myself after the Shangguan family was completely defeated. Dad, have you ever thought about whether your daughter would like to live alone? Have you ever thought about whether your daughter would be willing to marry a coward who only knows how to endure?" Qin Xuan raised his eyebrows. "You want to marry Long Chun?" Shangguan Si smiled bitterly and glared at Long Chun fiercely. It's just a deal. Those noble families want to get the natural dark pupil, and Tina Sword Pavilion is no exception. When Long Chun first came to Shangguan's house, he was very attentive to her. He kept calling her his fiancée. It was not until she slapped him more than a dozen times that the name was changed. Sometimes, he even shamelessly called her Xiaoxi affectionately. No matter how you beat him, he won't change his tune. It made her feel uncomfortable. Qin Xuan was delighted and immediately said to Shangguan Zhong, "Uncle, marriage is absolutely not allowed." As the head of the family, Shangguan Zhong felt tremendous pressure. He raised his eyes and asked helplessly why. Qin Xuan ignored Long Chen's murderous gaze and spoke with every word. Except for the Shangguan family, being born with the dark eyes is just a legend. None of the Shangguan women who married out gave birth to children with the dark eyes. The outside world says that it's because their bloodline is not pure enough. The same is true for the targets of those aristocratic families, from collateral branches to direct branches. They don't want to imprison the Shangguan family members frequently, but want to give birth to offspring with natural dark pupils. As far as I know, no one can do it yet. If the Shangguan family is destroyed and only Miss Shangguan is left, then when those born with dark pupils perish, how will those families find ways to obtain those born with dark pupils? By then, Miss Shangguan's bloodline will be so pure that everyone will want to possess her. Although the Tianya Sword Pavilion is strong, it is difficult to resist the evil ambitions of these people. By then, Miss Shangguan will become a vessel for cultivating those born with dark pupils.